The resurgence of spiritual energy has swept across the world, and ferocious beasts roam unchecked, leaving humanity to confront unprecedented challenges in their struggle for survival. In this tumultuous era, Lin Fan, an art student who failed his examinations, finds himself unexpectedly endowed with a system and awakens the power of the two Tomo Sharingan. However, this newfound ability does not earn him the respect of others, rather, it invites ridicule. A useless eye ability from a good for nothing, what a joke, the crowd murmurs. Even Lin Fan's own younger brother, Lin Yao, declares he is not my brother. In the face of such scorn and derision, Lin Fan merely smiles serenely, refraining from any rebuttal. He is acutely aware that time will ultimately vindicate him. Years later, on a certain day, when the lofty deities are shattered by the combined might of a colossal Susanoo and the great Buddha, the onlookers are rendered utterly speechless. At this moment, Lin Yao is equally astonished. Is this truly my brother, once deemed a failure? Within the quiet confines of the classroom, Lin Fan raises his head, filled with excitement. System, I have waited 18 years. You have finally arrived. His exhilaration is palpable, for the awakening ceremony is to take place tomorrow, and the system's arrival is most fortuitous. Once an art student, Lin Fan found himself transported here after a mishap during an examination while attempting to assist an elderly lady across the street. In this world where spiritual energy has revived and beasts wreak havoc, only by awakening supernatural abilities can one hope to protect themselves. Ordinary individuals occupy a lowly status, scraping by through menial tasks. With the system at his disposal, he envisions the opportunity to witness the pinnacle of this world. Just then, a flash of crimson gleams in his eyes. The students in the classroom are engrossed in the lecture delivered by a middle-aged man at the front, oblivious to the change in Lin Fan's gaze. All right, that concludes today's lesson, announces the instructor. Tomorrow marks your awakening day. I wish each of you the best in awakening your ideal abilities. With that, the middle-aged man swiftly gathers his materials and exits the classroom without allowing for any questions. The once quiet classroom erupts into lively chatter. I'm so nervous, tomorrow I will awaken my powers. Do you think I could awaken its class ability? Brother, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Being able to awaken a class ability would be remarkable. Indeed, class abilities are exceedingly rare. Be satisfied with a class. Amidst the discussions, Lin Fan reflects on his recently acquired two Tomo Sharingan. What classification does his Sharingan belong to? Lin Fan, are you nervous? A sweet voice interrupts his thoughts. He turns to find the source of the voice, a girl with a peach blossom complexion, tall stature, and long hair. She is Luo Qiao, his deskmate and the belle of the school. Nervousness is of little use. Lin Fan shrugs nonchalantly. Lin Fan, you really know how to put on a facade. A brash youth with dyed yellow hair strides confidently toward him. Zhang San, it appears your previous lesson was insufficient. Would you like me to educate you once more after school? Lin Fan clenches his fists, mockingly regarding Zhang San. Zhang San, relying on his status as the son of a wealthy family, attempts to bully Lin Fan, only to be soundly defeated each time. Before his time travel, Lin Fan was adept in martial arts, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Seeing Lin Fan's clenched fists makes Zhang San's bravado falter momentarily, but he soon lifts his chin, confidence returning to his eyes. Lin Fan, you just wait. Whether you can defeat me remains to be seen, but I can certainly educate you right now. Lin Fan retorts with an innocuous smile. Zhang San, sensing the menace in Lin Fan's demeanor, hastily retreats. He has no desire to experience Lin Fan's kindness again. Each time Zhang San orchestrates a group attack against Lin Fan, it ends with Lin Fan effortlessly dispatching his assailants, all while emerging without a single visible injury. Even with his father being the deputy mayor of Yangon City, he cannot afford to provoke Lin Fan without cause. Lin Fan, just you wait. Zhang San glares at him before leaving. Lin Fan perceives Zhang San's hostility and merely smiles faintly. A second-generation heir is hardly a source of fear. Once Zhang San departs, Luo Qiao, concerned, inquires, "Are you truly all right?" "Rest assured, all is well." Lin Fan replies with a calm smile. In the context of beastly assaults, the nation encourages combat. "I hope to awaken a powerful ability tomorrow," Luo Qiao muses, tossing her hair and releasing a waft of fragrance. "If you don't awaken any abilities, I suppose I shall have to support you, Lin Fan jokes. I do not require your support, Luo Qiao pouts, shooting him an indignant glare. Having lost her parents to a beast tide at the tender age of 10, she has no other relatives. The state compensated her with $1 million, so money is not a concern for her. We are good friends, and besides, I have earned quite a bit from my art, Lin Fan says, draping an arm around her shoulder and smiling. Scoundrel Lin Fan, you are in need of a good beating, Luo Qiao retorts, her face flushing with embarrassment. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Lin Fan withdraws his arm and hastily gathers his belongings. Most of the students have already left the classroom, leaving only a few to silently observe Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. Best wishes to the illustrious Luo Qiao for awakening in class ability tomorrow, Lin Fan calls out as he prepares to leave. May your words bring me good fortune, Luo Qiao responds. Lin Fan steps out of the classroom, heading to pick up his younger brother, Lin Yao. Lin Yao, stay put, a burly boy commands arrogantly. Lin Yao sits on the ground, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure before him. What are you staring at? You do not deserve to be called Lin Yao. You are not even worth a hair of your brother Lin Fan. I wonder what your parents were thinking when they named you Lin Yao. I am not a failure. I will rise. Lin Yao's youthful face brims with indignation. Oh, still spirited, are we? Your brother is indeed a genius, but you are not. You will never escape this identity, no matter the time. Hearing the burly boy's taunts, Lin Yao recalls his brother, hailed as a genius, who could paint galloping horses at the age of 9, creating quite a stir. What he cannot fathom is how Lin Fan's martial prowess is equally formidable. He can easily take on 10 opponents. Why is fate so unjust, granting Lin Fan such exceptional talents? When people see him, they often exclaim, "Isn't that Lin Fan's brother?" Zhang Tian, it seems you require a lesson, Lin Fan's voice suddenly interjects. Upon hearing that voice, the previously arrogant Zhang Tian's expression drains of color. He abandons Lin Yao and turns to flee. Brother! Lin Yao rises from the ground, tears streaming down his face. You're too old for tears. Lin Fan approaches him and wipes away his tears. Do not worry, tomorrow I will avenge you. Now, let us return home. Lin Fan continually reassures Lin Yao as they head home. Upon arriving at a grand mansion, Lin Fan pushes open the door and a voice greets them. Welcome home, young master. A maid strides over to take their backpacks, casting a subtle glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan senses her gaze and turns to meet her eyes. The maid, named Gao Yu, has been sent by his aunt to assist with his and Lin Yao's daily lives. Realizing Lin Fan is looking at her, the maid quickly bows her head and retreats. Xiao Fan, how did you and Xiao Yao fare at school? A well-groomed, middle-aged woman approaches them, her concern feigned. Chapter 2. The Awakening Ceremony. As Lin Fan gazed at the middle-aged woman approaching, a cold smirk danced within his heart. This well-maintained matron was their aunt, Lin Fei. Not bad, Lin Yao replied, his head bowed. A habitual gesture he always bore. Quite good, Lin Fan responded languidly. That's reassuring, Lin Fei said, patting her chest. Tomorrow marks the awakening ceremony. Allow me to wish you both the strength to awaken powerful abilities. Maintain a calm demeanor. Even if you do not awaken formidable powers, your aunt can still provide for you, she added before turning to leave. Lin Fan and Lin Yao retreated to their respective rooms. After ensuring no one was eavesdropping, Lin Fan closed the door and donned a stern expression. He then commanded, "Awaken!" Lin Fan's deep-set eyes turned crimson, and two Tomo appeared within them. As he surveyed the room, everything became strikingly clearer, revealing countless minute details. 3 minutes later, a throbbing pain gripped his head, and the Sharingan subsequently closed. The initial dynamic vision of the Sharingan was indeed potent, yet the duration proved too brief. After all, he had yet to cultivate and his mental fortitude was still lacking. Lin Fan collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following day, Lin Fan rose early. Gao Yu entered to assist him with his attire. Exuding a gentle demeanor, Lin Fan disregarded her attentions, taking his clothes and stepping out of the room. Lin Yao, who had been waiting for quite some time, regarded Lin Fan's emergence with a mixture of emotions. Gao Yu had never shown him such warmth. When will Gao Yu treat me like that? Lin Yao mused countless times. The two brothers were deep in thought, but Lin Fan was the first to break the silence. Let us be off. Today is the day of awakening. We mustn't linger. Lin Fan clapped Lin Yao on the shoulder. Oh, right, Lin Yao murmured, his head bowed as he followed Lin Fan outside. As the brothers reached the school gate, they found a throng of parents already gathered. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan understood the reason. The awakening ceremony held monumental significance for everyone, as it determined their future destinies. With good fortune, one might awaken an S-class ability and soar to greatness. With poor luck, one might awaken nothing and be doomed to a life of drudgery, subjected to 12-hour workdays. Go for it, son. Your father is counting on you, son. You must awaken a B-class ability. I cannot endure another hardship. Son, you must stand out. Our family relies on you. Navigating through the wall of parents, the brothers finally made their way onto the playground where all students lined up in an orderly fashion by 8 o'clock. A rotund middle-aged man ascended the stage. It was Principal Tang Min. I will keep this brief. We must protect the Long Kingdom and fight for its glory. He cleared his throat. Today marks your coming of age and the day of your ability awakening. I hereby declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced. With that, a blue crystal orb materialized upon the stage. The crowd, previously lost in thought, jolted to attention, fixated on the orb that would dictate their fates. Wang Wu, please step forward. A young man with an unremarkable appearance and short hair approached the stage. Placing his hand upon the crystal orb, it emitted a faint glow. Principal Tang Min, stroking his sparse hair, expressed a hint of regret. E-class enhancement ability, auditory amplification. Wang Wu's countenance shifted dramatically as he nearly collapsed, yet he masked his disappointment and slowly descended the stage. He had not awakened a B-class ability, meaning his parents would still toil for 12 hours. Had he awakened a B-class ability, their work hours could have been halved. Regrettably, with such a low ability rank, his prospects appeared bleak. Such sentiments are misguided. No ability is worthless, only the wielder's potential. Listening to the murmurs among the parents, Tang Min felt a cold chuckle rise within him. These parents were truly ignorant. Ability ranks ranged from E to SSS, and realms progressed from the 1st to the 9th, each divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The recovery speed of mental fortitude was contingent upon the ability rank. Higher ranks restored mental power more swiftly. An S-class ability wielder could easily vanquish a C-class counterpart, and those with even higher ranks could battle across 1 or 2 major realms. Next, Wang Ting. C-class Beast Master ability, Bloodwolf. Chun Fei, D-class Beast Transformation ability. Pink Rabbit, Kai Kunkin, E-class Beast Transformation ability, Little Black Chicken. After half an hour, Tang Min's expression darkened. Thus far, no one had awakened a B-class ability. Was this a sign of impending failure? Next, Huang San. Principal Tang Min regarded Huang San with hopeful eyes. Huang San's father was the deputy mayor of Yong'an City. Surely, a tiger begets no dog. He could not believe Huang San would fail to awaken a B-class ability. The bleached-haired Huang San swaggered onto the stage. Placing his hand atop the crystal orb, in an instant, the orb radiated a dazzling blue light. A-class plant ability, Vines. Tang Min exclaimed with excitement. Ha ha ha. Huang San, buoyed by Tang Min's announcement, erupted into laughter, casting a taunting glance at Lin Fan as he descended the stage. Next, Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao, standing beside Lin Fan, nervously approached the stage. The crowd's gaze fell upon her. She was the school beauty, pursued by countless suitors, but alas, her only notable connection was with Lin Fan. Placing her delicate hand upon the blue crystal orb, a subdued green glow emerged after several seconds. C-class elemental ability, Mastery of Wood Elements. Principal Tang Min regarded the orb with surprise yet announced, "What?" The crowd gasped collectively. Had it been anyone else, their reaction might not have been as pronounced. But this was Luo Qiao. They had all expected her to awaken at least an A-class ability, only to find her with a C-class ability, lacking substantial offensive power. Listening to the discussions around her, Luo Qiao felt a pang of disappointment, though she quickly composed herself and approached Lin Fan. He comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Train diligently. We are not inferior to anyone." "All right," Luo Qiao nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Huang San reveled in schadenfreude at the scene. A white lotus awakens a C-class ability, such as the heaven's blessing bestowed upon you. As Huang San entertained such thoughts, Tang Min's voice resounded. Next, Lin Fan. Chapter 3. The Challenge. It is my turn. Hearing Principal Tang Min's call, Lin Fan strolled leisurely onto the stage, devoid of any tension. All eyes were fixed upon him. This was the prodigy who had sketched galloping horses at the age of 9, captivating all of Yong'an City and becoming the epitome of the other people's child in the eyes of parents. What do you think Lin Fan will awaken? I believe he will at least achieve an S-class ability. Such a brilliant child is surely favored by the heavens. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Tang Min encouraged Lin Fan, do not feel anxious. Relax. He held the highest expectations for Lin Fan, believing he might awaken an SSS class ability. Should Lin Fan indeed awaken an SSS class ability, or even an SS class ability, Yong'an No. 1 High School would undoubtedly thrive, attracting more students and securing greater funding from the mayor's office for education. Tang Min had already begun to contemplate the allocation of these funds. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan of Tang Min's thoughts, he placed his hand on the blue crystal orb.in the next moment. The orb emanated a crimson light. The two tomo of the Sharingan activated automatically. Seeing the red glow from the orb, Tang Min remained silent for a moment before stating, C-Class, I-Technique ability. I-Technique abilities were relatively rare. Yet the rank remained disappointingly low, only C-Class. Upon hearing the C-Class announcement, the crowd began to murmur. C-Class, even with an I-Technique ability, he can only reach the 5th realm at most. Indeed, I had expected him to awaken an SSS class ability. The prodigy who could sketch galloping horses at 6 had ultimately awakened only a C-class ability. How absurd. Huang San took the lead in mocking Lin Fan, with a few others joining in. The parents surrounding them felt a stinging embarrassment. They had constantly praised Lin Fan's brilliance, encouraging their children to learn from him, only for him to awaken a C-class ability, an utter slap to their faces. Had there not been so many witnesses, they would have eagerly confronted Lin Fan. In truth, a C-class ability was not inherently poor. Aside from Huang San, who had awakened an A-class ability, the highest among them was Lin Fan's C-class ability. Yet, because he was Lin Fan, he drew significant attention and high expectations. Listening to the jeers and taunts of the crowd, Lin Fan remained impassive. What did the opinions of others have to do with him? He resolved to follow his own path, allowing others to speak as they wished. Ignoring the scornful remarks, he descended the stage and returned to his seat, even sharing a jest with Luo Qiao. Next up was Lin Yao from Class 2. Tang Min's voice startled Lin Yao, who had been keeping his head down. He quickly regained his composure and hurried towards the stage. However, just as he was about to step up, Lin Yao slipped and nearly fell. Ha ha ha! This Lin Yao is truly hilarious. The two brothers of the Lin family are both exceptional talents. The laughter of the crowd only heightened Lin Yao's anxiety. He lowered his head further and quickened his pace to the crystal ball. Heaven help me, please grant me a supernatural ability. Even an E-rank ability would suffice, Lin Yao silently prayed, closing his eyes tightly and placing his hands on the crystal ball. The sphere emitted a dazzling crimson glow, and a red sun appeared behind Lin Yao, radiating intense heat that illuminated the onlookers. An omen, indeed. A manifestation only S-rank abilities could produce. Surely, he would be accepted into one of the 4 prestigious academies now. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their gazes filled with complex emotions as they beheld the young man enveloped in the solar phenomenon. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yao suddenly opened his eyes wide. I possess an S-rank ability. He pointed incredulously at himself. Indeed, you are an S-rank elemental ability wielder, master of light elements, Tang Min said, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Yao's shoulder. From now on, train diligently, gain admission to the 4 academies, and bring glory to our school and Yong'an City. Tang Min was nearly beside himself with excitement. An S-rank ability had emerged from their school. Lin Fan, whom he had initially deemed the most promising, had only awakened a C-rank ability, while his relatively unknown younger brother Lin Yao had proven remarkably powerful. In the heart of Yong'an City, a mid-tier, third-tier city, a middle-aged man reclined lazily in a chair. He was Kong Li Min, the city lord of Yong'an. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, beast attacks had become alarmingly frequent, necessitating the presence of strong guardians in every city. As the lord of Yong'an, Kong Li Min possessed mid-tier strength. His relaxed demeanor shifted as he turned his gaze towards the first high school. An S-rank ability, indeed worthy of my attention. Judging by the aura, it must belong to a young member of the Lin family. We shall meet again. With that, Kong Li Min reclined back into his chair. On the first high school's playground, Lin Yao descended the stage, his expression still dazed, struggling to process the fact that he had awakened an S-rank ability. An S-rank ability, what extraordinary luck. I only have an A-rank ability. Huang San glared at the bewildered Lin Yao, his heart seething with dissatisfaction. He would not allow anyone in Yong'an City to possess a higher ability level than him. Like his brother Lin Fan, this Lin Yao deserved his ire. Prepare for your reckoning, brothers, as I intend for you both to meet your demise this year. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. Soon, I will make Lin Fan's life miserable. Huang San's malevolent gaze fixated on Lin Fan and Lin Yao. Among the subsequent awakenings, no one else exhibited even an A-rank ability, let alone a B-rank 1.18 noon. The awakening ceremony concluded, and everyone had completed their awakenings. While some celebrated, others mourned. On stage, Tang Min was elated. Although no one from their school had awakened a B-rank ability, Huang San had awakened an A-rank ability. Most importantly, Lin Yao had awakened an S-rank ability. Let's see how the other school principals boast in front of me. I'll slap them down when the time comes. Hee hee hee. The crowd ignored Tang Min's peculiar laughter as they followed their teachers back to the classroom. Following the awakening ceremony, an important matter remained: teaching the meditation method. This was the pathway to cultivating mental strength, accessible only to those with abilities. Ordinary individuals, even if they acquired it, could not practice it. Attempting to do so would lead to madness or, worse, death. Just as the crowd approached the classroom door, a voice rang out. Lin Fan, I challenge you to a duel. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, Huang San, who had awakened an A-rank ability. Lin Fan paused, regarding Huang San with a mocking expression. Duels were permissible between ability wielders, provided both parties consented. The victor could make a reasonable request of the loser. This rule was established in Long Kingdom to ignite the fighting spirit among wielders amidst the backdrop of beast attacks. Lin Fan, do you dare accept my challenge? Huang San looked at Lin Fan, whose lips still curled into a sardonic smile, filled with irritation. A C-rank ability user dared to act superior before him. An A-rank talent. Previously, he had lost due to carelessness. Today, he would reclaim his honor doubly. Why should I accept your challenge? Besides, to accept so easily would seem rather trivial. Lin Fan spread his hands, his sardonic smile unwavering. Lin Fan, you coward. You lack the courage to fight me. Lin Fan, you are truly a turtle. Huang San hurled a barrage of insults, but Lin Fan merely cleaned his ears, ignoring him. Just a fly, unworthy of his concern. Frustrated by his ineffective taunts, Huang San's temper flared. Lin Fan, don't push your luck. Today, you will fight, whether you like it or not. The veins on Huang San's forehead bulged as he prepared to charge at Lin Fan, who suddenly shouted, Wait. What? Are you surrendering because you know you can't win? Huang San seized the opportunity to mock Lin Fan. According to the rules, the terms of what the loser would concede to the winner had to be agreed upon beforehand. So tell me, what do you want? Huang San appeared impatient, eager to pin Lin Fan down. I want 2 bottles of mental strength potions and 4 spirit stones. The crowd gasped at his request. Such items were worth a fortune. Over 100,000. The mental strength potions could swiftly restore mental energy, valued at 30,000 each, while spirit stones contained spiritual energy that accelerated mental energy circulation. Priced at 10,000 each. As you wish, if you lose, you will kneel and lick my shoes before everyone here. Huang San was well aware of the value of the mental strength potions and spirit stones. Yet he dismissed them entirely, confident he would not lose. How could an A-rank genius possibly be bested by a C-rank waste? The thought was utterly absurd. He could already envision Lin Fan humiliated, the crowd pointing and laughing at him. Very well, let us begin, Tang Min announced from the stage, taking a seat on a stool. The others formed a large circle, eager for the spectacle. Kneel before me. Huang San dashed towards Lin Fan's back with remarkable speed. As expected of an A-rank ability. That speed is astounding. The onlookers marveled. Lin Fan hesitated not a moment and activated his double-hooked Sharingan. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, adorned with 2 spinning tomo. What an eerie ocular ability. I've never seen anything like those blood-red eyes. In a world filled with various abilities, it was not surprising to encounter the unfamiliar. Huang San, witnessing the double-hooked Sharingan, felt a flicker of fear. This ability was too strange. His confidence wavered. I am an A-rank wielder. There's no way a C-rank waste can defeat me. With such thoughts, he charged towards Lin Fan's back. Throwing a powerful punch, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, seemingly asleep in the face of Huang San's attack. Seeing Lin Fan's lack of reaction only fueled Huang San's excitement. Since awakening his ability, his speed and strength had surged dramatically. Lin Fan had once been formidable, but now he was no match for Huang San. Just as Huang San's fist was about to connect with Lin Fan's head, Lin Fan moved, subtly shifting his head to the left. Huang San's punch missed entirely. Impossible. Huang San was incredulous that his forceful blow had completely whiffed. Lin Fan would not grant him the luxury of contemplation, seizing the moment of Huang San's surprise. He pivoted and struck Huang San squarely in the face. Bang. Huang San was sent flying, tumbling several times before coming to a stop, a distinct fist imprint marring his face. How can this be? Huang San was actually knocked away by Lin Fan. The prowess of an A-rank ability seemed less impressive in light of Lin Fan's prowess. The murmurs of the crowd heightened Huang San's humiliation. His face flushed with rage at being ridiculed by what he deemed inferior. Young Master Huang, with such strength, you truly disappoint. Lin Fan approached Huang San, a look of disdain in his eyes. It's not over yet. Stop pretending. Huang San rose from the ground, glaring at Lin Fan with malice. He loathed Lin Fan's expression and was determined to trample him underfoot. Let me show you the true power of an A-rank ability. Vines of blue energy appeared in Huang San's hands, rapidly coiling towards Lin Fan. The Sharingan slowed the vine's speed considerably, making them appear sluggish in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan continuously evaded, deftly avoiding all the vines. Lin Fan, if you possess the skill, then stop dodging. Weren't you just being so arrogant? Huang San relentlessly unleashed his entanglement abilities, fervently pursuing Lin Fan while loudly provoking him. This is the true strength of an A-grade ability. I told you Lin Fan could never be Huang San's match, remarked a boy with dyed blue hair. Did you not witness Huang San being sent flying by Lin Fan's punch just moments ago? Luo Qiao countered. That was then. Now Lin Fan is being chased and beaten by Huang San. The boy with blue hair stubbornly held his ground, glaring at Luo Qiao. Before Luo Qiao could further argue, the situation underwent a sudden change. Huang San, who had previously held the advantage, abruptly halted, panting heavily. Oh no. I just awakened my abilities and have little mental energy left. Why continuous casting of entanglement has drained most of it. Observing Huang San's fatigue, Lin Fan also came to a stop, intently watching the flow of Huang San's mental energy. Lin Fan, come at me again. Huang San feigned composure, striving with all his might to recover his mental energy. Stop pretending. Stalling will do you no good. Lin Fan denied Huang San any time to recuperate, launching himself forward like a javelin. Wait. Huang San attempted to say something, but Lin Fan's fist had already struck him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each one landed with a resounding thud, leaving Huang San's body marred with wounds. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You aim to seal my mouth with vines? Denying me the chance to surrender, Lin Fan whispered in Huang San's ear. Huang San's expression shifted dramatically. He had indeed harbored such thoughts and acted upon them. However, Lin Fan was too swift. The vines barely grazed the hem of his pants. Then, you plan to torment me until I am battered and bruised, only to release me afterward, correct? Watching the pupils of Huang San shrink in fear, Lin Fan knew he had struck a chord. What a delightful notion. I must treat you accordingly, I admit. Slap. A resounding slap interrupted Huang San, preventing him from uttering the final word. Bang. Lin Fan showed no mercy, targeting the most sensitive areas. Today, he intended to use the rules to turn Huang San into a mockery, ensuring he would never dare to trouble him again. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan ceased his assault, leaving Huang San on the ground, resembling a swollen pig. At that moment, Huang San was overwhelmed with despair. Being humiliated before such a large audience rendered him incapable of facing others in the future. Tang Min descended from the platform and approached Huang San, extending his hands as green energy materialized within his palms. In mere seconds, Huang San's injuries healed significantly. Next time, be mindful of your limits, Tang Min stated as he concluded the treatment, glancing at Lin Fan. Understood, Principal. I will be cautious next time, Lin Fan replied with a nod. Tang Min regarded Lin Fan with satisfaction. Although Lin Fan had not awakened an S-grade ability, he exhibited remarkable combat talent and, more importantly, adhered to the rules. During his duel with Huang San, he had refrained from delivering lethal blows. Although Huang San appeared seriously injured, the wounds were merely superficial and easily treatable. Huang San was the son of the deputy city lord, Huang Qi, while Lin Fan's aunt, Lin Fei, held a significant position as well. Thus, he could not offend either side. The current outcome was the most favorable. Huang San stood up, desiring to leave immediately, yet he restrained himself, for he had yet to learn the meditation technique. Remember to give Lin Fan 2 bottles of mental energy potions and 4 spirit stones. Just as Huang San harbored thoughts of escape, Luo Qiao's voice interrupted. Huang San stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Even for him, those items would entail a substantial expenditure. Fine, I will give the items to Lin Fan shortly. He gritted through clenched teeth. Today, he had suffered tremendous humiliation, both in pride and financially. Observing Lin Fan and Luo Qiao chatting and laughing, he muttered under his breath, "Damn couple, you're not far from death." "All right, students who have awakened their abilities, please return to the classroom," Tang Min announced. Half of the students had not awakened their powers. Their faces were filled with tears as they reluctantly exited. They found themselves in a place where the sun's rays failed to reach. Feeling exceptionally cold despite the arrival of spring, in contrast, those who had awakened their abilities strolled calmly towards the classroom, the sunlight illuminating their backs and casting long shadows behind them. At this moment, the fates of their lives were sealed. Once the students who had awakened returned to the classroom, a middle-aged man stood at the podium and proclaimed loudly, "First, congratulations on awakening your abilities, regardless of their rank. At the very least, you now have the opportunity to attend university. However, do not let your guard down. The next 3 months are crucial to your lives. You must break through to the second realm to gain admission to university. Now, I will impart to you the most rudimentary meditation technique." Upon hearing the mention of meditation, excitement spread across everyone's faces. They had longed to learn this technique, but had been unable to do so until now. The middle-aged man produced a remote control, pressed a few buttons, and several small spheres appeared in the air, forming a large screen. A diagram illustrating the flow of mental energy appeared on the screen. "Follow this to mobilize your mental energy," the middle-aged man instructed, pointing at the screen. Everyone closed their eyes and began to operate according to the diagram. Lin Fan followed suit. In the next instant, the surrounding reality became a mere illusion, and Lin Fan's consciousness drifted into a vast void. "This is my sea of consciousness." He surveyed his surroundings, observing several droplets of liquid floating in the air. These droplets were presumably mental energy. Lin Fan began to mobilize the liquid, which swirled around his sea of consciousness. 3 hours later, the original droplets had increased by 3. Remarkable, the middle-aged man exclaimed, glancing at Lin Fan in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be the first to complete the operation. The others also concluded their practice, opening their eyes. Now that everyone has completed the exercise, let us repeat the process using the new diagram. The middle-aged man pressed the remote again, altering the image on the screen. The group closed their eyes once more, operating their mental energy according to the newly displayed diagram. Lin Fan, however, refrained from using his mental energy. During this time, he committed the diagram to memory. 10 seconds later, the group opened their eyes. "Teacher, why did my mental energy disappear so suddenly?" someone inquired, perplexed. The middle-aged man appeared to have anticipated this reaction. Responding calmly, "What you just practiced was the method to breach the second realm." Of course, it would not succeed. A chorus of discontent arose as everyone cast resentful glances at the middle-aged man. Do not dismiss it as worthless. This was merely to let you experience the challenges of breaking through significant realms and to prevent you from aiming too high. The middle-aged man rapped his fingers on the desk. However, his words failed to appease the crowd, who continued to glare at him in frustration. "All right, I have conveyed both the meditation technique and the method for breaking through the second realm. Now you may return home to practice." Ignoring the students' discontented stares, the middle-aged man began to gather his belongings to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and paused, saying, "I almost forgot. The first person to reach the late stage of the first realm will receive 8 spirit stones. Work hard in your training with that." He swiftly tidied his things and vanished through the door. Once the middle-aged man departed, the classroom erupted in excitement. "Good heavens! 8 spirit stones equate to 80,000 yuan. I must be the first to break through to the late stage of the first realm." Immediately, some students rushed to gather their belongings and dashed towards home. 80,000 yuan was no small sum for most in the class. as their parents were ordinary people who could not afford such an amount. Thus, the 8 spirit stones were exceptionally precious to them. Lin Fan, I am leaving first, Luo Chao announced, standing up. All right, see you tomorrow. Lin Fan replied, also rising and exiting the classroom. Here are 2 bottles of mental energy potions and 4 spirit stones. An elderly man approached Lin Fan and handed him the items. From now on, young Master Huang has no grudges against you. The old man vanished in an instant after speaking. As long as he did not provoke me, I shall not concern myself with him, Lin Fan thought. In a certain alley, Lin Yao, it is all my fault. If you wish to strike me, then do so. Zhang Tian knelt before Lin Yao, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed the day before. Upon witnessing Lin Yao awaken an S-grade ability, he had found it hard to believe. How could a useless person possibly awaken an S-grade ability? However, a cold sweat broke out on his back as he recalled how he had previously bullied Lin Yao. Unable to defeat Lin Fan, he had taken his frustrations out on Lin Yao, frequently beating him more severely each time. Lin Yao bore a striking resemblance to Lin Fan. Every time Zhang Tian saw Lin Yao in pain, he envisioned Lin Fan's suffering. The more Lin Yao writhed in agony, the more exhilarated he became. But today, the so-called useless person had awakened an S-grade ability, with a promising future ahead. He did not wish to be remembered as an enemy by a genius of such caliber. Therefore, after school, he hurried to seek Lin Yao's forgiveness. In his view, a true man could endure humiliation, and kneeling was no disgrace. Gazing at Zhang Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, Lin Yao's eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, he had yet to fully accept the reality of his awakening an S-grade ability. Even an S-rank ability that even my elder brother failed to awaken has manifested within me. Lin Yao, I implore you to strike me. Observing the still silent Lin Yao, Zhang Tian was engulfed by a profound sense of unease. Being at odds with a genius of S-rank caliber is no trivial matter. He too had awakened an ability, yet it was of a mere D rank. Chapter 6. The foolish younger brother. Zhang Tian, have you bullied my brother once more? A voice shattered the awkward silence. Lin Fan approached, his gaze filled with fury as he regarded Zhang Tian, who lay prostrate on the ground. Had he known better, he would have acted yesterday, delivering an unforgettable lesson to this Zhang Tian for a lifetime. Brother, I no need to say more. After today, he shall no longer trouble you. Lin Fan's eyes glowed with a fierce light as he activated his 2-Tomo Sharingan, advancing step by step towards Zhang Tian, his fists cracking ominously. Do not come any closer. Zhang Tian cried out in terror as Lin Fan approached. Brother, please let it go. Lin Yao grasped Lin Fan's arm, shaking his head slightly. Aren't you avenging me? Lin Fan looked at Lin Yao, perplexed. He is not worth my vengeance. Begone. Lin Yao turned away, no longer regarding Zhang Tian. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, then scurried away. Gazing at Lin Yao's retreating figure, Lin Fan suddenly realized that Lin Yao was no longer the younger brother in need of his protection. He had grown up after all. With a soft sigh, Lin Fan and Lin Yao returned home. Xiao Fan, Xiao Yao, you've returned? Aunt Lin Fei greeted them as usual, yet Lin Fan sensed a subtle difference. However, he could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. Here are 2 spirit stones. You both have just awakened your abilities today, and you will surely need them for your training. Gao Yu presented a tray bearing 2 spirit stones. Lin Fei handed the stones to Lin Fan and Lin Yao. Lin Fan took the stones. Returning to his room, he cupped the stones in his hands, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. His mental energy began to flow, and the stones in his hands shattered, revealing a wondrous power within his mental sea. The speed of his mental energy circulation accelerated. What initially required 3 hours was completed in just an hour and a half. Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling a slight increase in his mental energy. The spirit stones were indeed marvelous, capable of having the time required for mental energy to operate while maintaining the same effectiveness. After a brief rest, Lin Fan prepared to continue his training. Just then, the door swung open, and the maid Gao Yu entered. Dressed scantily, she revealed her admirable figure. Tonight, she had made a special effort with her makeup, her lips like cherry blossoms, her eyes alluring. She approached Lin Fan leisurely, placing a teacup on the table. Young master, you've worked hard on your training. Do have a sip of tea. Gao Yu deliberately lowered her head while placing the teacup before Lin Fan, her enticing figure fully displayed. Lin Fan swallowed hard. Just as a certain thought began to form in his mind, he shook his head violently, eradicating it. Gao Yu was no good. She surely had ulterior motives. He could not fall prey to such carnal temptations. Young master, I may have been somewhat lacking in my duties. Today I wish to make amends. Gao Yu feigned a desire to sit on Lin Fan's lap. He pushed her away sharply, regarding her coldly. You've hurt me. Gao Yu crawled back toward Lin Fan, feigning innocence. Let me guess, if I were to act against you, Ant would rush in immediately, correct? Lin Fan stroked his chin. Observing the pitiful Gao Yu, young master, what are you saying? I don't understand. Confusion filled Gao Yu's expression. Gao Yu, do you think I would hesitate to take your life? Lin Fan's eyes blazed ominously, mockingly fixing his gaze upon her. Gao Yu trembled. Her previously composed demeanor faltered. In this world, those with abilities held significant power. One could eliminate an ordinary person without leaving a trace, incurring little consequence. You jest, young master? Surely? Gao Yu's face paled. Though she attempted to maintain her composure. Take a guess. Lin Fan suddenly seized Gao Yu by the throat, lifting her. Young master, please don't. Gao Yu gazed into Lin Fan's fiery eyes, filled with astonishment and dread. She was confident in her allure, believing she could easily ensnare Lin Fan. Aunt Lin Fei had promised her 3 million as a reward for a job well done. To an ordinary person like her, 3 million was a fortune enough to last a lifetime. Thus, when approached by Lin Fei, she had accepted without hesitation. Yet, faced with the Lin Fan whose eyes blazed with fury, fear gripped her. What kind of eyes were those? Blood red, with 2 black tomos swirling beside them, resembling vengeful spirits from the depths of hell? Lin Fan truly dared to kill her. At that moment, she had no doubt. Oh heavens! Why did I provoke this demon? Lin Fan's grip tightened, and Gao Yu struggled violently. Alas, his hand was as unyielding as a vice. She could not escape. Forget it. What benefit would there be in killing you? Lin Fan released her, and Gao Yu gasped for breath. Having been mere seconds away from death, Lin Fan, what are you doing? Suddenly, the door burst open, and Aunt Lin Fei stormed in with Lin Yao. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. It should have been Lin Fan and Gao Yu together. Isn't this a delightful surprise, Aunt? Lin Fan closed his 2-tomo Sharingan, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the astonished Lin Fei. This aunt had orchestrated a cunning plan, using Gao Yu to seduce him, only to barge in and catch him in the act, thereby ruining his reputation. Such tactics were hardly sophisticated, yet most would struggle to withstand them. Xiaofan, what are you saying? I don't understand. Lin Fei forced a strained smile, turning her gaze to Lin Fan. You've been away for too long. Aunt and Xiao Yao were worried about you and came to check on you. Lin Fan wore a knowing smile, his eyes shifting to the still dazed Gao Yu. Aunt, what do you suggest we do about Gao Yu's seduction of me? What? Seduction? Gao Yu, you, a mere maid, dare to seduce Lin Fan? Lin Fei's eyes blazed with wrath as she scrutinized Gao Yu. Standing aside, Gao Yu felt dizzy. Wasn't it you who sent me here? Why am I being questioned now? Just as Gao Yu opened her mouth to protest, Lin Fei interjected sternly, Gao Yu, as a maid, you fail to recognize your position and dare to employ seduction. You deserve to die. With that, Lin Fei lunged forward, and before Gao Yu could utter another word, a dagger appeared in Lin Fei's hand, plunging towards her. Unsurprisingly, Gao Yu collapsed to the floor, her eyes tightly closed, rewarding the host with 100 points. All right, Xiaofan, all is well now. Lin Fei withdrew the dagger. Looking at Lin Fan, Chapter 7, 3-tomo Sharingan Himph, Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. He no longer cast a glance at Lin Fei but instead seized Lin Yao's hand. Let us go. Lin Fan pulled Lin Yao, intending to leave this repugnant place. Yet to his surprise, the usually obedient Lin Yao pushed his hand away this time. Brother, you've gone too far. Lin Yao glared at Lin Fan. Fury radiating from him, you've suffered no loss. Why did you not stop Aunt from killing Gao Yu? She is merely a young girl. Lin Yao suddenly grasped Lin Fan's collar, demanding answers. Seeing Lin Yao's wrathful expression, Lin Fan felt a deep chill in his heart. Answer me, why? Lin Yao shouted, his eyes reddening. Gazing at the enraged Lin Yao, Lin Fei felt a surge of delight. The plan had not entirely failed. At the very least, the bond between Lin Fan and Lin Yao had been severed. Gao Yu, Your death was worth it. Rest assured, I shall give that 3 million to your sister, Lin Fei thought to herself. Slap! A resounding slap echoed through the room as Lin Fan forcefully pushed Lin Yao away and struck him across the face. How dare you raise your voice at me, your own brother, over a mere maid? Whenever you were bullied as a child, I was there to help you repay the debts. When there was only one bowl of noodles, I let you have it, saying I wasn't hungry and would only drink the soup. Whenever you craved candied hawthorn, did I not always buy it for you? Have you forgotten? At a loss for words, Lin Yao hung his head in shame. Yet soon, he raised his head again, shedding the usual timidity he displayed before Lin Fan. I am a genius of S-rank abilities. Even my brother cannot chastise me. He met Lin Fan's gaze, shouting, Gao Yu is more than just a maid. Furthermore, your failure to stop Ant from killing her is inexcusable. Ha ha ha! Lin Fan laughed, his mirth tinged with anger. This foolish brother was utterly naive. Just as he prepared to strike again, a pair of hands intervened. Enough, Lin Fan. You shall not strike my child. Aunt Lin Fei rushed forward. Blocking the blow, brother, it's not too late to admit your mistake. You can still be my good brother. Lin Yao urged. You acknowledge her as a mother? Lin Fan's expression hardened, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Fei. Indeed, my aunt has been exceptionally kind to me. What is wrong with regarding her as my mother? Lin Yao, who had been bowing his head, straightened his posture and spoke with undeniable conviction. Good, 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 Lin Fan repeated thrice, his body trembling incessantly. Are you certain? I am certain, Lin Yao stated resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Very well. How remarkable it is to acknowledge someone as your mother. With a loud bang, Lin Fan flung open the door and stormed out, slamming it shut behind him. Observing Lin Fan's departure, Lin Fei felt a surge of joy within her. The troublesome individual had finally left. She had long wished for Lin Fan to be gone, and now he had taken the initiative to leave, sparing her the effort. Brother, I will ensure that you regret this. Lin Yao glared furiously at Lin Fan's retreating figure. Hearing Lin Yao's words only heightened Lin Fei's elation. What of an S-grade genius? He could still be manipulated by her. Gao Yu, you won't hold this against me, she mused. You should feel honored that an S-class genius is arguing over you with his brother. Your sister will also be granted a prosperous future. As she envisioned Gao Yu's sister, sharing a striking resemblance to him, Lin Fei felt greatly confident in her forthcoming plans. Meanwhile, Lin Fan wandered aimlessly down the street. Lost in a tide of memories, brother, they bullied me. Brother will help you avenge this, brother. I want to eat candied hawthorn. All right, brother will buy it for you. Lin Fan smiled as he ruffled Lin Yao's hair, extracting his meager wallet. Brother, your drawing is truly beautiful. Once you come of age, I will have you draw a portrait for me. Before his transmigration, he had also been orphaned, devoid of family, which intensified his yearning for familial bonds. He had originally thought that arriving in this world would grant him the warmth of kinship, only to face this outcome instead. Even with his resilient nature, he felt a profound ache in his heart at that moment. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. The previously clear sky was engulfed by dark clouds. The street vendors hastily packed their goods. Damn this thieving sky. Won't it let us earn a living? One vendor grumbled as he hurriedly gathered his wares. Lin Fan appeared oblivious, continuing his path. The vendors, too, had no time to engage with him. Their time was precious in mere minutes. The clouds dominated the sky, and the vendors quickened their pace. A minute later, thunder crashed. Boom raindrops began to fall from the heavens, one by one, until they poured down in torrents. Lin Fan walked on, allowing the rain to drench him until he was soaked through. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Sitting on the ground and shielding his head with his hands, his eyes glistening with moisture. Perhaps it was the rain, or perhaps tears at that moment, the dual tomo of the Sharingan manifested within his eyes. Evolving further. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. The once blood-red eyes adorned with 2 tomo now featured a third. The 3 tomo encircled his crimson gaze, unmistakably forming the 3 tomo Sharingan. Brother, my dear brother, thank you, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his eyes a terrifying shade of red. As something within him vanished, the downpour continued. Yet Lin Fan remained kneeling on the ground, the rain soaking his clothes. Lin Fan, The ground is cold. Get up, a gentle voice reached his ears, and the rain that had descended from above ceased. As he looked up, a parasol was held above his head by a girl in a white dress, her face blooming like a peach blossom. His classmate, Luo Qiao. Lin Fan, it's raining. You'll catch a cold if you stay out here, she said, her voice imbued with warmth, casting an enchanting spell over Lin Fan. The pain he had felt moments earlier faded significantly. He closed his three-tomo Sharingan, his eyes returning to their distinctive black and white hue. Luo Qiao extended her hand to lift Lin Fan up. Thank you. No need for thanks, Luo Qiao replied with a sweet smile. With only one umbrella, the two had to walk closely together. What happened? Shouldn't you be at home right now? Luo Qiao inquired. Lin Fan's face was momentarily shadowed with sorrow, but it quickly transformed into his usual smile. It's a bit warm. The rain is refreshing, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Seeing that Lin Fan was not inclined to share, Luo Qiao refrained from pressing him. If Lin Fan wished to confide in her, he would do so in his own time. If not, no amount of questioning would elicit a response. I haven't had dinner yet. How about we grab a bite? That sounds good. I haven't eaten either. What are you doing? Luo Qiao suddenly exclaimed. The rain is heavy. Come closer so you don't get soaked. Lin Fan, with a hint of playfulness, grasped Luo Qiao's hand. Luo Qiao gazed at him helplessly, yet ultimately did not withdraw her hand. Together, they strolled hand in hand through the torrential rain, resembling a couple from a television drama. Before long, they arrived at a noodle shop. Uncle Li, 2 bowls of beef noodles, please. Certainly. A middle-aged man smiled as he responded. I come here often, Luo Qiao explained as they settled into their seats. My parents used to bring me here for noodles. Every visit reminds me of them. She pointed to a specific spot. That's where they used to sit. Lin Fan glanced over, but his heart sank as he remembered that they had perished in the beast tide. Luo Qiao's voice fell to a whisper. Your noodles are ready. Just then, the middle-aged man placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Xiao Qiao, is this your boyfriend? He asked, looking at Lin Fan. No, yes, my good friend. Luo Qiao quickly clarified. A good friend, a very close friend, the middle-aged man emphasized. Uncle Li, stop teasing me. Luo Qiao's cheeks flushed slightly. These 2 bowls are on me. No need to pay, and here's a towel. Dry yourself off and don't catch a cold. The middle-aged man handed Lin Fan a white towel. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, taking it to wipe away the rainwater. Young man, treat her well, the middle-aged man said, patting Lin Fan's shoulder before turning away, leaving no room for Luo Qiao to speak. What are you staring at? Eat while it's hot, Luo Qiao urged, noticing Lin Fan's dazed expression. Right? Lin Fan rubbed his nose and picked up his chopsticks to dig in. Chapter 8. Exchange for thunder strike. The flavor of the noodles was delightful, at least in Lin Fan's opinion. After savoring the last drop of broth, he let out a contented burp. Where are you headed next? Luo Qiao asked casually while wiping her mouth. I have nowhere to go, Lin Fan shrugged. Not going home? Luo Qiao looked at him. I have no home, Lin Fan replied helplessly. The so-called home was one he would never return to in this lifetime. Then why not come to my house? Luo Qiao suggested hesitantly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Fan felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, visiting a girl's house was a significant step, even if Luo Qiao was the one suggesting it. I am quite bored at home by myself. Come keep me company, she said softly. Well, all right then. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan agreed. Uncle Li, we'll be taking our leave now. All right, enjoy your time together. The middle-aged man called from the kitchen. As they rose to leave, Lin Fan discreetly slipped 2 20-yuan bills beneath the noodle bowls. The torrential downpour that had once soaked the streets had ceased, and the pair stepped outside. After a short walk, they arrived at a villa district. I didn't expect your house to be so grand, Lin Fan remarked, gazing at Luo Qiao. My parents perished fighting against the beast tide, and the government compensated me with 1 million. This mansion is all they left behind, Luo Qiao said, her mood slightly sombered. Don't worry, I'll be by your side from now on, Lin Fan reassured her. Patting her shoulder, recalling his own parents in 2 lifetimes, both sets of parents were gone. His fate was indeed tragic. Come, let us head upstairs. Luo Qiao composed herself and ascended the stairs upon entering the room. They found it spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. Find a spot that suits you, Luo Qiao said before retreating to her own room. Lin Fan casually selected a room and suddenly spotted an identification card. Name, Luo Qiao. Gender, female. Date of birth, March 5, 2087. Aside from the absence of the artistic works from his previous life, this world was almost identical to the one he knew. Glancing at Luo Qiao's birth date and then at the current date, March 4th, a thought began to form in Lin Fan's mind. However, before he could ponder further, another matter arose. System, are you there? You will build your city atop the ruins. Ahem, I am here, host. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What does the shop contain? Lin Fan inquired, noticing the store within the system. There are many fine items. The host needs to exchange points for them. Current points, 100. System. Open the shop. Understood. Lin Fan was taken aback upon seeing the items available in the shop. Magic Blade of 1,000 Edges, 100 points, is currently on sale with 170 hours remaining. Intermediate Meditation Method, 300 points. Chidori Raikiri, 60 points. As the host opens the shop for the first time, this item serves as a beginner's benefit. The next time the shop is opened, the original price will be restored. Flying Thunder God, 1,000 points. 8 Gates of Duanjia, 100 points, is on sale. With 168 hours remaining, Great Fireball Technique, 300 points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami, points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Double Kamui, points. Hashirama Cells, points. Wow, these are all excellent items. Lin Fan nearly jumped with excitement. This is simply extraordinary. With enough points, he could even slay gods. Unfortunately, his points were too few, merely 100. Host, each time you kill a beast or ability user of the first realm, you gain 10 points. For the second realm, it is 100 points. For the third realm, 1,000 points. And for the fourth realm, it is points. For the fifth realm, it is points. The system explained timely. What about ordinary people? An ordinary person is worth only 1 point. Lin Fan recalled Gao Yu. There was no doubt he was an ordinary person. It seems the system is specifically, host, just keep it to yourself. Do not speak it out loud. Lin Fan looked at his 100 points and began to ponder what to exchange. In fact, he could only afford 3 items. The Magic Blade of 1,000 Edges, Chidori, and Raikiri, all of which are excellent choices. But he could only exchange for one at present. The Magic Blade of 1,000 Edges is quite impressive, but he currently lacks a spatial ring to store it. Such treasures should not be seen by others. He understands the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. As for the 8 Gates of Duanjia, it is still on sale, but Raikiri and Chidori are beginner's benefits. And the price will not be the same next time. System, exchange for Chidori and Raikiri. Understood, consuming 60 points, current points remaining, 40. As the system's voice faded, a surge of memories flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Raikiri. The 3-Tomo Sharingan appeared in Lin Fan's eyes, and lightning crackled in his hands, the air popping under the brilliance of Raikiri. He did not unleash it, as this was Luo Qiao's home. Closing the 3-Tomo Sharingan and retracting Raikiri, Lin Fan felt a third of his mental energy drained. His current realm was too low. He should focus on cultivating first. Lin Fan sat on the bed, ready to begin his training. Creak, the door swung open, and Luo Qiao walked in. At this moment, Lin Fan had yet to close his eyes and scrutinized Luo Qiao closely. She wore a spaghetti strap dress that revealed her long legs. Lin Fan felt a rush of warmth in his nose, nearly causing him to sneeze. Here's my ID. I'm just going to grab it. Lin Fan handed his ID to Luo Qiao. However, the warmth in his nose suddenly became uncontrollable and gushed out. Ah! Luo Qiao screamed. Lin Fan hurriedly wiped his nosebleed clean. Luo Qiao picked up the ID, glanced at Lin Fan, and slammed the door shut. Lin Fan touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He did not dwell on it and took out a spirit stone, closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. After awakening his abilities, his sleep time significantly decreased, allowing him to function on just 6 hours of rest each day. The next morning, Lin Fan rose early. He had an important task to accomplish today. Celebrating Luo Qiao's birthday, he found a comprehensive store to purchase the necessary items, including a birthday cake and supplies for painting. Upon returning home, Luo Qiao had not yet emerged. Lin Fan set up in advance, placing the cake carefully. After a while, Luo Qiao appeared, her eyes still bleary, wobbling as she walked out. Am I still half asleep? Why is it still dark outside? She rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the previously dark view transformed into brightness. A voice rang out. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Chapter 9. The assassin Lin Fan sang the birthday song, approaching Luo Qiao with the lit birthday cake, a gentle smile adorning his face, utterly charming. I completely forgot my own birthday. Luo Qiao was deeply touched by the scene before her. It had been a long time since anyone celebrated her birthday. Over time, she had even forgotten it herself. The last time she celebrated her birthday was when her parents were still alive. Hurry up and make a wish. Blow out the candles. All right. Luo Qiao excitedly walked over, silently wishing that she and Lin Fan could both be accepted into Magic Capital University. After several seconds, she opened her eyes and blew out the candles in one breath. What did you wish for? I can't say. If I do, it won't come true. Luo Qiao smiled and prepared to cut the cake. Wait, there's still a surprise. Lin Fan interrupted her. What other surprise is there? Luo Qiao asked, somewhat eagerly. You need to change into the prettiest dress. Okay. Luo Qiao did not ask further and immediately returned to her room. A few minutes later, she emerged, dressed in a white dress from that day. Lin Fan set up his easel and began to paint. He focused intently, pouring all his effort into it. Luo Qiao stood still, cooperating perfectly. After several minutes, Lin Fan halted his movements, exhaling heavily. Let me see. Luo Qiao approached. How is it? Lin Fan felt a bit nervous as Luo Qiao stared closely. Although he was confident in his skills, he still felt the pressure. Not bad, quite good. A radiant smile spread across Luo Qiao's face. The painting depicted a girl in a white dress, wearing a gentle smile, her mouth adorned with dimples. Thank you, Lin Fan. Luo Qiao embraced Lin Fan. In the Huang family villa in Yong'an City, Huang San sat before his computer, his face contorted with rage. Recalling the scene where he was beaten by Lin Fan in front of everyone, Huang San's teeth ground in anger. Lin Fan, I want you dead. I want you dead. Huang San slammed his hand on the table, causing the marble surface to tremble. His chest heaved violently, and it took a long time for him to calm down. 2 bottles of mental energy potions. For spirit stones, these items hold a value of 100,000 yuan. This sum is not insignificant to him. His father, Huang Qi, gives him 30,000 yuan each month. Although it seems like a lot, it is hardly sufficient for a rich young master like him. Especially now that he has awakened, requiring many cultivation resources, 30,000 yuan is far from enough. Furthermore, after being defeated by Lin Fan, his father Huang Qi was furious and directly slashed his allowance by half, leaving him with only 15,000 yuan. His father is truly unreasonable. I merely lost one match, and he cuts my allowance in half. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his hatred for Lin Fan deepened. My things are not so easily taken. Huang San made up his mind, opened his computer, and accessed the dark web. The dark web allows for information trading, transactions, and even hiring assassins for designated targets. Mid-stage of the first realm, 2 week. Early stage of the second realm, 1 million. Why not just rob it? Peak of the first realm, 300,000. This one will do. After much deliberation, Huang San finally settled on a peak first realm assassin. Completing Lin Fan's information, he shut down his computer. Lin Fan, 30,000 to buy your worthless life. Consider it your honor. He felt a pang of regret, as this was all the money he had left. However, recalling the image of Lin Fan's neck pierced by a dagger, he reassured himself that the 30,000 was well spent. Lin Fan, you made me lose face. Now you shall experience pain. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan. It is time to cultivate. Luo Qiao finished the last piece of cake and began to tidy up. Lin Fan assisted her in cleaning up. After a few minutes, they completed the task and returned to their respective rooms. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. His clothes still carried the lingering fragrance of the girl. This is going to mess with my focus. Lin Fan sighed and sat on his bed, taking out the last spirit stone to begin his cultivation. School was no longer necessary. The remaining time would be dedicated to their own training. Unless he reached the late stage of the first realm, he would not retrieve those 8 spirit stones. After one cycle of cultivation, he noticed a significant increase in his mental energy, feeling as if he was on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of the first realm. Thus, he resolved to forego sleep that night, pushing himself to attain the mid-stage of the first realm. As the sun rose on the horizon, a new day dawned. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, noticing the dark circles around them. After yawning, he felt somewhat fatigued, yet his face radiated joy. He had reached the mid-stage of the first realm. Now, he decided to grab breakfast before returning for a nap. Gently closing the door, Lin Fan stepped outside. He quickly ate a few bites at the breakfast shop, packing several buns and a cup of soy milk to bring back for Luo Qiao. He had earned a fair amount of money painting on the streets, totaling around 30,000 yuan. As he walked through a small alley, a chill ran up his spine, a strong sense of danger washing over him. Any remnants of drowsiness vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Just then, a sharp dagger lunged toward him. Lin Fan moved with all his might, the dagger narrowly grazing past him. Even so, a wound appeared on his hand. Blood oozing forth, that was close. Lin Fan felt a lingering fear. Had he been a second slower, he would have sustained serious injuries. He surveyed his surroundings, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes glowing a vivid red. A black shadow darted about, moving at an astonishing speed. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the once swift shadow appeared to slow considerably. I've seen you. Lin Fan sprang into action. Just as he was about to close in on the shadow, it suddenly accelerated. After pursuing for a brief moment, he realized that he could not match the shadow's speed and had no choice but to halt. The assailant, clearly possessing extraordinary speed, was likely endowed with a speed-related ability. In the current situation, he could not catch up, yet his opponent was equally unable to harm him. Cautiously, he placed the object in his hand down, his Sharingan growing even redder. He was determined to take a gamble. A gamble on whether his attack speed would surpass that of the shadow. If he was indeed faster, he could eliminate this shadowy figure. If not, he would meet his demise. The thrill of such a life-and-death wager sent adrenaline coursing through his body. Standing in the narrow alley, he tightly closed his eyes. Only by offering an opportunity would the assassin strike. Yet, a full minute passed without any action from the killer. Others might have assumed the cloaked figure had fled. But Lin Fan remained vigilant. He was convinced that the assassin would not leave, for a killer would never abandon their objective. Suddenly, a gust of wind sliced through the air, and Lin Fan opened his eyes with a start. Raikiri! Lightning crackled in his right hand, shooting forth at a rapid pace toward the shadow. With a sickening sound, Lin Fan felt he had pierced the assassin's chest. It was an exhilarating sensation. How could you possibly be faster than me? The shadowy figure spat blood, his chest impaled by the Raikiri, destined to perish in mere seconds. Who sent you to kill me? Lin Fan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. You will never find out. The assassin's body suddenly inflated like a balloon. No, this is a self-destruct. Lin Fan realized in an instant and attempted to retract his hand. But the assassin wore a mocking smile, moving closer to him. In the next moment, an explosion erupted. Chapter 10. Huang Qi's education boom. The explosion reverberated through the alley. Few people were nearby, but the sound was so thunderous that it instantly drew attention from the surrounding area. Soon, onlookers rushed into the alley. Someone's been injured. Call an ambulance. 5 minutes later, Luo Qiao hurried to the hospital. Doctor, how is Lin Fan? The situation is dire. He has numerous wounds and is losing blood rapidly. The doctor in a white coat replied with a shake of his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. Lin Fan's injuries were severe, flesh torn and face disfigured. They tended to the wounds, but the blood continued to flow. If they couldn't stop the bleeding, he would bleed to death. Doctor, is there any way to stop the bleeding? Luo Qiao asked anxiously. There is one method at IT requires the blood of a wood-type ability user. At least of C rank, and it must match the patient's blood type. The doctor scratched his sparse hair. Meeting both conditions simultaneously was exceedingly difficult. Many wood-type ability users existed, but few reached C rank. At least in Yong'an City. Their hospital had wood-type ability users, but only at D rank. The blood of a wood-type ability user possesses remarkable vitality, capable of healing wounds. I am a C rank wood-type ability user. Check if my blood type matches his. All right. The doctor looked at Luo Qiao in surprise but quickly took action. 20 seconds later, he emerged, excitement evident on his face. Your blood types are the same. Come, follow me. The doctor led Luo Qiao to donate blood. Watching Lin Fan, whose wounds were still bleeding on the hospital bed, Luo Qiao felt a pang of heartache. Lin Fan, you must survive. My birthday wish is to get into Magic City University with you. After donating blood, Luo Qiao sat in a chair outside the ward, her hands clasped in prayer. After a long wait, the ward door finally opened. The doctor stepped out, visibly fatigued. Doctor, how is Lin Fan? Luo Qiao rushed forward to ask. Don't worry, he's out of danger now. Just needs to rest for a few days, the doctor reassured. Thank you for your hard work, it's my duty. Besides, with your blood, if I don't succeed, it would reflect poorly on my abilities as a doctor. He replied with a smile before turning to leave. Luo Qiao pushed open the door and entered. That moment, Lin Fan had just opened his eyes, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. That was a close call. I nearly died, he forced a bitter smile, realizing he had almost become the most useless transmigrator. He hadn't anticipated that the cloaked figure would self-destruct so decisively. If only he had possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. The assassin's explosion would not have harmed him in the slightest. Congratulations, host, for defeating a peak realm ability user. You have received 60 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. With 60 points, he now had a total of 100. Excited by the system's announcement, he quickly decided to exchange for the 8 gates of Duanjia. Without hesitation, he initiated the exchange of this martial art. Understood. Welcome back next time. As the voice faded, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. The 8 gates of Duanjia consisted of the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. However, given his current physical condition, he could only unlock up to the life gate at best. Lin Fan, promise me you'll live well, okay? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Luo Qiao rushed to Lin Fan's side, completely disregarding his injured face. Grasping his hand tightly, seeing her dark circles, Lin Fan felt a pang of sympathy. She must have waited for him for a long time. All right, I promise you, I will live well. Lin Fan nodded, affirming his commitment. Young man, you are truly fortunate. If it weren't for your girlfriend being a C-rank wood type ability user, you would have surely perished. The doctor entered the room at that moment. Luo Qiao's face flushed red upon hearing the word girlfriend. I'm not his girlfriend. Don't worry, little girl. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, the doctor chuckled, picking up a blue clip. Your injuries are quite severe. They must have been inflicted by a self-destructing ability user. After being discharged, remember to visit the City Supervision Bureau. Not wishing to intrude further, the doctor turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. Damn it, what a failure. A peak realm figure who couldn't even kill Lin Fan. In a lavish mansion, Huang Sen angrily hurled his computer to the ground. His 300,000 had gone to waste, and Lin Fan was still alive. The dark web had strict rules. If an assassin failed a mission and died, the bounty was non-refundable. Lin Fan, your life is truly resilient. I can't kill you even now, but just wait. This year, you will undoubtedly die. Huang Sen slammed his hand on the table, just as a voice interrupted him from the side. Oh, are you sure? I am certain. Huang Sen gritted his teeth in response, but he quickly sensed something was amiss and turned around. The next moment, he nearly leapt from his chair. A middle-aged man with a goatee and an air of righteousness was smiling at him. Father, the previously arrogant Huang Sen suddenly wilted. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Huang Qi's smile grew broader, indicating his increasing anger. Judging by the expression on his face, he was far from pleased. A resounding slap struck Huang San's face. He did not dodge, could not dodge. Huang San, do you know why I hit you? Huang Qi asked calmly. Because I sent an assassin to kill Lin Fan. Correct, but also incorrect. Huang Qi's eagle-like gaze bore down on Huang San. On the surface, you merely hired an assassin, yet you failed to eliminate a newly awakened C-rank ability user. In reality, this is a violation of the rules. To put it bluntly, it is a flagrant disregard for the regulations. Huang Qi's imposing presence left Huang San unable to lift his head. We all live in this world, protected by rules. Without rules, chaos would reign. Huang Qi gazed out the window at the sky, recalling events from 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy led to intensified conflicts, culminating in the outbreak of the Third World War. The ravages of war lasted 5 years before a resolution was finally reached. In the end, only 3 nations remained: the Dragon Kingdom, America, and D-Country. As for Neon Country and others, they had all been obliterated. The 3 major nations were on the brink of further conflict, but the emergence of monstrous beasts paused all hostilities. Each nation established rules to maintain order, allowing the world to stabilize once more. Of course, this stability was merely superficial. The threat of monstrous beast attacks still loomed. The Dragon Kingdom implemented a city system and established regulations, prohibiting the intentional killing of ability users, especially newly awakened students. To preserve fresh blood and better combat the beasts. Huang San watched his father lost in thought, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. What I do has nothing to do with you. I am an A-rank genius, the future heir of the Huang family, destined to excel in the 4 prestigious academies. Chapter 11. The Tiger Mask Sanner. Don't resent me for saying too much. I do not wish to see you ruin your future by violating the rules, causing catastrophic consequences for yourself and the entire Huang family. Huang Qi's tone turned stern, his gaze locked onto Huang San. The once carefree Huang San suddenly snapped to attention. Father, this day will certainly never come, he vowed with unwavering conviction. Very well, I hope you will remember what you said today. I will resolve this matter for you. But remember, this is a one-time exception. Huang Qi's tone softened. After all, Huang San was his son, and the future hope of the Huang family. Even if his actions were reprehensible, Huang Qi felt compelled to protect him this time. He believed that after this experience, Huang San would emerge improved. Thank you, father, Huang San replied, bowing deeply. Yet inwardly, he thought, Old Deng, it's just a matter of killing someone. Why do you have to meddle? Sanner, your A-level ability is a divine gift. And you must not squander it, Huang Qi urged. All right, I will strive to cultivate diligently, Huang San replied dismissively. If you truly care for me, then do provide me with a bit more money, he raged silently. Well then, I shall take my leave, Huang Qi said, pushing open the door and stepping out. Old Deng, after all that talk, you still didn't give me any money. If you think you can make me suffer, you're sorely mistaken. This young master intends to enjoy himself tonight. He recalled the few bunny girls from days past and felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room. Name? Lin Fan. Gender? Male. Please recount the events that transpired. I was walking down the street when suddenly a man in black came at me with the intent to kill. Had it not been for my swift reaction, I might have perished beneath his dagger, Lin Fan recounted, his heart still racing as he patted his chest. Very well, please explain how you acquired those facial injuries, the uniformed man inquired, scrutinizing Lin Fan's eyes. Fearful of missing any detail. The assassin detonated without warning, and I was caught in the blast, resulting in my current state, Lin Fan responded. And you? The uniformed man began to ask further when a voice interjected. Xiao Lu, allow me to handle this matter. A bearded man stepped forward. It was Huang Qi, understood. Xiao Lu, wishing to continue the interrogation, had no choice but to withdraw upon Huang Qi's arrival. Lin Fan, is it? Yes, I am Lin Fan, he nodded. Sizing up Huang Qi, I have come to understand your situation. The individual who sought to take your life was indeed an assassin. However, he is now deceased, leaving us with no leads to pursue the employer. Huang Qi lamented with a deep sigh. That's all right. We can only do our best, Lin Fan reassured him. Thank you for your understanding. But rest assured, Lin Fan, we will not let anyone who wishes to harm you go unpunished. All malevolence shall face retribution, Huang Qi proclaimed with righteous fervor. Thank you, Lin Fan said, placing his hand over Huang Qi's. It is the least I can do, Huang Qi replied, his face illuminated with a smile. May I take my leave now? Of course, Huang Qi gestured for him to exit, as Lin Fan stepped outside. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant. He had confirmed who had sent the assassin to kill him. What had begun as mere suspicion was now an undeniable certainty. There were only a few individuals with whom he had grievances, but the only one capable of hiring an assassin was Huang San. The man he had just conversed with bore a 6-point resemblance to Huang San, further solidifying his conviction that Huang San was indeed behind this. Huang San, if you wish to kill me, be prepared for the consequences of your actions. Lin Fan's eyes glowed with a fierce determination. He had never desired to take a life, but if provoked, he could not simply retreat into a shell. However, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient. He would need time to develop further. Lin Fan, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Luo Qiao asked, rushing toward him as he exited. Not at all, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Before entering the city's supervisory bureau, he had informed Luo Qiao of the events that had transpired. The security in Yangon City was truly deplorable. It was astonishing that assassins could roam so freely. What are you doing? Lin Fan hushed Luo Qiao, covering her mouth with his hand. We are near the Lord's residence. It would be unwise to speak of divisive matters here. Let us first dine, he suggested, pulling her hand as they headed toward a restaurant. They had not eaten for an entire day. Luo Qiao did not resist, and as they walked down the bustling street, they attracted the attention of all passers-by. After all, the striking juxtaposition of a beautiful woman and a scarred man was quite the visual spectacle. After casually selecting a restaurant and finishing their meal, they wandered through the streets. Lin Fan suddenly halted, gazing at a small stall. The stall was adorned with an array of masks, showcasing a variety of styles. Among them were Peppa Pig and Sun Wukong. But what captivated Lin Fan most was a tiger-striped mask. "How much for this tiger mask?" he inquired. The stall owner, a man in his 50s, glanced at Lin Fan and replied, $20, no bargaining. "All right," Lin Fan said, pulling a $20 bill from his pocket and handing it to the elder before taking the mask. He examined it closely before placing it on his face. "What do you think?" he asked. "Not bad. It has an indescribable sense of fitting." Luo Qiao nodded in approval. "This young lady, would you like one as well? I can offer you a 50% discount," the old man suggested, displaying his business acumen. Luo Qiao pondered for a moment before settling on a red fox mask. "I'll take this one," she said, handing the elder a $10 bill and placing the mask into her pocket. "Come, let us buy something else," Lin Fan urged, leading Luo Qiao to another stall. This one was filled with various items, but the most alluring were 5 spiritual stones, glimmering with a blue hue under the sunlight. Yet, what drew Lin Fan's attention was an old short knife. Upon activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he noticed the knife emanating a faint glow. Approaching the stall, he picked up a spiritual stone and asked, "How much for this spiritual stone?" "The market price is $10,000 each, no bargaining," replied the stall owner, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, lounging in a chair. Lin Fan inspected the stone carefully, and once satisfied, he handed the man $10,000. He then pretended to casually fiddle with several small items. "How much for this item?" Lin Fan asked, picking up a black stone. The middle-aged man glanced at it and casually stated, $8,000. $8,000 for this black stone? That's highway robbery." Luo Qiao interjected, unable to contain herself. "Young lady, you shouldn't speak so lightly," the stall owner retorted, rising from his chair to face Luo Qiao. "I am not forcing anyone to buy $5,000, and I'll take it." Lin Fan interjected at that moment, $7,000, $2,000. "In a way, that's too low. At least $6,000. The middle-aged man protested, his face reddening with frustration. $1,000, Lin Fan countered, refusing to raise the price. $2,000. The middle-aged man glared at Lin Fan, his expression darkening with anger. $2,000 is acceptable. But only if you include this, Lin Fan said as he picked up the old short knife. The middle-aged man appraised the knife and, without hesitation, agreed. It was merely an old knife, not particularly valuable, and selling it together would free up space. Lin Fan handed over the $2,000 for the knife and stone, then swiftly took Luo Qiao by the hand, pulling her away before she could voice any objections. What a lucrative deal. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily once Lin Fan and Luo Qiao were out of earshot. "Lin Fan, what are you up to?" Luo Qiao asked anxiously. "No need to worry. You'll see shortly," Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile. "Aren't you also looking to purchase some spiritual stones? Let us head to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion." Luo Qiao nodded, donning the red fox mask. Gathering Treasure Pavilion is a renowned establishment in Long Country, with branches in cities ranging from the imperial capital to third-tier towns. The one in Yangon City is situated in the most bustling center. Upon arriving at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Lin Fan was awestruck by its opulence. The entrance was crafted from pure gold, gleaming brightly, and the floor was adorned with a plush red carpet, a testament to the pavilion's grandeur. As they entered, a striking young woman in a qipao, poised and exuding grace, approached them. "Gentlemen, how may I assist you?" she asked, treating them with utmost respect despite their youth. Although they wore masks, their height betrayed their age. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings before inquiring, "Do you accept weapons here?" "We do not, sir," the woman replied with a warm smile. "What about spiritual artifacts?" he continued, channeling a hint of spiritual energy into the old knife, which suddenly radiated a dazzling cold light. "A spiritual artifact," the qipao-clad beauty exclaimed, her face registering disbelief. "Spiritual artifacts are incredibly rare and valuable. No one would sell them. They are typically for personal use. Why apologies, sir, but my authority is insufficient to make such a decision." "Please follow me," she instructed, leading them to the second floor. There, an elderly man sat comfortably in a chair, leisurely savoring tea. The woman in the qipao approached the elder and whispered, "Old Song, someone is selling spirit tools." "Oh, spirit tools?" The elder set down his teacup and glanced at the masked Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. He then addressed the woman in the qipao, saying, "You may leave for now. I shall entertain them." "Understood." The woman in the qipao turned to depart, and the elder clasped his hands in greeting towards the masked Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. "I am Song Ziming, the steward of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's branch in Yong'an City. If I have been remiss in any way, I seek your forgiveness, young friend, and no need for such politeness, Old Song." "Let us discuss business," Lin Fan proclaimed, producing a short dagger and offering it to Song Ziming. "Young friend, you are indeed straightforward. Please take a seat." Song Ziming accepted the dagger, gesturing towards the seats. Lin Fan and Luo Qiao sat down. Song Ziming examined the dagger closely, holding it in his hand and applying a gentle pressure, causing a radiant glow to emanate from it. This light was many times more brilliant than when Lin Fan had wielded it. Lin Fan regarded the elder, recognizing that his strength was formidable. He could not contend with him at present. Indeed, among the primary offensive spirit tools, its quality is quite commendable. Primary spirit tools. Although Lin Fan was unfamiliar with the term, he maintained a calm facade, determined not to reveal his ignorance. "How much can you offer for this short dagger, Old Song?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Ziming replied, "If you wish to sell, our Gathering Treasure Pavilion can offer you 800,000. I assure you, this is the highest price in Yong'an City. 800,000. Lin Fan's heart surged with astonishment. He had never encountered such a sum in all his days. "Very well, it's a deal." Without hesitation, Lin Fan agreed. "Ha ha ha, young lad, you are quite forthright." Song Ziming laughed heartily. "We have many fine items at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I wonder if you might be interested." "Oh, what fine items do you have?" Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Currently, the most sought-after item is the Spirit Core. "Spirit Core? What is that?" Luo Qiao, who had remained silent thus far, inquired. "The Spirit Core is refined from the inner core of a demonic beast. Absorbing its energy can directly enhance one's mental strength, equivalent to a week of arduous training." Song Ziming produced a diamond-shaped blue crystal and handed it to Luo Qiao. She held it in her hand, sensing the energy contained within. "How much for one like this?" Lin Fan asked. "This one is refined from the inner core of a first-tier demonic beast, priced at 100,000. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. "I would like to exchange my 800,000 for 8 spirit cores." "Very well." A cunning smile spread across Song Ziming's face. After a minute, the woman in the qipao returned with 7 spirit cores in hand. Song Ziming personally handed the 7 cores to Lin Fan.as. He gazed at the spirit cores. Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. 800,000, and he had not even seen a shadow of it. Yet, one must sacrifice to gain. Without sacrifice, how could one achieve gain? With these spirit cores, he would be able to swiftly break through to the late stage of the first realm. Luo Qiao glanced at the spirit cores in her hand, but ultimately handed them to Lin Fan. They were not hers to keep. "Take them." Unexpectedly, Lin Fan did not accept. "These are spirit cores." Luo Qiao was taken aback. "Take them. Consider it rent," Lin Fan said softly. Luo Qiao, not one to be coy, placed the spirit cores into her pocket. "Old Song, does the Gathering Treasure Pavilion sell spirit stones?" Luo Qiao inquired. "Indeed, we do sell them," Song Ziming replied, feeling quite pleased. A primary offensive spirit tool was not overly common in the Yong'an City branch. When placed at auction, it could fetch an additional 10,000. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even earn tens of thousands from a particularly wealthy patron. "I'll take 10. Luo Qiao produced 100,000, gazing longingly at the sum. Her funds were dwindling, and maintaining a luxurious residence required considerable expenses. Soon, 10 spirit stones were brought forth, and Luo Qiao accepted them. "Young friend, we also have defensive and auxiliary spirit tools available. Might you be interested?" Song Ziming inquired. "Not today, Old Song," Lin Fan replied with a bow. "Very well, allow me to see you off." As they exited the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Song Ziming accompanied them. "Should you acquire any fine items, do feel free to return. I will offer you a satisfactory price." "All right," Lin Fan waved as he responded. "Old Song, should we check their identities?" The woman in the qipao whispered to Song Ziming. "No need." Song Ziming replied dismissively. Chapter 13. Leaving the city. Upon returning to the villa, the two began their training. Lin Fan took out the spirit cores he had just obtained and commenced his cultivation. He crushed one spirit core, and an extraordinary energy surged into his mental sea. His mental strength increased by 1.5 times in an instant. These spirit cores are truly remarkable. Lin Fan mused as he regarded the 6 remaining spirit cores in his hand. The energy he had absorbed from the previous core equated to a week of rigorous training. However, the price of the spirit cores was steep. Costing 100,000 each, he needed to devise a way to accumulate funds. Otherwise, at his current pace of cultivation, he would only reach the mid-stage of the second realm in 3 months at most. After consuming 4 more spirit cores, he reached the late stage of the first realm. Yet, he still felt it was somewhat slow, as the points required for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan were exorbitantly high. The double divine might he wished to exchange for required a staggering 40,000 points, necessitating the defeat of at least 4 fourth-realm powerhouses. Given his current strength, he feared he would be extinguished by a single strike from a fourth-realm opponent. System, could I borrow some slaughter points? Not possible. Tough luck, buddy. This service is unavailable. Please strive harder and eliminate sentient beings to accumulate enough slaughter points. Just as Lin Fan was about to protest, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his homeroom teacher in the class group. Everyone must come to school at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There is an important announcement. Reading the message, Lin Fan decided to make a trip to the school. He needed to collect those 8 spirit stones. After informing Luo Qiao, he hurried downstairs and swiftly made his way to the school. It was already 5 in the afternoon, just as many teachers were preparing to leave for the day. Lin Fan arrived just in time to catch his homeroom teacher, the middle-aged man, before he departed. Lin Fan, is there something you need? The middle-aged teacher, seeing Lin Fan's disfigured face, responded without much surprise as he continued to pack his belongings. Teacher, I have reached the late stage of the first realm. Oh, late stage of the first realm. What? Late stage of the first realm. The items in the teacher's hands dropped as he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. You're not joking with me, are you? Teacher, do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan replied, his lips twitching. Come on. The middle-aged teacher pulled Lin Fan along toward a room. Upon entering, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed his hand upon it. Lin Fan followed suit, placing his hand on the crystal ball as a flash of white light illuminated the room. Indeed, you have reached the late stage of the first realm, the middle-aged teacher confirmed, his expression shifting to one of complex emotions as he gazed at Lin Fa and I. In all the years in Yong'an City, the fastest anyone has reached the late stage of the first realm was in 15 days. Yet, it's only been 9 days since you achieved this. Your speed is truly astonishing. Teacher, may I have those 8 spirit stones now? Lin Fan waved the spirit stones in front of the middle-aged teacher, who seemed to still be in a daze. Of course. The middle-aged teacher snapped back to reality and produced the 8 spirit stones. Lin Fan took the stones from him. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan turned to depart. Wait. The middle-aged teacher called out to him. There's something else, teacher? Lin Fan inquired. Lin Fan, regardless of how you reached the late stage of the first realm, I must advise you, do not sacrifice your life or humanity for the sake of fleeting achievements. The middle-aged teacher's gaze was piercing as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not flinch but met the teacher's gaze directly. Teacher, I reached the late stage of the first realm through my own efforts. Lin Fan spoke with conviction, devoid of any guilt. Ha ha ha, good, very good. The middle-aged teacher laughed heartily, patting Lin Fan's shoulder with a smile. Many individuals in this world resort to unscrupulous means to gain power, sacrificing their lives to wield forbidden techniques, even devouring the energy of others to enhance their strength. He regarded Lin Fan with a serious expression. Continuing, take the White Lotus sect, for example. They commit heinous acts in their quest for power, leaving a trail of bloodshed. Listening to the middle-aged teacher's words, Lin Fan recalled the information he had about the White Lotus sect. This sect was the largest evil cult in the Dragon Kingdom, instigating chaos under the pretense of purifying the world from the evils they claimed to combat. Countless lives had been lost at their hands. Rest assured, teacher, I will strive to grow stronger and aim to eradicate this malignant tumor known as the White Lotus sect. Lin Fan's expression was fervent, his tone resolute. Very well, I believe in you. The middle-aged teacher clapped Lin Fan on the back, choosing not to dampen his enthusiasm. The White Lotus sect would not be so easily extinguished. If it could have been done, it would have been accomplished long ago. The Dragon Kingdom had dispatched individuals to suppress them, but these operatives were like rats in a sewer, impossible to eliminate completely. Even the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom found it troublesome. Little did he know. Lin Fan had merely been speaking off the cuff. He had no intention of seeking out trouble for himself. Tomorrow, make sure to put in your utmost effort. If you perform well, I could find someone to help heal the injuries on your face. As he was leaving, the middle-aged man did not forget to paint a rosy picture. Very well, teacher. I shall strive to do my best tomorrow, Lin Fan responded positively. Dio returned home early to rest. The middle-aged man expressed his concern as he departed. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Fan let out a cold chuckle. The wounds on his face could only be healed by a practitioner of the fourth realm in healing abilities. In the entire city of Yong'an, there were absolutely no practitioners of that caliber, and hiring such a practitioner would require at least 10 million. Such an amount was simply impossible for the school to procure. One could only say that the grand vision painted by the middle-aged man was indeed large and round. The following morning, everyone arrived at school an hour early. What is happening today? I still need to cultivate. Indeed, I have already reached the mid-stage of the first realm, and soon I will reach the late stage. You are truly progressing quickly. I am still in the early stage of the first realm. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion. Among them, Lin Yao's gaze was bright and full of spirit, no longer resembling his former weakness. He held his head high, standing tall. His face, strikingly similar to Lin Fan's, radiated sunshine and confidence, akin to that of the sun itself. Many female classmates were drawn to his self-assured demeanor. A cough interrupted the discussions, prompting everyone to cease their chatter. Tang Min stood on a platform, flanked by a burly man with sharp eyes. Dear students, I have gathered you here today primarily to announce an important matter. 25 years ago, when the Beast Tide attacked the city, countless lives were lost. We fought back relentlessly and ultimately managed to fend off the beasts. Most of you present will face these beasts in the future, and thus we have decided to take you outside the city to confront them ahead of time. Now, I would like to invite the city lord of Yong'an, Kong Limin, to speak. Tang Min relinquished his position to Kong Limin and stepped back. Students, I understand that many of you may feel fear upon hearing this news. In your eyes, the beasts are terrifying and ferocious. We are but insignificant beings compared to these creatures. However, heed my words. Humanity has survived to this day because of our courage. We have never feared challenges. Sooner or later, we shall eradicate these beasts altogether. Remember, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Kong Limin's words successfully stirred the emotions of all present. Damn beasts, I will take on 10 of them. I will slay every last beast. The crowd was filled with fervor, eager to tear the beasts apart. Seeing their reaction, Kong Limin was quite satisfied. Principal, I have reached the late stage of the first realm. At that moment, a voice resonated through the gathering. All eyes turned toward the speaker, none other than Lin Yao. He held his head high, his expression brimming with pride. His aunt, Lin Fei, had bestowed upon him numerous spirit stones and even 2 spirit cores. Coupled with his diligent cultivation, he had finally broken through to the late stage of the first realm on the 10th day. Such speed was remarkable, even by the standards of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wow, late stage of the first realm, no wonder you are an S-class genius. This cultivation speed is incomparable. Everyone looked at Lin Yao with admiration. Kong Limin also cast a glance his way. Reaching the late stage of the first realm in just 10 days was impressive enough to be noteworthy in the imperial capital. Standing on the playground, Huang Sen looked at Lin Yao, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. This Lin Yao truly deserved to be despised. Meanwhile, Lin Yao, the center of attention, cast a provocative look toward the injured Lin Fan. Brother, from today onwards, I will defeat you. I will keep winning, again and again. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, the veins on his hands bulging. In response to the arrogant Lin Yao, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. Oh, my foolish little brother. Indeed, Lin Yao, your dedication to cultivation is commendable. Tang Min stepped forward to hand Lin Yao 8 spirit stones. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Principal Tang, someone broke through to the late stage of the first realm yesterday. The middle-aged class teacher stepped forward, speaking loudly. Tang Min halted his actions, turning to the teacher. Teacher Shun, such matters should not be taken lightly. Principal Tang, I am not joking. Last night, Lin Fan came to find me, and I verified that he indeed broke through to the late stage of the first realm. This statement plunged the crowd into silence. What? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. Lin Fan was merely a C-class ability user. Yet his cultivation speed surpassed that of the S-class Lin Yao. I am also a C-class ability user, and I only just reached the mid-stage of the first realm yesterday. This world is truly insane. As the murmurs spread, Lin Yao tightened his grip, the veins in his hands nearly bursting. Why did brother break through to the late stage of the first realm first? Why? I have been working so hard on my cultivation. I should be the first to reach the late stage, he screamed inwardly. The most awkward position belonged to Tang Min, who found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to place his hand down or keep it raised. Ultimately, it was Kong Li Min who stepped forward and pressed Tang Min's hand down. Principal Tang, since Lin Fan was the first to reach the late stage of the first realm, those 8 spirit stones cannot be given to Lin Yao. Kong Li Min spoke gently, and Tang Min quickly grasped the situation. Yes, that makes sense. Kong Li Min addressed the assembled students. Dear students, we will be leaving the city shortly. This time, you will form pairs to hunt the beasts. The pair that kills the most will receive 6 spirit cores. Hearing the mention of 6 spirit cores, excitement surged through the crowd. 6 spirit cores equated to 600,000, a sum that most of their parents could not afford. The fear of the beasts dissipated completely, replaced by a spark of determination in their eyes. You have 5 minutes to form teams. After Kong Li Min's announcement, everyone hurried to find classmates they were friendly with. Lin Fan, shall we team up? Luo Qiao approached him. Sure, Lin Fan replied without hesitation. 5 minutes later, everyone had formed their teams, except for Lin Yao and Huang San. What is the matter with you two? Kong Li Min's expression turned displeased. I don't want to team up, that it's unnecessary. I can handle it alone. Lin Yao and Huang San each provided their reasons. Very well, suit yourselves. Kong Li Min decided not to press the issue further. He was familiar with Huang San and knew that he had protective measures in place. As for Lin Yao, he would intervene if danger arose. An S-class genius must not come to harm. He was the only hope for Yong'an City. A flash of light emanated from the spatial ring in Kong Li Min's hand, and numerous long knives fell to the ground. Each of you take one. Once everyone had armed themselves with a long knife, Kong Li Min led them out of the city. Outside the city lay a gathering place for countless beasts. Pairs of red eyes flickered in the distance, and faint sounds echoed ominously. A wolf, eyes glinting with menace, observed its target before pouncing on a young boy with lightning speed. The boy had anticipated this and swung his long knife at the wolf. With a slice, the wolf's flesh was torn open, blood spilling forth. The wolf roared in fury, glaring at the boy before it. You little human, how dare you wound me? Lin Fan would not grant the wolf any opportunity. He swiftly beheaded it with his long knife. Host has killed a beast at the initial stage of the first realm, awarding 10 kill points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Fan approached the wolf's body and made an incision in its abdomen. He extracted a black, round object, examining it closely for the slight energy fluctuations it emitted. This was a beast's inner core. Lin Fan pocketed the inner core, intending to assist Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with another wolf. Sweat beaded on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. As a wood-type ability user, she was not adept at combat, making her battle against the wolf particularly arduous. However, she refused to be a burden to Lin Fan. She was determined to take first place, to win those 6 spirit cores, and to attend the same university as Lin Fan. With this conviction, she plunged her knife into the wolf's body. Finally, she succeeded in killing it. Panting heavily, her chest rose and fell rapidly. She turned to Lin Fan. Did you finish it? I did, Lin Fan replied, noticing her smile, though the sweat on her face betrayed her exhaustion. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Let's go. We must keep going. Okay, Luo Qiao responded, following closely behind him. Meanwhile, at another location outside the city, Lin Yao faced a pack of 10 wolves surrounding him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Die, you beasts, he yelled. The 10 wolves roared in unison, charging at Lin Yao, intent on tearing him apart to gain his energy and ascend to the second realm. Light of radiance. As the wolves lunged, Lin Yao erupted in a radiant glow, blinding the beasts. Seizing the opportunity, he struck out at the wolves with his knife. 1 minute later, the heads of the 10 wolves were severed. Lin Yao, wielding a long knife, extracted the inner cores of the wolves. Brother, this time I will surely defeat you. I want you to realize just how foolish your actions were that day. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao continued his search for the wolf pack. Indeed, He was worthy of being called a genius with S-class abilities, eye in the sky. Kong Li Min observed the scene that had just unfolded. Behind him, a pair of metallic wings flapped incessantly, and he wore tattered yellow armor. Chapter 15. The Eight Gates of Duanjia. Once a power wielder breaks through to the second realm, they can obtain armor crafted by the Dragon Kingdom. Kong Li Min, being a fourth realm expert, possessed yellow armor. Lin Yao, you must perform well. Among so many, you're the one I have the highest hopes for, Kong Li Min pondered. Among those who awaken their powers in this session in Yong'an City, Lin Yao had the greatest potential to enter the 4 great academies. With S-class powers, and if he performed well in the entrance exams, admission to the 4 great academies would be a certainty. As for Huang San, one could only say there was a chance. But it was not guaranteed. With this thought, he shifted his gaze to Huang San. At this moment, Huang San was strolling leisurely, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. 2 wolves lay hidden in the grass. Watching him intently, saliva dripping from their mouths, to them, Huang San was the most delectable feast. Outside the city, there was nothing to fear. Were there even any demonic beasts? Huang San chewed on gum, glancing around as if he were merely meandering through the streets of Yong'an City. Suddenly, the 2 wolves lunged at Huang San with astonishing speed. Just as they were about to sink their teeth into him, Huang San roared, "Entangle!" 2 blue vines ensnared the charging wolves tightly. Die! Huang San gripped firmly, and the blue vines constricted violently. The 2 wolves struggled desperately, trying to break free from the vines' grasp. Humph! Huang San exerted more force, and the wolves suffocated to death. With such demonic beasts, I can kill as many as I want. Huang San laughed arrogantly, completely disregarding the wolves. Despite his brashness, he was indeed an A-class power wielder. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he would be fine. Kong Li Min, observing Huang San's performance, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before coming here, Huang Qi had specifically asked him to look after Huang San. He had readily agreed to his old colleague's request. Now, it seemed there was truly no need for concern. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Luo Qiao found themselves surrounded by a dozen wolves. This is troublesome, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, fixated on the pack. He knew he couldn't kill them all at once, especially with Luo Qiao behind him. The wolves were also keenly observing Lin Fan's movements. Ready to pounce at any moment, I can only use that move. Lin Fan made up his mind. Boom! The wolves charged simultaneously. The 8 gates of Duanjia, first gate, open. His mental energy surged, and blood coursed through his veins. Lin Fan felt an incredible surge of strength, igniting his excitement. He charged forward, moving twice as fast as before. Lin Fan kicked towards the nearest wolf's head, sending it flying like an airplane. The other wolves, undeterred by the death of their comrade, continued their assault on Lin Fan. Die! With the 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, Lin Fan could see all the wolves' movements clearly. He deftly evaded most of their attacks, delivering punches and kicks until he had defeated them all. Panting heavily, Lin Fan felt a wound on his body, blood oozing from where a wolf had clawed him during the fray. Luo Qiao. She quickly rushed to Lin Fan's side, placing her hand over his wound. Green energy enveloped the injury, staunching the bleeding. Thank you, Luo Qiao, Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan, do you think I'm useless? Luo Qiao suddenly asked softly. Why would you think that? Lin Fan replied, surprised. He hadn't expected the normally carefree Luo Qiao to voice such a concern. I couldn't help you in battle and even held you back, Luo Qiao said, feeling downcast and unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. That's quite a narrow-minded view. Lin Fan gently patted her head, his tone soothing. Everyone awakens different powers. Can we really expect a healer to confront demonic beasts directly? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Luo Qiao's eyes brightened. Right? I've been too fixated on this, that's the spirit. Lin Fan took her hand, noting how soft it felt. Just as he was lost in thought, a furious roar erupted. Roar! A blue wolf appeared before Lin Fan and Luo Qiao, crackling with electrical energy, emitting arcs of lightning. What rotten luck, Luo Qiao said, her expression shifting at the sight of the electric wolf. Once a demonic beast reaches the second realm, it can harness elemental powers, doubling its combat strength. Typically, it would take at least 2 second realm power wielders to take one down. Run! Luo Qiao urged Lin Fan to flee. She didn't believe they could defeat the electric wolf together. The electric wolf sprinted towards them with incredible speed, closing the distance rapidly. No, we can't outrun it, Lin Fan assessed. Realizing they had no hope of escaping, he abruptly halted, pulling Luo Qiao to a stop. "You go find help. I'll hold off this electric wolf." Lin Fan looked at Luo Qiao. All right. Without hesitation, she understood Lin Fan's resolve. She ran as fast as she ever had. Watching her distance grow, Lin Fan turned his attention back to the electric wolf. The wolf ignored Luo Qiao, focusing entirely on Lin Fan, who appeared more enticing to it. The electric wolf stomped its legs against the ground. Its gaze fixed menacingly on Lin Fan, and it craved to kill him without incurring heavy losses. "Beast, come at me," Lin Fan taunted, a look of disdain in his eyes. The electric wolf seemed enraged by Lin Fan's provocation and lunged at him. The 8 gates of Duanjia, second gate, rest gate, open. As the electric wolf charged, Lin Fan kicked out. Boom! The wolf was sent flying. Rolling several times on the ground, it stood up, its eyes glowing red with humiliation. It had been kicked by what it considered prey. This was its greatest disgrace. Roar! The electric wolf howled, its body crackling with electric energy. So arrogant. Huh? I'll send you to your doom today. The 8 gates of Duanjia, third gate, life gate, open. Lin Fan's blood boiled, his entire body turning crimson, enveloped in a faint green glow. The electric wolf, now fully roused, charged at Lin Fan. The collision between man and beast unleashed a violent clash of energy. Boom! Waves of energy rippled outward, toppling nearby trees. The electric wolf lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes wide in disbelief. It could hardly fathom that it had been slain by what it viewed as food. Gasping heavily, Lin Fan felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat. "Congratulations, you have slain a mid-level second-realm demonic beast and earned 200 kill points. Current kill points, 380. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan felt elated. With his current points, he could exchange them for the magic blade, Qianren. However, just then, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. His eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 16. The Contest. Lin Fan, wake up! A pair of delicate hands gently patted his face. "What happened?" Lin Fan grasped the hand, snapping his eyes open. The first thing he saw was Luo Qiao's anxious face. "Lin Fan, you're awake?" "Thank goodness." Relieved to see Lin Fan conscious, Luo Qiao sighed deeply. She had run as fast as she could to find Kong Limin, who had brought her back immediately, by the time they arrived. Lin Fan was lying unconscious on the ground beside the corpse of the electric wolf. Her heart had almost stopped. Thank goodness Lin Fan was unharmed. Had anything happened to him, she would have regretted her decision today. "From now on, no matter what happens, I will stay by Lin Fan's side." Luo Qiao resolved firmly. "Lin Fan, right?" Kong Limin asked casually. "That's me," Lin Fan replied, looking at him. "Well done." Kong Limin regarded the electric wolf's corpse. Surprised that Lin Fan had single-handedly defeated a second-realm beast. "City Lord, does that mean our group can take first place?" "Indeed." Kong Limin gazed at Lin Fan with a complex expression. His top pick, Lin Yao, had been attacked by the second-realm wolf and had nearly been killed due to his panic, ultimately requiring Kong Limin's assistance. Thus, he hadn't intervened when Lin Fan and Luo Qiao were attacked. Yet, Lin Fan had managed to take down the second-realm electric wolf alone. This made it impossible for him to reward Lin Yao. If things continued this way, he would need to rethink his plans. "No, this kid won't make it." The last C-class power wielder to enter the 4 great academies did so 12 years ago. Lin Yao is the true star of the future, no matter how outstanding Lin Fan appears now. Everything will change once they reach the second realm. Lin Yao, endowed with S-tier abilities, is undoubtedly the most promising candidate for admission into the prestigious 4 academies. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Kong Limin's mind was rife with thoughts. However, his own spirits soared high at that moment. With the essence cores from over a dozen first-tier beasts and 1 second-tier beast, a conservative estimate would place their value at around 1 million. "Let us depart." Kong Limin resolved to escort Lin Fan and Luo Qiao back. "Wait." Lin Fan approached the carcass of the second-tier Thunder Wolf and extracted the beast's essence core. While he could not carry the entire body, he was determined to take the core. Thus, "I shall lead the way." Metallic wings manifested behind Kong Limin as he effortlessly lifted both Luo Qiao and Lin Fan. With a powerful flap, he ascended into the sky. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at the city entrance, where others had already gathered. "Who do you think will be first?" One voice queried. "It must be Lin Yao. He is a genius with S-tier abilities." Indeed, even if he were alone, he would surely claim the top spot. As Lin Yao listened to the discussions around him, the veins in his hands throbbed with tension. Confronted by the second-tier beast, he had faltered and failed to unleash his full potential. It was only through Kong Li Min's intervention that he had survived. Why, as an S-tier genius, had he succumbed to fear in the face of a mere electric wolf? How could he ever hope to overcome his brother now? His inner turmoil raged on. I am delighted to see you all return safely. I perceive maturity upon your faces. I trust this experience has been fruitful for each of you. Kong Li Min proclaimed loudly. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd, pairs of them having indeed collected a considerable number of beast cores. Now, I shall announce which group has secured first place. The audience held their breath in anticipation of Kong Li Min's declaration. It must be me, Lin Yao thought, clenching his fists as he fixed his gaze upon Kong Li Min. The winners are Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. The wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. How could this be? Shouldn't it have been Lin Yao? He is an S-tier genius. Has the city lord made an error? Silence. Kong Li Min's voice boomed, demanding quiet from the assembly. Do you not trust your city lord? Lin Fan vanquished the Thunder Wolf. Who among you could achieve such a feat? He scanned the crowd, and none dared to meet his gaze. Do not project your own inadequacies onto others. Either strive to cultivate your own prowess and draw attention, or resign yourself to watching others bask in the limelight. Kong Li Min's tone was fierce, yet the crowd lowered their heads, still reluctant to meet his eyes. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face. Was there truly not a single one among them with the spirit to challenge? Lin Yao raised his head, determination igniting in his eyes. I refuse to accept this. He stepped forward to stand beside Kong Li Min, who, upon hearing Lin Yao's declaration, felt a surge of approval. Very well, he said, patting Lin Yao on the shoulder. I will grant you the opportunity to duel Lin Fan. If you emerge victorious, 6 essence cores will be yours, along with an additional 2 as a bonus. However, should you lose, all 8 cores will belong to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you have the option to decline the challenge. Kong Li Min turned to him. No need. I shall face him, Lin Fan replied, pointing at Lin Yao. Kong Li Min's satisfaction was evident. Today, he aimed to help Lin Yao conquer his inner demons and regain his confidence. An S-tier genius undoubtedly held more potential than a mere C-tier like Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan's potential humiliation and defeat, that mattered little to him. After all, it was Lin Fan who had voluntarily accepted the challenge. Yet, unbeknownst to Kong Li Min, Lin Fan had seen through his intentions long ago. Brother, let us battle. Lin Yao fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, resolute in his determination to defeat him in front of the gathered crowd and shatter his own mental barriers. My dear younger brother. Lin Fan regarded Lin Yao, raising his hand. He was eager to defeat Lin Yao and claim those 8 essence cores. Begin, Kong Li Min declared as the referee. Both Lin Fan and Lin Yao sprang into action, colliding with one another. Their fists struck true against each other. After 10 exchanges, they paused momentarily. Brother, I shall surely win this contest, Lin Yao proclaimed, his aura surging. Lightfall. The surrounding light elements surged towards Lin Fan. Sensing the overwhelming energy, Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. The moment the light descended, he moved with incredible speed, evading all assaults from the light elements unscathed. He dashed forward, closing the distance to Lin Yao in an instant. Not good, light shield. Lin Yao invoked his defensive technique, a light shield materializing before him just in the nick of time. Relief washed over him as he managed to summon the light shield before Lin Fan reached him. Defensive technique, is it? Lin Fan sneered at the shimmering shield before him. Let me shatter your little barrier. With a mighty swing, Lin Fan's fist struck the shield. It shook violently, yet Lin Yao maintained his grip. Brother, your efforts are futile. You will not break my defense, Lin Yao boasted with a confident smile. He was an S-tier genius, and he was certain that Lin Fan's strength could not surpass his defenses. However, in that moment, Lin Fan's fist continued its relentless assault upon the light shield. In the ensuing chapter, Lin Fan's fist landed solidly upon the light shield, causing it to crack under the force of his blow. Lin Yao staggered backward several steps, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? He gasped, staring incredulously at Lin Fan. Why light shield could withstand even the attacks of a second-tier Thunder Wolf, requiring 4 strikes to break. As he pondered this, Lin Fan's third punch came barreling toward him, It was so swift that Lin Yao barely registered its approach. The light shield shattered like glass, and Lin Fan's fist connected squarely with his face. Bang! Lin Yao was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. City Lord Kong, I have emerged victorious. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together and approached Kong Limin. This contest belongs to Lin Fan, Kong Limin remarked, his expression a complex blend of astonishment and admiration. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's formidable strength, shattering Lin Yao's defenses with but 3 punches. Lin Fan, allow me to tend to your injuries. Luo Qiao rushed over, placing her hands upon Lin Fan's. It was then that the crowd noticed the bloodied and battered state of Lin Fan's hands. How painful it must have been. Yet he had not uttered a single cry of agony. Kong Limin's eyes widened in surprise. A surge of green light enveloped Lin Fan, halting the flow of blood and gradually healing his wounds. Lin Fan gently caressed Luo Qiao's face, who, undeterred, continued her treatment. A disfigured monster and a C-tier waste. Truly a match made in heaven. Huang San mused inwardly, observing the scene. Brother. Lin Yao had already risen from the ground. Though not gravely injured, he felt as if he bore the weight of a severe blow. Here are your 8 essence cores, Kong Limin announced, presenting them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted them nonchalantly, pocketing them with ease. Now, spend the remaining time wisely honing your skills, and I hope you all achieve commendable results in the upcoming examinations, Kong Limin concluded, leading the group back into the city. Lin Fan and Luo Qiao made their way to the treasure-gathering pavilion, both donning masks. They sold the beast cores for a total of 1,100,000, with the second-tier Thunder Wolf's core fetching 70,000. Lin Fan exchanged his earnings for a spatial ring capable of holding 2 cubic meters, along with 7 essence cores. In an instant, 110,000 vanished. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Fan presented the 7 essence cores to Luo Qiao, who accepted them without hesitation. She was determined to grow stronger and no longer be a burden. Afterward, Lin Fan retreated to his room and commanded. System, exchange for the demon blade Qianren. Understood. The system replied promptly. In the next moment, a black-handled, long blade emanating a faint purple glow appeared in Lin Fan's grasp. He caressed the weapon, finding it to his liking. The demon blade Qianren, designed solely for offense, was perfectly suited to his style. After admiring it for 5 minutes, he stored it in the spatial ring and then sat on his bed to begin his cultivation with the essence cores. Yaoer, what transpired? Aunt Lin Fei inquired, noticing Lin Yao's swollen face with concern. Nothing significant, Lin Yao replied, opting to conceal the fact that Lin Fan had decisively bested him. Yaoer, speak the truth to your mother. Lin Fei's demeanor shifted as she fixed her gaze upon him sternly. Lin Yao, feeling the weight of her gaze, eventually relented and recounted how Lin Fan had knocked him down with 3 punches. What? How dare that, Lin Fan? Lin Fei slammed her hand upon the table, fury igniting within her. She had not anticipated Lin Fan would have the audacity to strike Lin Yao in front of everyone. Yaoer, rest assured. This matter cannot be left unresolved. She affectionately ruffled Lin Yao's hair, her thoughts racing with plans to suppress Lin Fan's growth. Yaoer, you must be exhausted. Go rest now, Lin Fei said gently. All right, Lin Yao acquiesced, turning to head to his room. Wait a moment, Lin Fei called out suddenly. Mother, is there something else? Lin Yao inquired, turning back to her. I shall assign a maid to look after your needs, she replied. Lin Fei clapped her hands, and a timid young woman dressed in a maid's outfit stepped forward. Lin Yao's pupils constricted, for this maid bore an uncanny resemblance to Gao Yu. Observing Lin Yao's reaction, Lin Fei expressed her satisfaction, saying, This is Gao Yu's younger sister, Gao Wan. She will take care of your daily needs from now on, in every possible aspect. Lin Fei emphasized the phrase in every possible aspect. Young master, allow me to assist you with your attire, Gao Wan offered gently as she approached Lin Yao. Very well, Lin Yao replied, entranced, allowing Gao Wan to lead him into the room. What of S-class geniuses? They are but playthings in my hands, Lin Fei scoffed disdainfully to S for that little brat Lin Fan. I wish he were as foolish as Lin Yao. However, I truly must suppress him. If he were to seize our family assets, my comfortable life would be at stake. Lin Fei picked up the phone and called a man. Unfortunately for Lin Fei, her schemes came too late, for at that moment, Lin Fan, after utilizing 5 spirit cores, had reached the peak of the first realm. Soon, he would become a second realm ability user, and he was filled with excitement. Achieving the second realm would grant him armor and a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan. More importantly, after breaking through to the second realm, he could apply for a family division task. Completing this task would allow him to reclaim the family assets, which was crucial for accelerating his cultivation. Lin Fan resolved to rest well that night and prepare for his breakthrough the following day. On the morning of the next day, Lin Fan rose early. After a simple meal, he purchased a variety of food items, including a breakfast for Luo Qiao, before returning to his room. Small realms require time to accumulate, while breakthroughs to larger realms necessitate a forceful impact against barriers, a task that is considerably challenging. It often takes several days, and failure is a possibility. Without sufficient accumulation, most would not dare to attempt it. Lin Fan closed his eyes, recalling the methods to break through to the second realm, and began to channel his mental energy. He estimated that this breakthrough would conservatively take 5 days. As Lin Fan directed his mental energy against the barrier, the first attempt predictably failed. He did not feel disheartened. This was a normal occurrence. No one succeeds on their first attempt to breach a barrier, not even those of SSS class genius. He continued to channel his mental energy against the barrier. After several attempts, the barrier exhibited slight changes that would have gone unnoticed if not for Lin Fan's keen observation. Tiny cracks, no larger than a mosquito, appeared on the barrier. Only by breaking through all parts of the barrier could he advance to the second realm. Lin Fan resumed his assault on the barrier, but after 50 attempts, his mental energy was nearly depleted. This was to be expected, as breaching a barrier consumes considerable mental energy. At this juncture, the advantage of higher ability levels became evident. The higher one's ability level, the quicker the recovery of mental energy, thus providing an edge during the breakthrough. Chapter 18. Family Division Task. If one cannot breach the barrier within a short time, it will begin to restore itself. Lin Fan's sea of mental energy was now devoid of any power, and he would need at least 30 minutes for his mental energy to fully recover. Glancing at the time, Lin Fan realized that half a day had already passed. This wouldn't do. It seemed he would have to resort to a mental energy potion. Without hesitation, he retrieved the potion to restore his mental energy. Instantly, his once dry sea of mental energy was replenished. Having consumed more than half the potion, Lin Fan continued to challenge the barrier. Time flew by, and the cracks expanded from the size of a mosquito to that of a fist. During this period, aside from basic sustenance and attending to physiological needs, he was solely focused on breaching the barrier. His disheveled appearance and the dark circles around his eyes were of no concern to him as he relentlessly channeled his mental energy against the barrier. As time passed again, the sound of the barrier shattering finally echoed. "I did it!" Lin Fan exclaimed with exhilaration. After this burst of excitement, he turned inward to examine his sea of mental energy. Following the destruction of the barrier, his mental sea had undergone a tremendous transformation, expanding fivefold. This meant that the mental energy within him was now 5 times greater than before, enabling him to maintain the 3-Tomo Sharingan for a longer duration. Lin Fan noted that this breakthrough had taken a full 7 days. After tidying up briefly, he indulged in a much-needed nap. 7 hours later, Lin Fan was still asleep when Luo Qiao gently pushed the door open. Finding him resting, the blanket lay strewn on the floor, having been kicked off by Lin Fan. Approaching his side, Luo Qiao picked up the blanket and covered him. Just then, a hand pressed over her mouth. Pinning her down on the bed, the pair of crimson eyes stared intently at her, and in those eyes, Luo Qiao saw 3 black tomo. Just as she was about to scream, Lin Fan's grip loosened, and his eyes transformed back to black. "I apologize," Lin Fan said. "It's all right," Luo Qiao replied, not holding it against him. "But, could you please get off me?" Her cheeks flushed slightly. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Fan quickly withdrew his hand and sat up on the bed. "I've reached the peak of the first realm. In a few days, I will break through to the second realm," he informed her quietly. "That's great. Tomorrow, I'll give you something nice." "What is it?" "You'll find out tomorrow." Lin Fan gently stroked Luo Qiao's long-haired, the service desk. A middle-aged man looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. "If you don't believe it, you can verify it," Lin Fan replied to the middle-aged man. "Please hold on a moment," the man said politely before swiftly moving to the back. He picked up the phone and called Lin Fei. "What?" This Lin Fan has actually become a second-realm ability user. Lin Fei nearly dropped her phone. Just as she was preparing to deal with Lin Fan, he had unexpectedly advanced to the second realm. This caught her completely off guard. Yes, the aura of a second-realm ability user cannot be faked. "Miss Lin, what should we do now?" the middle-aged man asked calmly. He had a decent rapport with Lin Fei, but it was merely decent. Damn it. This little brat cultivates so quickly, just like his deceased father. Lin Fei cursed internally. Let's do this, Brother Jiang. Give him the most difficult family asset task. If you can stop this little brat, I will reward you handsomely. Lin Fei contemplated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Rest assured, Ms. Lin, I will assign him the most challenging family division task. I guarantee he will be unable to complete it. The middle-aged man assured her. Thank you, Brother Jiang, and no need for thanks. The middle-aged man hung up the phone and retrieved a crystal ball. Returning to the service desk. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please place your hand on the crystal ball. The Jiang-named man placed the crystal ball on the desk. Lin Fan placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball immediately emanated a faint glow, revealing the number 2. He had indeed reached the second realm. The Jiang-named man feigned surprise as he looked at Lin Fan. According to the records, Lin Fan awakened only half a month ago. Such a rapid cultivation speed is remarkable. It truly shows the new generation surpassing the previous. The Jiang-named man sighed, recalling that it had taken him a full 2.5 months to reach the second realm. This is your armor. The Jiang-named man retrieved a blue armor from a cabinet and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted it, inspecting it closely. This blue armor was forged from dark gold, capable of withstanding attacks from second realm ability users, making it quite practical. Your subsidy for this month will be deposited into your account shortly. If there's nothing else, I will be off. The Jiang-named man began to pack up his things. Wait, I still need to accept a family division task. Lin Fan called out to him. All right, I'll find you an easier one. After a moment of consideration, the Jiang-named man handed Lin Fan an envelope. Lin Fan took it and opened it, glancing through the contents. The family asset task required him to obtain the eyeball of a young electric wolf. While the difficulty may not seem too great at first glance, it was, in fact, quite challenging. The young electric wolf was protected by numerous adult electric wolves, and to acquire the young wolf's eyeball, Lin Fan would need to take down at least 3 adult electric wolves. This family division task was likely among the most difficult. Watching the Jiang-named man continue to pack his belongings, a glint of red flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. This middle-aged man, despite his outwardly pleasant demeanor, was undoubtedly targeting him. However, it was more likely that someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Huang San? It shouldn't be him. That leaves only one person. His Aunt Lin Fei. With this thought, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, eagerly anticipating the look of surprise on Lin Fei's face when he reclaimed the family assets. He took Luo Qiao by the hand and returned to the villa. After a brief tidying up, he left the city. Donning a tiger skin mask, he retrieved the demon blade Qianren from his spatial ring. After searching for a while, he finally located an electric wolf den. Without hesitation, Lin Fan charged in. The 3 adult electric wolves, upon sensing a human intruding into their territory, let out furious roars. Don't blame me. For the sake of the family assets, you must perish. Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Focusing on the sleeping electric wolf pups behind them, the 3 electric wolves sensed Lin Fan's gaze, their bodies crackling with electricity. With a roar, all 3 electric wolves lunged at him, intent on tearing this intruder to shreds. With a swift motion, Lin Fan swung the demon blade Qianren, a flash of purple light slicing through the air, cleaving one electric wolf in 2. The remaining 2 electric wolves continued their relentless assault, charging towards Lin Fan. Farewell, Lin Fan swung his blade twice more, cleaving the 2 electric wolves into 4 segments that fell to the ground. He approached the juvenile electric wolf, which lay in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. Chapter 19. You do not wear that armor often, do you? As Lin Fan's blade descended, the juvenile electric wolf perished without even opening its eyes. After extracting the creature's 2 eyeballs, he dug a pit and buried the slain electric wolves within it. Upon returning to Yong'an City, he prepared to submit his quest. As he traversed a narrow alley, a figure suddenly blocked his path. His aunt, Lin Fei. Clad in white armor, her long hair elegantly styled, she exuded an air of confidence. Observing Lin Fan, who was donned in green armor, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. So-level abilities, and yet you have broken through to the second realm in just half a month. Such speed is rather astonishing, she mused, noticing the sardonic smile lingering at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. This very expression ignited an inexplicable fury within Lin Fei. This little brat truly believed he could usurp the family fortune. Unperturbed, Lin Fan stepped closer to Lin Fei, fully aware she had come to seek him out. Lin Fan, we should have a serious discussion. Discuss? Discuss what? Lin Fan retorted, fixing his gaze upon Lin Fei. She smiled faintly, shifting the topic. I am a below ability user. In 1.5 months, I ascended to the second realm. By the age of 19, I was at the peak of the second realm, and by 20, I aim to become a third realm practitioner. At 25, I aspired to reach the pinnacle of the third realm, and by 26, I sought to challenge the fourth realm. I believed I could achieve this before turning 30 and thus become the deputy city lord. Her expression brimmed with excitement before it dimmed slightly. But everything changed when, at the age of 28, I was ambushed by a fourth realm demon. I fought desperately to escape, but my spiritual sea shattered, causing my cultivation to regress to the mid-third realm. Rendering me incapable of ever advancing to the fourth realm, I remained in a stupor for 9 years, and at 37, I began to reconsider the world and my fate. Ultimately, human strength is insignificant. Compared to this world, we are but ephemeral insects. After sharing so much, Lin Fei returned to the matter at hand. She gazed at Lin Fan, continuing, "You are just like I was in my youth, full of vigor and convinced of your limitless potential, even believing you can change the world. But as you mature, you will come to realize that you are merely a small player in this grand scheme. We must live as small players do, bowing our heads when necessary, or we will only find ourselves battered and broken. It is natural for you not to understand this now, but in time, you will learn to accept the hand fate deals you." Lin Fan regarded Lin Fei with a calm demeanor, finding her perspective utterly ludicrous, at least in his eyes. His aunt had altered her way of life, undoubtedly achieving success. She now enjoyed a life of comfort. Yet in doing so, she had lost her fiery spirit. In Lin Fan's view, such a person was pitiable. Lin Fei, unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts, mistakenly believed her words had sparked an epiphany within him. "Lin Fan, you are not Lin Yao. I will speak plainly. If you relinquish your claim to the family fortune, you can leverage my connections in Yong'an City. I could even provide you with 3 million. With that amount, you could acquire numerous cultivation resources, enabling you to elevate your realm swiftly." Lin Fan listened quietly as Lin Fei elaborated at length. After a moment, he interrupted her. "Aunt, you do not wear that armor frequently, do you?" Lin Fei paused, taken aback by Lin Fan's remark. She had not anticipated such a comment. However, Lin Fan's observation held merit. She had not donned the white armor in quite some time, having only worn it today for Lin Fan's sake. Lin Fan scrutinized Lin Fei's pristine armor and sighed, stating, "An ability user's armor should not be so intact. It ought to be riddled with damage and battle scars to possess true character. Aunt, you have grown complacent, losing your ambition and fighting spirit. What, with your current mindset, can you possibly use to deter me?" Lin Fan's words drained color from Lin Fei's face, igniting a smoldering fury within her. As if it could incinerate him to ashes. There exists a certain type of person in this world who, under the guise of goodwill, seeks to control others. When their wishes are unfulfilled, they perceive it as a lack of respect or even an insult. Undoubtedly, Lin Fei belonged to this category. She sought to lecture Lin Fan, urging him to abandon his claim to the family fortune, only to be met with his retort. "Lin Fan, you little brat, I am trying to guide you. And yet you fail to recognize my goodwill. Very well. Go ahead and try to complete your task." As Lin Fan listened to Lin Fei's words, he retrieved a juvenile electric wolf's eyeball from his spatial ring. Smiling at her, eager to relish her reaction. "How could this be? You cannot possibly succeed. You cannot possibly succeed," she cried, her face contorted with rage. Ignoring her, Lin Fan continued forward. Lin Fei, drenched in sweat, pondered frantically. How could this little brat have accomplished such a feat? Surely he would need to slay at least 3 adult electric wolves to approach the juvenile one. No, he was on his way to submit his quest now. My family fortune. Realizing this, her composure shattered, and she dashed towards Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, wait, we can discuss this." Lin Fan remained unfazed, continuing his stride. "Lin Fan, 3 million is insufficient. How about 5 million? No, 7 million. Lin Fei raised the stakes incessantly, further piquing Lin Fan's interest in the family fortune. Observing her desperation, he mused that the inheritance must be quite substantial. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the intriguing content ahead. Lin Fei, drenched in perspiration, was genuinely anxious, She did not wish to relinquish her comfortable lifestyle. Lin Fan, consider this carefully. Offending me will yield dire consequences. Do not blame me if you find yourself crippled. Lin Fan, do not delude yourself into thinking everything is smooth sailing. You have no idea how treacherous human hearts can be. Lin Fei shouted in anger, her eyes blazing as they bore into Lin Fan. Yet, she dared not take another step forward, as if bound by an invisible shackle. Left to seethe impotently behind him. Lin Fan, witnessing this, allowed a sardonic smile to grace his lips. His aunt's hesitation to act against him stemmed from the rules established by the Dragon Kingdom, which forbade elders from striking at juniors. At least, that was the public faad in the shadows. However, one could strike, provided they remained undetected. Should one be discovered, they would be cast into the heavenly prison. Such is the allure of rules. They can, to some extent, influence behavior. Yet Lin Fan would not be shackled by these so-called rules. Only the weak allow themselves to be constrained by such notions. It is truly lamentable if a person refrains from pursuing what they rightfully deserve out of fear of arbitrary conventions or morals. One day, he would forge his own rules. Indeed, I am a small player. Yet I am a small player who yearns to swim against the current. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan entered the office hall. While Lin Fei watched him enter, her body trembling, veins protruding from her hands, revealing her utter helplessness. The sunlight illuminated her long, dark hair, casting a few strands of white into stark relief. At 40 years of age, she should not have been hunched over, yet at this moment, her back was indeed bent. She had aged, having begun to do so at 28. Chapter 20 Spiritual Stone Vein. Lin Fan arrived at the office hall and submitted the juvenile electric wolf's eyeball. The middle-aged man surnamed Jiang appeared somewhat astonished. The task he had assigned to Lin Fan was notoriously challenging, yet the young man had completed it with surprising swiftness. After receiving the eyeball and confirming its authenticity, he recorded the details on his computer. Well done, the task is complete. You may now inherit your family fortune. However, your assets are currently in your aunt's possession. We will retrieve them for you, and you can return in 2 days to collect them. The middle-aged man surnamed Jiang looked at Lin Fan. Thank you very much, Lin Fan replied, extending his hand for a shake. They both smiled amicably, yet the thoughts in their minds remained their own. Within the villa, Lin Fei exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, I have no other options. Jiang sighed, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. No alternatives? Lin Fei asked in a panic. I have no alternatives. Miss Lin Fei, please prepare the items on this list and do not make things difficult for me. He handed Lin Fei a list. Upon glancing at the list, Lin Fei's face drained of color. This is absolutely impossible. These items belong to me, all of them. Her emotions flared as she hurled the list to the ground. Handing over these items would mean the end of her affluent lifestyle. I will come for these items on the list in 2 days. Mr. Jiang ignored Lin Fei's outburst, simply pushing through the door and exiting. Damn it! Lin Fei smashed everything on the table to the floor. At that moment, she was filled with regret. She had never anticipated that within less than a month, Lin Fan would ascend to the second realm. Had she known, she would have mobilized all her connections to suppress him ruthlessly. Alas, it was too late now. Lin Fan had already become a second realm practitioner, and she could no longer overtly suppress him. You little brat, do not think that acquiring the family fortune will grant you peace. It is not so easily obtained. Lin Fei's expression darkened as she coldly declared. 2 days later, Lin Fan emerged from the office hall, his face aglow with excitement. He had never anticipated such a vast inheritance. 5 million in cash, a mid-tier auxiliary spirit tool, and a spirit stone vein. The market value of the mid-tier auxiliary spirit tool reached 10 million, making it a rarity in Yong'an City, available only at auction houses. The worth of the spirit stone vein was even beyond measure, as it was a source of spirit stones, capable of yielding thousands of stones. Now he understood Lin Fei's intentions. This fortune was indeed substantial enough for one to live a life of ease. With these resources, he could potentially break through to the third realm within 3 months, or even achieve higher levels. Attaining the third realm's prowess would place him on par with top-tier geniuses, a feat that could take them 3 months as well. Contemplating this, Lin Fan followed the map to his newly acquired spirit stone vein. Before the vein, 5 workers were diligently mining. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, an elderly man walked over, his face adorned with ingratiating smiles. Young master, please take a seat. Lin Fan settled onto the chair that the elder had prepared in advance and inquired, Where are the mining records? Here they are, young master. The elder promptly handed over a thick ledger of mining records. Lin Fan opened it and examined it closely. While he perused the records, the elder watched him with bated breath. Having just learned that the spirit stone vein had changed ownership. Initially, he had thought it a fabrication, for Lin Fei, the previous owner, though beautiful, was known for her sharp tongue and harsh treatment. They were made to toil for 15 hours a day, earning only a meager 1,000 yuan each month, barely enough to survive, with no extra funds to spare. Yet, countless ordinary individuals sought this work due to the insurance it offered. Should an accident occur, they would receive a payout of 100,000 yuan, a fortune for common folk. Where did last month's spirit stones go? Lin Fan scrutinized the records for a considerable time before locating an inconsistency. Young master, the spirit stones mined last month were taken by the previous owner a day ago, the elder replied nervously. This youth had managed to wrest the spirit stone vein from Lin Fei. Clearly a formidable individual whom he could not afford to offend. "Aunt, this aligns perfectly with her usual methods," Lin Fan remarked with a cold smirk. Observing the smirk on Lin Fan's face, the elder trembled, sweat beading on his brow as he pondered which of his words had offended Lin Fan. "Call them over. I have an announcement to make." The smirk vanished from Lin Fan's lips as he instructed the elder to summon the 5 workers. The elder hastily called them over, and they quickly set aside their work, hurrying to stand before Lin Fan. "You are surnamed Wan, correct?" Lin Fan approached one of the workers and asked nonchalantly. "Yes, young master." "I am indeed surnamed Wan," replied a lean middle-aged man. "Your hands are rather unclean." Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the gaunt man. The middle-aged worker averted his eyes, bending low as if his face were about to touch the ground. Desperate to improve his circumstances, he had secretly hidden away a spirit stone, believing he would not be discovered. To his dismay, Lin Fan saw through his ruse. "Speak up. Stop feigning ignorance." Lin Fan kicked the lean man, sending him flying 5 meters, where he tumbled and came to a halt. Yet, he bore no resentment, quickly rising to kneel at Lin Fan's feet, pleading, "Young master, I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please spare me." The other 5 workers held their breath, fearful of being implicated. Lin Fan's icy gaze remained fixed on the gaunt man. "Hand over the spirit stone." His tone was devoid of warmth, chillingly impersonal. The lean man quickly produced the spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan, who crushed it in his grasp. The dust of the stone cascaded from his fingers, dissipating into the air with a gust. "Let this matter be as though it never occurred. Understood?" "Understood. Thank you for your mercy." "Young master," the lean man hastily bowed his head. "Rise." "There's no need for such formalities," Lin Fan said, his words possessing an almost magical quality that compelled the lean man to stand. With a faint smile, Lin Fan addressed the 6 individuals. "I believe your wages are rather low. Henceforth, each of you will receive a 30% increase in pay, working 11 hours a day. Work diligently, for many benefits await you." His words ignited excitement among the 6. The mere increase in wages was not what thrilled them. It was the reduction of 4 hours from their workday. With that hour freed, they could pursue other endeavors. "Young master, you are truly benevolent. We will certainly work hard. Young master, you are a paragon of virtue. We will repay your kindness." Amidst their expressions of gratitude, Lin Fan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The strategy of wielding a firm hand followed by a sweet reward is a universally effective approach. Applicable in any realm. Chapter 21. The auction. Lin Fan never considered himself a good person. Moreover, in this world, virtuous deeds rarely lead to favorable outcomes. On the surface, ordinary individuals are protected by the law. But who truly knows the reality? He aspired to grow stronger, to stand atop the world and behold its unique vistas. With these thoughts, Lin Fan returned to his villa with 20 spirit stones, handing a bag containing 10 stones to Luo Qiao. "What is this?" she asked, perplexed. "A promised gift. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Luo Qiao attempted to return the bag. "Take it. After all, we are good brothers." And such politeness feels distant. Lin Fan pressed her hand down with a smile. "Very well." Luo Qiao relented, accepting the bag. She intended to break through to the 2nd realm today, and these spirit stones would prove invaluable. Once she achieved that breakthrough, she would have combat capabilities and would no longer be a burden. "Lin Fan, I am about to begin my breakthrough to the second realm. Holding the spirit stones? Luo Qiao looked at him. Perfect. Use these stones that I believe you will surely succeed. Lin Fan encouraged, patting her shoulder. All right, after this breakthrough, I will surprise you. A mysterious smile graced Luo Qiao's face. In the days that followed, Lin Fan devoted himself to eating, sleeping, and cultivating. After breaking through to the second realm, his progress began to slow significantly. Even with the aid of spirit stones, his mental strength had only increased by a mere 15% over several days. For an ordinary cultivator, achieving a breakthrough to the second realm in 3 months was still a formidable challenge. His own rapid ascension to the second realm had been sheer luck. Lin Fan pushed open the door and entered the living room for tea. Just then, Luo Qiao's door burst open, and she dashed out, brimming with excitement. I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan continued sipping his tea, admiring her jubilant demeanor. That moment, Luo Qiao, clad in purple, her hair cascading untamed, bore dark circles around her eyes. The color indeed lent her an extraordinary allure. Ahem. Lin Fan coughed twice, prompting Luo Qiao to halt her exuberance. Wait a moment. She quickly tidied herself up, tying her hair into a bun. Lin Fan, come here, she beckoned softly. All right. Without questioning further, Lin Fan approached Ian. The next moment, a hand cupped his chin, and her lips met his. Lin Fan was enveloped in warmth, the sweetness of her kiss igniting his heart, causing it to skip a beat. After a minute, their embrace ended, and Luo Qiao's cheeks flushed like an apple. You took advantage of me? No way. I never let myself be at a loss. Lin Fan, with a roguish grin, leaned in for another kiss. Initially resistant, Luo Qiao ultimately surrendered to his advances. It was only when she struggled for breath that Lin Fan reluctantly released her. Gasping, Luo Qiao shot him a reproachful look. You wretched Lin Fan, you are incorrigible. Her little fist aimed at him, but Lin Fan caught her hand. We are brothers. How could you wish harm upon your good brother? He gazed into her eyes, feigning innocence. This left Luo Qiao at a loss. Wait, I just gave my first kiss to this guy, and now he is acting all wronged. Sensing the shift in her expression, Lin Fan understood her thoughts. He loosened his grip, allowing tears to flow from his eyes. We are both alone in this world. Yet today you wish to hit me. It truly saddens me. Go ahead, today, no matter how you hit me. I want to fight back. His tone was magnanimous, and the tears in his eyes flowed like a broken dam. Luo Qiao panicked at the sight. She had never expected Lin Fan would cry. She rushed to his side, enveloping him in her arms, offering comfort. It's all right. I will always be here for you. Please, stop crying. Okay. Lin Fan cried for quite some time before finally calming down. Luo Qiao handed him a tissue, which he accepted to wipe his tears. I apologize for losing control. It's understandable. Luo Qiao responded with a sweet smile. 3 days later, the two found themselves at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Young brother, these electric wolf innerdan are worth 110,000. Would you prefer cash or to exchange for something else? Elder Song inquired, observing the masked Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. Let us go with cash. Very well. Elder Song retrieved 110,000 in cash from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan placed the cash into the spatial ring and was about to turn to leave when Old Song spoke up, saying, Hold on, there's something else. Old Song? Lin Fan inquired. There will be an auction tomorrow, and many valuable items will be available. I believe my young friend will find them intriguing. Song Ziming produced 2 invitations and handed them to Lin Fan. Thank you, Old Song. Lin Fan accepted the invitations and took Luo Qiao by the hand as they departed. Being young is truly wonderful, Song Ziming mused as he watched Lin Fan and Luo Qiao walk out. The following day, masked Lin Fan and Luo Qiao entered the treasure gathering pavilion. Young master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Presenting their invitations, the pair ascended to the 3rd floor. The expansive area measured a staggering 3,000 square meters. Numerous individuals adorned various masks, each seeking a place to sit. This was merely a precaution against being recognized. After finding their seats, they noticed a woman in a qipao, elegant in both stature and demeanor. Standing at the auction podium, she surveyed the crowd and, upon confirming that everyone was seated, began to speak slowly. Welcome to the treasure gathering pavilion. I am the auctioneer by Qiao. Let us officially commence the auction. The first item for bid is a primary attack type spirit artifact. Please take a look. Bai Qiao gestured toward a finely crafted short dagger draped in red cloth, which glimmered with a faint cold light. Upon seeing the dagger, Lin Fan exclaimed, "What a fine piece!" This was none other than the very dagger he had sold. The starting bid is 600,000. Each subsequent increase must be no less than 10,000. 610,000. Immediately, someone placed a bid. 630,000. 680,000. 780,000. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Who dares to raise the stakes so high? The crowd turned to see a man with dyed blonde hair and a blue mask, reclining with his legs draped over a chair. The voice and the yellow hair identified him as Huang San. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Huang San on the spot. Meanwhile, Old Song in the private box wore a grim expression. The market price of this short dagger was 750,000, which he had purchased from Lin Fan for 800,000. Now, this man in the blue mask had raised the price to 780,000, likely discouraging others from bidding against him. 78,000, once. Bai Qiao waited 10 seconds before continuing. 78,000, twice. 78,000. 800,000. A voice resonated throughout the hall, interrupting Bai Qiao. Huang San glared at the masked Lin Fan, his eyes filled with fury. How dare this tiger-masked individual compete with him? Old Song in the private box could not help but smile. Lin Fan's timing was impeccable. 850,000. Huang San gritted his teeth as he placed his bid. 870,000. Lin Fan replied coolly. 950,000. Huang San's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lin Fan, his rage unabated. 96,000. Lin Fan continued to raise the bid, completely unconcerned that Huang San might withdraw. 1 million. Huang San spat out the figure through clenched teeth, unwilling to believe Lin Fan could outbid him further. Lin Fan ceased his bidding. 1 million. Once. 1 million. Twice. 1 million. Sold. Bai Qiao brought down her gavel, announcing the deal. Huang San's eyes burned with fury. Only now did he realize he had acted rashly. The dagger was worth at most 80,000, yet he had overspent nearly 20,000. With the 360,000 Huang Qi had generously provided him to acquire cultivation resources, he now risked missing out on more valuable items. Damn it, this tiger-masked fool and Lin Fan both deserve to die. Huang San's inner turmoil screamed. Huang San, this is merely collecting interest. Dare to kill me, and be prepared for your own demise. Lin Fan's expression was cold beneath his mask as he observed Huang San's slight tremor. The next item up for auction was the inner core of a third-tier Gale Wolf. A green inner core appeared on the red cloth, and Bai Qiao, holding it delicately, introduced, the inner core of a third-tier Gale Wolf can be used directly to enhance the affinity for wind elements for wind-type practitioners. Her words ignited fervent discussion among the audience. The inner core was a coveted treasure, as enhancing wind element affinity was no simple feat. No one dare compete with me. This inner core is mine. Nonsense. The highest bidder wins this beast's inner core. Bai Qiao quickly announced the starting bid. The opening bid is 450,000, with increments of no less than 100,000. 460,000. 480,000. 490,000. The price rapidly escalated to 500,000, showing no signs of slowing down. Lin Fan refrained from bidding. After all, he was not a wind-type practitioner and had no need to enhance his affinity. 710,000. 710,000. Once. 710,000. Twice. 710,000. Sold. Eventually, the inner core of the third-tier Gale Wolf was sold for 710,000. Next, Bai Qiao announced, we shall auction the inner core of a second-tier woodman. Its effects are well known. So let us begin. The starting bid is 200,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. 220,000. Huang San bid first, his gaze fixated on the inner core of the second-tier woodman, as if it were already in his grasp. The inner core could enhance the affinity of wood-type practitioners and plant-type practitioners. Having just broken through to the second tier, Huang San believed that acquiring this inner core would solidify his cultivation and increase his affinity. Such resources were unattainable in a small third-tier city like Yong'an, only appearing at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion's semi-annual auction. Securing this inner core would make his trip worthwhile. 230,000. 240,000. Huang San did not hesitate to raise his bid. Perhaps due to the scarcity of wood-type practitioners in the crowd, the bidding stalled for several seconds. 250,000. Once. 250,000. Twice. 250,000. 260,000. Just as Bai Qiao was about to bring down her gavel, Lin Fan interjected. Huang San whipped around, his eyes burning with rage at the tiger-masked Lin Fan. This masked brat had thwarted him twice. It was unforgivable. 270,000. Lin Fan rubbed his hands, continuing to raise the bid. You. Huang San stood, pointing furiously at Lin Fan. Auctioneer, announce the result. Lin Fan disregarded Huang San entirely and addressed Bai Qiao. 270,000. Once 270,000. Twice 270,000. Sold. Bai Qiao struck the gavel, confirming Lin Fan's acquisition of the inner core of the second-tier wood man. Whoever you are, I shall kill you today. Huang San's eyes darkened as he sat down, mentally sentencing Lin Fan to death. In the subsequent bidding, Lin Fan refrained from further bids, as none of the items were suitable for either him or Luo Qiao. Just as he began to feel bored and stifled a yawn, an item caught his attention. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The next auction item was particularly unique. A stunning woman in black stockings, with long legs, emerged holding a red box containing a white fruit that emitted a faint silver glow. All eyes were drawn to the white fruit, which could allow second-tier practitioners to directly break through a minor realm without any side effects. Bai Qiao, taking the box, smiled at the audience and explained, this white fruit belongs to a series ranging from 1st to 6th tier, represented by various colors, blue, white, blue, yellow, red, and gold. Each practitioner may only use the corresponding fruit once at their respective realm. Using it again will significantly diminish its effects. The bidding commenced with a starting price of 200,000. With increases of no less than 10,000, 210,000, 230,000, 250,000. The competition was fierce, with many eager participants, since most practitioners in Yong'an were at the second tier. The white fruit was in high demand. 260,000. Huang San entered the bidding, his gaze intensely focused on the white fruit. He was determined to acquire it at all costs. 3 million. Lin Fan raised the stakes by 40,000, bringing the price to 3 million. Huang San's face flushed with rage beneath his mask. He nearly erupted in a fit of anger. 260,000 had already been his highest bid. He could not raise the price further. He began to suspect that this tiger-masked brat bore a personal grudge against him. When he placed his bid, that scoundrel followed suit. Chapter 23. Severe Injury. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. That rascal must die today. I shall have old Jiang take action shortly, ensuring that this scoundrel meets his end, for all his possessions will rightfully belong to me. This will also save me a considerable amount of money. Heh, I am truly a genius. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Huang San's lips. 3,200,000. The white fruit is not easily obtained. And immediately others began to raise their bids. 3,300,000. Lin Fan also raised his bid. He had only this much cash on hand, but he possessed a spirit stone mine. If his cash fell short, he could use this spirit stone vein as collateral, which could at least secure him a loan of 5 million. The value of the spirit stone vein is exceedingly high, belonging to the category of priceless yet unsellable. After all, no one would be foolish enough to sell a spirit stone vein. 3,400,000. The individual continued to bid, clearly having a strong desire for the white fruit. 3,500,000. Lin Fan raised his bid once more. This time, the other person fell silent for a long while, ultimately refraining from increasing the bid. 3,500,000. Once 3,500,000. Twice 3,500,000. Sold. Bai Qiao raised her hammer and declared the transaction complete. After the auction concluded, young friend, these are the items you have won. Old Song handed over 2 red boxes to Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. Lin Fan accepted the 2 boxes and placed them into his spatial ring, saying, Old Song, I am a bit short on cash and still need. You do not have to pay that extra 200,000. Old Song took a sip from his teacup, smiling as he looked at Lin Fan. Then I thank you, Old Song. Lin Fan cupped his hands in gratitude. You are too polite. Here is our bronze membership card from the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. With a flick of his hand, Old Song produced 2 azure cards that flew into the hands of the Tude. Old Song, this card is too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Fan hurriedly attempted to return the card. Young friend, are you trying to go against me? Old Song's expression shifted, his gaze at Lin Fan now tinged with anger. Apologies, Old Song. Then I shall accept it. Seeing Old Song's anger, Lin Fan quickly accepted the bronze membership card. Now that is more like it. A smile instantly returned to Old Song's face as he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Old Song, we shall take our leave now. Very well, I shall not see you off. Lin Fan pulled Luo Qiao out of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lin Fan, that person wearing the blue mask is Huang San, isn't it? Luo Qiao, who had remained silent, finally inquired. Indeed, it is Huang San. Lin Fan clenched his hand tightly, a red glow surging in his eyes. Do you remember that assassin who tried to kill me? Lin Fan turned to Luo Qiao. I remember. You were gravely injured, and I had to transfuse blood to you. Luo Qiao replied. That assassin was sent by Huang San. Huang San is truly excessive. Luo Qiao's face was filled with anger. Excessive? Not in the least, a voice suddenly rang out, and two figures obstructed Lin Fan and Luo Qiao's path. At that moment, they had walked into a quiet alley, devoid of passers-by. Huang San, you have gone too far, sending an assassin to kill Lin Fan. Are you not afraid of legal repercussions? Luo Qiao pointed at Huang San, scolding him angrily. Ha ha ha, law? The law is a mere joke. Huang San removed his blue mask and laughed heartily. Huang San, it seems you are quite confident. Lin Fan also removed his tiger mask, gazing mockingly at Huang San. Lin Fan, do not put on this act with me. The last assassin failed to kill you. This time, I will ensure your death is most tragic. Huang San's anger surged upon seeing the mocking smile on Lin Fan's face. And you, little harlot, do not pretend. Once I kill Lin Fan, I will happily ravage your corpse. Huang San's small eyes greedily assessed Luo Qiao. You? Luo Qiao trembled with rage. There is no need to waste words on such a person. Let us take action directly. Lin Fan activated his three-tomo Sharingan, staring intently at Huang San. Old Jiang, I shall need your assistance. Understood, young master. The elder beside Huang San looked at Lin Fan with pity. Young man, do not blame me. Young Master Huang is not someone you can offend. Remember not to easily provoke others in your next life. Old Jiang raised his left hand skyward, the surrounding wind elements fluctuating violently, soon conjuring a translucent white wind blade in his grasp. Go! He bellowed, and the wind blade swiftly sliced toward Lin Fan. Faced with the incoming wind blade, Lin Fan, utilizing his Sharingan, discerned its trajectory and narrowly evaded. Kid, being able to evade my strike, you may take pride in that. Old Jiang was somewhat surprised. Yet he did not dwell on it. As a third-tier ability user, he was certain of his victory over these two without any mishaps. Luo Qiao, you little wretch, prepare to pay with your life. Just then, Huang San suddenly charged at Luo Qiao. Lin Fan was about to intervene, but Luo Qiao smiled slightly. Leave it to me, she charged forward. Leaves swirling around her. Pierce! Huang San shouted, and sharp vines erupted from the ground beneath Luo Qiao. Wood manipulation? Countless leaves enveloped Luo Qiao, and the sharp vines could not pierce through the delicate leaves. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more exciting. How is this possible? Huang San's face displayed disbelief. As an A-grade ability genius. He could not break through the defense of someone with a C-grade ability like Luo Qiao. He now questioned whether his awakened ability was truly of A-grade. Observing Huang San's expression, Luo Qiao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was a defensive technique she had devised after breaking through to the second tier and gaining insight into her abilities. Seeing Luo Qiao withstand Huang San's attack, Lin Fan felt reassured. His focus now shifted to dealing with Old Jiang. Even though Old Jiang was a third-tier ability user, he was confident he could take down this old man. Kid, you were fortunate to evade my attack earlier, but you will not have such an opportunity again. Old Jiang's expression darkened. He aimed to eliminate this young man as swiftly as possible so he could assist Huang San in capturing that little girl. As for the consequences of his actions, he was indifferent. With a little finesse, who would know it was he and the young master responsible? With this thought, Old Jiang's aura surged. Wind blades, unleash. Dozens of wind blades seemed capable of slicing through the very air. Swiftly hurtling toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan's mind raced. He realized there was no way to evade so many wind blades. There was only one course of action, and the next moment, Lin Fan charged directly toward the wind blades. Old Jiang was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Fan to dare approach him, especially facing so many wind blades. Is this kid insane? Knowing he is about to die? Yet, while he was still pondering, Lin Fan continuously maneuvered his body, evading most of the wind blades. However, two blades still struck his thigh, blood flowing profusely. Yet he seemed unaffected, as a purple glow flashed in his hand, and the demon blade Qianren appeared in his right hand. Lin Fan swung it toward the still-dazed old Zhang's neck. Chapter 24. Night Sky. Whoosh, blood gushed from old Zhang's neck, and his head fell to the ground, his body collapsing beside it. Meanwhile, Huang San, engaged in a struggle with Luo Qiao, became distracted, allowing Luo Qiao to seize the opportunity as the leaves pierced into Huang San's leg. Huang San cried out in pain, dropping to his knees. Luo Qiao waved her hand, sending more leaves piercing into Huang San's leg. Upon confirming Huang San's incapacitation, Luo Qiao rushed to Lin Fan's side. At this moment, Lin Fan, supported by the demon blade Qianren, felt blood flowing from his legs. More alarmingly, his bones had been sliced by the wind blades. Sweat poured down his forehead, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Hold on, Lin Fan. Luo Qiao placed her hands on Lin Fan's legs. A harmonious green light shimmering continuously. After a minute, the bleeding finally ceased. However, the bones were not so easily mended. Stupid Lin Fan, you treat your life as if it holds no value if you leave. What will I do? Tears streamed down Luo Qiao's delicate face. Do not worry. I will not do so again. Lin Fan smiled, stroking Luo Qiao's long hair. You two wretched lovers, I will ensure your demise. Huang San, sprawled on the ground, bellowed angrily at the sight. I'll not forget about you. Supporting himself with Luo Qiao, Lin Fan approached Huang San. Lin Fan, you cannot touch me. My father is the vice mayor of Yong'an City. If you send me home now, I can pretend none of this happened. Huang San threatened. Heh, young Master Huang, it appears you have not grasped the current situation. Come, let me help him understand. With a flick of her hand, Luo Qiao deepened the penetration of the leaves. Ah! Huang San's anguished screams echoed. Now do you understand? Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Huang San. Lin Fan, I want you dead. I want you dead. Huang San's face twisted in fury, his eyes blazing with rage as they bore into Lin Fan.it. Seems young Master Huang still does not comprehend the situation. However, it matters not. Soon, when you descend into hell, you will understand. Lin Fan raised the demon blade Qianren, aiming for Huang San's heart, ready to plunge it down. Wait! Huang San cried out in terror. What else is there? Lin Fan fixated his gaze upon Huang San. Momentarily pausing his actions, I possess a substantial fortune. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you anything you desire. Huang San, realizing the threat had failed, resorted to promising benefits. However, Lin Fan retorted. But if I eliminate you, I can still acquire those things. This statement left Huang San momentarily speechless, unable to counter. Very well, young Master Huang, farewell. Lin Fan ceased any further conversation with Huang San, swiftly bringing down his blade. Ending Huang San's breath, Tio ensured Huang San was truly dead. Lin Fan thrust the knife towards the right. At that moment, Luo Qiao also retracted her wooden leaves. Once they confirmed Huang San was undeniably lifeless, they prepared to depart. Luo Qiao supported Lin Fan, but after a few steps, he nearly collapsed. Let me carry you. Seeing Lin Fan struggle, Luo Qiao made the suggestion. That wouldn't be appropriate, Lin Fan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As it seemed indecorous to have a girl bear his weight. Stop hesitating. I don't mind at all, so why are you being so finicky? Luo Qiao swiftly hoisted Lin Fan onto her back and hurried home. Just as they left a short distance behind, a man clad in a black hat approached Huang San's corpse. He removed the lollipop from his mouth and coldly remarked, to waste an A-grade ability like this. You truly are a talent, but then again, you are Huang Qi's son. For the sake of the Holy Church's plans, you cannot die just yet. A silver grinding wheel appeared in his right hand. Kid, you are quite fortunate. This is a high-level auxiliary spirit tool that can rewind time by 3 minutes. However, it is a one-time use only. If you weren't still of use, I would not even consider employing it. He infused his spiritual energy into the silver grinding wheel, and in the next moment, it emanated a silvery glow. Meanwhile, the once lifeless Huang San's hand began to tremble slightly. I'm utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, Luo Qiao set Lin Fan down. She had not anticipated that despite his seemingly light frame, he was, in fact, quite heavy. Cough, cough. Lin Fan coughed a couple of times, rubbing his nose. He belonged to the type who appeared slender on the outside yet was muscular beneath. Much like the esteemed readers. With my current healing ability, Your leg injury will likely take at least half a month to fully recover. During this time, you shall use a wheelchair. Luo Qiao brought over a wheelchair. Where did this wheelchair come from? Lin Fan inquired, surprised to find one in the villa. It was purchased by my father when he injured his leg, Luo Qiao explained. Lin Fan settled into the somewhat old but functional wheelchair. There are also crutches. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. After instructing him, Luo Qiao retreated to her own room to focus on her training. Lin Fan wheeled himself back to his own quarters. System, how many points do I have left? Iron, your current kill points are 1700. Not too shabby. These points should suffice for a modest expenditure. System, open the shop. Iron, I was waiting for your command. The kill shop displayed. Flying Thunder God, 1000 points. Ability level enhancement elixir, 1000 points. Limited time special offer. Remaining time, 20 hours. Description. Unlocks the potential of ability users, granting an opportunity to elevate their ability levels. Note, usable only by C-grade abilities. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami, points. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Double Shinjutsu, points. Limited time special offer. Remaining time, 600 hours. Hashirama Cells, points. Special price. Remaining time, 1000 hours. Good heavens, it seems I cannot exchange for Double Shinjutsu just yet. He contemplated eliminating a 4th realm expert to directly obtain Double Shinjutsu. But he quickly dismissed the thought. He could still contend with 3rd realm abilities, but against 4th realm ones, he stood no chance. After much deliberation, he made a decision. System. Exchange for the ability level enhancement elixir. Understood. Thank you for your patronage. As the system's voice faded, a blue potion bottle materialized in his hand. After a glance, Lin Fan placed the elixir into his spatial ring. He was ready to commence his training. Time flowed swiftly, and in a blink, over half a month had passed. Lin Fan's cultivation had advanced to the mid-2nd realm, and after consuming a white fruit, he directly reached the late 2nd realm. During this time, no one came to investigate him, as if Huang San had never perished. This puzzled him greatly. However, as his leg injury healed significantly under Luo Qiao's care, he ceased to ponder the matter. One day, Luo Qiao approached him, clad in a white spaghetti strap dress. Come, let me take you for a stroll. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Qiao exited their home. It was now dusk, the sky adorned with countless stars. The villa area was sparsely populated, enveloped in tranquility. After a while, Luo Qiao spoke. The last time I gazed at this starry sky was 9 years ago. 9 years ago. My parents were still with me. Chapter 25, Beast Tide. That night sky was just like this, filled with stars. Luo Qiao fell silent for a considerable time before continuing. The following day, my parents took me to Magic City. That was my first visit to Magic City, and it was truly immense. They took me to the amusement park and even to Magic City University. Entering Magic City University was quite impressive. At that moment, I vowed to enroll in Magic City University in the future. And my parents smiled, affectionately ruffling my hair. Those were the happiest moments of my life. A smile graced Luo Qiao's face, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Lin Fan, seated in the wheelchair, found himself momentarily entranced. However, the very next day, upon our return, we encountered a beast attack on the city. To protect Yong'an City, they perished at the claws of a 4th realm monster. Luo Qiao's voice grew somber, her head lowering. Yet, she soon lifted her gaze, a smile returning to her face. I believe they are watching over me from above, which is why I must pass the entrance exam for Magic City University, even if it seems somewhat unrealistic. Luo Qiao gazed at the stars, her eyes deep and profound. Witnessing the determination in her eyes, Lin Fan felt a pang of sorrow. He retrieved the ability level enhancement elixir and the wooden man inner core from his spatial ring. Do you trust me? Lin Fan inquired. I trust you, Luo Qiao replied, her gaze clear and unwavering. Then when we return, drink this elixir. You will be pleasantly surprised. Lin Fan handed the elixir and the box containing the wooden man inner core to Luo Qiao. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Qiao refused to take it, fully aware of the inner core's worth. Take it. Lin Fan insistently pressed the elixir and the box into Luo Qiao's hands. Despite her reluctance, Lin Fan frowned and firmly covered her hand. Be why doing this? You are being distant. We are good friends. There's no need to be so formal. Luo Qiao's cheeks flushed as she placed the items into her spatial ring, continuing to push Lin Fan in his wheelchair. After a while, they returned to the villa. Luo Qiao helped Lin Fan into a chair and took a seat on the sofa, retrieving the ability level enhancement elixir in the wooden man in her core. She swiftly consumed the elixir, and wooden leaves materialized around her. The leaves spun continuously as her aura surged. Originally, she had diligently cultivated to reach the mid-second realm, only a step away from the late second realm. With this surge of energy, her level instantly ascended to the late second realm. 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes, her gaze radiating a green glow. Lin Fan. Luo Qiao rushed towards him, embracing him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Please, don't do this. We are adults now. Lin Fan gently patted her back in comfort. After a moment, Luo Qiao managed to compose herself and spoke. This immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. There is no need for such formalities. If you truly wish to repay me, then let us remain good friends for life. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Do you genuinely only wish to be good friends with me? Luo Qiao teased, tossing her long black hair and cornering Lin Fan against the wall. Her eyes locked onto his. Good heavens, I find myself cornered. Woman, you are playing with fire. A smirk danced on Lin Fan's lips as he reached to pull Luo Qiao closer. However, she placed a finger over his lips, her own lips brushing against his. Lin Fan, not one to be passive, reciprocated the kiss, and the two engaged in an intimate embrace. Please imagine the rest. The following morning, Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, feeling thoroughly exhausted. Yet, upon seeing Luo Qiao still asleep, he instantly recalled the events of the previous night. He had lost his virginity. At that moment, Luo Qiao yawned and awoke, suddenly realizing she was without clothing. Turning to find Lin Fan gazing at her, she exclaimed, "Get out!" Luo Qiao glared angrily at Lin Fan. I also didn't teak. Before Lin Fan could finish, she kicked him out. Rubbing his nose, Lin Fan found his clothes and dressed. 10 minutes later, Luo Qiao finally emerged. She was still wearing the white spaghetti strap dress, her hair tied into a ponytail. She staggered out, looking at Lin Fan with a gaze full of longing. Luo Qiao. Lin Fan felt somewhat awkward, recalling his rather wild behavior from the previous night. What did you call me? Luo Qiao furrowed her brows, glaring at Lin Fan. Chower. Lin Fan hastily switched to another form of address. That's more like it. Luo Qiao nodded in satisfaction. Do you not despise me? Lin Fan pointed to the scar on his face. I have given you my all. Besides, I adore you for who you are. Luo Qiao caressed Lin Fan's face and then abruptly pinned him against the wall. By the way, remember, you cannot seek out any other women. You belong to me. With that, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Goodness, is Luo Qiao turning into a Yandere? Lin Fan shivered, now questioning whether the ability-enhancing potion had altered her personality. Buddy, the ability-enhancing potion does not have such a function. Do not wrongfully accuse this system. The system's voice echoed. Perhaps she had a Yandere trait all along. The thought sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. A month swiftly passed, leaving just over half a month before the college entrance examination. Lin Fan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the second realm, merely a step away from the third realm. He believed he could break through to the third realm before the examination. With the cultivation of the third realm, even if he did not yet possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, he should still be able to gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. What is happening? Luo Qiao stepped out of the room. She was in the midst of her training when the tremors interrupted her focus. I don't know. Lin Fan shook his head. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the entire Yong'an City. All capable individuals of Yong'an City, the city is under attack by monstrous beasts. Hasten to the city walls for assistance. Shall we go? Luo Qiao inquired. Yes, Lin Fan replied without hesitation, pulling Luo Qiao towards the city walls. Upon reaching the walls, a cold-faced man clad in white armor was grimly observing the multitude of electric wolves outside the city. Captain, there are far too many electric wolves. My comrades are struggling to hold them back. A middle-aged man in green armor stepped forward to report. Endure a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. The man referred to as Captain patted his subordinate. All right, brothers, hold on just a bit longer. The middle-aged man returned to the wall, continuing to engage the electric wolves. Watching the horde of electric wolves, the captain sighed. He was Su Yuntian, the commander of the city guard of Yong'an, at the pinnacle of the third realm. Chapter 26. The beasts breached the city. Yet, even with his peak third realm strength, facing such a multitude of electric wolves was daunting. A purple electric wolf charged towards the defenses. Not good. That's a speedster electric wolf with third realm strength. Block it, quickly. The members of the city guard hastily assembled their offensive. Ice spikes, fireballs, and wind blades all surged towards the speedster electric wolf. Yet, it seemed oblivious, continuing its assault. The attacks merely left faint marks on its body. Without drawing a single drop of blood, the speedster electric wolf closed in to within 50 meters of the defenders. It suddenly halted in an instant. It conjured a lightning ball with a diameter of 5 meters. This is bad. Seeing this, Su Yuntian rushed to the forefront with utmost speed. A brilliant light radiated from him as a 20-meter diameter light shield enveloped the defenders. Boom! The lightning ball struck the light shield, causing it to tremble violently, and Su Yuntian staggered back a few steps. Finally, the shield shattered, but the lightning ball also dissipated. The speedster electric wolf, realizing its attack had caused no damage, turned to flee. Beast, where do you think you're going? Su Yuntian roared, light wings sprouting from his back. With a flap, he ascended into the sky. A light spear formed in his hand, and he hurled it with all his might at the speedster electric wolf. The spear struck the wolf, eliciting an unwilling roar. In the next moment, the spear emitted a blinding flash, and the electric wolf was engulfed by the light elements. After several seconds, it collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. It's dead. That beast is dead. Captain Su is incredible. The members of the city guard cheered. However, Su Yuntian's expression remained grim as he descended to the ground, his wings fading away. The speedster electric wolf he had just dispatched was clearly not the leader of the beasts attacking Yong'an City. This assault must have a stronger presence behind it. Yong'an City had not been attacked in 9 years. Hold the line. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Understood, the members of the city guard replied. Just then, a thunderous wolf howl echoed through the air. The once stalled wolf pack surged forward, emboldened by the roar, and the defenses became precariously unstable. Su Yuntian was forced to take action, swiftly eliminating several electric wolves. Even so, the pressure on the defenders was immense. As fatigue set in, a group of reinforcements rushed in, halting the wolves that were on the verge of breaching the city. Captain Su, did we arrive too late? A long-haired woman asked. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. Su Yuntian, who had been grim-faced, now relaxed his brow. With their support, the monstrous beasts would not breach Yong'an City. Just as he began to feel relieved, another wolf howl rang out. Under the influence of this howl, the previously hindered wolf pack fought with reckless abandon. What truly instilled despair in Su Yuntian was the sudden appearance of several speedster electric wolves among the pack. This is the end. A speedster electric wolf fixed its gaze on the short-haired woman, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Confronted with the fierce electric wolf, the short-haired woman displayed a look of terror. As the electric wolf lunged at her, she threw a fireball in panic. The fireball only momentarily slowed the electric wolf, and just as the short-haired woman felt her demise was imminent, countless leaves suddenly surrounded her. The electric wolf's sharp claws struck the leaves, which spun rapidly, sending the beast flying. A flash of purple light sliced through the air, and the electric wolf's head fell to the ground. Lin Fan, clad in a hood, sheathed his magic blade. Qianren, thank you. The short-haired woman expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Lin Fan turned to face her. You are Lin Fan. The short-haired woman, recognizing him, was taken aback. It's me. Lin Fan replied that he knew this short-haired woman. Like him, she was a student from the same high school, named Chu Fong. Lin Fan, please don't go. I'm so scared. Can you protect me? Chu Fong grasped Lin Fan's hand, pleading that I advise you to let go of my hand. A cold voice resonated, and the leaves surrounding Chu Fong instantly pointed towards her. Luo Qiao approached slowly, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Chu Fong. Luo Qiao, what does my conversation with Lin Fan have to do with you? Chu Fong pointed at Luo Qiao, her tone exceedingly arrogant. Hee. With a wave of her hand, countless leaves obstructed Chu Fong. You are courting death. Luo Qiao's eyes caused cold sweat to bead on Chu Fong's back. Luo Qiao was indeed capable of killing her. Enough. Killing her brings no benefit. It would only cause trouble for ourselves. Lin Fan patted Luo Qiao's shoulder. All right. Luo Qiao withdrew the leaves and obediently stepped behind Lin Fan. Find a safe place. Leaving those words behind, Lin Fan and Luo Qiao made their way towards the city walls. However, merely 10 minutes later, they found themselves surrounded by 5 electric wolves. Roar! The 5 electric wolves charged at Lin Fan and Luo Qiao. Die! Luo Qiao's leaves slashed at the electric wolves, halting their advance. Lin Fan swiftly drew his blade, decapitating the 5 electric wolves in an instant. Killed 5 electric wolves, earning 500 kill points. Current kill points, 1200. Looking at his points, Lin Fan realized he still had a long way to go before he could exchange for the dual divine powers. Why are there so many electric wolves in the city? Luo Qiao inquired. It seems some electric wolves have breached the defenses, Lin Fan replied. Beasts, perish. Just then, a deafening sound echoed through the night sky. At the city walls, Su Yuntian was drenched in blood, glaring at the 6 speedster electric wolves before him, fury radiating from him. Surrounding him lay countless corpses, both of beasts and humans. Roar! The 6 speedster electric wolves surged towards Su Yuntian simultaneously. You beasts, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Su Yuntian summoned all his strength, charging at the speedster electric wolves. Boom! A radiant white light pierced the darkness. The 6 speedster electric wolves perished in the blinding glow. No one remained alive on the city walls. Hundreds of electric wolves surged into Yong'an City, following the brilliant light. In that moment, Yong'an City fell. The electric wolves invaded the city, tearing into anyone they encountered. Ordinary people stood no chance, being ripped apart in an instant, while even capable individuals could only barely resist. Where is the city lord? Where did Lord Kong go? Mom, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Dad, I don't want to die. The voices of despair echoed helplessly amidst the tide of wolves. With so many electric wolves, even Lin Fan felt a sense of danger. An inexplicable foreboding welled up within him. He tightened his grip on Luo Qiao's hand. Let us go. We must leave Yong'an City immediately. Lin Fan made his decision without hesitation. All right. Luo Qiao no longer cared about the opulent mansion. At this moment, preserving their lives was of utmost importance. The two of them continued to run, fending off attacks from the electric wolves that surrounded them, skillfully dispatching their foes with their own prowess. Just as they were within 2,000 meters of the city's outskirts, 3 swift electric wolves charged towards them. The emergence of these formidable beasts posed a considerable threat. Chapter 27. Crisis. Lin Fan raised the magic blade, Qian Run, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixated intently on the approaching wolves. Against the 3 electric wolves, even activating the 8 gates would grant him only a 50% chance of survival. I will hold off one of the electric wolves. The rest is up to you. Without hesitation, Luo Qiao surged ahead, her leaves swirling around her as she struck at the electric wolves. 8 gates. First gate, open. 8 gates. Second gate, rest gate, open. 8 gates. Third gate, life gate, open. Lin Fan wasted no time, unlocking 3 gates. His body turned crimson, enveloped in a faint green aura as 2 electric wolves lunged at him, their sharp claws crackling with electricity. He swiftly kicked them aside. The magic blade, Qian Ren, radiated a purple glow as it cleaved through the air towards the wolves. Sensing the imminent danger, the 2 electric wolves retreated hastily to avoid the blade's deadly ARC, INA flash. The wolves conjured electric spheres in their jaws and launched them directly at Lin Fan. He raised Qian Ren and slashed at the spheres, splitting them in half. With the residual energy propelling him forward, he charged at the 2 electric wolves, faced with the terrifying light of the blade. The wolves faltered, their instincts urging them to flee. Alas, it was too late. The purple blade descended, claiming their lives in 2 swift strokes. The 3rd electric wolf, locked in fierce combat with Luo Qiao, hesitated upon witnessing its companion's fall. Its attacks lost their ferocity as it showed signs of retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qiao struck at the beast's vulnerable spot, slaying it on the spot. Let us go. Lin Fan and Luo Qiao quickened their pace, continuing their desperate dash towards the city's edge. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbling ominously, heralding an impending storm. Just 100 steps from freedom, an unanticipated pain suddenly pierced Lin Fan's left hand. Blood flowed swiftly from the wound as his arm fell limply to his side. Lin Fan. Luo Qiao rushed towards him, but he halted her advance. His Sharingan scanned the surroundings, detecting no abnormalities, yet the wound on his hand was a stark reminder. It must be the assassin, he discerned instantly. In the next heartbeat, the howls of wolves echoed through the air. 5 electric wolves surged forth, surrounding the two. Misfortune compounded. This time, The real threat lay with the hidden assassin. While he battled the wolves, the assassin could strike him down in a single blow. Lacking the ability to utilize his Mangeki Sharingan, he found himself in genuine peril. Lin Fan's gaze met Lo Qiao's, and she understood his unspoken message immediately. As the 5 electric wolves charged, Lin Fan brandished his blade with his right hand, simultaneously dividing his focus to observe his surroundings. The wolves, crackling with electricity, attacked from 5 angles. Lin Fan twisted his body to evade their claws, seizing the moment to swing Qianrun, slicing through 3 of the wolves instantaneously, while the remaining 2 fell to Lo Qiao as swift strikes. At that instant, a black dagger appeared, aimed at Lin Fan's right hand. Prepared for such an eventuality, Lin Fan swiftly countered with Qianrun, deflecting the dagger. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the assassin, a man clad in dark, stealthy attire, holding a black dagger in one hand and a long sword in the other. His cold gaze fixated on Lin Fan. In the next breath, the assassin retreated a few steps and vanished entirely. Lin Fan's Sharingan barely tracked the shadowy figure. The assassin was patient, showing no concern for Lin Fan or Lo Qiao's escape. Lin Fan's mind raced, contemplating the identity of the assassin's employer and, more importantly, how to turn the tide. Lin Fan, let me be the bait. You escape first, Lo Qiao implored, stepping closer. No, he wants to kill me. Besides, I will never abandon you. Lin Fan's tone was resolute, his refusal firm. Just then, the black dagger reappeared, lunging at Lin Fan. Caught off guard, the dagger aimed for his neck. Suddenly, countless leaves enveloped Lin Fan, the dagger piercing through the foliage, wilting a significant portion in an instant. Dark elemental ability, Lin Fan realized, observing the withering leaves, understanding the assassin's power. The dark ability possessed corrosive properties, allowing him to meld into the shadows. Damn it, that strike was meant to be fatal. Yet it was thwarted. Then I shall torment this girl instead. Although my mission is to eliminate Lin Fan, killing one more is of little consequence. I relish the despair etched upon the faces of young beauties. Moreover, on a stormy night like this, with beasts on the prowl, it would be a disservice to my employer if I failed. In the darkness, the assassin watched the wary Lin Fan and Lo Qiao. A malicious delight brewing within him. In the next moment, he lunged forward, his long sword aimed directly at the unprotected Lo Qiao. Blood gushed from her left hand in an instant. No. You must use the leaves to shield yourself. Lin Fan urged frantically. And what about you? She questioned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Fan smiled confidently. All right, but be careful. Lo Qiao withdrew the leaves, preparing for a sudden dagger strike. Seeing this, the assassin scoffed, halting his assault as he bided his time. A minute later, 3 electric wolves reappeared, encircling Lin Fan and Lo Qiao. They were truly cornered now. Lin Fan felt a surge of despair. His mental energy was nearly depleted. With 3 electric wolves and a powerful assassin, his chances of survival were less than 30%. It was a pity. He had yet to acquire the divine might, had not yet stood atop the world. Nor had he won the heart of his beloved. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Lo Qiao. She returned his gaze, fully aware of their grim predicament. Their chances of survival were slim, and the best course of action was to sacrifice one to protect the other. Yet, the one left behind would be as good as dead, with no hope of survival. I will stay behind. No, I will stay behind, they declared in unison. After exchanging glances, they both smiled. Lo Qiao was about to say more. But the electric wolves charged before she could. Lin Fan hurled her away, using Qianren to fend off the wolves' onslaught. Run, don't worry about me, he shouted. Tears streamed down Lo Qiao's face as she turned and fled for her life. She dared not look back, knowing that if she did, her feet would be rooted to the spot. So, you're running away, are you? Well, that's fine. Once I deal with Lin Fan, I'll capture you and relish in your torment. The dark-clad assassin grinned as he watched Lo Qiao escape. Lin Fan fought fiercely against the 3 electric wolves, his body riddled with wounds. Even if I die, I will take you with me. His blood-red eyes glared at the wolves, the magic blade swinging countless times. In this dire moment, he was in a weakened state, his body battered, and his mental energy reduced to a mere 20%. The 3 electric wolves howled, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan as if he were a dying prey. Beasts, perish, Lin Fan roared, the blade's light flashing as the 3 wolves collapsed to the ground. Now, The assassin seized the opportunity, launching the dagger from his right hand while swinging his long sword towards Lin Fan. Chapter 28. The death of Luo Qiao. Lin Fan sensed the impending danger and summoned every ounce of strength to resist. Unfortunately, his body had reached its limit, and he could only manage a slight shift. The dagger pierced his left leg, blood pouring forth in torrents. As the long sword approached, Lin Fan felt the chilling breath of death closing in. So this is the taste of death. Quite different indeed. Luo Qiao should be safe now, right? He tightly shut his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. Yet, the excruciating pain he anticipated never arrived. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a breathtaking figure standing before him. Countless leaves danced, blocking the deadly strike. "Weren't you told not to come back?" Lin Fan gasped, breathless. "I'm sorry. I cannot do that. I ran once before, but this time, I won't abandon you." Luo Qiao's voice was resolute, her eyes filled with determination. "How touching, however. My favorite pastime is to crush hope." The assassin cackled, relentlessly striking at the leaves with his long sword. Initially, Luo Qiao managed to hold her ground, but within a minute, the leaves were nearly obliterated. "You should be proud, little girl, for being able to withstand my assault for a minute. But now, you may die." The assassin paused his assault, channeling his mental energy into the long sword, which emanated a blinding black light. "Get away!" Lin Fan wished to intervene, but his mental energy was exhausted, leaving him powerless to act, only able to scream in desperation. Luo Qiao glanced back at Lin Fan, revealing a hauntingly beautiful smile. In the next moment, the long blade effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the wooden leaves. Luo Qiao collapsed to the ground, the wooden leaves that once surrounded her now soaked in crimson blood. Scattered upon the damp earth, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky as a torrential downpour commenced. "No!" Lin Fan's voice erupted in desperate anguish. Memories from the past surged within his mind. "You draw so beautifully." The 12-year-old Luo Qiao stood on the street, watching Lin Fan as he painted. "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Fan replied, still engrossed in his artwork, uttering not another word. "Why don't you smile more?" "A smile is good for your health. I have no time. I need to finish this painting to earn money for my brother's candied hawthorn. It's evident you care deeply for your brother." "Of course, he is my only family." As Lin Fan completed the final stroke of his painting, he prepared to pack up. "Wait, is there anything else?" Lin Fan asked impatiently. "I see your clothes. Are you a student?" "Duh." Lin Fan began to pack, responding with irritation. "I'm a student too. My name is Luo Qiao. What about you?" "Lin Fan." Lin Fan stated his name and stood to leave. "Goodness, you really lack charm," Luo Qiao huffed, a hint of anger in her tone. At the age of 15, a familiar girl sat beside him. "Lin Fan, long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see." Upon recognizing Luo Qiao, Lin Fan merely replied coolly, "You remain unchanged, still not smiling. Let me help you." Luo Qiao immediately reached out, forcing a smile upon Lin Fan's lips. "Now that's more like it. Smile more often from now on." The past flashed momentarily in his mind. Meanwhile, Luo Qiao tightly shut her eyes, lying on the ground, the rain soaking her long hair. "Kid, it's your turn." The cloaked figure approached Lin Fan leisurely, wielding a long knife. "Who sent you to kill me?" Lin Fan lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Out of mercy for your impending demise, I'll enlighten you. Your aunt, Lin Fei, paid me $1 million to do this. You can now depart. Remember not to offend others in your next life." The assailant's left-handed blade swung toward Lin Fan. "So, that's how it is." Lin Fan raised his right hand to block the descending blade, blood oozing from his hand. Yet he seemed devoid of pain. Maintaining a solemn silence. "Still have the strength to resist? Excellent. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become." The black-clad figure licked his lips, increasing the force of his grip. The blade cleaved into Lin Fan's right hand, shattering the bones, but he remained expressionless. "Kid, what are you pretending for? I'll send you straight to hell." The black-clad man was incensed by Lin Fan's demeanor. He yearned to witness Lin Fan begging for mercy, not his indifferent expression. Just as he prepared to channel his mental energy into the blade, Lin Fan, in a sudden burst of resolve, pushed the blade away. "I absolutely refuse to accept this world." Lin Fan roared, lifting his head, blood-red tears streaming from his eyes. Three tomo spinning rapidly, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a windmill, in an instant. His realm surged to the initial stage of the third realm. With no signs of halting, he transcended from the initial to the mid-stage, and then from mid to the late stage of the third realm. However, he did not break through to the peak of the third realm, ultimately halting at the late stage. Witnessing Lin Fan's soaring power, the cloaked figure was filled with disbelief. After decades of cultivation, he had reached the peak of the third realm, yet Lin Fan had ascended from the peak of the second realm to the late stage of the third realm in a mere moment. No, this kid is too bizarre. I can no longer hold back, kid, die. The black-clad man infused all his remaining mental energy into the long knife. The blade radiated a blinding blue light in the next moment. He raised the long knife to strike at Lin Fan, but this powerful blow met only empty air, as if cleaving through nothingness. The assailant's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Divine might! The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. Lin Fan aimed his left eye at the black-clad man's head. Bang! The head of the black-clad man fell, blood gushing from his neck. In the next heartbeat, he collapsed, his hands still frozen in a grip as if wielding a blade. After completing this grim task, Lin Fan shakily approached Luo Qiao's side. The rain had drenched her long dress, the wound on her chest starkly visible. Lin Fan enveloped Luo Qiao in his arms, tears streaming from his eyes. Qiao, I will snatch you back from the clutches of death. No one shall hinder me, no matter the cost. I vow here, with heaven and earth as my witness. What has transpired? What has happened to Yong'an City? Two individuals sprinted swiftly, witnessing the breach of Yong'an City's gates ahead. This is bad. Yong'an City has been breached by the demon beasts. Kong Limin slapped his forehead. He and Huang Qi had merely stepped out for a moment, and now Yong'an City lay in ruins. This is serious trouble. Old Kong, hurry. Huang Qi urged anxiously. Right? Metal wings emerged from Kong Limin's back as he soared into the sky with Huang Qi. Sanner, you must be safe. Everyone can perish, but you absolutely must not. Huang Qi's heart raced with anxiety. 2 minutes later, the pair arrived within Yong'an City. Upon seeing the scene before them, they gasped in horror. It's tragic, utterly tragic. Over half the buildings had collapsed, trees lay strewn across the road. Witnessing this calamity, both felt a pang of despair. This is the end. The Dragon Kingdom will surely hold us accountable. At best, we will lose our official titles. At worst, we will be imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon. Being locked away in the dungeon is worse than death itself. Once inside, it is a fate worse than living. Old Kong, you've landed me in deep trouble. Huang Qi glared at Kong Limin, his voice tinged with fury. Old Huang, you can't say that. When I first proposed it, you didn't hesitate to follow me, so what now? Huang Qi inquired. First, we save lives, then we slay the demon beasts that have invaded the city. We will address the rest later. Kong Limin transformed his right hand into a metallic long knife and charged toward the distant electric wolves. This is the only course we can take. Huang Qi conjured a massive red hammer engulfed in flames. Beasts, perish. After a quarter of an hour, the duo had assembled a team. The electric wolves and swift electric wolves within Yong'an City had already been decimated by more than half. Uncle Kong, my father is dead. A small boy rushed toward Kong Limin, tears streaming down his cheeks. As someone from the group stepped forward to pull the boy away, Kong Limin raised a hand to stop him. Little one, is your father's name Chung Quan? Kong Limin approached the boy, speaking softly. Yes, Uncle Kong. My father's name is Chung Quan. The boy nodded, tears welling in his eyes. Your father was a great hero. He perished fighting against the ferocious demon beasts. He fought alongside Uncle and even spoke of you. Kong Limin comforted the boy with a gentle tone. Moreover, a man must not cry. Be brave and live on. Kong Limin produced a tissue, wiping away the boy's tears. Everyone, along with Vice City Lord Huang and the 4 great demon beasts outside the city, engaged in battle and could not return in time. But rest assured, one day I shall slay that demon beast and provide an explanation to you all. We will compensate for the losses suffered by the citizens. Kong Limin turned to face the crowd, his voice fervent. His words ignited excitement among the onlookers. Well done, City Lord Kong. With City Lord Kong at the helm, even if Yong'an City has been attacked, it will soon rise to glory again. City Lord Kong, we will always support you. Hearing the crowd's praises, Kong Limin felt a surge of satisfaction. This group of commoners was easy to manipulate. With just a slight maneuver, he had resolved most of the situation. As for the aftermath, it would be equally manageable. He could easily report that he and Huang Qi had battled the 4 great demon beasts. At most, he would receive a month's salary deduction, with no other repercussions. After all, most of the city guards had perished. He could spin the narrative however he pleased. As for the remaining city guards, he had ample means to ensure they remained silent. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across his face as he gazed at the adoring crowd. Rest assured, citizens, today, Vice City Lord Huang and I will lead the city guards to expel these demon beasts from Yong'an City. Huang Qi chimed in, wonderful. With Vice City Lord Huang and City Lord Kong joining forces, how can Yong'an City not flourish? One day, Yong'an City will become a second-tier city. Within the Villa District, Lin Fan trembled as he cradled Luo Qiao's lifeless body. Returning to this place filled with cherished memories, he gently laid her on the bed and entered her room to gather her belongings. However, as he opened the wardrobe, a blue diary tumbled out. Lin Fan cautiously picked up the blue diary and began to read. March 40, heavy rain. I brought Lin Fan back. This silly boy seems to have tears in his eyes. On March 5th, under a clear sky. Lin Fan celebrated my birthday, filling my heart with joy. This was the first time someone other than my parents had commemorated my special day. I made a wish to pass the entrance examination for Magic City University alongside Lin Fan. On March 6th, the weather turned cloudy, and Lin Fan sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, my blood type matched his. Otherwise, this fool would have perished. Lin Fan's hand trembled incessantly, only ceasing after a minute. He continued to flip backward through the pages. On March 14th, the sun shone brightly once more. Confronted by the electric wolf, Lin Fan urged me to flee, and I felt utterly useless, unable to stand by his side in battle. On March 25th, the weather remained clear, and Lin Fan ascended to become a practitioner of the second realm. I was genuinely elated for him. On April 1st, with the clouds gathering again, I too attained the second realm and grasped defensive techniques. Finally shedding the burden I had been, on April 29th, under a bright sky, having consumed the potion Lin Fan provided, my abilities evolved to S rank, and my realm was elevated as well. Yet, the greatest joy was securing Lin Fan's companionship. He would henceforth belong to me, and none could take him away. On May 28th, with merely 7 days until the college entrance examination, I broke through to the pinnacle of the second realm. I was resolute that I could pass the entrance exam for Magic City University alongside Lin Fan. I yearned to witness the wonders of this world with him. As Lin Fan's hand trembled. A blue diary fell to the ground. He could no longer maintain his composure. Tears streamed down his face like a torrential flood. He had lost a girl whose eyes were filled with him. It took him a full 3 minutes to regain his senses. Qiao, I will ensure to witness the wonders of this world for you. However, the splendor of this world cannot be observed alone. I need you to accompany me. For this goal, I would stop at nothing. Wiping away his tears, Lin Fan collected himself once more. System, what is my current kill score? Your kill score is currently. System. Exchange for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Double Kamui. Lin Fan intended to acquire that pair of kaleidoscope eyes, aiming for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan directly. Apologies, your kill score is insufficient. What? This is impossible. 1 minute ago. The promotional period ended. Prices have reverted to normal. He opened the kill shop. The kill shop has been updated. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, score. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami, score. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Double Kamui, score. Hashirama Cells, score. Limited time offer. Remaining time, 399 hours. Edo Tensei, score. A forbidden technique. Rinnegan, score. The power of a deity, inflicting pain upon the world. The rules for acquiring kill scores have been updated. Killing practitioners of the 6th realm or beasts grants points. Killing practitioners of the 7th realm or beasts also grants points. After reviewing the items in the kill shop, Lin Fan felt his kill score still fell short. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was unattainable for the moment. He would first accumulate enough points to exchange for Hashirama Cells. Yet, there was something even more pressing. Lin Fan's gaze turned towards Luo Qiao. The next day, after the beasts were slain and order was tentatively restored, Lin Fan carried Luo Qiao's lifeless body to a coffin shop. Boss, I would like to purchase a crystal coffin. Certainly, esteemed customer, replied the middle-aged woman, smiling. Additionally, please find the finest mortician you have. Money is no object. Lin Fan placed 200,000 yuan on the table. Rest assured, esteemed customer, our morticians are highly skilled and will undoubtedly meet your expectations. The shopkeeper accepted the money and proceeded to the back. Lin Fan sat on a stool, waiting. Half an hour later, Luo Qiao was placed into a crystal coffin. Her wounds had been tended to, and she lay peacefully, her face serene as though she were merely sleeping. Lin Fan approached the crystal coffin and carefully stored it within his spatial ring. Chapter 30. Visitors from the imperial capital. 3 days later, Yong'an City appeared as it always had. The collapsed buildings were being rebuilt, and life resumed its normal cadence. However, the memories of the deceased served as a stark reminder of the calamity that had befallen Yong'an City 3 days prior. Within the Lord's Manor of Yong'an City, Old Huang, has everything been taken care of? Rest assured, the funds have been dispersed, and those needing comfort have been consoled. Any troublemakers have also been dealt with. Huang Qi replied with a smile. Then I can breathe easy. Kong Limin sat in a chair, sipping hot tea. Old Kong, the college entrance examination is approaching. I will need your assistance regarding my son. Huang Qi approached Kong Limin, producing a card to hand to him. Old Huang, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Despite his words, Kong Limin eagerly accepted the card. Huang Qi's lips twitched slightly, but he continued, my child is quite frivolous. I fear he may falter during the exam and be unable to secure a spot in one of the 4 prestigious academies. Fear not, Huang San is your son. Given our relationship, I, as the uncle, will certainly look after him, Kong Limin assured, patting his chest. Old Kong, I appreciate it. Huang Qi bowed his head in gratitude. There's no need for such formality. Kong Limin helped Huang Qi up. By the way, I have good news for you. Due to the recent beast attack, Yong'an City suffered significant damage, so compensations will be provided to the examinees from Yong'an City, lowering the admission score threshold. Really? Huang Qi expressed disbelief, as such a reduction had only occurred once in many years. Indeed, I have just received the news. Kong Limin patted Huang Qi on the shoulder. It seems those ordinary people did not die in vain. They must feel at peace below. Huang Qi murmured, I share that sentiment. Kong Limin nodded. The majority of those who perished during the beast invasion were ordinary citizens. While there were a few practitioners, they were few in number. Compensation for the families of ordinary citizens would be 80,000 yuan, while the families of practitioners would receive a higher sum of 350,000 yuan. If there were no family members, the funds would contribute to Yong'an City's finances. With some maneuvering, he could acquire a considerable amount. With these funds, combined with what he had saved previously, he could purchase a yellow fruit. Attaining the yellow fruit would allow him to advance his long-stagnant realm from mid-4th realm to late 4th realm. In this light, the beast invasion was somewhat fortuitous. He. Kong Limin chuckled in delight. Within the Huang family villa, Huang San sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, diligently cultivating. Sanner, I have returned. The door swung open, and Huang Qi entered. Huang San halted his cultivation and opened his eyes to regard his father. Sanner, I have good news. The admission scores for Yong'an City examinees have been lowered. Oh. Huang San replied nonchalantly. Devoid of any excitement. Sanner, what is your current realm? Huang Qi inquired. Pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Excellent, truly worthy of being my son. Huang Qi. This time, it's assured. You will certainly gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies. Our Huang family shall prosper. Huang Qi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he danced about on the sofa. Meanwhile, Huang San's expression darkened as he observed his father's exuberance, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. However, this intent was faint, and the overly jubilant Huang Qi remained oblivious. Just then, Huang Qi's phone rang. The previously ecstatic Huang Qi instantly regained his composure upon seeing the caller ID. He stepped aside to answer the call cautiously. Mr. Han, hello? Yes, I will ensure everything is arranged properly, guaranteeing that young Master Han is comfortable. Certainly, I will have my son pick up young Master Han tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Huang Qi returned to face Huang San. Sanner, tomorrow you must go to the airport to pick someone up. I'm busy. I need to cultivate. Huang San's response was unusually curt. While your dedication to cultivation pleases me, you must attend this time. The person you are to pick up is the 3rd young master of the Han family from the imperial capital, Han Guang. As long as you serve him well, it will greatly benefit your future. Huang Qi handed Huang San a card. This card contains 3 million. When young Master Han arrives, take him to your usual haunts. Do not hesitate to spend. One must invest to reap rewards. Huang San accepted the card. Astonished as he looked at Huang Qi, not wear that expression. I am aware of where you frequent. Huang Qi patted Huang San on the shoulder and continued. Our Huang family has some connections with the Han family. Your third aunt is a concubine of the Han family head. Therefore, Han Guang is also your cousin. However, let me remind you, do not let this relationship lead you to disrespect him. We do not share the same status. Huang Qi admonished. Understood, father. Huang San replied flatly. Here is the property deed. You should present it to young Master Han. Huang Qi produced a red property deed and handed it to Huang San. The following morning, Huang San was awakened early by Huang Qi. Though reluctant, he nonetheless drove to the airport. 10 minutes later, Huang San arrived at the airport. Soon, he spotted a tall man wearing sunglasses with somewhat thin lips. He hurried over to assist with the man's luggage. Young Master Han, greetings. I am Huang San. Han Guang cast a fleeting glance at Huang San before extracting his phone to scroll through videos, utterly disregarding Huang San's presence. Huang San's lips twitched in irritation. At that moment, he yearned to slap the third young master of the Han family. However, the admonition from Huang Qi and the words of the hooded man from that day compelled him to temporarily abandon that notion. Young Master Han, I have arranged breakfast for you. What do you think? Fine, let's go. Han Guang replied impatiently, putting away his phone. Understood. Huang San responded quickly, opening the car door for Han Guang, who took a seat in the back. Drive, Han Guang commanded in a tone of authority, in stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor in Yong'an City. Huang San remained unusually composed as he settled into the driver's seat. Throughout the journey, Han Guang did not utter a word to Huang San, instead engaging in conversation with others from the back seat. Young Master Han, we have arrived. Oh, I see, Han Guang said, lowering his phone, and exited the vehicle. Huang San parked the car and followed suit, both making their way to a room that had been prepared in advance, where a table was laden with exquisite food and fine wine. Han Guang wasted no time. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat without hesitation. Meanwhile, Huang San sat beside him, his expression dark and brooding. He picked up a piece of fish and sampled it. The two dined in silence for 10 minutes until Han Guang, after finishing a glass of red wine, finally spoke. Well arranged. I am quite pleased with these dishes, as long as young Master Han is satisfied. Huang San quickly replied, laying down his chopsticks. What are the plans moving forward? Next, I will take you on a tour around Yong'an City, visiting various attractions. Stop, stop, stop. Han Guang slammed the table, his face flushed with anger. I did not come to Yong'an City for idle sightseeing. The college entrance examination is merely 3 days away. I must relax thoroughly before the exam. Only with a good mood can I perform exceptionally. Upon hearing Han Guang's words, Huang San instantly grasped his intent. Young master, there is a unique establishment here. Their cats can perform backflips. Backflips? That sounds like a remarkable skill. This will surely help me unwind. Let us visit that place first. Han Guang replied with evident satisfaction. While in the imperial capital, the old man was quite strict. I could only go once every 3 months, and even then, I could not indulge too much. It truly stifled me. Now that I am back in this small town, I intend to let loose and engage in activities I would normally shy away from. Only then can I excel in the exams. Very well, young master. This establishment currently has several high-quality cats that are sure to meet your expectations, Huang San said with a smile. Excellent. I recall you possess an A-grade ability, correct? Yes, I am an A-grade ability user. Huang San nodded eagerly. With A-grade abilities, you stand a chance to be admitted to the Imperial Capital University. If that establishment is indeed as you describe, I will ensure you succeed in the exams. With my initial stage S-grade capabilities, I can guarantee your admission to the Imperial Capital University. Once you enter, my second brother, Han Feng, will also support you. He is a pinnacle stage 4 ability user, ranked 25th on the Imperial Capital University's leaderboard. Han Guang patted Huang San on the shoulder. That is quite. Huang San began to express his gratitude but was abruptly halted by Han Guang. However, should the quality of the cats disappoint me, I will be extremely displeased. The consequences of my displeasure can be quite severe, Han Guang warned, his gaze piercing into Huang San's. Rest assured, young master. The quality of the cats is absolutely guaranteed, Huang San vowed. That is reassuring. Let us be on our way, Han Guang said, wiping his mouth with a napkin before stepping out the door. As he watched Han Guang leave, Huang San's heart harbored a cold smirk. Exams? You must first be alive to participate. Within a villa, Lin Fei anxiously stared at her computer screen. 3 days had passed without any news, leaving her in a state of unease. However, recalling the assassin she had hired, a pinnacle stage D-grade assassin, she felt a measure of relief. A pinnacle stage D-grade assassin, even at my peak, would require considerable caution. With you being merely a fledgling, how could you possibly survive? $1 million for your life, and you should consider yourself fortunate. Just as Lin Fei reached for her cup to take a sip of water, the computer screen suddenly flashed a mission failed notification. How is this possible? Lin Fei exclaimed, her cup crashing to the ground. She scrutinized the screen repeatedly, ultimately coming to terms with the grim reality. Lin Fei's face contorted in rage as she tugged at her long hair, screaming in anguish. She had invested a full $1 million, half of her savings, to hire a D-grade assassin, coinciding with the opportunity presented by the beast's attack on the city. Yet, Lin Fan had evaded death. Why? Why? Lin Fei's mind screamed in turmoil. 10 minutes later, she managed to gather herself. Rising from her chair, she trudged to the hall, despair weighing heavily upon her. This was disastrous. Lin Fan would undoubtedly use this incident against her. She had been caught in a precarious situation. Hiring an assassin for a kill, provided it was executed flawlessly, would normally pose no issues. Yet the current predicament was that Lin Fan had survived. No, perhaps he remains unaware that I hired an assassin to eliminate him, Lin Fei consoled herself, clinging to a sliver of hope. However, the next moment, she felt a surge of anxiety. She must never underestimate Lin Fan's cunning. Lin Fan, whom she had raised since he was 13, ultimately seized her family fortune. Had she not leveraged her connections, she might have lost even this luxurious villa. At that moment, Lin Yao and Gao Wan emerged from the interior. Lin Yao held Gao Wan's hand tenderly. Waner, I like you very much. Young master, Waner will always be yours, Gao Wan replied, nuzzling against Lin Yao like a docile kitten. Cough. Lin Fei approached the couple. Watching them silently, Mother, what is it? Lin Yao asked, feeling uneasy under her gaze. Yaoer, I need to speak with you, Lin Fei said gently, stroking Lin Yao's head. Understanding her mother's intent, Gao Wan stepped aside. Yaoer, your brother Lin Fan has seized the family assets. Your mother can no longer provide ample resources for cultivation. Tears welled in Lin Fei's eyes as she brushed away her tears. What? My brother actually took the family assets? Lin Yao's face registered shock. Indeed, aside from this villa, your brother has taken everything without leaving a trace for me. Lin Fei's sobs grew louder. Mother, please don't cry. Lin Yao took a tissue and gently wiped away Lin Fei's tears. I will go find brother and seek justice for you, Lin Yao declared, making to leave in search of Lin Fan. Yaoer, do not confront your brother. You are no match for him. Lin Fei grasped Lin Yao's arm, imploring him. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. Mother, I am now a Pinnacle Stage 2 ability user. Brother is absolutely no match for me. Lin Yao asserted confidently, having trained diligently for so long. Even a Pinnacle Stage 3 assassin could not slay him. What makes you think you can defeat Lin Fan? Lin Fei's inner voice screamed in desperation. Though she maintained a facade of persuasion. Yaoer, your brother's strength has significantly increased. You only have a 40% chance of winning. Mother, are you joking with me? Lin Yao asked, incredulous. Your mother never jokes with you. What should I do then? Lin Yao inquired, his confusion evident. Your mother has a method to help you rapidly enhance your strength. Mother, what is this method? Lin Yao questioned eagerly. The Imperial Capital University offers special admissions. If you qualify, you can enter directly without taking the entrance exam. A former classmate of mine now works there. You can gain admission through this special route. Mother, thank you so much. Lin Yao expressed his gratitude with excitement. Do not be hasty. The difficulty of special admissions is considerable, and you must travel to the Imperial capital to participate. You will have to seize this opportunity, Lin Fei said, patting Lin Yao on the head. Rest assured, I will succeed in the special admissions, Lin Yao declared, brimming with confidence. Very well, pack your things. We will head to the Imperial capital today. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Lin Fei instructed. What about Waner? Lin Yao suddenly remembered Gao Wan. Do not worry. You can return once a month. All right, mother, I am leaving now. Lin Yao swiftly gathered his belongings, took the business card Lin Fei had given him, and opened the door to depart. As he watched Lin Yao leave, Lin Fei's heart brimmed with cold laughter. Lin Fan, You audacious whelp, dare to seize my family fortune? I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions. Chapter 32. Heavy rain. Only 2 days remained until the college entrance examination. In the second floor of Ju Bao Pavilion, Lin Fan and Elder Song sat sipping tea. My young friend, what brings you here today? After a long while, Elder Song set down his teacup, observing Lin Fan's disfigured countenance without much reaction, as many bore such scars. Song Lao, I believe you will be quite interested in this business opportunity, Lin Fan said, placing his cup down and smiling. Oh, pray tell, Elder Song urged. I possess a vein of spirit stones, and I am looking to sell it to you. May I inquire how much you are willing to offer? What? A spirit stone vein? Song Ziming's expression changed dramatically, revealing his astonishment. In the city of Yong'an, there were only a handful of individuals who possessed a vein of spirit stones. The young man before him unexpectedly owned a spirit stone vein and was willing to sell it to him. After pondering for a moment, Song Ziming inquired, the value of a spirit stone vein primarily hinges on the duration of its development. May I ask how long your vein has been operational? Lin Fan produced a paper certificate and handed it to Song Ziming. After examining it closely, Song Ziming stated, if you wish to sell, I can offer you 11 million. 11 million was indeed a reasonable price. Lin Fan mused, a spirit stone vein could be mined for 20 years, and the one he acquired had already been active for 10 years. Very well, it's a deal. You remain as straightforward as ever. Song Ziming remarked, extending his hand for a shake. However, I do not wish to receive cash. I would prefer to exchange this amount for cultivation resources. Lin Fan interjected unexpectedly. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable, Song Ziming responded with delight. The value of a spirit stone vein was exceedingly high, especially since few were available for sale. This acquisition would surely earn him accolades from headquarters. I would like 1 blue fruit, and the remainder to be converted into mental power potions. Lin Fan specified, having already contemplated his desired exchange items. Upon hearing Lin Fan's request, Song Ziming's expression grew troubled. While mental power potions were plentiful, only 1 blue fruit remained in stock. Never mind, since you are selling me the spirit stone vein, I can request the blue fruit from headquarters, he decided. Please wait a moment. Song Ziming poured Lin Fan a cup of tea and went downstairs to retrieve the blue fruit. A minute later, he returned, presenting Lin Fan with a blue fruit and 100 bottles of mental power potions. I will value this blue fruit at 8 million according to market price, and the rest will be converted into mental power potions. Thank you, Elder Song, Lin Fan replied as he accepted the items and departed from the Jubioj. He intended to collect the spirit stones that had already been mined and address the employment situation of the workers at the vein. Following the acquisition by Jubioj, it was highly likely that many of these workers would be dismissed in favor of a new batch. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the spirit stone vein, where the same 5 individuals were laboriously mining. Young master, you've come, the elder greeted warmly upon seeing Lin Fan. Please give me the spirit stones mined during this period. Certainly, young master, please wait a moment. The elder hurried to the storage area and returned with the spirit stones, placing them before Lin Fan. Have them pause their work. I have an announcement to make. Lin Fan toyed with the spirit stones in his hands. Speaking softly, the elder called the 5 men over. I have an important announcement. I have sold the spirit stone vein. What? The group exclaimed in unison. Young master, you cannot be joking with us, the elder asked. Unable to contain his disbelief. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Fan replied with a smile, his expression kind yet imposing. The elder felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to kneel, Lin Fan retracted his aura and produced 60,000. Here is 60,000. You will each receive 10,000. Take the money and leave. The 6 men exchanged glances, reluctant to lose their stable and leisurely jobs. After a tense 30 seconds, the elder broke the silence. Young master, could you reconsider selling the spirit stone vein? Yes. We have families to support and cannot afford to lose this job, the other 5 echoed in agreement. Hearing their pleas, Lin Fan's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze icy as he scrutinized them. It seems I have been too lenient, showing you undeserved kindness. He tossed the 60,000 onto the ground and approached the elder. Tell me, what would happen if I were to kill you? The elder felt a cold sweat break out on his back, knowing his life was as insignificant as an ant in Lin Fan's eyes. Easily crushed. Young master, I was wrong. I will leave immediately, the elder stammered, desperate to flee. Wait, take 10,000 before you go. Lin Fan called out to the elder as he attempted to escape. All right, the elder complied, quickly taking the 10,000 and turning to leave. Lin Fan then fixed his gaze on the remaining 5. As they felt his stare, the 5 men lowered their heads, unable to meet Lin Fan's eyes. Divide the money and leave. Otherwise, I will escort you myself. The 5, fearing his wrath, hastily divided the money and departed. Lin Fan cast one last glance at the spirit stone vein. From this moment on, it no longer belonged to him. However, he felt it was not a significant loss. One must let go to gain. With this thought, Lin Fan took out the blue fruit as he placed the blue fruit in his mouth. A surge of powerful energy flooded into his sea of consciousness. His cultivation, initially at the late stage of the third realm, instantly ascended to the peak of the third realm, the pinnacle of the third realm. He could easily gain admission to Magic City University. Yet, before the college entrance examination, he had one more task to attend to. Lin Fei, I shall take your life. No one can stop me. Lin Fan's eyes turned crimson, filled with murderous intent. Had Lin Fei not dispatched assassins, even if a pack of wolves had besieged the city, Luo Qiao would not have perished. You have destroyed my entire world. Now I shall make you experience the taste of living worse than death. Just as Lin Fan was about to set off for Lin Fei's residence, a few raindrops began to fall from the sky. Damn it, it's raining. Lin Fan spat in frustration, his disdain for rainy days growing. In the next moment, a clap of thunder roared, and the rain poured down in torrents. Lin Fan hurried into the warehouse to seek shelter from the rain. Meanwhile, atop the city walls of Yong'an, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard asked, Old Zhang, didn't the weather forecast say today would be sunny? Who knows? The man known as Old Zhang replied, sipping from his cup, it's quite strange. The last time the beast attacked the city, it also rained heavily. Could it be happening again? The middle-aged man with the scruffy beard speculated casually. Close your mouth, you harbinger of doom. Old Zhang scolded irritably. Oh. The bearded man immediately fell silent. It hasn't been long since the last beast attack. It can't happen so soon again. If you can't refrain from speaking, then don't say anything at all. Old Zhang reprimanded angrily. Chapter 33. Art is an explosion in the northern part of Yong'an City. The torrential rain had ceased, and the city returned to its usual rhythm. Many pedestrians strolled along the streets, inhaling the fresh air after the rain. A man wearing a black hat chewed gum. Idly wandering about, he carelessly stuck his gum onto a building before continuing on his way. Within mere minutes, the building was covered in gum. Hey, what are you doing? A woman wearing an armband approached the man, unable to hold back her disapproval. Creating art, the man replied nonchalantly. Creating art? How could someone as uncouth as you possibly understand art? Our community is being evaluated for civility, and your behavior is a disgrace to us. Haven't your parents taught you about manners? The man in the black hat's expression turned cold upon hearing the mention of his parents. Why so silent? What are you pretending for? What do you want? Remember to respect others' parents. The man in the black hat shoved the woman aside. Run! Witnessing the woman flying away, fear gripped the bystanders, prompting them to flee. The man in the black hat paid no attention to the panicking crowd. Ascending to a higher vantage point, looking down at the people below, he grinned and snapped his fingers. Enjoy the art, boom boom, boom boom boom. As the smoke cleared, the man in the black hat admired his masterpiece. Such marvelous art. I am indeed a genius. He spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply. Quickly, there is an attack happening here. 7 members of the city guard rushed toward the scene. Who are you? How dare you launch an attack in Yong'an City? The leader of the city guard shouted at the man in the black hat, who continued to ignore him, lost in his artistic reverie. We cannot allow him to continue. Apprehend this madman. The 7 guards charged toward the man. As they approached, the man in the black hat lowered his arms, letting out a cold laugh. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted beneath the feet of the 7, causing the ground to collapse. Those who destroy art must descend. He took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Let this beautiful fireworks display serve as the curtain raiser. He raised his arms high, overlooking the entire city of Yong'an. What's happening? Inside a shop, Han Guang asked in surprise. Young master, do continue. A woman dressed in a maid outfit cooed. Yes, let us continue. Another woman in a bunny girl costume chimed in, pulling at Han Guang. Step aside. Han Guang pushed the two aside, his mind sharpened. He had just heard a tremendous sound. Such a loud noise surely indicated something was amiss. His mind remained clear. He would not lose his senses entirely for the sake of women. At that moment, the door was thrust open, and Huang San appeared visibly anxious. Han Xiao, it's terrible. What is the matter? Speak slowly, Han Guang replied, maintaining an air of calmness. The northern part of Yong'an City has been attacked. What? Han Guang could hardly believe it. He had only arrived in this small city a few days prior, and now such a calamity had befallen it. Just days ago, there were monstrous beasts breaching the city, and now an attack had occurred. The feng shui of Yong'an City must be utterly disastrous. Han Xiao, what shall we do now? Huang San inquired. Let us go. The two stepped outside the shop, where they were met with a throng of people frantically fleeing. Panic was etched on their faces, as if they longed for additional legs to escape faster. What has happened? Han Guang grasped the arm of a swiftly running man. Run, run, that person is about to come. The man exclaimed before attempting to flee, only to be restrained by Han Guang. Who is that person? Speak clearly. There's no time. He is coming. Don't hold me back. I want to survive. The man forcefully shoved Han Guang aside and dashed away like a startled deer. The people of this small city truly lack manners, Han Guang muttered under his breath. Yet the next moment, he spotted a figure approaching, wearing a black hat and chewing on a lollipop. Damn, what a show-off. Han Guang cursed as the third son of the Han family. He had never seen such ostentation. This man in the black hat dared to flaunt it before him. Hey, did you just insult me? The man in the black hat confronted Han Guang. Yes, I did. What can you do about it? Han Guang replied disdainfully. Very well, very well. Tio insult me. Huang Yi, you shall experience true artistry. The man in the black hat clapped his hands. Huang Yi, you belong to the White Lotus sect. Han Guang pointed at him. Kid, I never imagined you would recognize my identity. The man in the black hat appeared somewhat surprised. Upon hearing the man acknowledge his affiliation, Han Guang's excitement surged. Capturing a Huang Yi of the White Lotus sect alive would be a tremendous achievement, yielding substantial rewards. The White Lotus sect had been a pressing concern for Long Kingdom in recent years. Although the rank of Huang Yi was not exceedingly high, he was still notorious on the wanted list. If he could capture the man before him, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a model of virtue. With this thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I am truly fortunate. I won't even need to take the college entrance examination this time. Han Guang gazed at the man in the black hat. Akin to a predator eyeing its prey, I can't believe I was underestimated. The man in the black hat twisted his neck, visibly irked. Tio be considered my quarry. You should feel honored. Huang San. Take out your phone and record everything. Make sure to capture it all, Han Guang commanded, drawing a long sword from his spatial ring, pointing it at the man in the black hat. You scum of the White Lotus sect. For the slaughter of the citizens of Yong'an City, your sins are unforgivable. Today, I shall execute you here and bring justice for the people of Yong'an City. As he spoke fervently, his tone was impassioned, embodying a righteous demeanor. He, such grandiloquence. The man in the black hat chuckled menacingly. You, a mere scum, shall never comprehend justice. Prepare to die. Han Guang placed his left hand upon the long sword, flames igniting along its blade. He swung the sword towards the man in the black hat. A derisive smile crept across the man's face as he leapt backward, yet the flames still grazed him, singeing his hat. Taken aback, he discarded the charred headgear, revealing a strikingly handsome face. You've successfully provoked my ire as a reward. I shall launch you into the sky. Chapter 34. The thunderous demon wolf launch me into the sky? You are truly deluded, Han Guang retorted. Today, I shall act as the agent of justice. He swung the long sword once more towards the man in the black hat. Confident in his strike, Han Guang believed that although the man was a fourth realm adept, he himself was a genius with S-rank abilities. The man's power level could not be exceedingly high. He felt confident in battling across a significant gap in realms. As the flaming sword approached, the man in the black hat snapped his fingers. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, enveloping Han Guang in flames. Is that all? With such a loud proclamation, I expected more strength. The scion of a noble family is not all that impressive. The man in the black hat mocked. Scum of the White Lotus sect, you celebrate too soon. Han Guang's voice emerged from the smoke. The man in the black hat turned to see a white light shield protecting Han Guang. A defensive spirit artifact, scum. Did you not expect this? Han Guang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Just before his departure, the elder had bestowed upon him a defensive spirit artifact, and he hadn't anticipated needing it so soon. Scum, die! Just as Han Guang prepared to charge at the man in the black hat, a sharp dagger pierced through his back. Pooh! Han Guang struggled to turn around, only to find Huang San with a grim expression. Why? He gasped. Why? Because I am also a member of the White Lotus sect. Huang San's lips curled into a grotesque smile, his visage twisted with malice. You traitor! Before Han Guang could finish his sentence, Huang San withdrew the dagger and thrust it in deeper. Aw! Han Guang's screams echoed as blood gushed forth like a fountain. The third young master of the Han family, considering himself a prodigy from the imperial capital. Treating me like a servant, I shall make you pay. I shall make you suffer before me. Huang San continued to stab relentlessly, blood pouring from Han Guang's back. After what felt like an eternity, Huang San finally ceased. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully proclaimed, Lord Huang Yi, I arrived a moment too late. Not too late. The timing is just right. The man in the black hat donned a new black hat retrieved from his spatial ring. Use the devouring pill. Very well, thank you, Lord Huang Yi. Huang San replied, exhilarated, as he stood before Han Guang. What do you intend to do? Even with the blood flowing from his wounds, Han Guang, thanks to his third realm strength, had not yet succumbed to death. What do you think? Of course, I am here to seize your talent. Huang San grinned ominously, producing a black pill from his hand. Spare me, cousin. Upon seeing the black pill, Han Guang trembled violently, fully aware of its effects. And now you call me cousin. Just yesterday, what did you consider me? I was wrong. I was wrong. Having realized your error, relinquish your talent to me. This will be the best form of compensation. Huang San hurled the devouring pill at Han Guang. The pill hovered above Han Guang's head. A flash of black light enveloped him, and his white soul ascended from his body in an instant. The white soul was absorbed by the black light, and the devouring pill transformed into a red, diamond-shaped crystal. Huang San crushed it, a surge of energy coursing through him, though a few white strands appeared within his previously dark hair. What a delightful sensation! Huang San closed his eyes, moaning in pleasure. How does it feel? The man in the black hat inquired. Lord Huang Yi, my ability level has surged to S rank, and my realm has advanced to the third realm. Huang San replied hurriedly. Excellent. Now let us proceed according to the original plan. As long as you execute your tasks well, the holy sect shall not neglect you. The city walls of Yong'an. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard gazed listlessly at the scenery beyond the city. However, there was little to admire, just wild grass and trees. Retracting his gaze, he grasped a cup of water beside the table. Perhaps I was overly suspicious. After all, just days ago we were assaulted by monstrous beasts. How could another attack possibly occur? With his mind finally at ease, the bearded man yawned, intending to return indoors. Suddenly, a figure as large as a small mountain appeared in the grassland. Roar! A piercing wolf howl snapped the middle-aged man to attention, banishing his drowsiness. He hastily turned his gaze outward. Wolves, countless wolves, so many I cannot count. A multitude of electric wolves surged forth, among them one particularly striking wolf. This creature boasted a physique akin to a small mountain, covered in deep purple scales, surrounded by a palpable aura of thunderous energy. This is the fourth realm demon, the thunderous demon wolf. This is terrible. The bearded man prepared to sound the alarm. However, the thunderous demon wolf gathered an electric sphere, 20 meters in diameter, within its maw. The next moment, the sphere crashed down upon the city tower. Boom! Half of the tower collapsed instantly, and the bearded man was drenched in blood, his body riddled with debris, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, in the final moments of his life, he managed to press the alarm die in the next instant. The entire Yong'an city was filled with the resonating sound of alarms in the Yong'an city lord's mansion. This is bad. Another attack by monstrous beasts has occurred. Old Huang, assemble the city guard. I'm heading out first. With a pair of metallic iron wings sprouting from his back, Kong Limin flapped them and soared through the window. Old Kong, wait for me, Huang Qi exclaimed anxiously. Just recently, Yong'an City had suffered a grievous attack from monstrous beasts, incurring significant losses. They had employed some tactics to evade scrutiny. If this time the damage was severe once more, the imperial capital would surely dispatch personnel to hold them accountable. In the ensuing investigation, they might even uncover the fact that they were not present in Yong'an City during the last attack. Every action inevitably leaves a trace. At times, the absence of inquiry does not imply that future scrutiny will not occur. City Guard, follow me. Huang Qi bellowed, a contingent clad in azure armor, alongside a few donned in white, surged towards the city walls alongside Huang Qi. The cacophony of howls and growls erupted as the pack of wolves breached the recently reconstructed battlements, storming into Yong'an City. The defenders stationed atop the walls met with a grim fate. All succumbing to death, a handful of electric wolves dashed into the heart of Yong'an City, perceiving humans as delectable prey, lunging to slaughter without hesitation. Beasts, perish! At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. Kong Limin's right hand transformed into a long blade. Cleaving towards the electric wolf, the blade sliced effortlessly through the creature's body, severing it in twain. "Are you all right?" Kong Limin inquired, assisting a man to his feet with genuine concern. "I am unharmed. Thank you." "City Lord," the man expressed, visibly moved. "Old Kong, wait for me. You're flying too fast." Huang Qi called as he and the city guard hastened to join. "Rest assured, citizens. This city lord will lead Vice City Lord Huang and the city guard to drive these beasts away, ensuring your safety. The city lord is wise. Long live the city lord." The crowd cheered with fervor. Just then, a member of the city guard approached Kong Limin, whispering urgently, "City Lord, trouble looms. The northern part of Yong'an City has been assaulted by unknown assailants, now reduced to ruins." "What?" Kong Limin stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The guard swiftly steadied him. With a forced calmness, Kong Limin declared, "Everyone, eliminate these beasts and defend our homeland." Chapter 35. Resolving the crisis, Kong Limin and Huang Qi led the city guard, relentlessly slaying the invading electric wolves and swift electric wolves. With the two formidable warriors at the forefront, the electric wolves and swift electric wolves were swiftly eradicated. Observing the dwindling numbers of the beasts, Kong Limin's once restless heart began to settle. The immediate priority was to eradicate the intruding wolves. Matters concerning the north could be addressed later. It was imperative not to allow these monstrous creatures to wreak havoc within the city, inflicting further devastation. With this resolve, Kong Limin shouted, "Hasten your efforts and drive these beasts out." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. "Father! Father!" A panicked voice pierced the air. Huang San, clad in tattered azure armor, bloodied and disheveled, rushed towards them. "What a disgraceful display of panic!" Huang Qi reproached. "Father, it's dire." Huang San disregarded the rebuke, continuing urgently. Sensing his brother's unease, Huang Qi felt a chill of foreboding. "What has transpired?" Young Master Han was surrounded by the beasts. Despite my desperate efforts to flee with him, he ultimately fell prey to their claws. Huang San whispered urgently into Huang Qi's ear. "What?" Huang Qi's mind reeled. In the next breath, he delivered a sharp slap across Huang San's face. "You wretched fool!" Huang Qi scolded vehemently, unconcerned about the onlookers. Huang San bowed his head, a crimson mark blossoming on his cheek. "Enough, old Huang. We must focus on the matter at hand." Kong Limin interjected. "I will deal with you later." Huang Qi retorted, seizing his fiery hammer, charging towards the electric wolves again. Meanwhile, Huang San, with a darkened expression, followed suit, his thoughts veiled in shadows. In a lavish villa, Lin Fei sat alone, sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unleashed by the beasts. As for Gao Wan, she had already taken her leave. A mere servant was unworthy of sharing her abode. After a while, she set down her teacup, reclining in her chair. She relished in indulgence, particularly following the loss of her husband. Pleasure was her sole solace. Yet, the confiscation of her assets had severely diminished her quality of life. Contemplating this, Lin Fei's previously tranquil demeanor erupted into fury. It was all Lin Fan's fault. He was the one who had robbed her of her affluent lifestyle. "Lin Fan, why don't you just die? Why won't you die?" she cried, pounding on her recliner until it splintered. Still unsatisfied, she hurled the exquisite tea set to the ground. In that instant, a rift in the fabric of space emerged. and a figure adorned in a tiger-striped mask, wielding a purple long knife, stepped forth. "Who dares to intrude upon my residence?" Lin Fei demanded, her ire palpable. The masked Lin Fan offered no response, instead lunging forward with his enchanted blade. "Oh, feigning indifference, are we?" Lin Fei transformed into a shadow, evading the strike with ease. "What perfect timing for you to intrude, given my foul mood." She circled Lin Fan at great speed, seeking an opening. The masked Lin Fan remained stationary, allowing her to assess the situation. How arrogant, Lin Fei seethed, incensed at being underestimated. Suddenly, an opportunity presented itself. "Die!" Lin Fei approached Lin Fan from behind, channeling dark elements to strike. Yet, before she could execute her attack, Lin Fan swiftly pivoted, his blade slicing towards her. Realizing the peril too late, she was struck by the enchanted knife. "Ah!" Her screams echoed as she fell, writhing on the ground. Lin Fan approached her, sprinkling a prepared hemostatic powder onto her wounds. The bleeding ceased instantaneously, and as Lin Fei gazed at the figure before her, terror gripped her heart. Despite being a mid-tier practitioner, possessing the rare dark element ability, this masked figure effortlessly discerned her presence. "Curious about how I pierced your disguise, are you? It's due to these eyes, which can unveil all darkness." Lin Fan removed his mask, revealing his blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan gaze. "ITSU? Lin Fan?" Lin Fei gasped in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the intruder would be him. "Auntie, I see you are well," Lin Fan remarked with a smile. "You wretched child, how dare you lay hands on your own aunt? You are truly deranged." Lin Fei retorted, standing her ground, glaring at Lin Fan. "How audacious of you to speak such words. Your shamelessness knows no bounds." Lin Fan had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's lack of shame. "You little brat. You pilfered my wealth and now dare to flaunt your arrogance before me. Where is your conscience? I regret adopting you, you ingrate. Given another chance, I would have only taken in Lin Yao." Lin Fei lashed out like a shrew, berating Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, unwilling to engage in further banter. His left eye fixated on Lin Fei, preparing to unleash his divine might. Yet, in that fleeting moment, thoughts of Luo Qiao, a girl who had perished for him, flashed through his mind. "No, I cannot allow Lin Fei to die so easily. I want her to endure suffering." As Lin Fei continued to hurl insults, Lin Fan's resolve solidified. "You could have lived, but you chose to send assassins after me, leading to Luo Qiao's demise. Thus, I shall ensure you experience profound anguish." The enchanted knife in Lin Fan's hand danced with lethal intent. Lin Fei's eyes widened in horror. "Does it hurt? Do you comprehend the magnitude of my pain?" Lin Fan pressed her against the wall, his eyes blazing with fury. "Luo Qiao, I know. She was that lovely young girl beside you. I wonder how she fared before her death. Those with delicate skin are often favored by my hired hands." Lin Fei clung to life, her mid-tier prowess granting her remarkable vitality. "And your brother, Lin Yao, he often called me mother. I wonder how your deceased father feels about this from below." Lin Fei cackled with derision. "Die! I want you dead." Lin Fan trembled with rage, yearning to rend her into pieces. Come on, Lin Fei taunted, her excitement palpable. "No, you are merely attempting to provoke me. I will not grant you such an easy end. I will make you wish for death." After 5 minutes, Lin Fei was left with but a breath. "Lin Fan, I await the day when you and Lin Yao turn upon each other." With a final, maniacal laugh, Lin Fei succumbed to death. Chapter 36. Huang San's madness. Gazing at Lin Fei's lifeless form, Lin Fan remained expressionless. Before departing, he produced a lighter, igniting it, and tossed it into the villa. Moments later, flames engulfed the opulent estate. Strolling leisurely along the street, Lin Fan observed the panicked citizens fleeing. An electric wolf lunged at him. "Seeking death, are you?" Lin Fan raised his enchanted knife, a flash of purple light severing the creature in two. "Congratulations, you have slain a mid-tier electric wolf, earning 1,000 kill points. Current kill points, 19,200. A few more, and I can exchange for Hashirama cells." The city was rife with electric wolves and swift electric wolves. Ample opportunity awaited. Just then, a violent surge of energy drew his attention. A colossal purple electric wolf emerged within Yong'an City. Surrounding him were dozens of swift lightning wolves, accompanied by 5 gale wolves. This posed quite a significant predicament. Sensing the formidable aura of the extreme lightning demon wolf, Kong Li Min's expression turned grave. "Lord City Master, what should we do next?" inquired a member of the city guard. Kong Li Min fixed a brooding gaze upon the extreme lightning demon wolf. This creature possessed the strength of a mid-stage fourth realm being, and more crucially, it had acquired human-like intelligence. Should the situation turn dire, it would undoubtedly flee swiftly. The extreme lightning demon wolf also sensed Kong Li Min's scrutiny. Its violet eyes locking onto him. With a cold snort, Kong Li Min issued commands to the others. "Lao Huang, you handle those 5 gale wolves. Everyone else, deal with the swift lightning wolves. And you, City Master? I will personally eliminate this beast." Kong Li Min's eyes glinted sharply as he stared at the extreme lightning demon wolf. "Lao Kong, do you have confidence?" Huang Qi inquired, concern etched on his face. "Rest assured," Kong Li Min replied, brimming with confidence. After consuming the yellow fruit, he had broken through to the late fourth realm. Even if he faced the extreme lightning demon wolf alone, he believed he had a 60% chance of victory. "Very well, once I've taken down the gale wolves, I shall assist you." Huang Qi raised his fiery hammer and charged towards the gale wolves, while the others surged towards the swift lightning wolves. "Beast, let us see what you're made of." Kong Li Min manifested metallic wings upon his back, transforming his right hand into a gleaming sword as he soared into the AI art. As Kong Li Min ascended, the extreme lightning demon wolf was far from idle. It gathered a sphere of lightning in its mouth, the surrounding air crackling with electric energy. In the next moment, a 15-meter-wide lightning sphere hurtled towards Kong Li Min. Truly, a formidable foe. It dared to launch a sneak attack. Even having advanced to the late fourth realm, Kong Li Min did not dare to withstand it head-on. With a powerful flap of its metallic wings, he narrowly evaded the devastating lightning sphere. Boom! The sphere exploded in midair. "Beast, prepare to meet your end." Kong Li Min dove towards the extreme lightning demon wolf, his sword poised to strike. The wolf's claws dug into the ground as an electric shield enveloped its body. Kong Li Min's sword struck the shield, producing only a faint crackle. "Damn. This beast has formidable defenses. In that case, let us escalate things." Kong Li Min's gaze turned icy, and his sword ignited in flames. "Feel this time?" The shield produced significant fractures, yet it remained unbroken. "Remarkably resilient, but I shall shatter it." Kong Li Min roared. In an instant, the fissures on the electric shield widened until, at last, it shattered, a prime opportunity. Kong Li Min seized the moment when the wolf's defense crumbled. Thrusting his fiery sword deep into the extreme lightning demon wolf. "Roar!" The wolf howled in fury, glaring incredulously at Kong Li Min, unable to comprehend that a mere human had wounded it. "How does it feel?" "Beast?" Kong Li Min reveled in the sight of the injury he inflicted upon the wolf. A beast remains a beast, even with human-like wisdom. However, in the next heartbeat, Kong Li Min was taken aback as the extreme lightning demon wolf conjured another lightning sphere and hurled it into the midst of the swift lightning wolves. "No!" Kong Li Min shouted, rushing to intervene, but it was too late. The lightning sphere detonated amidst the swift lightning wolves, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Those engaged in battle with the swift lightning wolves were decimated in an instant, and many of the wolves perished as well. Nonetheless, a significant number of swift lightning wolves remained, as their affinity for lightning granted them some resistance to the sphere. "Beast, I will ensure your demise." Witnessing the slain members of the city guard, Kong Li Min let out a primal scream. These individuals were the last of the city's protectors, and in a heartbeat, more than half had been lost. "Arg!" Kong Li Min transformed his left hand into a sword, wielding dual blades as he relentlessly assaulted the extreme lightning demon wolf, which staggered backward, struggling to defend itself. "It's my turn to strike." Observing the stalemate, Huang San donned a knowing smile as he approached Huang Qi, who was still battling the gale wolves. "What are you doing here? Hurry back." Huang Qi snapped at him while fending off the gale wolves. "Father, I wish to assist you." Huang San replied earnestly. "Very well, taking down one gale wolf should be manageable, correct?" Just then, Huang Qi decisively smashed a gale wolf with his hammer. "No problem, I can handle it." Huang San replied, brimming with confidence. "Good, do not let me down." Huang Qi turned away, returning to battle the 2 gale wolves, while Huang San engaged another. "Pierce!" Huang San bellowed as the gale wolf lunged at him. Sharp blue vines sprouting beneath its feet, Yet the Gale Wolf, quick as lightning, evaded the attack with a swift maneuver. It seemed Huang San had anticipated this, as he shouted, "Bind!" The blue vines ensnared the Gale Wolf, which evaded furiously, but ultimately succumbed as it drew within 10 paces of Huang San. "Die!" Huang San commanded as the vines constricted tightly, just as the Gale Wolf was on the brink of being crushed. The vines inexplicably loosened. Seizing the opportunity, the Gale Wolf charged at Huang San. "Father, save me!" Huang San cried out desperately. Huang Qi, having dispatched the 2 Gale Wolves, rushed to his father's aid. With a powerful strike, he crushed the charging Gale Wolf. "Father, slap!" A resounding smack echoed as Huang Qi glared at Huang San, scolding, "You worthless fool! You can't even kill a Gale Wolf!" Huang San bowed his head, enduring his father's rebuke. "Stop pretending, speak!" Huang Qi delivered another slap, but this time, Huang San caught his hand. "You little brat, dare to fight back? You clearly need a lesson." Huang Qi attempted to strike again. Thud. A sharp dagger plunged into Huang Qi's heart. He looked down in disbelief at the blood pouring from his chest, only to see Huang San smiling at him. Chapter 37. Filial piety turned to filicide. "Why? I am your father," Huang Qi gasped, blood spilling from his lips. "Why?" "Because when I was killed, you were absent." "What do you mean?" Huang Qi was confounded by Huang San's words. "When Lin Fan killed me, you did not come, so I decided to return from the depths of hell to exact my revenge." Huang San produced a black pill. "Let me enlighten you. I have joined the White Lotus sect and become one of the Blue Robes." "You old fool, what of it? If only you had given me more money back then, I wouldn't have died. This is all your fault. It is all your fault." Huang San's face twisted in rage, his eyes aflame with fury. Yet, in the next moment, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, I might not have joined the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect has granted me immense power, something you, old fool, could never provide." Blue vines appeared in Huang San's grasp, suddenly igniting in flames. "Do you see this? This is the might of the Holy Sect. I have absorbed Han Guang's powers and abilities, and you, my dear father, shall contribute to my strength, correct? Wretched son, wretched son." Huang Qi trembled, raising a shaky finger at Huang San, cursing him. Regret washed over him. He wished he had donned armor before arriving. Had he done so, Huang San's ambush would have surely failed. "Haha, old fool, just contribute to my strength a little. I promise to visit your grave next year. After all, I am a devoted son," Huang San declared, preparing to toss the devouring pill. "Stop!" A thunderous roar rang out as Kong Li Min rushed towards Huang San. Drenched in blood, one hand empty, the extreme lightning demon wolf lay on the ground, severely injured and howling in agony. Unfortunately, Huang San offered no chance to Kong Li Min. He hurled the devouring pill directly at Huang Qi. In an instant, a black light flashed. Huang Qi's soul appeared, but unlike before, this time his spirit emitted agonized cries. 5 seconds later, a red diamond crystal fell to the ground. Huang Qi's robust form crumbled to dust, whisked away by the wind. Huang San stepped forward to retrieve the red diamond crystal just as Kong Li Min arrived. "Huang San, put that down and come with me to the imperial capital to confess your wrongdoings." "It is not too late to turn back," Kong Li Min urged. "Turn back? What do you mean? Confess. What have I done wrong?" Huang San feigned ignorance, bewildered as he gazed at Kong Li Min. "Huang San, do not play the fool with me. You have joined the White Lotus sect, the most notorious cult in Long Country. I refuse to believe you are unaware. If you hand over that item and accompany me to the imperial capital, I assure your safety." Kong Li Min suppressed his fury and spoke gently. "A cult? What cult? It is clearly a sacred teaching. Uncle Kong, are you confused?" Huang San looked at Kong Li Min with a puzzled expression. "Well said," the man in the black hat remarked, unconcerned as he stepped forward. "Lord in Yellow," Huang San said respectfully, "you did well. The sacred teaching has not misjudged you." The man in the black hat patted Huang San's shoulder. "It's all thanks to Lord in Yellow's guidance." Huang San lowered his head. "First, use this to break through to the 4th realm." "Good." Huang San grasped the shattered red diamond crystal. In the next moment, a surge of red energy flowed into his body, causing his realm to ascend rapidly. Mid-3rd realm, late 3rd realm, Peak Third Realm.it did not stop there. The red energy shattered barriers, propelling him into the Fourth Realm. The Fourth Realm. I have broken through to the Fourth Realm. The sensation of acquiring power was utterly marvelous. Huang San felt immensely comfortable. After laboriously cultivating for 2.5 months to reach the peak of the Second Realm, he had now advanced to the Fourth Realm in just a few days. No genius could match his speed. Yet, he failed to notice that half of his hair had turned white, and his skin had suddenly become dry and shriveled, aging him by 30 years in an instant. What do you intend to do? Kong Limin warily watched the man in the black hat emerge. What do you think? It is to purify this filthy world. The man in the black hat raised his hands high, reciting a complex incantation. This is bad. Although Kong Limin did not know the specifics of the man in the black hat's intentions, he understood it was certainly not for good. He rushed towards the man, determined to stop him. Meanwhile, Huang San was unwilling to let Kong Limin thwart the man in the black hat. Entwine, blue vines surged towards the flying Kong Limin. Get lost, Kong Limin shouted, his right hand transforming into a long blade that slashed at the vines. The incoming vines were swiftly severed, yet countless more continued to ensnare Kong Limin. Be gone. Flames erupted from the long blade in Kong Limin's right hand as he struck at the vines. However, the blue vines appeared immune to the flames, and the blade could not sever them momentarily. The scene was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. It is done. The man in the black hat lowered his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. In the next moment, a vast majority of the populace in Yong'an City were horrified to discover their bodies undergoing a grotesque transformation. White hair sprouted suddenly on their faces, and some even grew red hair. Some, unable to bear it, attempted to pluck the white hair. Yet, as they did so, even more white hair emerged. Some could not accept this reality, crashing into pillars. Yet it was futile. Those who collided with the pillars did not perish. Rather, the white hair sprouted even faster. Within a minute, these individuals were entirely covered in white hair. What have you done? Kong Limin pointed an accusatory finger at the man in the black hat, his anger palpable. Did I not inform you? Purifying the world. The man in the black hat pulled out a whistle. Speaking elegantly, nonsense. You have slaughtered so many innocent citizens of Yong'an City. The Dragon Kingdom will not let you off. Ha ha ha. The man in the black hat suddenly burst into laughter. Let me off. I will not spare the Dragon Kingdom. He placed the whistle to his lips, gazing scornfully at Kong Limin. Mayor Kong, now it is time to appreciate the art. He blew into the whistle in the next moment. All the white-haired monsters converged together. The man in the black hat snapped his fingers. Boom, was it you who attacked the northern region? Kong Limin realized, witnessing the explosion, that the one who assaulted the northern part of Yong'an City was indeed the man in the black hat. The man in the black hat ignored Kong Limin, continuing to snap his fingers rapidly. Explosions rang out incessantly. In just over 10 seconds, more than half of Yong'an City was reduced to rubble. That is enough, Kong Limin roared. Not enough, not even close, Huang San replied calmly. Huang San, you need to regain your senses. This is your hometown. Will you really stand by and watch it be destroyed? Kong Limin admonished loudly, hoping to restore Huang San's rationality. His mental energy had been nearly depleted during his battle with the extreme electric demon wolf. Having just fought, he had exhausted his last reserves. Now, his only hope for a turnaround lay in awakening Huang San. Urging him to slay the man in the black hat. As for what came next, he could entice Huang San to accompany him to the imperial capital, where others would handle the situation. Hometown? Heh, my hometown. Is it not reasonable for me to destroy it? Huang San smiled, a crescent of irony gracing his lips. You. Kong Limin pointed at Huang San, unable to articulate his angered. At that moment, he relinquished his unrealistic hopes. Huang San was beyond saving. Mayor Kong, do you still wish to resist? The man in the black hat removed his hat, revealing a pale yet somewhat handsome face. Do not be smug. The Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly annihilate your band of rats. I believe that light will ultimately prevail, and darkness shall surely retreat. Kong Limin feigned calmness, prepared for sacrifice. With so many citizens of Yong'an City suffering casualties, even if he survived, he would be held accountable. Most likely, he would be sent to the heavenly prison. Rather than endure such a fate, dying seemed preferable. as at least he would earn the reputation of a valiant martyr, courageous enough to combat the cult. I shall give it my all. Just as he was about to charge at the man in the black hat in a self-destructive act, a sudden applause echoed through the air. Clapping, clap, clap, clap. The three individuals present swiftly turned towards the source of the applause. A figure clad in black, wearing a tiger-striped mask and wielding a purple long knife approached slowly. Kong Li Min and the man in the black hat did not immediately recognize this individual, but Huang San instantly identified him. Lin Fan. Huang San glared at the advancing Lin Fan, his eyes filled with rage. He would never forget the face behind that tiger-striped mask, which filled him with disgust. Upon realizing his identity had been exposed, Lin Fan removed the mask without hesitation. Lin Fan, what brings you here? Kong Li Min shouted upon recognizing Lin Fan. Lin Fan disregarded Kong Li Min, turning instead to Huang San. At that moment, Huang San's appearance had drastically changed. His face was swollen, and his hair had turned white. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Lin Fan pointed the magic knife thousand blades at Huang San. Lin Fan, you do not even recognize me. Huang San was infuriated. Oh, so it's just a little beggar. Lin Fan scrutinized Huang San for a moment before finally recognizing him. Lin Fan, you have killed me once. This time, I shall make you die. Huang San was elated. He finally had the opportunity and the absolute strength to eliminate Lin Fan. He yearned to torture Lin Fan, to flay him alive, allowing him to experience the greatest pain in the world. The man in the black hat glanced at Lin Fan but paid him no mind. Huang San had already broken through to the fourth realm. Although he was the weakest of the fourth realm, he could easily take down this Lin Fan. Lin Fan, run, go to Fengyun City for reinforcements. Huang San is now a fourth realm capable individual. You cannot defeat him. Kong Li Min urgently warned, Hmph, I am at the peak of the third realm. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Ignoring Kong Li Min, Lin Fan locked his gaze on Huang San, his own peak third realm aura radiating outward. The peak of the third realm, truly impressive. The man in the black hat, who had initially underestimated Lin Fan, now regarded him with interest. Go be so young and already at the peak of the third realm, even within the sacred teaching. Only the Saintess has achieved such a feat. This lad is intriguing. The man in the black hat stroked his chin. The peak of the third realm? How is this possible? Kong Li Min could hardly believe it. In less than 3 months, Lin Fan had ascended to the peak of the third realm. The last time Kong Li Min saw Lin Fan, he was merely at the late stage of the first realm. Hearing the astonishment in Kong Li Min's voice, as well as the admiration in the man in the black hat's gaze, Huang San felt a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. After all, he was a fourth realm capable individual, an S-class genius. Lin Fan, at the peak of the third realm, was nothing but trash in his presence. Why do these two exhibit such expressions? Realizing this, Huang San's murderous intent towards Lin Fan reached its zenith. Lin Fan, prepare to pay with your life. Huang San charged at Lin Fan, blue vines ablaze in his grasp. Oh, a new trick. Lin Fan turned his head, completely unfazed. Lin Fan, do you dare to act tough before me? Huang San reached Lin Fan, aiming the flaming blue vines at him. Lin Fan raised the magic knife thousand blades, which emanated a purple glow from its hilt. In the next moment, thousands of shards surged forth, enveloping the fire-wrapped blue vines. The flames engulfing the blue vines were shattered by the shards. The multitude of shards then converged, reassembling into the blade. Huang San was taken aback, not expecting his attack to be so easily neutralized. Lin Fan, taste this move, flame-piercing. Countless blue vines engulfed in flames surged forth from beneath Lin Fan's feet, aiming to impale him. Lin Fan's right eye activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, initiating the technique of phasing. Huang San's attack directly missed its marked space-type ability. The man in the black hat observed the battle intently. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's phasing, his expression was filled with astonishment. Space-type abilities were quite rare, with a 1 in 100,000 chance of awakening. This lad is impressive. If I can recruit him into the sacred teaching, it would be a significant achievement. The man in the black hat harbored intentions to recruit Lin Fan. Isn't this lad supposed to possess ocular abilities? How has it turned into a spatial system ability again? Kong Li Min, who was watching the battle, was taken aback. Due to Lin Yao, he had investigated Lin Fan's powers. A C-grade ocular ability, neither particularly low nor exceptionally high. Could it be that Lin Fan has awakened a second ability? Yes, that is the only explanation. Kong Limin murmured, Lin Fan, I must admit, you have surpassed my expectations. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading on the next page, as it only gets more thrilling from here. However, all of this ends here. Huang San's aura surged, and Lin Fan felt himself locked in by this strike. The spear manifested in Huang San's hand appeared a blue vine spear engulfed in flames. Feeling the might of the spear, Kong Limin's pupils contracted. Even in his peak state, he would not dare to take this blow head-on. Now it gets interesting. In the face of the spear, Lin Fan revealed a faint smile. Lin Fan, give me your life. Huang San, fueled by his rage, raised his right hand and hurled the spear at Lin Fan. He hadn't intended to use it, but since it had come to this, he would let Lin Fan witness its power. Lin Fan's eyes spun rapidly. The next moment, a surge of blue gas erupted from within him, igniting like blue flames, accompanied by a fierce wind, forming a blue skeletal frame. Enveloped within it, Lin Fan coldly regarded Huang San. The third power, Susanoo, first formed at that moment, the flame-encased blue vine spear approached Susanoo, only to be grasped by two gigantic skeletal hands, which crushed it effortlessly, leaving Lin Fan unscathed. What is this? Huang San gazed in terror at the half-formed Susanoo. This, Kong Limin exclaimed 3 times, nearly collapsing. It was understandable. Not everyone could maintain their composure upon witnessing Susanoo. The man in the black hat also exhibited a fleeting change in expression. This is impossible. This cannot be. Huang San clutched his head. Screaming in madness, he had not anticipated that his strongest attack would be so easily neutralized by Lin Fan. No, it's all a lie. All a lie. Huang San suddenly raised his head, staring at Susanoo. Die, bind, thrust, ensnare, cage. Huang San disregarded the mental strain, his attacks flowing like water towards Susanoo. Unfortunately, these assaults were utterly ineffective. Susanoo's formidable defensive power absorbed them all. Chapter 39. Nausea Sigh. Lin Fan exhaled a breath. Huang San was already on the brink of mental collapse. He felt no desire to strike. Why? Huang San refused to give up, continuously amassing attacks against Lin Fan. Enough. I am just too kind-hearted, unable to bear witness to another's suffering. Allow me to liberate you. Lin Fan commanded Susanoo and delivered a powerful punch towards Huang San in his frenzy. Huang San quickly summoned his remaining mental energy to construct a defense, and countless flame-encased blue vines materialized before him, attempting to obstruct Susanoo's colossal hand. Yet, the blue vines crumpled like paper, failing to resist even for a second before being shattered by the skeletal hand. The next moment, the hand came crashing down. Bang! A massive pit appeared, and Huang San vanished. Lin Fan immediately dispelled Susanoo, for he was merely utilizing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, not the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After summoning Susanoo for a brief period, he felt a painful ache coursing through his cells. TZ, congratulations on earning 10,000 points. The system's voice rang out. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkable, simply remarkable. I never anticipated such an extraordinary talent could arise from a third-tier small city. The man in the black hat applauded as he approached Lin Fan. Stowing Huang San's corpse within a spatial ring, he paid no mind to Huang San. Merely a useless pawn, gone is gone. It was Lin Fan who surprised him. You have proven your strength by defeating Huang San. I now invite you to join the Holy Church and join us in purifying this sinful world. Here, everything is fair. As long as you possess strength, you can attain anything, be it training resources, wealth, status, or women. We can fulfill any desire you can conceive. The man in the black hat spread his arms wide, brimming with confidence. Lin Fan, do not heed his nonsense. The White Lotus sect is a band of madmen. If you perform well now, a bright future awaits you. Do not ruin your prospects for the sake of fleeting beauty. Kong Limin urged loudly. Lin Fan, the Holy Church seeks to purify this filthy world and establish a perfect divine nation. You will soon realize that this world is rife with injustice, sin, filth, and chaos. Perhaps you do not understand our actions now, but you will once you join the Holy Church. Join us, and you will not regret it. The man in the black hat regarded Lin Fan with earnest eyes. Lin Fan, you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Do not listen to his fabrications. Remember the nurturing you received from the Dragon Kingdom. Kong Limin feared Lin Fan would join the White Lotus sect, hastily advising him to in truth. Both the man in the black hat and Kong Li Min understood that the crux of the matter rested with Lin Fan. His formidable power could easily dictate future developments. Should Lin Fan join the White Lotus sect, Kong Li Min would resort to self-destruction. Both men's gazes remained fixed on Lin Fan, awaiting his decision. Lin Fan smiled faintly, raising the demon blade Shinran towards the man in the black hat. "You can die." Explosion. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, the man in the black hat roared in fury. The ground beneath Lin Fan collapsed, flames engulfing his figure. Yet, the man in the black hat did not let his guard down. It was inconceivable that Lin Fan could be extinguished so easily. The terrifying scene of the skeleton crushing Huang San lingered vividly in his mind. He retreated continuously, fearing that the fearsome blue skeleton might suddenly appear and end him with a single blow. The next moment, a purple blade shadow appeared. A fissure opened in the man in the black hat's chest. He stared in disbelief at the wound, unable to comprehend how Lin Fan had struck so quickly, so fast that he hadn't even seen when Lin Fan made his move. To be defeated by a mere boy was beyond belief. However, even in death, he would fulfill his mission. "Art is an explosion," the man in the black hat bellowed, his body inflating like a balloon. "Oh no." Lin Fan realized the danger and immediately pulled Kong Li Min away. Boom! A colossal star appeared above Yong'an City. Surrounding buildings and trees collapsed in an instant, and Kong Li Min was injured in his left leg by the explosion. Huff, 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 Lin Fan gasped. Having barely reached the explosion's edge in time, he set Kong Li Min down. "Lin Fan, well done. The citizens of Yong'an City will forever remember your kindness. The Dragon Kingdom will reward you. You can choose whichever of the 4 prestigious academies you desire." Kong Li Min clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder, offering no reproach. The feeling of being alive was truly wonderful. "Ha ha ha." Kong Li Min laughed heartily, but just as he laughed with abandon, an intense pain struck him. "Why?" Kong Li Min turned his head, disbelief etched across his face. "Because during the first monster attack on the city, you were not present. Had you been there, Luo Qiao would not have died." Lin Fan did not allow Kong Li Min the chance to argue. Already severely injured, Kong Li Min collapsed to the ground after that strike, dying with overwhelming resentment. Tizi, a mid-level ability user of the 4th realm, and a late-stage ability user of the 4th realm, have collectively earned 30,000 points. Your current points are, "Young Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to continue reading on the next page, as it only gets more thrilling from here." At last, "I have accumulated enough." Lin Fan felt exhilarated. To evade the explosion earlier, he had utilized phasing once more. His eyes began to ache. System, redeem Hashirama cells. All right. In the next moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The pain in his eyes dissipated, and the injuries on his face healed instantly. This is the power of Hashirama cells, truly miraculous. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. Lin Fan turned to see the extreme electric magic wolf wailing in agony. It had been severely wounded by Kong Li Min and had only just begun to recover. Its once brilliant purple fur had dulled considerably. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Lin Fan looked at the extreme electric magic wolf, which, feeling Lin Fan's gaze, burned with fury. As a proud 4th realm beast, it could not tolerate being so belittled by a mere human. It stood up from the ground, emitting a tragic roar. How commendable. Lin Fan decided to grant it a swift end. Divine might. Lin Fan's left eye, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, spun. The next moment, the head of the extreme electric magic wolf was violently twisted off. Lin Fan approached the fallen beast and extracted its inner core. Unlike an ordinary electric wolf, this inner core was purple with a hint of green. The inner core of a 4th realm great beast is indeed exceptional. After scrutinizing it, Lin Fan placed the core into his spatial ring. A roar erupted once more, as several peculiar beings with white hair on their faces and covered in red fur lunged towards Lin Fan. This was indeed a nuisance in light of this. "Let me test the might of my wood release technique." Wood release. 4 pillars prison. Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. A plethora of wooden structures emerged beneath the creature's feet, instantly confining them within. Wood release. Insertion technique. Sharp wooden spikes rapidly sprouted from beneath the creatures, impaling them upside down. The power was commendable. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, feeling quite satisfied. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and the creatures' roars resonated simultaneously as they charged towards Lin Fan. Truly troublesome, Lin Fan turned his head and dashed towards the creatures. Moments later, the system's voice echoed, Iron, a late-stage second-realm monster, reward, 800 points. Your current points are. Upon hearing the System S announcement, Lin Fan found these creatures rather endearing. With such a bounty of points, he felt no need to hold back. A flash of purple swept by, and all the encircling creatures were vanquished. After dispatching these monsters, he made his way to the streets of Yong'an City, where countless creatures howled and relentlessly attacked the surviving populace. Help me! Is anyone there to save me? Yong'an City was truly a place of calamity. I shall never be born here again. You lot, step aside. Do you not understand the concept of chivalry? The remaining individuals were predominantly empowered beings, with only a few being ordinary folk. I might not even survive myself. And you dare to threaten me? Silence. An unremarkable man slapped one of the women on the spot. How dare you strike me? You'll regret this. The woman seethed with anger, ready to retaliate. You've crossed the line. Today, I shall show you your place. The man dragged the woman away. We are all on the brink of death. Nothing else matters. Another man pulled the woman away. Within each individual resides a devil, typically bound by the constraints of morality and rules. However, under the pressure of life and death, the inner demon can exponentially break free. The crowd descended into chaos as the creatures seized the opportunity to rush at them. After eliminating the creatures that charged at him, Lin Fan brandished his magical blade, Qianren, and approached the besieged crowd. With one stroke after another, the creatures fell one by one. What are you doing? Someone shouted in fury. Yes, we're minding our own business. Why do you interfere? They accused Lin Fan of attempting to play the hero. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed heartily, covering his face. That moment, he recalled a saying. There are two things in this world one must not gaze upon directly, the sun and the human heart. What are you laughing at? They retorted. You disturb us. You shall pay dearly for it. The crowd shouted in unison. Lin Fan lowered his hand, his body trembling slightly. The next moment, he looked at them with an expressionless face and said, You truly make me nauseous. Chapter 40. Rescue What's nauseating? Lin Fan, have you lost your mind? Someone recognized Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the prodigy who painted the galloping horse. Another exclaimed, suddenly recalling. Lin Fan, mind your words. I am your elder. An old man stepped forward, pointing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, we are all your elders. You cannot act recklessly just because you possess some strength. Immediately, others chimed in. Lin Fan clenched his right hand around the magical blade Qianren, gazing at the crowd. Are you relying on your age to assert superiority? Do you not see the gravity of the situation? The crowd was momentarily stunned into silence by Lin Fan's cold glare. However, just 30 seconds later, someone jumped out, pointing at Lin Fan and shouting, Lin Fan, your disrespect will bring divine retribution upon you. Indeed, Lin Fan, you have gone too far. Others quickly followed suit. Lin Fan, I once regarded you as a role model for my son. A person like you will never gain admission to the Imperial University. Hearing their insults and curses, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, truly disgusting. 3 minutes later, the crowd turned their gaze to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I was wrong. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Someone knelt on the ground, slapping their own face. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I truly apologize. An elder who had previously insulted Lin Fan begged desperately for forgiveness. Apologizing now, I see it's not that you realized your mistake, but rather that you are afraid. Lin Fan looked at the elder with a mocking expression. No, I genuinely realized my mistake. The elder, who had been shouting moments ago, now bowed low, appearing exceedingly humble. If you recognize your error, then you shall bow and apologize. Lin Fan, you are being excessive. Indeed, we merely criticized you a little, and you can't handle it. Lin Fan shook his head, reflecting on how he had never noticed the sheer number of foolish individuals in Yong'an City. Morality can be a weapon, but it depends on who wields it. You cannot use moral coercion against me. Suddenly, red fur sprouted from the 30 individuals, enveloping most of their bodies in an instant. Help me! Save me! Someone rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, think of something. You cannot stand idly by. Even at this juncture, they still attempted moral coercion. At this point, I have no one left in this city to be concerned about. I shall assist you. Lin Fan flashed a smile, But just then, those individuals suddenly collapsed. Lin Fan was taken aback. Confirming that what transpired before him was not an illusion, he stored the magical blade Qianren in the divine space. The system's voice then rang out. Your current points are iron. Would you like to exchange for something? No exchange. Lin Fan replied curtly. A little exchange could yield many valuable items with your current points. No exchange, unless you offer a discount. The system fell silent. Lin Fan ignored it, contemplating what to do next. With only 3 hours remaining until tomorrow, he realized that his actions were beyond anyone's assistance. Alas, what a bother. Lin Fan rubbed his head as a plan formed in his mind. Let it be then. He retrieved a lighter and lit it, placing it on the ground. After a while, there was nothing left around him. Lin Fan rolled on the ground several times, covering himself in dust. He then took out a tool, gritted his teeth, and struck down. In the next moment, blood flowed from his body, and his clothes, already stained with blood, turned even redder. After placing the tool into the divine space, Lin Fan closed his eyes and collapsed amidst the ruins. 3 hours later, hurry, hurry! Zhu Anbua gazed at the smoke rising from Yong'an City, a sense of foreboding brewing within him. So much time had passed without anyone coming to retrieve him. Something must have gone awry in Yong'an City. The last time Yong'an City was attacked, the Dragon Kingdom took it very seriously. This time, as he traveled from the Imperial City, he had not anticipated encountering the rabble of the White Lotus cult, which delayed him for several days. The dozens accompanying him were all from the nearby Fengyun City. The city lord, Shi Peng, knowing of his journey to Yong'an City, enthusiastically sent people to assist him. Although he initially intended to refuse, he felt obliged as Shi Peng was a childhood friend. Upon arriving in Yong'an City, they were met with a scene of devastation. What was once a thriving Yong'an City had now turned into ruins, with countless corpses of creatures covered in red fur strewn across the ground. There was no sign of life in sight. Witnessing this, Zhu Anbua gasped in shock. This is dreadful, truly dreadful. Search the entire city. See if there are any surviving citizens, Zhu Anbua said with a grave expression. Yes, the others responded affirmatively. After Zhu Anbua and the others departed, they approached the corpses of the creatures, his brow furrowed. These creatures with white hair atop their heads and red fur on their bodies seemed familiar. After pondering for a moment, he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling, aren't these the creations of that mad group? The White Lotus cult? These maniacs truly possess no humanity whatsoever. Zhu Anbua's veins bulged with rage. Once I return to the Imperial City, I will report this to the sovereign. I shall eradicate these rats hiding in the sewers. Report, sir, we found nothing. A team rushed over to report. Report, we also found nothing. Another team followed suit. Zhu Anbua gasped in disbelief. He never expected the White Lotus cult would dare to commit mass slaughter. In the past, while they had carried out terrorist attacks, they had never dared to wipe out an entire city. These scoundrels shall not die a good death. Zhu Anbua cursed furiously. Sir, there is a survivor here. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they all rushed over. A handsome youth lay among the ruins, his limbs covered in wounds, his clothes soaked in blood. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, they would have believed him dead. Quick, healing type ability users, hurry and treat him. Zhu Anbua shouted anxiously. 2 Would type ability users infuse their energy into the youth's body? How is he? Can he be saved? Zhu Anbua asked urgently. The 2 Would type ability users wiped the sweat from their brows and replied, Sir, we have done our utmost to save him. However, his injuries are severe. Whether he can awaken depends on himself, judging by the extent of his injuries. The probability is low. Listening to their words, Zhu Anbua fell silent for a moment before speaking. First, take him back to Fengyun City. Whether he can awaken depends on this person's fate. Chapter 41. Interrogation. Half a month later. In a hospital room in Fengyun City, Lin Fan struggled to open his eyes, only to be greeted by a white ceiling, accompanied by the sharp scent of medicine. He felt no great surprise. After all, it aligned perfectly with his plans. The destruction of Yong'an City would undoubtedly prompt a rescue, making his rescue quite reasonable. Yet, a look of confusion and bewilderment still crossed his face in a hoarse voice. He asked, Where am I? At that moment, a nurse was passing by Lin Fan's room and heard his voice. He is awake. The patient in room 315 is awake. Soon, a group led by Zhu Anbua entered the room. Upon seeing that Lin Fan had truly regained consciousness, Zhu Anbua quickly approached, patting Lin Fan's shoulder gently as he spoke in a low voice. "Young man, do not be alarmed. You are in Fengyun City. Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness?" Lin Fan was taken aback, cradling his head in his hands as he tried to recall the events that transpired. After 30 seconds, he lowered his hands. His eyes filled with terror, tears streaming down his face as his body began to tremble. "They are all dead. Everyone is dead. Uncle and aunt are all gone." Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, the others did not cast blame upon him. After all, one's homeland had turned to ruins, and an entire city had perished. It was a reality that no one could accept immediately. Zhu Anbua stepped forward, offering Lin Fan a tissue to wipe away his tears, then spoke softly, "Child, please accept my condolences. But what is more pressing now is to understand what transpired at that time." After crying for a while, Lin Fan gradually composed himself and replied softly, "I was having a meal when an explosion occurred." "An explosion?" Zhu Anbua inquired. "Indeed, the moment of the explosion caused the restaurant to collapse. Fortunately, I managed to run away quickly. Just as I reached the street, a creature with red hair attacked me, and I fought back with all my might." "Fight back? Do you possess an ability?" Zhu Anbua immediately pressed. "Yes, my ability is a C-grade ocular technique." Upon hearing this, a burly man standing beside Zhu Anbua grew serious. "Listen, kid, you must speak the truth and conceal nothing. If we find out you are lying, you will face severe consequences." Bang fixed a cold gaze on Lin Fan, who, frightened, clutched the blanket tightly, casting a fearful glance at the burly man. "Old that's excessive," Zhu Anbua admonished. Bang shrank back, refraining from saying anything further. "Child, what happened next?" Zhu Anbua asked kindly. "Next, I heard two thunderous roars. City Lord Kong and Deputy City Lord Huang self-destructed. Then, I was ambushed by the creature, blood gushing from my wounds, and I eventually lost consciousness." "Is that all?" Zhu Anbua pressed on, unsatisfied. "Oh, before I fainted, I saw the head of a massive electric wolf, covered in purple fur, fall, blood, so much blood." Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his entire body trembling as foam began to form at his mouth. "Doctor, quickly bring a sedative." Minutes later, Lin Fan fell into a deep sleep. "Doctor, please take good care of him," Zhu Anbua instructed before exiting with the others. "I am the City Lord's mansion of Fengyun City." Bang spoke. "Old Zhu, I suspect this Lin Fan is highly suspicious." Pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Anbua, he inquired, "Has his information been retrieved?" Zhu Anbua did not accept the tea but asked, "Have the materials been compiled?" "Yes," Bang replied, tossing the documents to Zhu Anbua. Zhu Anbua did not catch them, his expression darkening as he stared at Bang, who remained oblivious to Zhu Anbua's grim demeanor, sipping from his teacup. "Bang, what is it?" With a sharp slap, Zhu Anbua reprimanded, "Do not think that just because you are my childhood friend, you can disregard decorum. While working, address me by my title." "Understood, Deputy Supervisor Zhu," Bang replied, straightening as he picked up the shattered pieces of the cup. "I know you have a grudge against Kong Li Min, but at this moment, you must cooperate fully. Do you understand?" "I understand," Bang replied loudly. "Now, go out and do not disrupt my work." Bang dared not protest, pushing the door open and leaving. After reprimanding Bang, Zhu Anbua began to examine Lin Fan's information. Remarkably, he has broken through to the second realm in just over half a month. Such speed is commendable. Unfortunately, with only a C-grade ability, his future achievements will be limited. His family was attacked by assassins. This Lin Fan has quite a rich experience. After skimming through the materials, Zhu Anbua began to ponder. Yong'an City has been attacked by demonic beasts twice. What similarities exist between these two assaults? Based on the creatures involved, it can be inferred that the White Lotus sect has a hand in both attacks. As for the explosion, it was likely orchestrated by the White Lotus sect as well. Wait, the White Lotus members I encountered along the way cannot be a coincidence. Zhu Anbua pieced together the clues in his mind. Speculating on the truth behind the attacks on Yong'an City, the current evidence remains somewhat scant. It seems I must return to the hospital tomorrow to question Lin Fan, the key witness, if he has any secrets. I have ways to uncover them. The next day, at noon, Zhu Anbua approached Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, here is your lunch." "Thank you, uncle," Lin Fan replied, beaming with a bright smile. "Go ahead and eat. Once you finish, I'll have a few questions for you." Zhu Anbua settled into a chair, patiently awaiting Lin Fan's meal. While appearing to observe the room, his gaze discreetly monitored Lin Fan. Lin Fan ate normally, displaying no signs of tension. After finishing the last sip of soup, he let out a satisfied burp. "All right, uncle, you may ask now," Lin Fan said politely. Seeing Lin Fan's sunny smile, Zhu Anbua felt a pang of guilt. Lin Fan's hometown lay in ruins, and he was about to pry open the wounds of his heart, causing him distress. Yet, for the sake of truth, he had no choice but to proceed. "All right, Lin Fan, I will ask quickly. You must answer promptly. The first question, during the first attack by the demonic beasts. Was it raining? Raining?" Lin Fan feigned contemplation, taking a moment before replying, "Yes, it was pouring heavily." "Good. Now, one more question. You must answer me truthfully." Zhu Ambua's gaze sharpened as he focused on Lin Fan. "Of course, I will answer truthfully," Lin Fan assured, maintaining eye contact without flinching. "What else happened that day?" "That day." Lin Fan's gaze began to blur as he spoke. A minute later, his eyes regained clarity. Observing Lin Fan's restored awareness, Zhu Anbua felt assured. He had just utilized his ability to compel Lin Fan to reveal the truth. It seemed he had overthought the situation. After all, how could an 18-year-old boy possibly be affiliated with the White Lotus sect? If they were truly planting a spy, they would certainly leave more than one survivor, not just one. Given the current circumstances, with only Lin Fan left alive in the city, anyone could see he posed a problem. There was no need for such drastic measures. Chapter 42. Arrival in Modu. That was close, Lin Fan thought to himself. Just moments ago, he had nearly revealed the truth. He had not anticipated Zhu Ambua's vigilance in employing an illusion technique. Such a move would have undoubtedly ensnared anyone else. However, it was unfortunate that his ability was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Using illusions in front of him was akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. "This card contains 3 million. Consider it compensation from Longwa for you." Zhu Anbua handed Lin Fan a card. Lin Fan accepted it, tucking the card into his pocket. "You should take it. There's no reason to refuse. Rebuilding Yong'an City will take a considerable amount of time, making it uninhabitable for the time being. Do you have any plans moving forward?" "Uncle, how long has it been?" Lin Fan asked, a hint of anticipation evident in his expression. "It has been half a month." Sigh. Lin Fan sighed deeply. Zhu Anbua understood the reason behind Lin Fan's sigh. He extended a hand as if to comfort Lin Fan, but ultimately refrained in that moment. He genuinely contemplated aiding Lin Fan. Yet, as soon as that thought arose, he dismissed it. "No, I cannot breach protocol. This Lin Fan possesses only a C-grade ability. If he were an A-grade, I would consider bending the rules to grant him an opportunity to take the Imperial Capital University entrance exam. However, he could not have foreseen that in just 6 months he would come to regret this decision. But that is a tale for another time." "Uncle, may I leave now?" Lin Fan inquired. "Yes, you may go. You are no longer a suspect. But I would like to ask, where are you headed?" "Just wandering around. My parents have long since passed, and Yong'an City has turned to ruins. I wish to see this world." Lin Fan replied with a bitter smile, his demeanor quite pitiful. This deepened Zhu Anbua's feelings of guilt even further. "Very well. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to come to the Imperial Capital and seek me out," Zhu Anbua said, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder as he exited. In truth, he was merely being polite, not even leaving behind a business card. As deputy supervisor, he had many responsibilities and little time to attend to Lin Fan. This meeting marks the final encounter. He firmly believes that he will never see Lin Fan again. Lin Fan quickly tidied up, changed into a different outfit, and departed from the hospital. His next destination was the enchanting city of Modu. Half an hour later, Lin Fan boarded the airplane. "Esteemed passengers, the destination of this flight is Modu. We wish you a smooth journey, filled with joy and safety," echoed the announcement throughout the cabin. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. "Have you heard? The entire population of Yong'an City has vanished. I heard about it. The White Lotus sect is truly deranged and will inevitably face divine retribution. Your information is outdated. I just received word that only one person survived in Yong'an City, a mere 18-year-old boy. That poor boy, he is the sole survivor of Yong'an City." The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Fan's ears, and a slight smile crept onto his lips, though he remained largely unfazed. 6 hours later, the plane landed. As he disembarked, dusk was approaching, and the entire Modu sparkled like a constellation, with towering skyscrapers and flashing neon lights. Truly, Modu's splendor left him momentarily astounded. Lin Fan casually selected a hotel and prepared to pay. However, at that moment, a boisterous voice interrupted him. No need to pay. This hotel has been booked by me. A man adorned with a gold chain and extravagant attire strode in, accompanied by 3 heavily made-up women. Lin Fan glanced at the man, ultimately deciding not to engage with such a second-generation rich kid. Yet, just as he was about to leave, the man called out to stop him. "Hey, you country bumpkin, halt! Is there something you need?" Lin Fan turned to face the man. "I need someone to assist me. Come here and help me. If you perform well, I might even grant you some cultivation resources." The man beckoned Lin Fan with a wave of his hand. "Apologies, but I'm not interested." Lin Fan, disinclined to waste words on someone like him, continued toward the exit. "Hey, no one has dared to refuse my request before. Come back." The man rushed towards Lin Fan, attempting to pull him back. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he retaliated with a punch. The man reacted swiftly, clenching his fist, and the two exchanged blows. Boom! The man staggered back a few steps, while Lin Fan remained rooted in place. Oh, who would have thought this country bumpkin possesses strength-based abilities? The man shook his arm, surprised as he regarded Lin Fan. "However, I excel at dealing with strength-type ability users." Flame Fist. The temperature around them soared as flames enveloped the man's hands. "Kid, today I shall teach you a lesson." The man charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with crimson. He was inclined to reward this second-generation rich kid with a divine punishment. "Stop!" A furious voice cut through the air, halting the man's advance. He was about to angrily retort when he saw an elderly man approaching, his demeanor instantly deflated. Dousing the flames in his hands, he quickly bowed respectfully to the elder. "Old Feng, greetings, I'm not well." The elder, referred to as Old Feng, glared sternly at the man. "Old Feng," the man began to explain, but the elder interrupted him. "I am fully aware of the situation. You are truly idle. Wu Ritian is a remarkable figure. Yet how did he produce a waste like you? Old Feng, enough with your excuses. If you possessed even half your father's capabilities, I would not chastise you." Old Feng showed no mercy towards Wu Hua. Delivering a barrage of scolding. Wu Hua, however, dared not express any anger, for Old Feng was a formidable peak-level practitioner of the 7th realm. Even his father, Wu Ritian, treated him with utmost respect. It was all this country bumpkin's fault. Had he simply agreed to his request, none of this would have transpired. Wu Hua's hatred for Lin Fan intensified. Lin Fan sensed the animosity in Wu Hua's gaze and smirked slightly. If Wu Hua did not seek trouble with him, all would be well. However, should he dare to confront him, Lin Fan was in need of some killing points, and Wu Hua would surely be worth quite a bit. Wu Hua, I have no intention of interfering with you. However, your behavior here is rather excessive. Old Feng reprimanded. "Yes, Old Feng, you are correct." Wu Hua bowed his head, unwilling to meet Old Feng's gaze. "Now, take your companions and get out of my establishment. Do not pretend to be someone you are not." Old Feng pointed towards the door, his icy gaze fixed on Wu Hua. Yes. Wu Hua nodded repeatedly, leading the 3 heavily made-up women out of the hotel. Chapter 43. The headquarters of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Wu Xiao. "Who is that old man? How dare he speak to you like that?" After exiting the hotel, one of the women approached Wu Hua and whispered, "Just an old fool, nothing to fear." Wu Hua pulled the woman close, rubbing against her cheek. "Wu Xiao." The woman's sultry voice nearly melted Wu Hua. "Wu Xiao, we want some too." The other 2 women immediately rushed over. "Fear not, I am fair. I will take care of you all." Wu Hua grinned. "Wu Xiao, you are so bad." The 3 women blushed. "Ha ha ha, let's go." Wu Hua led the 3 women to another hotel. "Young man, please settle the room fee." Old Feng addressed Lin Fan. "All right." Lin Fan accepted without hesitation. Too lazy to search for another hotel. By the way, if Wu Hua seeks to trouble you, feel free to come to me. I will assist you. "Thank you, Old Feng." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude before heading to his room. This young man is quite impressive." Old Feng stroked his beard, watching Lin Fan ascend the stairs. He is very polite. Just this trait alone surpasses Wu Hua by a significant margin. Moreover, his strength at the peak of the 3rd realm at such a young age is nothing short of remarkable. When Long Yun was his age, he was merely at the mid-level of the 3rd realm. Old Feng stroked his beard thoughtfully. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke early. After finishing breakfast, he ventured to the heart of Modu, intending to sell some items at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Donning the tiger pattern mask, Lin Fan entered the pavilion. The Mo-Du branch of the treasure-gathering pavilion was indeed the headquarters, boasting an impressive level of sophistication in both decor and merchandise. Wu Xiao, this flame sword is a mid-level offensive spiritual weapon, which can greatly enhance your unique abilities. Wu Xiao, ignore her. This golden silk armor is a mid-level defensive spiritual weapon. Wearing it will allow you to withstand a strike from a practitioner at the early stage of the fourth realm. Wu Hua listened impatiently to the saleswoman's pitches, casting a glance at one of the women. The woman's face blushed like an apple as she leaned seductively against Wu Hua's ear and whispered, "Wu Xiao, this golden silk armor looks exceptional. I want it." "All right, I will buy it for you." "Wear it for me tomorrow." Wu Hua inquired about the price of the golden silk armor. "Not expensive. It's only 23 million. One of the saleswomen quickly responded, "Wrap it up." "Certainly, Wu Xiao is generous." The saleswoman beamed, thrilled at the prospect of earning a hefty commission of 130,000, enough for her to indulge in a Mo-Du for a while. "Hello, esteemed guest. What would you like to purchase?" While Lin Fan observed this scene, a woman dressed in a qipao approached him. "I'm not looking to buy anything at the moment. I wish to sell some items." Lin Fan replied quietly, "What could this country bumpkin possibly have of value?" Wu Hua stepped in front of Lin Fan. "Xiaofeng, your ability to discern is still as poor as ever. How could a bumpkin like him possibly produce anything of worth?" The saleswoman followed Wu Hua's lead, mocking Lin Fan. Xiaofeng felt quite embarrassed. She had just been transferred to the headquarters of the treasure-gathering pavilion in Mo-Du with a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother still in school. She struggled to support her family. Though she was a practitioner at the second realm, the burden was overwhelming. Desperate for a sale to sustain her livelihood, she noticed Lin Fan's awkwardness and approached him. "Heh, Wu Xiao, are you so certain that I possess nothing of value?" Lin Fan coldly regarded Wu Hua from beneath his mask. "A bumpkin like you. Able to produce something valuable? I'll give you 500,000 right now." Wu Hua surveyed Lin Fan's attire with disdain. "Fine. Let us see if you remember your words later." Lin Fan produced the core of the extreme electric demon wolf. "Is this sufficient?" As the energy emanating from the core registered with Wu Hua, his expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan could indeed present something of worth. That's the core of a fourth realm great demon. Xiaofeng immediately recognized the core of the extreme electric demon wolf. Prior to arriving at the Mo-Du headquarters of the treasure-gathering pavilion, she had undergone training to identify most rare items. "Sir, I am unable to process this transaction at my current level. Please follow me." Xiaofeng respectfully addressed Lin Fan. "Xiaofeng, you are still unfamiliar with certain matters here." "Sir, I am well versed in the business. Please follow me." The female salesperson wore a bright smile, completely shedding her previous haughty demeanor. "No need. I find her quite satisfactory." Lin Fan gestured towards Xiaofeng. The salesperson's expression shifted momentarily, as if she wished to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Fan's wave. "Young Master Wu, about the 5 million you promised me, shouldn't it be time for you to fulfill that? I do not possess that much cash." "No matter. I support bank transfers." Lin Fan beamed with a radiant smile, demonstrating a commendable attitude towards those who brought him money. "Listen here, young man. It's wise to leave a line of retreat. We may cross paths again in the future." Wu Hua glared at Lin Fan with a grim expression. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling." He was loath to part with the 5 million, especially to Lin Fan, for his wealth did not come easily. "Leave a line? Ha! I am the sort who prefers not to. If you refuse now, I shall take a loudspeaker and announce it to all of Mo-Du. After all, I am but a minor character, unburdened by such concerns. What about you, young Master Wu? Do you wish to retain your dignity?" Lin Fan's words turned Wu Hua's face a shade of green. As the second young master of the Wu family and a student at Mo-Du University, maintaining reputation was paramount for someone of his lineage. Should Lin Fan follow through with such a threat, his reputation would be tarnished. "Young master, do not heed this fool's nonsense. He dares not take such actions," the woman beside him whispered. "Nonsense." Wu Hua slapped the woman across the face, leaving a crimson mark on her otherwise pretty visage. "Kid, this card contains 5 million. The password is 6 sevens. Wu Hua tossed a card towards Lin Fan and then seized the woman, striding towards the exit of the treasure pavilion. "Just wait, this is not over." He shot a venomous glance at Lin Fan as he neared the door. Lin Fan, however, was oblivious, as Xiaofeng led him to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. The second floor of the headquarters was adorned with numerous lavishly decorated rooms. Here we are, sir. Please step inside. Xiao Fang gestured invitingly. Lin Fan opened the door to find a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses standing up decisively, extending his hand with courtesy. Greetings, sir. Hello. Lin Fan reciprocated the handshake. Might I see the inner core of the extreme electric demon wolf? Of course. Lin Fan handed over the inner core, which the suited man received with utmost care, inspecting it thoroughly. Indeed, it was the inner core of the extreme electric demon wolf, and a mid-stage fourth realm specimen at that. The suited man placed it on the table and regarded Lin Fan. What is your asking price? How much can you offer? Lin Fan inquired directly. Sir, we can offer 15 million, the suited man replied. Farewell. Lin Fan grasped the inner core, preparing to depart. Prior to his visit, he had gained a rough understanding of the inner core's value. 20 million was a reasonable figure. Perhaps even more. 15 million felt as though they were underestimating him, treating him like a fool. Sir, wait. The suited man quickly stood, blocking Lin Fan's exit. Oh. Lin Fan halted, casting a mocking glance at the suited man. I did not expect the esteemed treasure pavilion to resort to such tactics. Truly, a case of the larger entity bullying the smaller. The suited man appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat to ease the tension. My apologies, that was a slip of the tongue. We can offer 27 million. Fearing Lin Fan might leave, he hastily proposed a more reasonable figure. Not just that, Lin Fan smiled at the suited man. Sweat trickled down the man's back. He had not anticipated that this individual, donned in a tiger-striped mask, would prove so troublesome. The quality of this inner core was exceptional. If presented at auction, it could fetch as much as 34 million. 31 million is my final offer, the suited man gritted his teeth. Agreed, a pleasure to do business. They shook hands, with Lin Fan placing the inner core on the table. The suited man promptly transferred the funds to Lin Fan's account. Upon exiting, Lin Fan encountered Xiao Fang, who had been waiting. Sir, let us explore the treasure pavilion, he instructed. They made their way to the first floor, during which Lin Fan removed his tiger-striped mask. What specific benefits does this inner core possess? He pointed to a green inner core. This is the inner core of a mid-stage third realm wooden man. Its use not only provides energy but also enhances affinity with wood elements. Xiao Fang elaborated eagerly. How much, sir? 16 million, Xiao Fang answered cautiously, aware that this was no small amount. Very well, I shall take it. All right. Xiao Fang beamed, realizing she would earn tens of thousands in commission from this sale, alleviating her financial worries for the time being. Wait a moment. I recall this card should offer a discount. Lin Fan produced a bronze membership card. Yes, it entitles you to a 5% discount. Xiao Fang accepted the bronze membership card along with the bank card. 2 minutes later, she returned with a red box containing the wooden man's inner core, presenting it, along with the bank card and membership card, to Lin Fan. He accepted them, ready to depart the treasure pavilion. Thank you, Xiao Fang murmured. No need for thanks. It is your due, Lin Fan replied with a smile, resembling a charming neighborly youth. Xiao Fang was momentarily mesmerized, only regaining her senses after Lin Fan exited the pavilion. To be his girlfriend must be truly blissful, she mused. After walking some distance from the pavilion, Lin Fan hailed a taxi towards Modu University. Driver, what do you think of Modu University? He engaged the driver in casual conversation. Isn't that a given? It's undoubtedly the finest university in the Dragon Kingdom. The driver, a middle-aged man, took a sip from his water cup. Let me tell you, Modu University is not a place just anyone can attend. My son has an A-grade ability and is at the pinnacle of the second realm, not too shabby, right? Yet he still didn't gain admission. Modu University is a hub for geniuses. I heard they even recruited an SSS grade prodigy this year. Such geniuses are beyond our reach in this lifetime. The driver glanced at Lin Fan and inquired, Young man, I assume you ought to be attending university soon. Which one are you enrolled in? Lin Fan remained silent for 2 minutes before responding. It's not a prestigious university. I'd rather not say. Young man, that's hardly a concern. Life is full of opportunities, and there are many ways to change one's fate. For instance, the border battlefield is quite commendable, slaying monsters and defending the homeland. With a stroke of luck, one might even become a general, living in glory. The driver offered words of comfort to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded absently in agreement. After 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at Modu University. That'll be 105 yuan. Just give me 100. The middle-aged driver chuckled. Lin Fan handed the driver a 100 yuan note before alighting from the taxi. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page for more thrilling content. Modu University, one of the 4 prestigious academies of the Dragon Kingdom, boasted towering buildings and a grand atmosphere. Ciao, I have arrived at Modu University. It indeed looks impressive, Lin Fan mused inwardly. Hey, what are you doing? Don't loiter around the entrance of Modu University. This place is not for you. The security guard at the entrance barked. Hello, good sir. I have matters to attend to inside. Lin Fan approached the guard, presenting a box of cigarettes. Not bad. You know how to behave. The guard accepted the cigarettes, glancing at Lin Fan. You may enter. Thank you, kind sir. Lin Fan cupped his hands in gratitude and stepped into Modu University. The college entrance examination had long passed, and to gain admission to Modu University, one needed another chance. To find a teacher in the admissions office and submit their information. If the teacher deemed it acceptable, an opportunity to challenge a student of Modu University would be granted. Should they prevail, admission would be secured. However, over the years, only a handful had succeeded. Following the directional signs, Lin Fan located the admissions office. He lightly knocked on the door, but there was no response. Could it be empty? Lin Fan wondered, surprised, as it seemed unlikely there would be no one present. Pressing his ear to the door, he heard the sound of a video playing. Goodness, they're watching videos. Lin Fan knocked again, and this time an impatient voice called out, Come in. Lin Fan pushed the door open and entered. A middle-aged man in a blue shirt and glasses sat in a chair. His legs propped on the desk, engrossed in his phone. He didn't spare Lin Fan a glance, utterly captivated by the dancing beauties on his screen. Teacher, teacher. Lin Fan waved his hand in front of the man, prompting him to finally set down his phone. With a hint of impatience, the man inquired, What is it? Chapter 45. Block the door, teacher. For certain reasons, I missed the exam. I now seek an opportunity. Lin Fan stated earnestly as he handed the prepared documents to the middle-aged man. The man accepted the papers and casually glanced through them. Peak of the second realm, this level of ability barely meets the minimum admission standards for Modu University. A C-grade I technique ability, how intriguing. Yong'an City seems to be a small third-tier city. The middle-aged man carelessly tossed the documents onto the desk and looked towards Lin Fan. Here's the situation. There are many people ahead of you. Please return and wait. When there's news, I will certainly inform you. With that, the man resumed his phone activities, scrolling through videos. Lin Fan gazed at him, realizing that if he left today, hope would truly be lost. He looked at the middle-aged man, his expression sincere, and implored, Teacher, I truly need this opportunity. If you grant me this chance, I will surely repay you in the future. The middle-aged man, irritated by Lin Fan's persistence, slammed his phone down onto the desk. Angrily, he retorted, I've already said there are many people before you. You need to queue and wait. Did you not hear? Moreover, how dare a country bumpkin like you assert that you won't let me down? With your peak second realm cultivation and C-grade I technique, don't be ridiculous. Now, get out of my office. No, actually, get out of my door. Seeing the man's furious demeanor, tears welled in Lin Fan's eyes. He feigned a look of grievance and said, You will regret your actions today. Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life. Now, get out. Lin Fan pushed the door open and stepped outside. Just a country bumpkin. And he thinks I will regret? What a dream. I'll call security right now. Truly, anyone these days can walk in. The middle-aged man picked up the phone. Meanwhile, Lin Fan strolled through the campus of Modu University, shedding the earlier appearance of grievance. A smile graced his lips, filled with joy. This place had once been visited by Luo Qiao. The fragrance of blooming flowers uplifted his spirits. Yet, some would inevitably shatter this rare tranquility. Kid, get out! A security guard entered, reaching out to throw Lin Fan out. But Lin Fan stood as firm as a rock. No matter how forcefully the guard tried, he could not budge him an inch. Let go. I will leave. Lin Fan cast a cold glance at the guard. The guard was about to retort but was intimidated by Lin Fan's imposing aura. He stood frozen for a long moment, only regaining his senses after Lin Fan exited Modu University. What just happened? I was actually intimidated by a young boy. I have the strength of the mid-fourth realm. I could be a city lord in a third-tier city. I must be too tense lately, just a momentary lapse. Yes, that must be it. The guard thought to himself. Lin Fan arrived at a banner shop, where he ordered a banner, even paying an extra 1,000 for expedited service. Tomorrow, he would block the door, rubbing Modu University's face in the dirt. He was eager to see just how formidable these so-called geniuses truly were. The next morning, Lin Fan arrived early near Modu University. After a light breakfast, he made his way to the university's entrance. Students bustled about, including many female students clad in long skirts and white stockings, drawing the attention of many. However, Lin Fan paid them no mind. His heart was solely occupied by Luo Qiao. Checking the time, Lin Fan felt it was nearly time. Just as he was about to unveil the banner, a voice called out, "All bystanders at the entrance, please step back. This is not a place for you to linger." The crowd, feeling disgruntled, contemplated voicing their dissent, but ultimately decided to leave. Their abilities were not high, and they dared not speak out. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Fan remained rooted to the spot. "Kid, why are you still here? Hurry up and scram," the guard commanded arrogantly. "Huh?" Lin Fan scoffed coldly. In the next moment, he retrieved the prepared banner from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the banner, the guard instinctively read aloud, "Pummeling Beishan Empire University. Stepping on Nanhai Modu University." The horizontal inscription reads, "All present are worthless." After finishing, his face drained of color. "You've gone mad. You dare to block Modu University's entrance?" The guard trembled, pointing at Lin Fan. The lively crowd fell silent, turning their gazes towards Lin Fan. When they beheld the banner he held aloft, their expressions shifted drastically. To hold such a banner at Modu University's entrance, was he courting death? Who was this clown daring to display such a banner? Was he seeking fame and madness? Pay him no mind. "Someone will come out shortly to deal with this fool," a new student of Modu University scoffed, pointing at Lin Fan. Hearing the derisive remarks, Lin Fan felt no surprise. He had anticipated this reaction when making his decision. He raised the banner high and proclaimed to the crowd, "Dear guests, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Today, I am here to block the gates of Modu University. From this day forth, I will be here every day at this time until I have subdued all the new students of Modu University. Now, all you geniuses can come challenge me." Lin Fan's declaration ignited further fury among the crowd, who glared at him with indignation. What kind of poor kid dares to boast at Modu University's gates? Even I wouldn't dare do something like this. What are you, a useless piece of trash? A muscular man stepped forward, glaring at Lin Fan. It was Sun Yukai, an A-grade ability user at the early third realm. This kid was finished. "How many moves do you think Sun Yukai will need to deal with this kid?" "I think 3 moves. 3 moves? Too many. I believe 2 moves will suffice." Hearing the crowd's discussions, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. He lowered the banner and gestured 2 fingers at Sun Yukai. "What does that mean?" Sun Yukai looked at Lin Fan in confusion. "2 moves to finish you. Kid, I must say you're incredibly arrogant. 2 moves to finish me? You think you're an SS-grade genius? Today, I will let you understand the difference between a genius and someone like you." "A waste." Sun Yukai kicked towards Lin Fan. As the kick approached, Lin Fan closed his eyes and silently chanted, 8 gates Duanjia, first gate, open, release." Seeing Lin Fan shut his eyes, Sun Yukai felt exhilarated. This kid had little strength but was quite the pretender. "Kid, kneel before me." Just as Sun Yukai's foot was an inch away from Lin Fan opened his eyes. He reached out his right hand, firmly grasping Sun Yukai's foot. "Kid, how dare you catch my foot with your hand? You'll regret it." Sun Yukai exerted force in his legs, trying to free himself from Lin Fan's grip. Chapter 46. Fiery Giant Bear. However, he never anticipated that Lin Fan's hand would be as unyielding as iron. No matter how hard he exerted, he could not break free. "Kid, release my foot." Sun Yukai snarled, his face contorted in rage. "All right, I'll satisfy you." With a single motion, Lin Fan hurled Sun Yukai away. Boom! Sun Yukai rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. His designer clothes now covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt, he glared fiercely at Lin Fan. "Kid, you'll pay for this." Before he could finish, Lin Fan swiftly closed the distance and kicked him down to the ground. 2 moves. He truly only needed 2 moves. The onlookers stared at Lin Fan, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had not expected this boy, blocking Modu University's entrance, to possess genuine strength. "Kid, you're resorting to underhanded tactics. You can't handle this." Sun Yukai stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. With so many people watching, he did not want to lose face. especially with his goddess observing him. He could not afford to embarrass himself in front of her. The best way to resolve this was to pin this kid to the ground and teach him a lesson. Trash is trash. Don't say I resorted to underhanded methods. Lin Fan advanced step by step towards Sun Yukai. Kid, when you're lying on the ground, I hope you still have the strength to speak. Sun Yukai glared at Lin Fan. The next moment, his aura surged, his height suddenly increasing to 5 meters. Flames enveloped him, and his hands transformed into enormous bear paws. This was an A-grade ability, Fiery Giant Bear. This ability could rival S-grade powers to some extent. Now, this kid was finished. Kid, kneel and apologize while you still can. The giant bear Sun Yukai pointed at Lin Fan, his confidence evident. It seems you have great faith in your ability. However, I will make you recognize reality. Lin Fan clenched his fist, smiling at Sun Yukai. Lin Fan's composed demeanor greatly irritated Sun Yukai. Kid, just lie down on the ground. With the might of a giant bear, Sun Yukai struck towards Lin Fan with fiery palms. Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and with his right hand, unleashed Raikiri. The air crackled with explosive sounds under the sharpness of Raikiri. Sun Yukai was exhilarated, believing he had the upper hand by attacking first. This kid's lightning technique should possess formidable power, but it must connect to be effective. With one blow, this brat would undoubtedly find himself in the hospital for a considerable time. Such a scenario would justify his earlier defeat at the hands of this kid. Just as he contemplated this, their attacks collided almost simultaneously. No, to be precise, Lin Fan's strike was a mere 0.1 seconds faster. Yet, that fleeting moment altered everything. Raikiri pierced through the formidable defenses of the giant bear form of Sun Yukai, as if they were made of mere paper, shattering instantaneously. Sun Yutsai's fiery palms were now less than an inch from Lin Fan. Yet he could no longer bring them down. In the next moment, he fell to the ground, blood oozing from his chest. How is this possible? I clearly struck first. This was his final thought as he closed his eyes. Get someone to treat him. I didn't hit his heart, Lin Fan declared, deactivating his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Immediately, a healer rushed to Sun Yutsai's side to provide assistance. This kid actually managed to defeat Sun Yukai. He possesses some skill. However, it is merely a slight degree of skill. Sun Yukai was only average. There are many stronger than him at Magic City University, indeed, but Sun Yukai has truly embarrassed us at Magic City University. Being so easily defeated that a chorus of voices arose, entirely disregarding Lin Fan. Is this the level of the new students at Magic City University? Lin Fan glanced at the crowd and offered a friendly gesture. Kid, don't get too cocky. Our Magic City University has many geniuses. At least 50 could defeat you in one strike. A man stepped forward, loudly admonishing him. Then bring them out. I will take them on one by one. Lin Fan retorted dismissively, scratching his ear. They all have matters to attend to and can't return for now. Then you fight me. The man pointed at Lin Fan, yet ultimately hesitated to accept. After all, his strength did not surpass Sun Yutsai's. How could he possibly face this kid? He certainly did not wish to humiliate himself before so many onlookers. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. The man sought an excuse, turning to depart. They've already come out. What harm is there in having a go? Lin Fan seized the departing man, displaying a congenial smile. No, I truly have urgent matters to attend to. The man strained against Lin Fan's grip. If I recall correctly, you were the loudest just now. Why are you silent now? Lin Fan's tone turned icy. I didn't say that. You misheard me, the man stammered. Nearly in tears from anxiety. Everyone at Magic City University a waste like you. Is there not a single person with backbone? Lin Fan's voice boomed, catching the attention of all present. Kid, don't act tough. Someone will soon deal with you. Exactly. What are you pretending for? The crowd retorted, yet none dared to approach. After all, their abilities were not much stronger than Sun Yutsai's, and they lacked the absolute confidence to confront Lin Fan. Before I came here, I heard that all students at Magic City University are geniuses. Why does no one dare to battle with me, a mere C-rank ability user? Some in the crowd were incited by Lin Fan's taunts and prepared to step forward. But ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. Winning a challenge would be beneficial, but losing would lead to embarrassment. I see how things are at Magic City University. However, I will return tomorrow to block the entrance once more, waiting for those who can challenge me to arrive. Lin Fan shook his head, picking up his banner and preparing to leave. At that moment, a voice called out, "Kid, I do not know who you are, but your purpose has been achieved. For some time to come, you shall be the topic of discussion." A bespectacled middle-aged woman approached. "However, the consequences of blocking the entrance are beyond what you can bear. Leave now, and do not return in the future, and we at Magic City University will not pursue your responsibility." How does that sound? Chapter 47. Triple Ability? Lin Fan halted, turning to face the middle-aged woman. "I came to block the entrance to regain my dignity. Some people refuse to grant me even the chance, claiming I am a country bumpkin. I shall see how you so-called geniuses fare. For today, this is where it ends. You must bring those who can challenge me tomorrow. I will either subdue them or be subdued myself." As Lin Fan spoke with fervor, his eyes glowed with intensity. Fixating on the crowd, the female teacher beside him sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Fan. Even she felt a hint of danger. After Lin Fan picked up his banner and left the entrance of Magic City University, the teacher remained rooted in place for quite some time. "This aura seems familiar," she murmured softly. Soon, she smacked her forehead, recalling the figure of a man 15 years ago. Another man stood at the entrance of Magic City University. Blocking it. One person had rendered that year's new students unable to lift their heads in shame. After dealing with the crowd, he left a chilling remark, "A bunch of garbage. Give me 5 more years, and I could suppress you all with one hand." However, the consequences of such actions led to numerous prestigious families targeting him. Ultimately, the commander of the last border battlefield intervened to protect him, and that matter was concluded. "Impossible. There can only be one Long Yun. This kid cannot achieve that," the female teacher reassured herself. Blocking the entrance? Inside the admissions office, a bespectacled middle-aged man set down his phone. Listening to a student's report, "Yes, teacher, he is quite arrogant," the student exclaimed indignantly. The middle-aged man removed his glasses, falling into deep thought. The last person to successfully block the entrance of Magic City University had remained silent for years. Likely dead. Was he defeated? The middle-aged man inquired. "No, Sun Yukai attacked, but he was easily defeated." "This Sun Yukai truly is useless," the middle-aged man scoffed. "Teacher, I share your sentiments," the student quickly agreed. "You may go now." "Understood, teacher, I'll take my leave." The student exited the admissions office, closing the door behind him. The middle-aged man picked up Lin Fan's file, glanced at it, and placed it back on the desk. Lin Fan, he truly thinks he is Long Yun. The following day, Lin Fan returned to the entrance of Magic City University at dawn. He set up a stool and placed his banner upon it. "All you geniuses, I have arrived." Instantly, the area was filled with spectators. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Today you will be driven out of Magic City." Indeed, this time numerous S-rank ability geniuses have come. "Your time is up." The cacophony of voices reached Lin Fan's ears like mere noise. "Such drivel. Who will come first?" Lin Fan nonchalantly scratched his ear, surveying the crowd with disdain. "Kid, our paths cross once more," a familiar voice sounded. Lin Fan turned to see its owner and smiled instantly. "Young Master Wu, it's you, kid. I'm glad you remember me. However, I never expected a country bumpkin like you to dare block the entrance of Magic City University. Today, I shall repay the debt." Wu Hua rubbed his hands together, appearing quite exhilarated. His luck was remarkable. Not only could he avenge himself, but he could also gain notoriety. Based on Lin Fan's earlier performance, he had a preliminary understanding of Lin Fan's abilities, lightning and power enhancement. Dual abilities were indeed rare, yet not unheard of. He was an S-rank master of flames, a practitioner in the early stages of the 3 realms, far surpassing Sun Yukai. Against someone of Sun Yotsai's caliber, he could easily prevail with one hand. "Come on," Wu Hua was eager to engage. "Wait." The female teacher intervened, unwilling to let the two clash directly, lest the school gate be destroyed. "Barrier, activate." She formed hand seals and struck the ground. In the next moment, a blue barrier enveloped Lin Fan and Wu Hua. "All set, begin." With the teacher's announcement, Lin Fan and Wu Hua charged at one another simultaneously. Flame Fist. Wu Hua launched a powerful flame-infused punch. Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Wu Hua's movement slowed dramatically in his eyes. Just as the Flame Fist was about to strike him, he sidestepped and evaded. "Kid, you can dodge quite well, if you have the ability. Don't hide up. Let's see if I can cripple you today." Wu Hua glared at Lin Fan, somewhat irked. "If you want to go head-to-head, I shall oblige. Lin Fan cracked his neck, preparing for the confrontation. Kid, you have guts? Flame Sword Wu Hua let out a roar, his right hand engulfed in flames, as a 4-meter-long fiery sword materialized in his grasp. This exemplified the prowess of an S-rank ability genius. This brat was finished. Indeed, what did it matter to possess dual abilities? Lin Fan, hearing the derisive jeers from the crowd, sneered coldly. Laugh now. Soon enough, your laughter will cease. Young man, savor the taste of the flame sword. Wu Hua raised the fiery sword in his hand, aiming it at Lin Fan. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Do you ponder what it feels like to be defeated by your own technique? Young man, what are you mumbling about? Wu Hua glared at Lin Fan with a menacing expression. Ignoring him, Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, scrutinizing Wu Hua's fluctuating spiritual energy. In the next moment, Lin Fan bellowed. Flame sword. Instantly, a 4-meter-long fiery sword appeared in Lin Fan's right hand as well. What? This brat is also an S-rank fire-type ability user. A triad of abilities? Could it be that he is the child of destiny? Over the years, only one triad ability user has emerged from Long Kingdom. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Seeing Lin Fan wielding the flame sword, Wu Hua's expression shifted, but he quickly rolled his eyes and disdainfully remarked, Young man, merely summoning this technique does not imply that your flame sword is superior to mine. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the flame sword. Is that so? Lin Fan summoned his spiritual energy, transforming his originally 4-meter-long fiery sword into a 6-meter-long one. Length does not equate to power, Wu Hua stubbornly retorted. Concentration is the essence. Let us clash then. The two raised their flame swords and charged at one another. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the powerful energy collided against the barrier. The two flames clashed, consuming one another. Wu Hua's flame sword was indeed formidable, yet his cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of the third realm, far inferior to Lin Fan's peak third realm. Ultimately, Wu Hua's flame sword was devoured, and the residual force of Lin Fan's flame sword surged toward him. Not good. Light shield. Wu Hua sensed the flames approaching and immediately activated his defensive spirit artifact. A 3-meter-wide light shield manifested before him, blocking the remaining flames. Wu Hua exhaled deeply, relieved. He did not wish to be humiliated, especially in front of such a large audience. Chapter 48. The Ice Beauty. Wu Hua was about to say something, but Lin Fan denied him the opportunity, charging directly at him. Lin Fan unleashed Thunder Slash, its immense power instantly shattering the light shield. Before Wu Hua could activate his defense again, Lin Fan's fist collided with his face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. In a mere 30 seconds, Wu Hua's once handsome visage was reduced to a swollen mess. I concede. I concede. Wu Hua bellowed. Lin Fan halted and shook his hand. The female instructor quickly dispelled the barrier, and the university's medic rushed over to treat Wu Hua. At this moment, Wu Hua tightly closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. After being brutally beaten by Lin Fan in front of so many people, he could no longer face them. Next, Lin Fan's voice was frigid. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to step forward. What is the matter? Is there no one left at Magic City University? I have heard that there are countless geniuses at Magic City University. Does no one dare to confront me? Lin Fan's piercing gaze locked onto the crowd. The female instructor attempted to intervene. Who says there's no one left at Magic City University? Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a tall girl with long black hair and an almost perfect appearance stepping forward. It was Yin Shuang, an S-rank genius and the campus beauty of Magic City University. Known as the Ice Beauty, Goddess Yin, I am your loyal dog. Please take down this brat and show him the consequences of arrogance. Yin Shuang ignored the murmurs of the crowd and approached Lin Fan. Her tone frigid. I initially did not wish to intervene, but your claim that there is no one at Magic City University is unacceptable to me. These worthless men do not represent the entirety of Magic City University. Additionally, I am pressed for time, so I will conclude this within a minute. The female instructor sighed in relief upon witnessing Yin Shuang step in. She was well aware of Yin Shuang's strength. At the very least, she ranked among the top 5 of this year's new students at Magic City University. Even if this brat was a triad ability user, he would not last more than 10 exchanges against Yin Shuang. This farce should come to an end. The female instructor promptly activated the barrier. Congeal. Yin Shuang commanded, summoning an ice blade into her hand. Observing the ice blade, Lin Fan contemplated retrieving his magic blade. Qian Rian, however, he quickly abandoned that notion. Although he was unaware of the exact grade of the magic blade, he understood it was a precious artifact. He was well aware of the principle that a commoner is innocent. But possessing a treasure can lead to calamity. He was not invincible yet, and many could easily defeat him. He activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan once more, observing Yin Shuang's fluctuating spiritual energy. In the next moment, an ice blade identical to Yin Shuang's appeared in his hand. What? For element ability. This is no longer the child of destiny. This is a child of the plains. Does heaven not intervene? This fellow is undoubtedly favored. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Lin Fan manifesting an ice blade. Yin Shuang's pupils narrowed in shock. For element abilities. This is impossible. Over the years, none has emerged. Humans can possess at most 3 elemental abilities. 4 element abilities would shatter the sea of consciousness. Yin Shuang quickly deliberated, ultimately deciding to strike first. She raised her ice blade and swung it toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan mirrored her action, swinging his ice blade back at her. Bang! The 2 ice blades collided, producing a deafening sound. Yin Shuang staggered back 2 steps, and Lin Fan seized this opportunity to charge forward. Humph! You fell for it. Yin Shuang scoffed coldly upon seeing Lin Fan rush toward her. In the next instant, ice spikes erupted from the ground, and Lin Fan could not retreat in time. This would surely injure him gravely. Yin Shuang thought to herself. At that moment, Lin Fan's eyes transformed. His 3-Tomo Sharingan morphed into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the right eye's kaleidoscope spun, he instantly became intangible. The sharp ice spikes pierced through the air as if striking nothingness. Seizing Yin Shuang's moment of distraction, Lin Fan swung his ice blade at her. As expected, Yin Shuang was struck by the ice blade, leaving a trail of blood across her form. Goddess! The spectators gasped in shock. Yet, Lin Fan showed no mercy. He continued to swing his ice blade toward Yin Shuang. Ice armor! Yin Shuang summoned her spiritual energy, an icy mist enveloping her. Lin Fan's attacks were thwarted by this frost. Yin Shuang quickly retreated, creating ice cones that she hurled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan swung his ice blade repeatedly, shattering the ice cones, their fragments scattering to the ground. Is that all you can do? Lin Fan sneered derisively. You will soon find yourself unable to laugh. Yin Shuang raised her delicate hand, clenched it tightly, and called out, "Explode!" The ice fragments surrounding Lin Fan erupted with blinding blue light. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated. A smile crept onto Yin Shuang's lips. She was confident in her ice explosion technique. She turned to leave, but then sensed a surge of energy. Quickly, she spun around, only to find Lin Fan's blood-red eyes staring back at her. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Yet, what she could not accept was that Lin Fan remained unscathed, his clothing not even slightly torn. How could this be? She pouted, disbelief etched across her face. She had witnessed the ice spikes miss, but she thought Lin Fan's technique could only be utilized once. Its power was indeed impressive, but alas, she had encountered him. Lin Fan grinned. Even a 4-realm ability user could be injured if careless against this ice explosion technique. Unfortunately for her, he possessed intangibility. Yin Shuang began to reflect, realizing her error. She should not have assumed Lin Fan could only utilize such a technique once. It seemed she would have to resort to that move next. Yin Shuang clenched her fists, her black pupils fixated on Lin Fan. I initially did not wish to use this technique, but to win, I must. Yet, I must warn you. I cannot control this move, so now is the time to leave. You still have a chance, and no need. Go ahead. The moment I stepped through this door, I feared no one. Lin Fan remained composed as he gazed into Yin Shuang's dark eyes. Very well, you said it. Do not blame me if you perish. Yin Shuang took a deep breath, tightly shutting her eyes, summoning her spiritual energy as her aura surged dramatically. She suddenly opened her eyes, her black pupils transforming to a deep blue, half of her black hair turning blue. The temperature around them plummeted by several degrees. Even the crowd outside the barrier shivered slightly. The female instructor's pupils narrowed. The snow domain has descended, Yin Shuang declared coldly. In an instant, the temperature around them dropped to freezing point. Chapter 49. Magic City does not permit the existence of such formidable individuals. In the next moment, With a wave of her hand, a crystal-clear ice phoenix materialized behind her, radiating an aura of bone-chilling cold. The ice phoenix let out a cry. Go. With a piercing cry, the ice phoenix charged towards Lin Fan. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the ice phoenix, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The force of this strike had already reached the level of a mid-stage practitioner of the fourth realm. This Yin Shuang was undoubtedly not an S-class ability user. However, what was even more terrifying was that this blow had briefly locked the space around them. He found himself unable to employ his phasing technique in that instant. Using Susanoo was out of the question. He needed to keep some cards close to his chest. It seemed there was no other option. In the next moment, onlookers witnessed the ice phoenix collide with Lin Fan. The violent energy waves dispersed, causing the barrier to shatter under the impact. A flash of light surged forth, blinding everyone present. After 10 seconds, the crowd cautiously opened their eyes. Could this kid have perished? If he did, it would be no fault of the goddess Yin, as she had already warned him about losing control. The crowd immediately turned their gaze towards the barrier, only to find no trace of Lin Fan before Yin Shuang. Excellent, the brat is gone. Who's still arrogant now? I told him to block the door. Exactly, as if the gates of Magic City University could be so easily obstructed. Within the barrier, Yin Shuang could not hear the murmurs of the crowd. She was intently observing her surroundings. After a tense 15 seconds, upon confirming Lin Fan's complete absence, she let out a sigh of relief. Although she had eliminated Lin Fan, she had forewarned him, thus bearing minimal responsibility. At most, she would have to pay a small compensation, and perhaps even that would not come from her own pocket. Don't blame me. Blame your refusal to heed advice, Yin Shuang remarked nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Oh, is that so? A mocking voice pierced her ears. It was too late for Yin Shuang to resist. A deafening hum erupted as her body was pierced by a lightning slash. The next moment, she collapsed to the ground. The female teacher, witnessing this scene, immediately opened the barrier and summoned a healer. Kid, you better watch yourself. You might end up in the heavenly prison, she admonished angrily. Rest assured, she's not gravely harmed. Lin Fan replied, unfazed by the teacher's furious glare. To be honest, had killing Yin Shuang not posed significant trouble for him, and had she not alerted him, he would have shown no mercy. It was indeed quite perilous. If he hadn't summoned a wooden clone at the last moment, he would have sustained severe injuries. Next, Lin Fan turned to face the crowd. They fell silent in unison. None among them surpassed Yin Shuang in strength, and with her defeat at Lin Fan's hands, they were reluctant to present themselves and risk embarrassment. What's wrong? The esteemed Magic City University has fallen silent? Lin Fan taunted, brandishing a banner with a dismissive glance at the onlookers. Kid, don't get too cocky. Our strongest from Magic City University have gone to hunt beasts, they retorted. When they return, they'll surely grind you into the ground, Is that so? Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then let us call it a day for this blockade. We shall continue tomorrow. He rolled up the banner and turned to leave. The crowd glared daggers at Lin Fan's retreating figure, yet none dared to step forward and obstruct him. 30 minutes later, in the admissions office classroom, a middle-aged man sat in a chair scrolling through his phone when he suddenly stumbled upon a video of Lin Fan defeating Yin Shuang. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. After putting them back on, he replayed the video. This is impossible. His hand trembled, causing his phone to drop to the floor. Yin Shuang was an S-class genius. How could a mere C-class ability user possibly defeat her? I must have seen it wrong. Yes, that must be it, he muttered repeatedly, picking up his phone. Yet the video still played on, confirming the reality of the event. Ah, he screamed in disbelief. After a minute, he finally ceased his shouting. Calm down. I must remain composed. This kid merely defeated Yin Shuang. He hasn't triumphed over all of Magic City University's newcomers. There's still an SS-level genius and an SS-level prodigy. This brat cannot possibly surpass them. Yes, there was nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man poured himself a cup of tea to regain his composure. Meanwhile, in a private estate somewhere in Magic City, the healed Wu Hua sat beside a woman. Wu Hua, what happened to your face? The handsome man across from him inquired. Jiu Shao, don't even ask. Wu Hua waved his hand, signaling the woman to leave. The woman obediently departed quickly. Spill it. Don't keep me in suspense. The man known as Gu Shao was eager to know who had struck Wu Hua. Sigh. Wu Hua lamented, unable to conceal the truth. and briefly recounted the incident of Lin Fan blocking the door. Jiyu Shao, this kid is simply too arrogant. How dare he obstruct Magic City University? He must be courting death. He even claimed that Magic City University was just mediocre. Wu Hua fumed. I think it's more likely that your own strength is lacking, and after being defeated by this kid, you're just embarrassed, Gu Shao replied coolly. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story gets even more exciting. Wu Hua offered an awkward smile, about to say something, but Gu Shao raised a hand to interrupt him. No need to say more, accept your shortcomings. However, this kid has humiliated you like this. It's a slight against me, Gu Yun. Regardless, you are still my subordinate, and I cannot stand idly by. Furthermore, Magic City cannot allow someone so formidable to exist. Gu Yun slammed his hand on the table. Thank you, Gu Shao. Wu Hua expressed his gratitude hastily. Get me his details. Tomorrow I will defeat him in front of everyone. Jiyu Shao, I've already prepared the information. Wu Hua promptly produced the documentation he had prepared and handed it over to Gu Yun. After a brief glance, Gu Yun stored the information in his spatial ring. Jiyu Shao, this kid seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Even now, we don't know his name. However, his attire suggests he hails from a small city. Wu Hua remarked. Small city? Wait a moment. The handsome man suddenly appeared to recall something, his body stiffening. Jiyu Shao. What's the matter? Wu Hua asked, puzzled. Nothing, I was just overthinking, Gu Yun replied nonchalantly. However, he was reminded of a man who had also blocked the gates of Magic City University 15 years ago. A single pair of fists had left many geniuses reeling, and his mastery of lightning techniques had left others utterly powerless. That man was named Long Yun, also from a small city. Jiyu Yun knew this because he was the second son of the Gu family. The last person defeated by Long Yun in that tournament was his elder brother, Gu Huajian, which had brought disgrace to their family. Consequently, the Gu family had allied with several other prominent families to assassinate Long Yun, only to be countered and humiliated by him instead. Chapter 50. Long Yun. Jiyu Shao, Gu Shao, Wu Hua's voice brought Gu Yun back to reality. This kid is just a country bumpkin. I believe Gu Shao will surely defeat him tomorrow. Enough with the flattery. I just returned from slaying beasts and am quite fatigued. Please summon someone to give me a massage. Of course, Gu Shao. Wu Hua quickly agreed. On the border battlefield, the sky was perpetually overcast, howling winds echoing through the air, and the ground was stained a deep crimson. A pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the atmosphere, with countless beast bones littering the terrain. Yet amidst this grim landscape stood three towering cities, established by the Dragon Kingdom, America, and the D Kingdom. The city belonging to the Dragon Kingdom was adorned with a grand dragon head, exuding magnificence. Long Yun, is it confirmed? An elder clad in platinum armor inquired. Confirmed, a middle-aged man with chiseled features and a resolute demeanor nodded. Very well, prepare to receive the divine essence. The elder carefully handed a purple, circular object to Long Yun. Upon receiving it, Long Yun closed his eyes and began to absorb its power. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. The elder, witnessing the storm above, waved his hand, enveloping the city in an invisible barrier. High Elder, I shall go to meet the heavenly tribulation, Long Yun respectfully stated. Go. In an instant, Long Yun vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared outside the city. As if sensing Long Yun's formidable presence, the storm clouds unleashed their fury, and lightning cascaded down. Long Yun, seemingly oblivious to the tempest, made no attempt to defend himself. His garments were soon torn to shreds, exposing his muscular physique. The lightning ravaged his body, yet he remained silent. The thunder continued to crash down, boom, boom, boom. The already sparse trees in the border battlefield were obliterated by the relentless onslaught of the tribulation. For a full 10 minutes, the storm clouds dissipated, and the tribulation concluded. Long Yun's battered body began to heal, radiating with purple and golden light, a colossal purple phantom emerging behind him, towering at 5,000 meters. The shimmering figure, adorned in golden light, emanated an overwhelming might. In mere seconds, his body returned to its peak condition, even stronger than before I did it. I have reached the 9th realm. At this moment, even he could not maintain his composure. Long Yun, congratulations. The figure of the old man appeared before Long Yun. Thank you, old Gao, Long Yun replied with a respectful gesture. This is all you deserve. There is no need for thanks, Old Gao said. Gazing at Long Yun with satisfaction, in just 15 short years, he had advanced from the late stage of the third realm to the ninth realm. Such a pace is truly unparalleled. It is time to hand this over to you. Old Gao produced a golden tiger talisman. Old Gao, this still feels a bit premature, Long Yun declined. Premature? Not at all. Old Gao raised an eyebrow and firmly placed the golden talisman in Long Yun's hand. You are now a ninth realm capable individual, and the military achievements you have garnered over the years are more than sufficient. It is only fitting that you become the commander of the Dragon Nation's army. I have held this position for over 20 years, and I wish to return to the confines of the Dragon Nation to rest. Moreover, I have even bestowed upon you my divine rank. Have a little pity for this old man. Observing Old Gao's pitiful demeanor, Long Yun felt quite helpless. He did not desire to become this commander, but given Old Gao's care for him over the years, he found it hard to refuse. All right then, Long Yun reluctantly agreed. That's more like it. Old Gao instantly shed his pitiful facade and broke into a joyful smile. Long Yun sighed, feeling as though he had been ensnared. Then, Commander Long Yun, I shall return to the borders of the Dragon Nation. Old Gao said with a smile. Old Gao, before Long Yun could say anything further, Old Gao vanished. The next day, the Dragon Nation was rocked by a startling announcement. The long-missing Long Yun had officially become the new commander of the border battlefield of the Dragon Nation. What? Long Yun is actually alive. The heads of various families in the Demon City, upon hearing this news, became increasingly restless. They had not spared any effort in targeting Long Yun back then, ultimately forcing the previous ruler of the Dragon Nation to hand him over to them. Now that Long Yun had become the commander of the border battlefield, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against these families. This simply could not be allowed. They had to find a way to prevent Long Yun's return. The heads of the families in the Demon City gathered around a large table overnight to discuss. After a night of heated debate, they collectively decided to send a letter to the ruler of the Dragon Nation. The border battlefield is rife with turmoil. Commander Long Yun must not return to the Dragon Nation lightly. Admittedly, this tactic would indeed hinder Long Yun from returning for a while. Upon learning of this news, Long Yun snorted coldly. Some people are simply shameless. However, this ploy has indeed vexed me. I want to be able to return to the Dragon Nation for 2 years. But they should wait, for when I return to the Dragon Nation in 2 years, I will settle the score thoroughly. An intense aura of killing intent radiated from him, a culmination of countless beasts he had slain over the past 15 years. This aura caused the middle-aged man in golden armor standing beside Long Yun to narrow his eyes. Nonetheless, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, Commander, I have something to report. Old Guan, speak, Long Yun replied. The middle-aged man said, the gates of the Demon City University have been blocked. What? Long Yun exclaimed, incredulous. After all, he was all too familiar with this situation. He had done it himself in the past. Furthermore, he understood the consequences of blocking the gates. The families would never allow such behavior, as it tarnished their prestige. He had once been relentlessly hunted by these families until Old Gao intervened and brought him to the border battlefield. What is the name of the person blocking the gates? Long Yun inquired. His name is Lin Fan, from Yong'an City. Yong'an City, the very city that had been massacred by the White Lotus sect. Long Yun stroked his chin and continued to ask, and how long has this Lin Fan been blocking the gates of the Demon City University? 2 days, and he has yet to be defeated. The middle-aged man produced his phone and played a video of the confrontation. After watching, Long Yun, with a grave expression, addressed the middle-aged man. Once he finishes blocking the gates of the Demon City University tomorrow, bring him to me. I don't care what means you employ. Even if you have to bind him, make sure he arrives here. Commander, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate? You have no idea how utterly deranged those families in the Demon City are. I was nearly killed by them back in the day. Moreover, due to my involvement, these families will never allow another successful gate blocker to emerge. If someone manages to block the gates again, it would be akin to defecating on their faces. They will not permit such a thing to happen. Chapter 51. Double-level abilities. Long Yun paused momentarily before continuing. Such a promising talent cannot be allowed to perish because of my circumstances. Therefore, I don't care what method you use. Even if it means bringing a bag of urine, you must retrieve this Lin Fan for me. Do you understand? I understand. I will dispatch a 6th realm capable individual to bring him back. The middle-aged man declared loudly. The skies over the Demon City were shrouded in dark clouds, heralding an impending storm. However, this did not affect Lin Fan. He would still eat his meals and continue blocking the gates as planned. This time, he had specifically brought a loudspeaker and arrived early at the gates of the Demon City University, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed geniuses, I have returned to block the gates once more. Have you missed me?" His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, reached the ears of the crowd. They all turned around, not wishing to see Lin Fan's face. They truly wished they could all join forces to incapacitate him. The security guards at the entrance felt utterly helpless. Based on the combat prowess Lin Fan had exhibited, they were not certain they could best him. If they intervened and lost, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Besides, earning only 30,000 a month, why would they risk their lives? They had taken up the position of security guard at the Demon City University to soak in the atmosphere of youth, to prevent themselves from feeling old in spirit. Moreover, Lin Fan blocking the gate seemed rather entertaining. What is wrong? Has the genius capable of sanctioning me not yet arrived? Lin Fan surveyed the area with a hint of disappointment. Kid, don't get cocky. The person here to sanction you has arrived today. Wu Hua stormed out, pointing a finger at Lin Fan. Oh, I sent this young Master Wu. I wonder if your face still hurts? Lin Fan grinned at Wu Hua, whose face was still somewhat swollen. Wu Hua was about to retort but was interrupted by another man. Lin Fan, I know Yong'an City was slaughtered by the White Lotus sect, and you are deeply affected. However, that does not justify your antics here. As the second son of the Gu family, I do not wish to see you causing discord. Du Yun stepped in front of Wu Hua, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. He had utilized his family's resources to investigate Lin Fan's background and was aware of his basic information. Ha ha ha! Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. He pointed at Gu Yun, trembling as he questioned, "How dare you utter such words? You are the second son of the Gu family in the Demon City, and you cannot possibly be concerned over a mere spot at the Demon City University. Meanwhile, I, a person from a small city, have not even been afforded a single opportunity. Uncle Kong, along with numerous uncles and aunts, are all dead. I will carry their hopes forward. Now, I shall bring you, the arrogant one, down to you." Jiu Yun stammered, at a loss for words in rebuttal. Lin Fan disregarded any hesitation, taking the initiative to attack, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, and launching a punch at Gu Yun. The female teacher had been observing the scene and immediately cast a barrier. As Lin Fan's punch approached, Gu Yun swiftly dodged the attack. "Gravity suppression," Gu Yun shouted, and Lin Fan's legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose his balance. This was an SS-level ability, gravity suppression. Lin Fan was finished. Indeed, Gu Yun was ranked second among the new students at the Demon City University this year. Lin Fan, struck to the ground, fell silent. Arrogant. I will make him pay. The murmurs of the crowd only fueled Gu Yun's excitement further. He adjusted his collar and, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Lin Fan, I understand your sentiments. However, you are far too radical. Yet I, being magnanimous, am willing to offer you a chance. Kneel before me and apologize. If you do so and spend 3 days at the entrance continuously saying, 'I'm sorry,' I will not pursue further responsibility." In your dreams, Lin Fan stood tall, meeting Gu Yun's gaze directly. "Why must you be so obstinate?" 30 times gravity, Gu Yun muttered. Lin Fan felt as though his legs had been filled with lead, rendering him immobile. 50 times gravity. Seeing that Lin Fan still refused to relent, Gu Yun continued to exert his ability. Lin Fan's legs buckled further, the sound of cracking bones echoing, yet his upper body remained upright. Gu Yun approached Lin Fan, leaning in close to whisper, "Lin Fan, sometimes one must lower their head and learn to submit, especially someone like you from a rural background. 80 times gravity." Lin Fan's legs bent even further, mere inches from the ground. Was it truly so difficult to kneel? Gu Yun glared at Lin Fan with a menacing expression. Hee. Lin Fan suddenly erupted into a peculiar laugh. Laughing? What nonsense! The veins on Gu Yun's hands surged with rage. Yet, at that very moment, the surrounding environment began to shift. Just as Lin Fan was about to kneel, he abruptly transformed into a pool of blood, as did the onlookers. What on earth is happening? Gu Yun surveyed his surroundings, utterly bewildered. What has happened to these two? Outside the barrier, the crowd observed the motionless Lin Fan and Gu Yun. Has it been 3 minutes already? Are they not going to fight? Perhaps one has taken a liking to the other? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Do refrain from such foolish talk. Young Master Gu is mine. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "They've moved." The crowd immediately turned their attention to the barrier. Jiu Yun trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The second son of the Gu family is quite the character." To prevent any mishaps during his attack, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan to unleash an illusion. After all, he was the second son of the Gu family, possessing an SS-level ability. It was perilous to engage without knowing the extent of his powers. As it turned out, the SS-level ability posed a considerable threat to himself, as the gravitational suppression was formidable. "You little brat, I will see you dead," Gu Yun bellowed, rising to his feet. He had not anticipated falling victim to an illusion. Revealing his true thoughts, his sole intention now was to eliminate this country bumpkin. Even if it meant trouble, he would not hesitate. The Gu family would handle it later. A flash of silver revealed a crimson longsword in Gu Yun's right hand. He slid his left hand along the blade, igniting it with blue flames. Upon witnessing the blue flames, the teacher maintaining the barrier gasped in shock. Jiu Yun actually possesses dual S-level abilities. He has concealed his powers remarkably well. Young Master Gu is simply the best. He's all yours. The murmurs of the crowd were lost on Lin Fan and Gu Yun, who remained locked in a fierce gaze. "Brat, to witness my second ability. You should feel honored to die now." Infernal flame slash. The long sword, enveloped in blue flames, cleaved towards Lin Fan. Instantly, Lin Fan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The temperature of the blue flames had reached thousands of degrees. He could not withstand it head-on. His right eye's Manjiki Sharingan whirled, rendering his body ethereal. The powerful strike passed through Lin Fan without inflicting any harm. Chapter 52. The Resurrection of Susanoo. How is this possible? Gu Yun could hardly believe his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan delivered a powerful punch to Gu Yun. Bang! Gu Yun was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Lin Fan rushed forward, ready to unleash another blow. Gravitational compression, Gu Yun roared. Lin Fan instantly found it difficult to breathe, his body trembling under the immense force. "Humph, boy. Let's see how you handle this." Gu Yun approached Lin Fan, sword in hand, calm and collected. Lin Fan regarded Gu Yun with an impassive expression, provoking Gu Yun's ire even further. He detested Lin Fan's nonchalance. "If you dare to put on airs before me, I shall take your life." Gu Yun conjured a serpentine form of blue flames in his hand. "Die!" The azure flame serpent surged towards Lin Fan. With a smirk, Lin Fan allowed the serpent to pass through him, just as before. "Damn it, not again," Gu Yun cursed in frustration. This Lin Fan, despite being merely a C-level ocular ability user, how could he possess spatial capabilities? This boy had already exhibited powers of fire, ice, strength, and even space. This was far beyond the capabilities of a C-level ocular ability. Could it be a second awakening of his powers? No, even a second awakening would not yield such an abomination. Historical records confirm that the strongest second awakens only evolve from B-level to SS-level abilities. Most merely advanced 1-tier, and instances of a 2-tier upgrade were exceedingly rare. This boy, no matter how lucky, could not possibly ascend from C-level to SSS-level powers, yet it was utterly bizarre. Only SSS-level abilities could manifest other powers. It seemed he had no choice. 90-fold gravitational compression. Gu Yun expended half of his mental energy to unleash the maximum gravitational suppression he could muster. Lin Fan felt his body being inexorably drawn downward, unable to move freely. "Boy, this time you shall obediently meet your demise. In your next life, learn to be more discreet and kneel." Infernal flame slash. To ensure a lethal strike against Lin Fan, Gu Yun summoned the last remnants of his mental energy to coat his sword with the infernal flame. "Die?" The intense heat surged towards Lin Fan. Yet a slight smile graced his lips. In the next moment, the barrier shattered like glass, revealing a colossal blue figure clad in armor, towering at 15 meters. Lin Fan was enveloped within it, his crimson eyes fixated on Gu Yun. Susanoo, second form. The infernal flame slash struck the armor of Susanoo but failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. This is a divine manifestation. Gu Yun's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the 15-meter-tall Susanoo. His legs trembling in fright. A divine manifestation? No, this cannot possibly be a divine manifestation. The teacher retreated several steps. Divine manifestations could only be wielded by 7th realm practitioners, and not just any 7th realm practitioner could summon one. Only those who had survived the heavenly tribulation could condense a divine manifestation. She herself was a late-stage 6th realm practitioner, close to the 7th realm, yet she was acutely aware of the chasm between herself and 7th realm practitioners. Even a 7th realm practitioner capable of summoning a 3-meter divine manifestation could annihilate her in an instant. Could this boy be a 7th realm practitioner? Impossible, even with an early awakening of his powers. It is inconceivable for someone of his age to become a 7th realm practitioner. Indeed, 7th realm practitioners are not so easily attained. The youngest in the Dragon Nation was only 25. Cheating is one thing, but this is outrageous. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Fan within Susanoo smiled faintly. How could you possibly comprehend the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan? In the instant he manifested Susanoo, Lin Fan successfully broke free from the gravitational suppression. This cannot be a divine manifestation. This is all an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Jiu Yun struggled to stand upright, reassuring himself as he attempted to rekindle his fighting spirit. As long as my resolve remains steadfast, I can shatter this illusion. He retrieved a blue long sword from his spatial ring, a disposable offensive spiritual artifact bestowed by his family. His mental energy was nearly depleted, preventing him from employing any formidable techniques. He raised the blue longsword and swung it towards Susanoo, creating a blade of blue energy that cleaved the air in two. The strike, anticipated by Gu Yun, collided with Susanoo. Yet Susanoo merely staggered back 2 steps, while Lin Fan remained unscathed. Gu Yun's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. The disposable offensive spiritual artifact he wielded could slaughter even 5th realm practitioners. The potency of this illusion is astounding. I must still be trapped within it. I am undoubtedly still in the illusion. This is all a fabrication. All of it. Gu Yun clasped his hands around his head, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan within Susanoo displayed a murderous intent. Jiu Yun had sought to take his life, and he would show no mercy in return. In the next instant, Susanoo raised its right hand, ready to strike down upon the still cowering Gu Yun. Stop! The teacher, who had been observing intently, rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Susanoo's hand had already descended upon Gu Yun. It was over. This time it was truly over. The teacher collapsed to the ground in despair. Jiu Yun was the 2nd son of the Gu family. Should he perish at the gates of Magic City University? The institution would bear the burden. The Gu family was undeniably the foremost family in Magic City, with the head of the family being a late-stage 8th realm practitioner. They could not afford to offend them. The only recourse was to capture Lin Fan, thus minimizing the Gu family's wrath upon Magic City University. With this thought, she set aside her fear of the divine manifestation and prepared to seize Lin Fan. Yet just then, a radiant light flashed, and a faint green aura enveloped Gu Yun, preserving his life. Thank goodness. There is still hope. The teacher smacked her forehead, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Oh, he is not dead yet. But you must die today. Lin Fan's Mangekyo Sharingan fixed its gaze upon the barely breathing Gu Yun. This Gu Yun had harbored murderous intent against him, and he would not let him go. Susanoo raised its right hand once more, poised to strike Gu Yun. Stop! The teacher, ever vigilant, saw Lin Fan preparing to act and immediately rushed to intervene. The blue barrier swiftly ensnared Susanoo, redirecting the colossal fist meant for Gu Yun onto the barrier instead. The barrier trembled violently but held firm. Thank goodness, the teacher exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. She genuinely feared that the 15-meter blue giant was a divine manifestation. If it were truly so, she would be utterly powerless to stop it. However, it appeared that this was not the divine manifestation of a 7th realm practitioner, or else her barrier would not have withstood the blow. Quick, save him, she shouted, as healing practitioners rushed forward to carry the unconscious Gu Yun away for treatment. Brothers, do not indulge in books. These days are crucial. Thank you. Chapter 53. The third form of Susanoo within the barrier. Lin Fan also dispelled Susanoo. With his current peak mental strength at the 3rd realm, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. He intended to eliminate Gu Yun, yet he was not foolish. In this situation, killing Gu Yun would bring him considerable trouble. Firstly, the Gu family would certainly not let him off. Even if he exerted all his strength now, he could probably only contend with a mid-level practitioner of the 6th realm. Thus, he could not eliminate Gu Yun at this moment. However, there is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. Moreover, it wouldn't even take 10 years, at most. In 3 years, he would be able to confront Gu Yun at the door of the Gu family. Alas! The female teacher sighed and lifted the barrier. She cast a complex glance at Lin Fan. This young man named Lin Fan was extraordinarily audacious. If he continued this way, the prominent families in Magic City would certainly not spare him. Furthermore, due to the precedent set by Long Yun blocking the gate, these families would absolutely not allow another Long Yun to arise. Even if Lin Fan successfully blocked the gate today, whether he could walk out of Magic City alive remained a question. I recall that your Magic City University has an SSS-level genius this year. Bring him out. Once I handle him, I shall be off for breakfast today, Lin Fan casually remarked to the onlookers. For a moment, no one dared to retort. The memory of that 15-meter blue giant was still fresh in their minds. You are indeed impressive, but everything must come to an end here, a voice drifted over. And the crowd turned to see a man dressed in white, handsome and dignified, slowly walking towards them. It is young Master Lin. Young Master Lin has finally arrived. Wonderful, someone can finally slap this brat in the face. Let this insolent fellow see what an SSS-level genius truly is. The emotions that had been bottled up among the crowd erupted all at once. You are that S-level genius. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the man. Indeed, it is I. The man offered a slight bow, appearing quite ordinary. Lin Fan muttered under his breath. This Lin Fan actually dared to speak of my brother Lin Jianji. It is truly infuriating. What do you mean by your brother Lin Jianji? Lin Jianji is mine. I think this Lin Fan is quite handsome too. Boldly, Lin Jianji is the most handsome. Both Lin Fan and Lin Jianji ignored these discussions, remaining vigilant as they observed each other. Lin Fan was still unaware of Lin Jianji's special ability, while Lin Jianji had witnessed Lin Fan's actions multiple times. This was a disadvantage. What if I were to defeat you? Lin Fan suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. That is impossible, for you have encountered me. A long, azure sword appeared in Lin Jianji's hand, pointed directly at Lin Fan. I have heard of one named Long Yun, who blocked your Magic City University gate 15 years ago. I specifically looked into it. During his blockade, his opponent did not possess SSS-level abilities. Coincidentally, you are an SSS-level ability user. If I defeat you, surely no one will dare to bark. Ha ha ha. Lin Jianji laughed heartily while wielding his long sword. You wish to become Long Yun? That is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Lord Long Yun is currently the commander of the Long Kingdom at the border warfront. It is our honor that Lord Long Yun blocked our gate. You, a waste, should cease your arrogant words. Lin Jianji mocked. The SSS-level genius is indeed different. His words are foul and disgusting. Lin Fan smiled slightly and instantly opened 3 gates. He charged forward, his fist striking towards Lin Jianji. Facing this powerful blow, Lin Jianji effortlessly raised his long sword to block. Take this. Another long sword appeared behind Lin Jianji, slicing directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan braced himself to take it head-on. Swish blood flowed from Lin Fan's fist, a wound appearing on his hand. You are the first to dare to take my sword with your fists. I must commend your courage. However, I will not hold back due to your bravery. After speaking, yet another long sword appeared beneath Lin Jianji's feet. He stepped upon it, and the sword lifted him into the sky. Sword, arise! Lin Jianji shouted. In the next moment, hundreds of long swords flew in from all directions of Magic City, rapidly converging. Goodness, is this what an S-level genius is capable of? This move is magnificent, akin to a sword immortal descending to earth. With this attack, even if Lin Fan could summon a giant resembling a Dharma form, he would be defeated. Brother Lin Jianji, I shall bear you offspring. The crowd's flattery made Lin Jianji feel immensely gratified. He looked down upon Lin Fan as if he were merely an ant. Lin Fan, you may now concede. It is not shameful. Our Magic City University is exceedingly accommodating. I could even request the principal to grant you a spot at Magic City University. Lin Jianji proclaimed from his lofty position, confident in his abilities. Even if Lin Fan unleashed that 15-meter blue giant, he was confident he could break through it. Objectively speaking, Lin Fan's strength was indeed considerable. Bringing him into Magic City University would allow him to recruit a powerful subordinate with a fist and a big stick. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This would greatly aid him in competing for the position of head of the Lin family. Enough talk, let us engage directly. Lin Fan cracked his neck, showing no signs of fear. Lin Fan, do not be ungrateful. I am offering you an opportunity. Lin Jianji said angrily. You are filled with empty words. If you do not make a move, I shall strike. Lin Fan replied impatiently. All right. You are seeking your own demise. No one can assist you. Among the world's sword immortals, 300,000 must bow before me. Go! Lin Jianji waved his hand, and hundreds of swords swiftly lunged towards Lin Fan. Confronted with this terrifying onslaught, Lin Fan closed his eyes. This Lin Fan is finished. Could it be that the pressure is too great? Leading him to surrender voluntarily, Lin Fan kept his eyes shut, and when the long swords were but 3 inches from him, he suddenly opened his eyes. His kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly in the next moment. A colossal blue skeleton, 50 meters tall, emerged, enveloping Lin Fan within. Hundreds of long swords struck against the skeleton's Yatagarasu armor, producing a cacophony of sounds. The third form of Susanoo, the strongest form Lin Fan could currently manifest. However, utilizing this form of Susanoo consumed an immense amount of his mental energy. With his current mental strength, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes. He had also employed the 8 gates to delay time, attempting to recover his mental strength. This, Lin Jianji exclaimed 3 times, unable to close his mouth. He had not anticipated that his strongest attack would be blocked. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated Lin Fan. You have finished your turn. Now it is mine. Ten Fist Sword. A massive sword materialized in the colossal right hand of Susanoo. I have caught your sword. I wonder if you can withstand mine. Gazing at the enormous 10-fist sword, Lin Jianji's body quivered slightly. Chapter 54. All are rubbish. Yet, thinking of himself as an SSS-level genius, Lin Jianji felt no fear. What does sword length matter? Since awakening my abilities, I have never been defeated. Among the younger generation, I regard no one as my equal. I am the SSS-level genius of the Lin family. How could I be intimidated by a large, long sword? Come forth. With a wave of his hand, countless flying swords floated behind Lin Jianji. Slash! The 10-fist sword struck towards Lin Jianji. Sword strikes the heavens, Lin Jianji shouted, opting not to employ defensive techniques, but rather to unleash his most powerful offensive strike. The long swords behind him flew to the front, forming a gigantic long sword. The 10-fist sword and the long sword collided fiercely. That moment, all eyes in the arena were focused on the 2 men. Boom! A massive energy shockwave radiated outward, a dazzling white light flashing. The crowd held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the white light dissipated, the crowd beheld the 2 men standing motionless. What is happening? However, at that moment, all the long swords controlled by Lin Jianji shattered. A slight crack appeared in the Yatagarasu armor of Susanoo. Yet, it was only a slight crack, which did not spread further. Lin Jianji spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. With swords born, why give birth to a mortal? He muttered. Lin Fan also dispelled Susanoo, returning to the ground. He then walked directly to Lin Jianji's side. Why? Why are you so strong? Lin Jianji asked loudly, even as blood spilled from his mouth. Because I have endured the most painful experiences in this world. Lin Fan's crimson eyes gazed at Lin Jianji. Lin Jianji did not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Fan's words. He wished to ask again, but his eyes closed, and he fell unconscious. The nearby school doctor, experienced, quickly lifted Lin Jianji onto a stretcher and began treatment. Lin Fan clapped his hands and stretched lazily. Is there anyone who still refuses to accept this? He turned to face the crowd. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss for words. They no longer knew what to say at this point. To persist in bravado would only reveal their foolishness. The newcomers at Modu University, ranked among the top, have all been defeated. Their attempts were merely a search for suffering. They are now utterly convinced. Lin Fan retrieved a banner and held it in his hands. Just as he was about to recite its contents, he noticed a male student tightly covering his face. Displaying an expression of unwillingness, in an instant, a bold idea took shape in his mind. He lowered the banner and addressed the crowd. It appears that some of you remain unconvinced. Therefore, to ensure your complete submission, I propose that all of you, the freshmen of Modu University, face me together. I shall contend against 100 of you. What do you think? Are you serious? Someone asked in disbelief. Of course. Will you fight or not? If not, I shall go have breakfast. If yes, we must fight. With so many of us, he is just one person. He cannot possibly defeat us all indeed. Let him witness the power of unity, the crowd shouted in unison. A nearby female teacher scratched her head and had no choice but to cast a barrier, enveloping everyone within it. Let us show him, they cried. Defeat him and let him know that Modu University is not to be disrespected. The crowd surged toward Lin Fan. Observing the multitude charging at him, Lin Fan smiled lightly. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal and struck the ground. 3 wooden clones appeared before the crowd. This is a cloning ability. How many abilities does he possess? This is beyond outrageous. Let us restart. What is there to fear? With so many of us, even with his clones, he only has 4. Exactly, with each of us contributing. He won't withstand it. Let him learn the power of unity. With that, the crowd launched their attacks. Ice spears, fireballs, wind blades, and thunder rained down upon Lin Fan. Hee. Let us dance together. Lin Fan waved his hands. And all 4 figures, including his own, simultaneously unleashed Susanoo. 4 towering blue giants, each 15 meters high, emerged in the arena. The crowd's attack struck the armor of Susanoo, causing the 4 giants to only stagger back a step. How can we fight against 4 of those? Fear not. Although these giants have formidable defenses, they surely consume vast amounts of mental energy. He cannot maintain them for long. We just need to hold out until he exhausts his mental strength, and then we will win. The individual who spoke was quite correct. With Lin Fan's current mental reserves, he could maintain the second form of Susanoo for at most a minute and a half. However, that duration was sufficient to deal with the freshmen of Modu University. The 4 Susanoo figures simultaneously launched their fists at the crowd. The students quickly activated their abilities to counter the oncoming blows. Yet, their powers appeared feeble before the fists of Susanoo, merely momentarily delaying the impact. In the next instant, for colossal fists descended. Boom, 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 boom. The ground erupted with 4 violent sounds, creating deep craters before the female teacher. The crowd lay sprawled within the craters, suffering minor injuries. They attempted to rise, but the pain from their wounds and the looming fists of the blue giants extinguished their will to fight. Lin Fan dismissed Susanoo and smiled at the gathered students. Now, I trust you are all convinced? The crowd, lying in the craters, remained unresponsive, genuinely too intimidated to voice any further objections. They understood that Lin Fan had shown them mercy. Had he truly intended to kill them, none would have survived. That is good, Lin Fan remarked, noting their silence. He then unfurled the banner and proclaimed loudly with a punch, I strike down Beishan Imperial University. With my feet, I trample upon Nanhai Modu University. All present here are mere trifles. Indeed, mere trifles. Lin Fan smirked at the crowd sprawled in the craters. Now, go along, and do not think of me. He waved goodbye. Sunlight cascading upon him and elongating his silhouette. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, unsure of what to say. It was only after Lin Fan had walked away for quite some time that they managed to rise. Yet, gazing at the bold words left on the banner, they felt as though a sharp thorn had pierced their hearts. As one of the 4 major academies, Modu University had once again been bested by an individual after 15 years. And this individual was even more formidable than Long Yun, having single-handedly triumphed over 100 of them, leaving them utterly convinced. Chapter 55. Handling Matters in the Office of the President of Modu University. A man with slightly graying hair sat in his chair, his mouth twitching as he perused the reports that had come in. With a loud crash, the sturdy ebony desk shattered. Why, Yushirda, I am furious. He bellowed. Bring Yushirda to me, Principal G. What is it that you need from me? Yushirda entered the office, confusion etched on his face. What do you think? Are you unaware of your own actions? Principal Ji Hong hurled a stack of papers at Yushirda's face. Why, Yushirda picked up the papers and glanced at them, cold sweat breaking out on his back. They detailed how he had treated Lin Fan in the admissions office. Principal Ji, this Lin Fan is merely a C-class ocular ability user, and he hails from a small city. I believe my decision was not mistaken. Why, Yushirda feigned calmness, locking eyes with Ji Hong. Not mistaken, huh? Ha! Ji Hong let out a cold laugh, veins bulging on his forehead. In the next moment, he kicked Yushirda to the ground and began to rain down heavy punches on his face. I told you there was no mistake. I told you not to be arrogant. He continued the assault for a full 10 minutes before finally ceasing. Why Yu Shirda's face swelled, blood streaming from his nose. Ji Hung, that's enough. You should be grateful I'm calling you Principal Ji. Without that courtesy, you're nothing. Moreover, treating me this way, my brother will surely not let you off lightly. Your brother? You dare mention him? If it weren't for him, you would already be in a dungeon. Ji Hung tossed a file onto Yu Shirda's face. Why Yu Shirda disdainfully picked it up, but the next moment, his expression changed. The file contained detailed records of his corrupt practices, including threats against female students. If this information were to leak, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dungeon. The Dragon Kingdom would never allow a morally corrupt individual like him to continue as a teacher in Modu University's admissions office. Out of respect for your brother, I want to make things difficult for you. Resign, and you may still have a chance, Ji Hung said casually. Why Yu Shirda clenched his fists, filled with resentment. He had firmly established his position in the admissions office. In a short while, he would have become the director, gaining even greater power and more opportunities. But now, all of that was in jeopardy. Principal Ji, is there truly no way out? He gritted his teeth, asking unwillingly. A way out? You dare ask me for a way out? Ji Hung frowned, anger evident in his voice. You brought this upon yourself. I let your past misdeeds slide, but you managed to provoke someone like Lin Fan. That banner is still displayed at the entrance of Modu University. I had no idea that Bumpkin had undergone a second awakening of his abilities. Yu Shirda defended himself, feeling wronged. Get lost? Ji Hung slapped Yu Shirda across the face again. Rubbing his hand, he continued. I have already contacted the relevant parties to remove the associated videos and do our utmost to protect Modu University's reputation. Maintain some dignity and resign. Ji Hung turned away. No longer wishing to look at Yu Shidi, why Yu Shirda gritted his teeth and exited the office. After Yu Shirda had walked far away, Ji Hung pulled out his phone. Young Master Yu Shirda has left. Good. Ji Hung hung up the phone. Why Yu Shirda walked through the campus, filled with discontent. After all, he was just a step away from becoming the director of the admissions office. He exited Modu University and found a secluded corner, taking out his phone to call his brother. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide opened, a dark figure appeared in the air. With a wave of their hand, a fireball engulfed Yu Shirda's corpse. The figure, witnessing Yu Shirda's complete disappearance, took out their phone and called someone. Boss, it's done. All right, return. In a private residence, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses set down his wine glass. He gazed at a photograph of Yu Shirda and smiled. My dear brother, you can only find peace in death. Then I can rest easy. However, this was your own doing. I originally didn't want to eliminate you so soon. But such a splendid opportunity would be a disservice to myself if I didn't seize it. He tossed the photograph into the trash can, where flames consumed it in the dim light. The middle-aged man turned to the figure clad in black, who had approached him with a query regarding Lin Fan. Do not concern yourself with him. The other families will handle the matter. He replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I owe him a debt of gratitude for presenting me with this opportunity. Raising his glass, he took a sip. Young master, I shall take my leave now, the black-clad figure stated. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, granting permission for the figure to depart. However, at that moment, a dagger pierced through his heart. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he turned back, only to behold the handsome visage of the middle-aged man. I apologize, but only the dead can keep secrets. With those words, flames engulfed the black-clad figure. In mere seconds, he was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. From this day forth, the Yu family shall belong to me, Yu Feng, declared the middle-aged man, removing his gold-rimmed glasses with a smirk. Meanwhile, Lin Fan returned to his quarters after finishing breakfast. He retrieved a wooden figurine's inner elixir and began to absorb it. The elixir from the third realm offered little enhancement to his cultivation, primarily serving to increase his affinity for the wood element. He then took out a mental strength potion to restore his mental prowess, which had dwindled to a mere sliver after the fierce battle. 30 minutes later, he had regained his peak mental capacity. Phew, he exhaled. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of apprehension about the impending confrontation, given the multitude of prodigies present. However, it soon became apparent that his worries were unfounded. Among them, only Lin Jianji, possessing S-level abilities, posed a modicum of pressure, managing to leave a slight crack on his Yatengu armor. Indeed, SSS-level talents were as formidable as their reputation suggested. Seated on his bed, Lin Fan resolved to remain for another day before departing for Magic City. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired, rising from his bed with heightened vigilance. Could it be the influential families of Magic City plotting against him? "I am the president of Magic City University. May I come in to discuss something?" a gentle voice called from the other side. Was this a hitman sent by the families? No, if they intended to eliminate him, they would not approach in such a manner. Peering through the peephole, Lin Fan saw an elderly man with slightly graying hair. This must be the president of Magic City University. Yet, having blocked the university's entrance, he still dared to seek him out. Chapter 56, Persuasion. "Please, come in." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided to allow him entry. "Greetings, Lin Fan. I am Ji Hung, the president of Magic City University," the elderly man said with a smile, extending his hand. "Hello," Lin Fan replied, shaking his hand. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Regardless of Ji Heng's intentions, a degree of courtesy was warranted. "Lin Fan, I must commend your courage in blocking the entrance to Magic City University. It is a feat many would not dare attempt." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Fan replied mildly. "I have come to understand your situation. I have dismissed the admissions officer responsible for the incident." His actions were indeed excessive. Lin Fan listened attentively as Ji Hung spoke, refraining from voicing his opinions. This lad possesses remarkable composure, Ji Hung thought to himself. However, "Lin Fan, are you aware that you are in grave danger?" "Grave danger? What peril do I face?" Lin Fan feigned ignorance. Observing Lin Fan's calm demeanor, Ji Hung inwardly cursed. This boy is quite cunning. Nevertheless, he continued, by blocking the entrance, you have insulted these influential families. Jiu Yun, Wu Hua, and Lin Jianji are all scions of powerful clans. Having defeated them, their families will surely seek retribution. And what of it? Lin Fan inquired nonchalantly. Currently, there is but one solution to this predicament. You must join Magic City University. Oh? And why is that? Lin Fan asked, intrigued. By joining us, you will be recognized as a new student of Magic City University. With this status, they cannot openly target you. Furthermore, I will accompany you to negotiate with these families. Out of respect for me, they will refrain from excessively pursuing you. What do you think? A cold laugh escaped Lin Fan's lips, and he remained silent. I think not. Why not? Ji Hung asked, puzzled. You already know the answer. No need for me to elaborate, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. You feign concern for my well-being, yet should I accompany you to negotiate with those families, I would likely meet my demise. I have little faith in the so-called magnanimity. The darkness of human nature far surpasses my expectations. Would you not agree? A smirk played at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he scrutinized Ji Hung. The latter felt uneasy under Lin Fan's gaze. For the young man spoke the truth. He sought to preserve the university's reputation while appeasing the families, with the optimal solution being to eliminate Lin Fan. As the saying goes, if one cannot resolve a problem, they must eliminate the one who presents it. Several family heads had agreed to assist Ji Hung in advancing should he deliver Lin Fan to them. For the sake of progress, he was willing to abandon all semblance of dignity to compel Lin Fan to join the university. He straightened his sleeves, meeting Lin Fan's gaze evenly. Lin Fan, heed my words. When undertaking a task, one must consider the consequences. Your blockade has caused considerable repercussions. Sign this agreement, and I shall grant you 50 million as a scholarship. Ji Hung produced a piece of paper and a pen, extending them toward Lin Fan. TSK, Tisk, truly the president of Magic City University, with a face as thick as that, Lin Fan thought, declining to accept the offer. Instead smiling at Ji Hung. The families must have provided you with ample benefits, no? He whispered conspiratorially. Ji Heng's brow furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing a strained smile. What are you insinuating, Lin Fan? Come, sign this first. Lin Fan abruptly flung the paper and pen away, understanding that signing would render him a pawn in their game. This document was no ordinary paper. It bore significant implications. Should he fail to comply with its terms, his life would be in jeopardy. 50 million was indeed tempting, yet he had no need for such wealth. Lin Fan, you are being unreasonable. I extend my goodwill, and this is how you repay your elders. Ji Hung finally lost his composure, shouting in anger. Goodwill? Elders? Ha? Lin Fan shook his head, hands in pockets, unwavering in his gaze. I have never encountered an elder like you before. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to the nature of that document? His voice was barely above a whisper, yet Ji Hung felt a ringing in his ears. Simultaneously, an intangible pressure emanated from Lin Fan, bearing down upon him. Very well, Ji Hung waved his hand, dispelling the oppressive aura. Lin Fan, you are quite clever. However, you are also too obstinate. Rigidity often leads to one's downfall. Our Dragon Kingdom has a saying, sometimes one must learn to bow their head. You cannot possibly comprehend the might of these families. They are not to be trifled with. Accompany me, and all will be well. Ji Hung spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder admonishing a junior. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan clutched his head, erupting in laughter. All will be well? You do not even believe that yourself. I have never placed my faith in so-called mercy. Therefore, President Ji, I kindly ask you to leave. Lin Fan opened the door, gesturing for him to exit. Lin Fan, you ungrateful wretch. I, as president, have extended a hand of friendship, and you dare to speak back to me. Ji Hung, exasperated, unleashed a torrent of curses, fully aware that Lin Fan would not accompany him today. Thus, he allowed his pent-up fury to surface, feeling that he, as the president of Magic City University, had offered Lin Fan an opportunity, only for the latter to reject it and challenge his authority, an affront that was utterly unacceptable. In the face of Ji Hung's tirade, Lin Fan merely watched in silence, displaying little reaction in his eyes. Ji Hung resembled a monkey, flailing about. Observing Ji Hung's lack of response, Lin Fan felt as though he had become the punchline of a joke. Very well, Lin Fan, you are quite something, Ji Hung huffed, forcefully pushing the door open as he exited. Watching Ji Hung leave, Lin Fan smiled calmly. From the moment he decided to block the entrance, he had anticipated the ensuing events. Yet, this made it all the more entertaining. Lin Fan had never feared incurring the wrath of others. Let the storm rage on even fiercer. Once Ji Hung had distanced himself and ensured no one was around, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. GU family head. I have extended my good intentions to Lin Fan, but he refused to comply. Chapter 57, Night Falls, quietly fade away. Very well, thank you. Gu family head. Rest assured, Gu Gongzi is safe at Magic City University. Ji Hung hung up, a look of joy gracing his features. The Gu family had agreed to lend their support for his advancement. Lin Fan, do not blame me. I have provided you with an opportunity. It is you who have failed to appreciate it. In the Gu family's villa, Gu Yun sat in a chair, sipping tea, though the veins in his hands were visibly bulging. His face contorted in rage. In the next moment, the teacup shattered. The scalding tea splashed upon him, yet he seemed utterly impervious to it. Lin Fan, I desire your demise. I want you dead, he bellowed in fury. The maid, clad in a maid's outfit, dared not meet Gu Yun's gaze, yet she was equally reluctant to leave. The moment she stepped outside, her life would likely be forfeit. You, come here, Gu Yun commanded, pointing at the maid. She could not refuse and reluctantly approached him. Young master, is there something you need? Extend your hand. The maid hesitated, her courage faltering momentarily. Extend your hand. Gu Yun's voice rose, laced with rage. Seeing this, the maid hastily extended her hand. Not bad, Gu Yun caressed the delicate little hand of the maid, feeling his irritation dissipate somewhat. Young master, may I leave now? The maid inquired cautiously. What is the hurry? I won't devour you, Gu Yun replied. Scrutinizing her intently, the maid trembled under his gaze, goosebumps rising on her skin. What is the matter? Gu Yun noticed her slight shivering and frowned. I apologize, young master. The maid quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Raise your head, Gu Yun instructed softly. The maid reluctantly lifted her head, gazing into Gu Yun's eyes. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall comply. Do you understand? I understand, the maid nodded. Good. Now I command you to fetch me a drink. Ah, fetch a drink. Did you not hear? The maid trembled slightly but still obeyed Gu Yun's command. She reached for the drink on the table and handed it to him. Why is your hand shaking? Gu Yun questioned. Young master, how do you intend to compensate me? Here's the deal. If you keep me company for a while, I shall forgive you. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your family? Would you? Gu Yun's words echoed in the maid's ears like a devil's whisper. Quite satisfactory. Jiu Yun sat leisurely in his chair, sipping tea. Wu Wu the maid wept beside him. Enough of this racket. A subordinate appeared out of nowhere and promptly took the maid away. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly man with graying hair entered. The old man glanced at the maid and gestured a single finger to his subordinate. The subordinate instantly understood and escorted the maid out. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Gu Yun immediately rose from his chair. I've noticed you've been rather troubled lately. When you have a moment, go seek your elder brother Gu Huajian to learn some swordsmanship. His skills have improved quite a bit recently. Very well. I shall certainly return to learn swordsmanship from my brother, Gu Yun replied respectfully, putting aside his previous arrogance. Gu Tsang affectionately ruffled Gu Yun's hair. His second son possessed remarkable talent, surpassing that of his elder brother Gu Huajian by a few measures. As long as he could develop properly, achieving the level of an 8-realm practitioner would not pose a significant challenge. Therefore, as long as Gu Yun did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, he would manage the aftermath. Father, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. That Lin Fan is far too arrogant. I cannot bear to watch any longer. Just this matter? Rest assured, Gu Tsang stroked his beard. Our Gu family will take the lead, and several other families have also contributed rare resources to enlist the current Saint Son of the Assassin Hall to eliminate him. The Saint Son of the Assassin Hall is a mere 22 years old, already at the mid-5th realm, with an impeccable record of never failing an assassination. Indeed, we have paid a considerable price to engage him. Excellent, Lin Fan. I shall ensure you experience profound suffering this time. The thought of Lin Fan's agonized cries brought a smile to Gu Yun's face, while Gu Tsang continued to stroke his beard. That Lin Fan dared to block our path today. Tomorrow he would dare to trample upon us. I shall not allow him to become a second Long Yun. However, the rules established by Long Country must still be observed. Sending assassins, as long as they remain undetected, is entirely permissible. That night, on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Lin Fan lay sleeping as usual. A gentle breeze stirred outside the window. At that moment, a shadow stealthily passed through. The figure observed for several minutes, ensuring Lin Fan was truly asleep before appearing at his bedside. With a dagger prepared in hand, he swiftly plunged it into Lin Fan's heart, for good measure. He withdrew the dagger and stabbed several times to the left. He even severed Lin Fan's head. After completing these actions, he finally exhaled in relief. Only someone with such prowess could successfully block the entrance to Magic City University. The new students at Magic City University are truly a bunch of useless fools. I foresee this Long Country facing ruin. Precisely, they are indeed worthless. Just then, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air, reaching the ears of the cloaked figure. Who? The cloaked figure turned to see Lin Fan, clad in pajamas, observing him with great curiosity. I failed to kill you just now. No, I aimed directly at your heart. There is no way you could have survived. I merely killed your doppelganger, the cloaked figure quickly realized, producing a long knife and cautiously watching Lin Fan. Who sent you to kill me? Lin Fan inquired. The dead have no need to know. The cloaked figure melted into the shadows, disappearing entirely. Lin Fan activated his Mangeki Sharingan, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a slicing sound from his right. Bang! The incoming long knife was blocked by the magic blade Thousand Blades. The cloaked figure reappeared, astonished as he gazed at Lin Fan. I am at the mid-5th realm, a master of dark elements. Even a 6th realm practitioner might not perceive my movements in the shadows. How can this Lin Fan see through my presence? You are quite curious about how I can see you, aren't you? Do not worry. When you are on the brink of death, I shall reveal it to you. Arrogant, do you truly believe you can control me? I shall not hesitate to inform you that I have already claimed the lives of 2 6th realm practitioners. You are but a 4th realm practitioner. Killing you is akin to slaying a chicken. The cloaked figure once again merged into the shadows. Regrettably, this tactic was utterly ineffective against Lin Fan. His right hand gripped the magic blade Thousand Blades. His crimson eyes surveying the area. At that moment, the moon was at its fullest. Chapter 58. Journey to the Imperial Capital. Bang! The long knife in the cloaked figure's right hand clashed with the magic blade Thousand Blades, causing him to stagger backward. Beneath the mask, the cloaked figure displayed a look of astonishment. His mid-5th realm strength yielded no advantage against Lin Fan. In fact, he felt he was being suppressed. Damn it. I am the Saint Son of the Assassin Hall. I can assassinate even 6th realm practitioners, Yet I cannot deal with this brat. The cloaked figure was incredibly frustrated, realizing that his ability to blend into darkness was entirely ineffective against Lin Fan. After a fierce exchange, everything within the room lay shattered, not a single item intact. The cloaked figure retreated, his eyes behind the mask fixed intently on Lin Fan. Kid, I initially did not wish to employ this technique. However, they have compensated me handsomely. Therefore, you shall die. In the next moment, the long knife in his hand radiated a brilliant blue light. Slash! The long knife emitted a blue gleam, obliterating what little remained of the shattered items in the room. This time, you cannot escape unscathed. The cloaked figure sheathed his long knife, staring ahead. However, the blue light appeared to slice through the air, leaving Lin Fan unscathed. The cloaked figure gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Assured that his attack had not missed, "Are you done playing? It is my turn now," Lin Fan declared, and countless vines surged forth toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure desperately slashed at the vines with his dagger. But they proved remarkably resilient. It took him quite some time to sever them. Just as he sighed in relief, more vines rushed toward him. Ultimately, the cloaked figure found himself ensnared by the vines. Unable to move. "What do you intend to do?" the cloaked figure inquired, watching Lin Fan approach with trepidation. "What do you think? I shall simply play a game with you." Lin Fan smiled at the cloaked figure. "You cannot." "Ah!" the cloaked figure cried out in agony. "Do you know what profession I despise the most? I do not wish to know. Just let me go. It is the profession of an assassin." 2 minutes later, the cloaked figure lay on the ground. "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" "Hee." The cloaked figure let out an eerie laugh. In the next moment, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke. "Not good," Lin Fan reacted quickly, turning to defend himself. Swish! Lin Fan collapsed. "Kid, I possess the same doppelganger technique that I in your next life. Remember not to be so arrogant. There are many stronger than you." The cloaked figure withdrew his long knife. Applause echoed. The cloaked figure immediately turned around, only to see the unscathed Lin Fan. "You divine might." The cloaked figure's right leg was instantaneously shattered. Gritting his teeth, he was about to retaliate when countless vines emerged, wrapping around him like a zongzi. Hee. This time, it must be his true self. Lin Fan was exceedingly exhilarated. Next, he would impose strict measures. No, rather, he should administer humanitarian care. The man in black wore a visage of dread, realizing that this time he was truly finished. Gazing at Lin Fan's devilish grin, he steeled himself to bite down on his own teeth, allowing the venom to course through his veins. Unfortunately, Lin Fan would not afford him this opportunity. As the vines swiftly sealed his mouth shut. "You are rather professional, possessing poison and all. However, I am known for my kindness, particularly when it comes to offering humanitarian care to individuals like you." Lin Fan beamed a radiant smile. With a single punch, the man in black broke out in a cold sweat. It was not over yet. This was merely the first step. Lin Fan's smile grew ever more vibrant as he prepared to continue his compassionate endeavors. The man in black trembled violently, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. He had underestimated Lin Fan's ruthlessness. When accepting the mission, he had researched Lin Fan's background. His hometown, Yong'an City, had been destroyed by the White Lotus sect. Yet now, he suspected that this incident was somehow intertwined with Lin Fan, even doubting whether Lin Fan was a member of the White Lotus sect himself. This suspicion grew stronger, for the Lin Fan before him exuded a formidable presence. Rivaling his own, he had undergone devilish training, vanquishing countless foes. Lin Fan, however, was unconcerned with the man's thoughts. His sole focus was to administer his humanitarian care. The man in black wished to utter not a single word. "How does my care seem to you? Quite sufficient, I trust?" Lin Fan halted his actions, gazing kindly at the man in black. The man emitted a soft whimper. "What? You claim my care is insufficient? Then let us continue." The man in black was on the verge of tears. "You haven't even listened to what I said. You just torment me." But Lin Fan paid him no mind, persisting with his loving care. 5 minutes later, the man in black closed his eyes, refusing to utter a single word. Lin Fan removed the vines. "Speak. Which faction sent you to kill me?" "You will never know," the man in black gasped with his last breath. Biting through his poisonous fangs, Lin Fan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Within less than a second, the man's breath ceased, and he was wholly dead. That was quite swift. Truly commendable professionalism. Lin Fan approached the body of the man in black and discovered a black token within his pocket. The black token bore the inscription of a single character, Tai. Congratulations, Tai. You have earned 50,000 points, echoed the system's voice in Lin Fan's mind. This can't be right. The killer's strength should exceed the initial stage of the fifth realm. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Ahem. Tai, there is one thing I forgot to mention. To eliminate a mid-stage fifth realm expert, one must pay a tax. What? Who established this rule? Tai, paying taxes is the duty of every citizen. Damn it! Lin Fan exclaimed in frustration. Just then, the doors swung open. Lin Fan instantly entered a combat stance, his kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated on the newcomer. Young friend, do be mindful next time. Your entrance was rather loud. An elderly yet familiar voice resonated. It was Old Feng. Lin Fan did not lower his guard. He sensed the tremendous aura emanating from Old Feng. With his current strength, he knew he could not prevail. If it came to that, he would have to resort to using Susanu's Great Buddha as a last resort. Lin Fan clenched his right fist, his focus entirely on Old Feng. Young friend, you are quite cautious. However, in this line of work, it is indeed difficult to survive without caution. Old Feng surveyed the scene, showing no signs of surprise. Old Feng, I am grateful for your assistance. Lin Fan performed a respectful bow. He understood why no one had pushed open the door for so long. It was Old Feng who had intervened to muffle the sound. Ha ha ha! Old Feng chuckled heartily. I must say, you possess great audacity. Blocking the gates of Modu University and forcing the Saint of the Assassin's Hall to bite through his poisonous fangs. I admire that. Old Feng patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Chapter 59. The disobedient roommate. These aristocratic families are akin to vampires, continuously draining the lifeblood of Long Country. Among all the aristocratic families, those in Modu are the most egregious. With a wave of his hand, Old Feng caused the corpse of the man in black to instantly vaporize. Disappearing without a trace, I see a reflection of that young rascal Long Yun in you. However, your situation is rather perilous. You must leave Modu tonight. Otherwise, once the aristocratic families receive word, escaping Modu will become impossible. Old Feng turned to Lin Fan. Thank you for the warning, Old Feng. I shall depart Modu at once. Lin Fan promptly gathered his belongings, preparing to book a flight. Here is your ticket. I prepared it for you long ago. Old Feng produced a ticket and handed it to Lin Fan. In that case, I am truly grateful. Lin Fan bowed once more, ready to take his leave. Wait a moment. Old Feng suddenly interjected. What else is on your mind? Old Feng? Lin Fan's wariness returned. You should compensate for the damages incurred in this room. Old Feng extended his hand, smiling at Lin Fan. 15 minutes later, Lin Fan settled into first class, still holding a business card, contact information for the principal of the Imperial Capital University that Old Feng had given him. However, the thought of compensating 50,000 caused his mouth to twitch. Nevertheless, he felt indebted to Old Feng. Otherwise, he would be in quite a bit of trouble. The aristocratic families of Modu would not let him off easily. I shall remember this grudge. The next time I return to Modu, some individuals need not survive. Lin Fan contemplated as he gazed at the bustling night scene of Modu. 8 hours later, the plane touched down in the imperial capital. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Fan headed to the principal's office at Imperial Capital University. Prior to his arrival, Old Feng had already made the necessary introductions. He knocked on the door, and a voice called out, "Come in." Lin Fan pushed the door open to find a kindly old man wearing glasses. "Hello, Principal Qin. Greetings. Please, take a seat." Lin Fan sat down, meeting the old man's gaze. "Old Feng mentioned you. You truly are a child of misfortune." The old man removed his glasses, looking at Lin Fan. "I am fully aware of the circumstances. Modu University has indeed gone too far, and your actions were justified." Principal Qin refrained from mentioning the banner that read pummeling the North Mountain Imperial Capital University. "Now, I must ask you, child, would you be willing to join Imperial Capital University?" Principal Qin looked at Lin Fan with sincere eyes. "I am willing," Lin Fan replied without hesitation. "Excellent, that is splendid news." Principal Qin produced 2 cards and handed them to Lin Fan. "I cannot allow you to join Imperial Capital University without compensation. 1 card contains 1 million in cash, while the other holds 3,500 points. These points can be exchanged for cultivation resources at Imperial Capital University. In addition to the standard dormitory, I shall arrange a private room for you." "Thank you very much, Principal, Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. Indeed, do your best. I have high hopes for you. Principal Qin patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently. Very well. Why not take a moment to explore Imperial Capital University? Understood. Lin Fan opened the door and stepped outside. Not bad. It seems the one who dared to block Modu University's gates is indeed impressive. Once Lin Fan had walked some distance away, Principal Qin donned his glasses. He felt delighted that Lin Fan had so readily agreed to join Imperial Capital University. There were many scions among the aristocratic families within the university. Once Lin Fan entered Imperial Capital University, he would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. This would motivate the new students to strive for excellence in their cultivation. When the Global Academy competition arrived, there would be more students from Imperial Capital University among the members of the Long Country national team. This would create a powerful force. He wondered what kind of upheaval it would bring. He eagerly anticipated the border battlefield. Within the Long Country encampment, Long Yun listened to the deputy commander's report. Just then, a man clad in golden armor rushed in. Commander Long, this is bad. What a disgraceful display of panic. The deputy commander scolded angrily. Old Yang, do not be so hasty. His frantic demeanor must indicate something of great importance. Speak. Long Yun turned to the man in golden armor. Commander Long, the brothers I dispatched have been ambushed and returned severely injured. What? Long Yun sprang to his feet from his chair. Who did this? Have they been identified? He slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers in a furious tone. Preliminary investigations suggest it was the Americans. Those scoundrels deserve death. I believe it is time to launch an offensive. Long Yun's body crackled with purple gold lightning. Calm down, Long Yun. You must remain composed. The demon race has yet to be eradicated. Rash actions are inadvisable. The deputy commander quickly urged, fearing that Long Yun might impulsively charge into the heart of America. The American commander, Mike, was also a ninth realm power, and a seasoned one at that. Humph! Long Yun snorted coldly, regaining his composure. Without support, is Lin Fan alive or dead? Just then, a phone call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, Long Yun immediately answered. After a few words were exchanged on the other end, a smile spread across Long Yun's face. Good, thank you, old phone. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. As the excitement unfolds, after uttering this, he hung up the phone. Long Yun, who was on the line just now? The vice commander inquired with a hint of curiosity to an elder. Long Yun replied with a smile. It seems there is good news. Indeed, the young man Lin Fan has not perished. He has gone to the Imperial Capital University. Lin Fan, is he the one who blocked the gates of Magic City University? The vice commander asked. Yes, it is indeed that Lin Fan. In my opinion, he must attend this school. He should come directly to the frontier battlefield, where I can personally train him. His rate of growth would far exceed that of being in the academy. Long Yun expressed his annoyance. For various reasons, he had always held a disdainful view of the academy's educational methods. By the way, my daughter seems to be at Imperial Capital University. What? Old Hu, you have a daughter? How come I never knew? Long Yun was taken aback, not expecting Hu Sheng to have a daughter. I didn't mention it before. Here's a photo of her. Hu Sheng produced a photograph, and Long Yun took a glance. The girl in the photo was youthful and radiant, her beautiful features and long legs particularly eye-catching. Goodness, I didn't realize your genes were this remarkable, Long Yun remarked with surprise. What do you mean by that? Hu Sheng retorted, if you want a daughter, you can always have one yourself, he added, playfully punching Long Yun. I haven't encountered a woman who could stir my heart yet. Besides, with no woman in my heart, my blade remains sharp, Long Yun declared with a hint of pride. Hu Sheng looked at Long Yun's haughty demeanor, feeling quite speechless. Yet, it was understandable. The kind of woman capable of captivating this fellow likely hadn't even been born yet. Despite numerous outstanding women pursuing him back then, he had paid no attention to any of them, leaving many hearts in disarray. At Imperial Capital University, Lin Fan was leisurely exploring the campus. Indeed, Imperial Capital University lived up to its reputation as one of the 4 prestigious academies, with numerous buildings showcasing the traditional style of the Dragon Kingdom. After a stroll, Lin Fan prepared to head to his dormitory. The dormitories at Imperial Capital University are shared, and Lin Fan was assigned to room 305. To be honest, he was quite curious about who his roommate would be. He pushed open the door to room 305, only to find it empty. What's going on? Is there no one here? Lin Fan wondered, somewhat astonished. After all, there were only 3 days left until the semester began, and generally, most students would have already checked in. Chapter 60. The Freshman Competition. Who are you? Why did you barge into my dormitory? A cold voice rang out. Lin Fan turned around to see a short-haired man with piercing eyes glaring at him. I'm also a new student at Imperial Capital University. I was delayed by some matters and only just arrived today. Lin Fan explained. Otto? The man remained unfriendly even after hearing the explanation. He approached Lin Fan, scrutinizing him coldly, and said, since you're new here, let me lay down my rules. First, no going shirtless in the dormitory. Second, you must keep the floor tidy. Third, shower frequently as I have a cleanliness obsession. And fourth, no noise while sleeping. For now, those are the 4 rules. I will add more later if necessary. Do you understand? Lin Fan looked at the man and couldn't help but snicker. Establishing rules for oneself? That was utterly insane. He despised nothing more than when others imposed rules upon him. If he were to be constrained by rules, he would never have blocked the gates of Magic City University in the first place. What's your name? Instead of answering, Lin Fan inquired about the man's name. My name is Hu Fei. What about it? Hu Fei glanced at Lin Fan. Listen well, Hu Fei. My name is Lin Fan. As for your 4 rules, I can only agree to the 3rd one. The rest are utterly impossible. Firstly, I am not your maid, and I have no obligation to clean the floor. Secondly, in the summer, I will choose to go shirtless if I wish. Lastly, I cannot guarantee that I won't snore at night. Lin Fan spread his hands, staring at Hu Fei. You're asking for trouble. Hu Fei stood up, quickly extending his fist to strike Lin Fan. Lin Fan easily dodged and retaliated with a punch of his OW, and Hu Fei did not evade and met Lin Fan's punch head-on. Lin Fan took half a step back, while Hu Fei staggered back 2 steps. How is that possible? Hu Fei was bewildered. He had trained since childhood and boasted strong physical prowess, even against power-type ability users. He had never suffered a loss. Yet, this Lin Fan had only taken half a step back. If you want to fight, let us take it outside. I have no desire to waste money on repairs. Lin Fan remarked, retracting his fists. Fine. I'm not afraid of you, Hu Fei retorted, leading the way outside. They arrived at the playground, locking eyes. Before we begin, I need to ask if we can use our abilities? Hu Fei asked coldly. Do as you wish. Very well. With that, Hu Fei launched a kick at Lin Fan. Lin Fan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Hu Fei's kick appeared to move in slow motion. He easily sidestepped the kick and retaliated with a kick of his own toward Hu Fei. Hu Fei dodged, conjuring an electric sphere in his hand. Thunderstorm. Hu Fei hurled the electric sphere at Lin Fan. The sphere emitted a piercing hum as it sped toward Lin Fan. Boom. An explosion resonated, creating a 1-meter-wide crater on the playground. This is a lesson for you. Follow my rules, and you won't get hurt. From now on, if you work honestly, you can stay in room 305, Hu Fei declared as he approached the crater. However, Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. Hu Fei realized something was amiss just as Lin Fan's fist struck his face. Bang. With a dull thud, Hu Fei was sent flying, as he attempted to rise for a counterattack. Lin Fan was already upon him, delivering another punch to his face. Stop! Cease at once! Hu Fei shouted. Yet, Lin Fan continued, landing blow after blow until Hu Fei was left bruised and battered. Remember not to impose rules on me. Also, I am not bound to stay in room 305. Put that temper of yours away. If you provoke me, I will take your life, Lin Fan stated as he stood up, blood streaming from his numerous wounds. He had taken the electric sphere head-on to test the recovery ability of his Hashirama cells. Now, it appeared the results were quite satisfactory. Next, he needed to break through to the 4th realm and strengthen his physique. The 8 gates of Duanjia required prolonged physical training. Besides regular exercise, increasing resistance to blows was essential. Currently, his physical prowess barely reached the opening of the 3rd gate, the Life Gate. However, physical training was a lengthy process. Results could not be achieved overnight. It required the accumulation of time, akin to the training of mental strength. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan immersed himself in the gym, while Hu Fei did not seek him out. 3 days later, the semester officially commenced at Imperial Capital University. The crater on the playground had long been filled. The crowd gathered on the field, listening to Principal Qin Xiongwei's speech, which was the same old rhetoric, merely a change of words without substance. Lin Fan yawned, Feeling fatigue, he had been training intensely for the past 3 days, yet the results were not entirely satisfactory. He was about to head back for a nap. Cough, cough. Qin Xiongwei cleared his throat and suddenly announced, "The freshman competition will commence tomorrow. The higher your ranking, the more substantial the rewards. The first place winner will receive a yellow fruit and 2,000 points. Additionally, your ranking will determine your access to a mentor." This announcement piqued Lin Fan's interest. The freshman competition was just the opportunity he was looking for. The banner he had prepared read, "Pound the North Mountain Imperial Capital University. Trample the South Sea Magic City University." He had only blocked the gate of Magic City University, which felt incomplete. This freshman competition would, in a sense, remedy that regret. Moreover, the first place prize included a yellow fruit, which held significant value and could be utilized once he broke through to the fourth realm. "You are all geniuses. I trust none of you wish to go without a mentor in the future. I won't waste more words. The freshman competition will be based on your abilities. With that, Qin Xiongwei exited the stage. "I will definitely be first. No one should contest with me. Brother, you overestimate yourself. This cohort boasts an SSS class prodigy. You cannot possibly compete." What of an SSS class prodigy? High ability levels do not necessarily equate to strong strength. I will suppress all geniuses and ascend to divinity. Sigh, it has been reviewed. Chapter 61. Li Kai listening to the discussions around him. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Not long ago, he had shattered the heart of an SSS class prodigy. He wondered if this SSS class prodigy could withstand his strikes. How many of his moves could he endure? Lin Fan turned to leave. He needed a good rest. As he departed, a man resembling Lin Fan by approximately 70% in features fixated his gaze upon Lin Fan's retreating figure. This individual bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother. It was inconceivable. Yong'an City had been besieged by the White Lotus sect, reduced to ruins. "I have lost contact with both my mother and Wanner. It is impossible for my brother to be alive. I must have been seeing things. Lin Yao, what are you doing? It is time to leave." Just as Lin Yao was lost in thought, the chatter of those around him abruptly interrupted his contemplation. "They have arrived." Lin Yao hastily joined the crowd, exiting the playground. The following day, Lin Fan rose early. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the playground. The 25 arenas within the expansive grounds captivated Lin Fan's attention. Each arena was equipped with advanced spiritual devices and protective barriers, capable of withstanding battles of practitioners up to the 5th realm. The financial prowess of the Imperial Capital University was clearly evident. The freshman competition was officially underway. Each participant selected a token to determine their adversary. With a wave of his hand, Principal Qin summoned 110 tokens to manifest in the sky. The crowd eagerly reached out to seize their tokens. Lin Fan casually picked one up, revealing a blank character inscribed upon it. This indicated a buy. Lin Fan comprehended the significance of this blank character. Out of 110 participants, one would be exempt from the initial round. The individual receiving a buy would advance directly to the next round, Principal Qin elucidated. "This is unfair." Immediately, someone rose to voice dissent. "Indeed, we should only progress by winning. Why should someone advance without effort? Fairness. Ha!" Principal Qin snorted dismissively. "Where is the fairness in this world? Furthermore, luck is a component of strength. If you cannot win, perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings." His words rendered the crowd momentarily silent. With no further objections, the freshman competition commenced officially. Upon completion of Principal Qin's statement, 50 individuals were teleported to the 25 arenas. Blue barriers rose over the arenas as the 50 began their battles. 10 minutes later, the clashes concluded. Lin Fan observed that most of these combatants were at the 3rd realm, with only one reaching the mid-3rd realm, a slight improvement over the new students from Magic City University. The victorious 25's token shimmered, displaying the number 1, while the defeated 25's tokens bore a -1. Lin Fan's token also revealed a 1. "Do not blame us for not giving you a chance. You must lose twice to be eliminated. Ultimately, those with the highest numbers on their tokens will be declared the winners." Principal Qin's voice resonated among the crowd. "But what about those who lost once and won once?" Someone promptly inquired. "Wins accumulate, losses accumulate, they do not cancel each other out." Principal Qin had anticipated this and offered a brief explanation. As soon as he finished, another 50 participants were teleported to the arenas. This time, the battles concluded even more swiftly, all within 6 minutes. Once the fights ended, apart from the buy holding Lin Fan, the The remaining 10 were immediately teleported to Li Kai. As a power-type practitioner, you have drawn the short straw in facing me. Surrender obediently, and I shall kindly send you down with a light punch on one arena. A golden-haired youth regarded his opponent with a contemptuous gaze. The barriers on the Imperial Capital University arenas did not muffle sound. Allowing the spectators to hear the exchange, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to this particular arena. Guang, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Li Kai replied calmly. Defeating you requires no effort on my part. A power-type practitioner of your caliber poses no challenge for me. Guang scoffed, disdain evident in his demeanor. The sight of Li Kai, clad in green attire, with dark hair and bushy eyebrows, filled him with utter contempt. How did such a rustic character manage to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University? As the young master of the Yin family, he looked down upon individuals like him. Today, in this freshman competition, he intended to humiliate Li Kai thoroughly. You talk too much. Li Kai retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Guang. Light shield. A diamond-shaped shield of light materialized before Guang, successfully blocking Li Kai's strike. Light strike. Guang bellowed, the light elements swirling violently. Radiant blades surged forth, akin to swords, aiming for Li Kai. He swiftly evaded the onslaught of light blades. Light sword. Without granting Li Kai an opportunity, Guang conjured a golden longsword forged from light elements. With a swift slash, the golden blade descended rapidly, leaving Li Kai no chance to evade. Boom! The light elements instantly engulfed Li Kai. With such meager strength, I truly wonder how you gained admission to the Imperial Capital University. I recall you are merely at the pinnacle of the second realm. Guang taunted. Power-type practitioners are simply inadequate. Indeed, what does daily training amount to? In the presence of elemental practitioners, power is rendered insignificant. Among the 9th realm powerhouses, none are power-type practitioners. The crowd below the arena engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Li Kai sustained numerous injuries, blood streaming from his wounds. Li Kai, relinquish your efforts. A-grade power-type practitioners are exceedingly rare. Yet you remain incapable of surpassing this S-grade genius. It is not too late to concede now. Guang feigned concern in his tone. Though not underestimate others, Li Kai's spirit surged, transforming him into a ferocious beast. Feeling the intensity of Li Kai's aura, Guang's expression shifted. In the next moment, Li Kai lunged at Guang. Light shield. A circular shield of light appeared instantaneously. However, this time, cracks began to form upon its surface. Guang was compelled to channel more mental energy to maintain the shield, as the two remained locked in a stalemate. Li Kai retreated first. Huff, huff, huff. Guang gasped for breath, realizing that Li Kai had nearly shattered his defenses. You little. Guang began, but his pupils dilated in terror. The aura emanating from Li Kai was so potent that even he, a mid-third realm practitioner, felt a sense of danger. A casual punch, Li Kai roared, his right fist crashing into Guang's light shield. Bang! The shield shattered instantly, and Guang was sent tumbling off the arena by Li Kai's punch. I have won. I have won, Li Kai panted heavily, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the stage. The barrier around the arena dissipated instantly, and a healing practitioner promptly took Li Kai away for treatment. When did power-type practitioners attain such strength? If I recall correctly, this Li Kai possesses only the peak of the second realm that I have investigated. He is the one with the lowest cultivation among this year's freshmen. Listening to the discussions, Qin Xiongwei recalled the information about Li Kai. Li Kai, an A-grade power-type ability, specializing in body enhancement. Achieving A-grade in body enhancement is unprecedented over the years. Li Kai is the first. Thus, despite his lower realm, he was granted an opportunity. He contemplated what A-grade body enhancement would yield when reaching the 6th realm. Considering that for years, no one with a body enhancement ability had managed to break through to the 6th realm. 3 minutes later, the battles on the remaining 4 arenas also concluded. The first round was over. After 30 minutes, the next round would commence. Qin Xiongwei stated matter-of-factly. 30 minutes passed swiftly, and the second round began. This time, Lin Fan was not so fortunate as to receive a bye. However, he was not immediately teleported. With a flash, 2 individuals were transported to an arena. Damn, how is it you again? On the arena, Peng Cheng glared at my gang with a green visage. He had been defeated by my gang in the previous round. And now he faced him once more. You again? My gang looked at Peng Cheng, excitement radiating from him. He had easily triumphed over Peng Cheng last time and was well aware of his capabilities. "Can you please go easy on me? I fear pain," Peng Cheng pleaded. "Hee. Rest assured, I am quite gentle." My gang chuckled sinisterly. "Well then, thank you, brother Mai." Peng Cheng managed to smile, but at that moment, a blue dagger appeared in his hand. Peng Cheng summoned all his mental energy, causing the blue dagger to emit a brilliant glow. Swish, the blue dagger pierced through my gang's body, who fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. "Did you truly think I was weak?" Peng Cheng withdrew the dagger and kicked my gang off the arena. The one appeared on his token. Both were subsequently teleported away. My gang was quickly treated but felt exceedingly vexed. Despite his superior strength, he had been ambushed by Peng Cheng. "There will be another chance. I will ensure you are beneath my feet in the future." My gang vowed silently. In another arena, Lin Yao remained vigilant, watching the man across from him. The man donned a white shirt, had short hair, and was exceptionally handsome. Especially with the gold-rimmed glasses he wore, he captured the attention of many young women. "Young Master Zhao Tian, I wish to marry you." "Young Master Zhao Tian, you are the best." Hearing the enthusiastic adulation from the girls, Zhao Tian smiled slightly. Young Master Zhao smiled. He smiled at me. "Young Master Zhao, you hold me in your heart." On the arena, Zhao Tian paid no heed to the girls, instead speaking coolly. "Lin Yao, you are a mid-stage practitioner of the third realm. I shall not bully you. Let us duel using the same level of power." Lin Yao clenched his fists tightly, neither agreeing nor refusing. His S-rank ability was still considered remarkable in Yong'an City, but in the talent-laden Imperial Capital University, it was merely above average. Before him, Zhao Tian possessed an SS rank ability and was at the late stage of the third realm. His odds of victory were slimmed. "If you do not respond, I shall assume you agree." With that, Zhao Tian reduced his aura, genuinely suppressing his level to that of a mid-stage third realm practitioner. "You've chosen to voluntarily lower your realm. Should you lose, do not blame me." Lin Yao regarded Zhao Tian with a steady gaze. "Rest assured, if I lose, it will simply be a matter of my skills falling short." A confident smile graced Zhao Tian's face. Light slash. Lin Yao struck first, forming a long sword of light that cleaved towards Zhao Tian. Light shield. Zhao Tian calmly executed a defensive maneuver, enveloping himself in a shield of light. The light sword struck the shield without causing any damage. This? Lin Yao was incredulous. His attack could not even breach Zhao Tian's defenses. Was his S-rank ability truly so powerless against an SS rank? "Now it's my turn." A radiant 5-meter-long sword of light appeared in Zhao Tian's hand. Slash! The light sword sped towards Lin Yao with astonishing swiftness. Light shield. Lin Yao summoned all his mental energy to construct a 2-meter light shield. The sword crashed against the shield, shattering it progressively until the sword finally struck Lin Yao directly. Boom! Lin Yao was blasted by the light element and fell from the arena. Zhao Tian tidied his hair, preparing to gracefully leap off the stage when a silver light enveloped him, teleporting him to the ground below. 10 minutes later, battles on 25 arenas concluded. 10 individuals were teleported out, having lost both rounds. Earning -2 points on the high platform, Principal Qin observed the 10 who were sent away, displaying no sympathy. They were indeed the weakest among this year's freshmen. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Though the laws of the Dragon Kingdom create a facade of fairness. With a flash, Lin Fan was transported to the arena, facing Li Kai. "Lin Fan, let me witness the prowess of the genius who managed to block the gates of Magic City University." On the high platform, Qin Xiongwei gazed at Lin Fan with keen anticipation. In the arena, Li Kai gripped his fists tightly, warily watching Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan emitted no overwhelming aura, Li Kai felt an intense pressure. A gut instinct he could not articulate but was nonetheless palpable. Lin Fan scrutinized Li Kai. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he exuded a distinct aura. It was an indescribable feeling, akin to sensing a kindred spirit. Yes, a kindred spirit. Li Kai studied Lin Fan for a moment before tightening his fists. "I must win, so you need to step down," he murmured, then charged at Lin Fan. Li Kai unleashed a rapid punch aimed at Lin Fan, who also extended his fist, resulting in a solid collision. Lin Fan staggered back 2 steps while Li Kai retreated 1.5. A flash of golden light appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. He had never lost outright in a contest of pure strength. Li Kai was the first to challenge him in this regard. Li Kai, too, exhibited surprise. In a pure contest of strength, no peer had ever matched him so closely. Again, Li Kai roared, kicking towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan retaliated with a kick of his own. Bang, both men staggered backwards several steps. Lin Fan swiftly regained his stance and initiated an offensive. Li Kai matched his speed, rushing towards Lin Fan in an instant. Their fists, legs, and elbows struck with relentless fury, each body part utilized to its utmost potential. Bang, 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 the fierce exchange naturally drew the attention of many spectators. Who is this fighter facing Li Kai? He is holding his own remarkably well, I don't know. I've never seen him before. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere, on the grounds. Lin Yao overheard the discussions and turned to observe Lin Fan. This person bears a striking resemblance to my brother. No, my brother is certainly dead. This must merely be a coincidence of appearance. I must be mistaken. Yes, I have been training too hard lately, causing my eyes to grow weary. Lin Yao turned away, rubbing his eyes. Chapter 63. I yield. Principal Qin scrutinized the battle between Lin Fan and Li Kai, his eyes gleaming with admiration beneath his glasses. Few could match Li Kai in a purely physical contest. According to the footage, Lin Fan possessed numerous abilities. However, at his level, it was clear he could not wield them all simultaneously. Lin Fan's ability reached the pinnacle of SSS rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his 50-meter blue avatar. Recalling that imposing 50-meter azure giant, Principal Qin inhaled sharply. At the peak of the 7th realm, he had only managed to condense a 30-meter avatar. Yet Lin Fan, at most at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, manifested a 50-meter avatar. Such formidable and peculiar prowess could only belong to the most elite SSS rank abilities. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. The stronger Lin Fan became, the better it would be for the Global Academy competition in 2 years. A smile graced Principal Qin's face. As the battle progressed, Lin Fan became increasingly exhilarated. The primal nature of combat allowed his body to reach its full potential. The 8 gates of Duanjia, first gate. Open! Lin Fan's speed and strength surged, pressing Li Kai back relentlessly. Li Kai was knocked back 2 steps, cracking his neck. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. Lin Fan sensed this escalation and focused intently. Li Kai threw a punch at Lin Fan. His speed and strength doubled compared to before. However, Lin Fan had also opened the 8 gates, significantly enhancing his own power. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the arena's barrier. This is exhilarating, Lin Fan beamed at Li Kai. I feel the same. Li Kai replied with a grin, a momentary bond of mutual respect forming between them. However, I must win. Thus, you need to step down. Li Kai's expression turned serious, his aura peaking. Let us settle this with one decisive blow. Lin Fan replied calmly. Agreed. Li Kai tightly closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy into his fist. Lin Fan hesitated not. Opening 2 more gates, his body flushed crimson, enveloped in a faint green light. Principal Qin's eyes brightened at this sight. Lin Fan had many hidden cards. He had not utilized this technique when blocking the gates of Magic City University. A serious punch, Li Kai bellowed. His right fist launched toward Lin Fan. A massive energy shockwave surged forth, and Lin Fan extended his right hand, delivering a counterpunch. Boom! The barrier trembled violently from their collision. All eyes were fixed on Lin Fan and Li Kai. Few, both Lin Fan and Li Kai collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, utterly spent. I must win. Li Kai was the first to rise, struggling to approach Lin Fan. Yet after only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Silver light began to envelop him for teleportation. Lin Fan stood up and called out to Principal Qin. With a wave of his hand, the silver light halted momentarily, signaling Lin Fan to speak. I wish to request a draw. What? Lin Fan's unexpected declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, and no one ever requests a draw. Especially when Lin Fan had clearly emerged victorious. Everyone recognized that Li Kai had exhausted himself. Very well. Principal Qin pondered briefly before agreeing to Lin Fan's request for a draw. This was a reasonable demand he could accommodate. Wait! A voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd turned to the source of the voice. Noticing the attention, Zhao Tian addressed Principal Qin unhurriedly. Principal Qin, this is not in accordance with the rules in all the years of the freshman competition. There has never been an outcome of a draw. Principal Qin regarded Zhao Tian, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his glasses. Zhao Tian was indeed meddlesome. Neither Lin Fan nor Li Kai had objected. Yet he felt the need to assert his presence. However, the matter warranted consideration. After all, Zhao Tian's family, the Zhao clan, was the second largest in the imperial capital. 20% of the cultivation resources and funding for Imperial Capital University came from the Zhao family. If he were to disregard Zhao Tian's words, and the family were to retaliate, it would significantly impact the university's operations. Principal Qin turned to Lin Fan, clearly conflicted. Lin Fan recognized Principal Qin's dilemma and shot a cold glance at Zhao Tian. This Zhao Tian would not be forgotten. Should they meet in the next round, he would ensure a profound lesson was delivered. Zhao Tian remained oblivious to Lin Fan's gaze, dismissing him as a mere clown who had appeared from nowhere. If this fool did not recognize his place, he would soon learn that the heir of the Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Thank you. But never mind, Li Kai struggled to his feet and approached Lin Fan. He expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan, yet he did not wish to place Lin Fan in a difficult position. I can concede, but you must not lose again. Lin Fan patted Li Kai on the shoulder, turned to Principal Qin and proclaimed loudly, since a tie is impossible, I concede. What? The crowd exclaimed in unison. Did you not hear me? Allow me to repeat. I concede. Lin Fan slowed his pace, enunciating each word clearly. To concede is one thing, but to do so with such audacity is quite another. Truly, it is absurd. Having secured a steady victory, yet still opting to concede. What pretense is this? Indeed, this individual is nothing but a mere jester. I suspect he simply wishes to show off, echoed Gu Fei in agreement. Listening to the crowd's derision, Lin Fan maintained a stoic expression. However, Principal Qin on the high platform was drenched in sweat, genuinely fearful that Lin Fan, this little tyrant, might take umbrage and block the entrance to the Imperial Capital University. Moreover, Lin Fan possessed the actual capability to do so. The principal of Magic City University, Ji Hong, had already suffered disgrace for being thwarted by Lin Fan at the entrance. He certainly did not wish to share that fate. If all else failed, he would simply call it a draw. As for the 10% of resources and funding, he could do without. He could grit his teeth and endure. Lin Fan, perceiving Principal Qin's anxiety, offered him a reassuring smile. Principal Qin, I concede. Please announce the result. Very well. Principal Qin cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan has lost. Li Kai has triumphed. 2 beams of silver light envelop Lin Fan and Li Kai, teleporting them away. A -1 appeared on the token in Lin Fan's hand. Thank you. Li Kai managed to bow deeply to Lin Fan, but before he could complete the gesture, his eyes fluttered shut as he began to collapse. Lin Fan swiftly caught him. The school doctor immediately stepped forward to attend to Li Kai, while Lin Fan settled on the playground, awaiting the next round. His earlier concession was due to Li Kai's physical prowess, which could not guarantee victory against formidable opponents. He could afford to lose. For he did not care about the outcome of this contest. He was acutely aware of his own strength. He had refrained from using his powers and engaged Li Kai solely in a test of physical skill because he appreciated Li Kai. Individuals like Li Kai, who dedicate themselves to a singular pursuit, are rare. Chapter 64. Confrontation with Lin Yao. Having a system while Li Kai did not, he was merely matching efforts with him. Had Li Kai possessed the 8 gates of Duanjia, the outcome would have been entirely different. 10 minutes later, the second round concluded. After this round, another 50 individuals were eliminated, leaving only 51 from the original 110. 30 minutes later, the third round commenced. On the high platform, Principal Qin announced, Lin Fan, activate your Hashirama cells to begin recovery. He had sustained minor injuries from the fierce battle with Li Kai, but nothing serious. He would recover promptly. Currently, the best record was 2 victories. The next best was 1 win and 1 loss, with only 15 individuals boasting 2 victories. Moving forward, he could not afford to lose again. The 30 minutes passed swiftly, and the third round began. The tokens in everyone's hands underwent a transformation. In the next moment, 50 individuals were teleported to the arena, and the fortunate individual who had a bye was none other than Gu Fei. He stood alone on the playground, observing the battles unfolding in the arena. Lin Fan was teleported to the arena, and 3 seconds later, his opponent materialized before him. Upon seeing who it was, Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Brother, is it really you? Lin Yao scanned Lin Fan, and in that moment, he confirmed that the person before him was indeed Lin Fan. My dear younger brother, I never expected you to come to the Imperial Capital University. Lin Fan regarded Lin Yao with little change in his emotional demeanor. Brother. Lin Yao was overwhelmed with questions, yet the contest took precedence. he had struggled to gain admission through special recruitment and without any background. This freshman competition was crucial for him. He needed to win to secure a higher ranking. Only then would mentors be willing to accept him. Moreover, facing Lin Fan was an opportunity to prove himself. Brother, I am now in the mid-stage of the third realm. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Recalling the defeat he suffered at the hands of Lin Fan in Yong'an City, Lin Yao clenched his hands tightly. Vowing silently, Lin Fan discerned Lin Yao's thoughts and calmly stated, "Come forth, brother. Do not underestimate me." Light slash. A 5-meter-long sword of light materialized in Lin Yao's hands. He raised the longsword and slashed at Lin Fan. "Oh, foolish brother!" Lin Fan activated his Manjiki Sharingan and decisively unleashed his Kamui. The sword of light struck Lin Fan's body but passed harmlessly through him, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "How is this possible?" Lin Yao exclaimed. Astonished that his attack had missed, he stepped back several paces, bewildered by the bizarre scene. Principal Qin, observing Lin Fan's crimson eyes, recalled the information regarding Lin Fan's ability, a C-grade ocular ability. However, it must now be an SSS-grade ability. The destruction of Yong'an City had profoundly affected Lin Fan, leading to a second awakening of his powers. There was even a possibility of a third awakening following the second. While such odds were low, they did exist. Otherwise, it was preposterous for a C-grade ability to evolve directly into an SSS-grade. In truth, Principal Qin's conjecture was correct. Lin Fan had indeed undergone 3 awakenings. The second awakening had seen his 2-Tomo Sharingan evolve into a 3-Tomo Sharingan, while the third awakening transformed the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Manjiki Sharingan. However, the Manjiki Sharingan was not yet a true SSS grade. A genuine SSS grade ability would be flawless. No, I must have misjudged. Lin Yao tightened his grip on the light sword. He was already a mid-stage third realm practitioner, an S-grade genius, and his power had undergone a qualitative transformation. His brother, with a mere C-grade ability, could not possibly surpass him. Brother, this level of strength is truly disappointing. Lin Fan's icy voice reached Lin Yao's ears. Brother, do not underestimate me. Phenomenon, appear. Lin Yao clasped his hands together, and a 3-meter sun materialized behind him. The sun emitted an intense heat, causing even those on other arenas to feel its warmth. The initial manifestation of the phenomenon was commendable. Principal Qin nodded slightly as he observed the sun behind Lin Yao. The initial manifestation of a phenomenon is something only an S-grade ability genius could achieve, but not every S-grade genius would succeed. It required a certain level of talent and comprehension to accomplish. If memory serves, this Lin Yao should be Lin Fan's brother. The emergence of these two geniuses in Yong'an City, even if it led to destruction, would be of little consequence. Moreover, it could prove advantageous. The greater their hatred for the White Lotus cult, the more diligently they would train. Principal Qin's calculations were astute, yet he remained unaware of Lin Fan's actions in Yong'an City. Had he known? He would think differently. Brother, this time I will surely defeat you. Lin Yao disregarded the depletion of his mental energy, continuously amplifying his spiritual force, causing the sun behind him to grow from 3 meters to 4. Go! With a gesture, he directed the sun to crash down upon Lin Fan. Is this truly the extent of your power? As the sun descended towards him, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Kamui! The sun was drawn into the Kamui space, as if it had never existed. What? Lin Yao's eyes bulged in disbelief. This strike was meant to be a trump card, intended for the final round? To catch his opponent off guard, he had not even unleashed it against Zhao Tian previously. The fact that it had caused Lin Fan no harm was inconceivable. Impossible, impossible, brother. How can you possess spatial abilities? Lin Yao cried out in despair. Why, foolish brother, descend. With a single punch, Lin Fan sent Lin Yao tumbling off the arena. No, I have not lost. Lin Yao sprang to his feet, attempting to climb back onto the arena. But a beam of silver light teleported him back to the playground. He had lost, accumulating 2 defeats. No, I have not lost. I demand another battle. Lin Yao's emotions ran high as he surged towards the arena. Yet an unseen force restrained him. A loss is a loss. Do not be a sore loser. A middle-aged man descended from the sky. Lin Yao gazed at the man with reverence, a walk upon air. One must either be a spatial ability user of the 6th realm or a practitioner of the 7th realm. Both are figures he could only aspire to. It is this person, Principal Qin remarked with a slight smile. The man gently ruffled Lin Yao's hair, speaking in a kindly tone. Your talent is commendable, but your character requires refinement. Now, are you willing to become my disciple? I am willing. I am willing. Lin Yao nodded fervently. Having such a powerful individual as a mentor would significantly ease his future cultivation journey. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Jingguang, a mid-stage 7th realm light ability user. Once the freshman competition concludes, I shall seek you out, or you may leave with me now. Chapter 65. Zhao Xiaoming. I choose to leave with my teacher. Without hesitation, Lin Yao opted to depart with Chu Jingguang. The latter lifted Lin Yao effortlessly, and in a flash, they appeared in the air. High above, Lin Yao looked down at Lin Fan on the playground, his once dim gaze now filled with renewed confidence. With a mid-stage 7th realm practitioner as his mentor, he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, as a light ability user, Chu Jingguang would be able to guide him more effectively. Even if I am slightly behind now, it matters not that I will swiftly make progress. And in no time, I shall catch up to my brother. Brother, when we meet next, I will surely triumph over you. On the playground, Lin Fan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He sat on the ground, resting and awaiting the next round. 13 minutes later, the third round concluded. Out of 51 participants, 30 were eliminated, leaving only 20-1. Li Kai collapsed onto the ground. He had encountered a formidable opponent in the third round, fighting fiercely until he was bloodied. After receiving treatment from the school nurse, he felt somewhat better. However, his mental energy was completely depleted. Lacking any mental energy potions, he could only wait for his strength to recover naturally. He pondered whether he could fully regain his mental energy in 30 minutes. As Li Kai lay on the ground in contemplation, Lin Fan approached and helped him up. Thank you, Li Kai said. Appearing rather bashful. No need for thanks, Lin Fan replied with a smile, producing a bottle of mental energy potion and handing it to Li Kai. I can't accept this, Li Kai quickly declined. Take it? Otherwise, you might not fully recover your mental energy, Lin Fan insisted, placing the potion firmly in Li Kai's hands. Thank you, Li Kai said, unable to refuse any longer, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Do your best, Lin Fan encouraged, patting Li Kai on the shoulder before departing. The 30 minutes passed swiftly, and the fourth round commenced. Surprisingly, Gu Fei was once again exempted from this round, prompting the onlookers to exclaim about foul play. Principal Qin carefully inspected the situation, and upon confirming that no one was tampering with the proceedings, he declared loudly, "No issues here." Meanwhile, Gu Fei on the playground was also incensed, feeling underestimated. With a flash, Lin Fan was transported to the arena. This time, his opponent was a woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her upper body clad in a black tank top that hugged her curves, complemented by a loose windbreaker. She wore shorts, and her long legs were encased in black stockings. The spectators couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her. Upon seeing Lin Fan across from her, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" Before asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Lin Fan retorted, unwilling to indulge her. You don't even know who I am? The woman pointed at Lin Fan incredulously. Who are you? Lin Fan felt bemused. They were strangers, so why should he know her? Listen closely. I am Zhao Xiaoming. Make sure you remember this name, for soon I shall beat you to a pulp. Zhao Xiaoming declared, raising her fist in a challenge. To beat me to a pulp. You possess quite the audacity. However, since you have revealed your name, allow me to introduce myself as well. That I am Lin Fan. Well, at least you have the guts to share your name. That makes you somewhat of a man, but you will still be defeated by me. Zhao Xiaoming swung her fist at Lin Fan, creating a sonic boom in the air. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he barely managed to evade the blow by opening two gates. Go withstand my strike. You do have some skill, however. Your earlier concession was far too loud. There is no such thing as yielding in that manner. Today, I shall teach you what true submission should look like. Glimmering with light, Zhao Xiaoming sprouted a pair of golden wings from her back and conjured a long sword forged from light elements. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared into the sky. Lin Fan, submit to your judgment. Her voice was cold, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Who gives you the courage to judge me? Lin Fan retorted, drawing his magical blade Shenron and pointing it skyward. I give it to myself. Zhao Xiaoming roared, diving towards Lin Fan from above. Her long sword sliced through the air at incredible speed. But Lin Fan sidestepped the attack. Realizing her strike had been evaded, Zhao Xiaoming retreated into the sky, creating distance. Light fall. She raised her sword high, drawing and surrounding light elements to coalesce around her golden blade. The sword elongated from 1 meter to 6 slash. Zhao Xiaoming commanded, her 10-meter sword cleaving down towards Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Lin Fan unleashed his divine might. The 6-meter sword passed harmlessly through his form, inflicting no damage. Damn it, not again. Zhao Xiaoming spat, observing the scene from above. Having witnessed Lin Fan's previous battles, she was aware of his spatial abilities. However, it was absurd for a spatial ability user to wield such power. This Lin Fan's spatial ability was undoubtedly of a high caliber, at least S rank, perhaps even SS rank. Dual abilities, SS rank spatial power, and A rank physical prowess. She would need to proceed with caution. Yet, utilizing such phasing must consume considerable mental energy. She resolved to deplete his reserves instead. Her mental energy, at the peak of the 3rd stage, would surely outlast his. With that thought, Zhao Xiaoming continued her assault. Light needles, light elements congealed into projectiles, shooting towards Lin Fan. Unfortunately for her, it was futile. Lin Fan maintained his divine might. Observing Zhao Xiaoming in the sky, Lin Fan understood her intentions. She wished to compete in mental endurance. He was more than willing to oblige. For the next few minutes, Lin Fan refrained from launching any counterattacks, allowing her projectiles to rain down upon him as he sustained his divine might. 4 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoming was panting heavily. She had expended considerable energy maintaining her winged form while continuously attacking, leaving her with only 20% of her mental reserves. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's mental energy seemed inexhaustible as he continued to utilize his phasing ability. If she persisted, she would exhaust herself entirely and be unable to maintain her wings. This Lin Fan was truly bothersome. Zhao Xiaoming spat in frustration. You've attacked for so long. It's my turn to have some fun. To her, Lin Fan's words were akin to a grave insult. Lin Fan, you are dead. Enraged, Zhao Xiaoming charged at him with her long sword drawn. Now, Lin Fan leaped forcefully, pulling the 3-meter-high Zhao Xiaoming down with him. Chapter 66, Equivalent Exchange. Just as Zhao Xiaoming intended to resist, Lin Fan's fist came crashing down. Before she could finish, Lin Fan delivered another punch to her face. Zhao Xiaoming felt wronged, almost brought to tears. How could she, the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family and a renowned beauty in the capital, be struck by this uncouth oaf? I let you hit me. You think you're impressive in the air? Huh? Lin Fan was seething with rage as he raised his hand and delivered a flurry of strikes to Zhao Xiaoming's backside. Lin Fan, you are courting death. Just as the battle concluded, Zhao Tian, who had been transported to the playground, witnessed this scene and felt his fury boiling over, nearly causing him to lose his composure. His sister, the little princess of the Zhao family, humiliated before so many spectators. Even their father, the head of the Zhao family, would never dare to strike his sister. Anger surged within him like a raging inferno. Zhao Tian rushed to the arena, poised to shatter the barrier surrounding it. Zhao Tian, do not interfere with the match. Principal Qin's voice rang out from above. I don't care. Let me in. Zhao Tian appeared to have lost all reason, attacking the barrier without regard for Principal Qin's warning. Enough, Principal Qin bellowed, sending Zhao Tian flying back with an invisible force. The match had not concluded. Zhao Xiaoming had not conceded. If you act now, you will be disregarding the rules. I can't have you sent to the inspection office. Principal Qin's words brought Zhao Tian back to his senses. Indeed, should he act out, he would be violating the rules. Although the Zhao family could potentially rescue him from the inspection office, it would require considerable effort. Yet now, his sister had been publicly humiliated by Lin Fan, a direct affront to the Zhao family's honor. Lin Fan, cease this at once, and I will not hold it against you. Zhao Tian forced a smile onto his handsome face. You think I will stop just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Lin Fan continued his actions unabated, striking Zhao Xiaoming's backside. Lin Fan, the Zhao family is not one you can offend. You should show some respect, Zhao Tian threatened. Respect? Your respect is akin to that of a doormat. You, Zhao Tian, pointing at Lin Fan, was rendered speechless with rage. After 30 seconds, he finally managed to utter, very well. Remember what you just said. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan finally ceased his actions, not out of desire but out of fatigue. I concede. Zhao Xiaoming cried out, Her voice laced with tears, a silver light descended swiftly, transporting her from the arena back to the playground. "Sister!" Zhao Tian rushed to her side, enveloping her in a protective embrace. "Brother!" Tears streamed down Zhao Xiaoming's face as she sobbed in distress. "Do not worry. Brother will avenge you." Zhao Tian comforted her, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, hands shoved deep into his pockets. "You have guts, kid. Just pray that you do not encounter me in the next round." "Hee hee." Lin Fan let out a cold chuckle, remaining seated as he retrieved a mental energy potion to begin his recovery. After continuously utilizing the divine might for 5 minutes, his mental energy had been considerably depleted. He needed to seize the moment to recuperate. 7 minutes later, the fourth round concluded, resulting in the elimination of 12 out of 21 participants. Including Lin Fan, only 9 individuals remained in the arena. This round should yield a definitive victor. Principal Qin observed the remaining 9 contestants. To expedite proceedings, the 5th round commenced immediately. As per the usual protocol, one individual would have ABYE.as the words left his lips. A golden light enveloped Li Kai, granting him the fortune of a bye in this round. The remaining 8 were illuminated by silvery radiance, transported to 4 separate arenas. "What splendid luck to encounter you," Zhao Tian remarked with a friendly smile, though his eyes glinted with a subtle murderous intent. "The eldest son of the Zhao family from the imperial capital, I wonder how formidable you truly are?" Lin Fan regarded Zhao Tian with an air of nonchalance. That faint murderous intent posed no threat to him. "Kid, I could easily defeat you." Zhao Tian brandished a black longsword, pointing it at Lin Fan. Exuding confidence in this year's freshman class at the Imperial Capital University, aside from that SSS class anomaly Yi Chun, whom he could not contend with, he believed he could easily triumph over anyone else. This Lin Fan, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, could he possibly surpass Yi Chen, the S-class freak? With that thought, he placed his right hand upon the long sword, which instantly erupted in a dazzling golden light. Slash! The long sword, infused with an overwhelming aura, was aimed at Lin Fan. Divine might? Lin Fan's kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled, causing him to become ethereal. The spatial abilities were indeed troublesome. However, you are up against me in the next moment. Zhao Tian produced a black grinding disc. He channeled his mental energy into the disc. Principal Qin, observing the black grinding disc from his high platform, felt a surge of golden light emanate from beneath his glasses. The Zhao family even provided this for Zhao Tian. Yet, even so, you cannot defeat Lin Fan on the arena. Lin Fan remained vigilant, keeping his eyes trained on the black grinding disc while activating divine might to guard against any sneak attacks from Zhao Tian. However, the black grinding disc merely flashed once before falling silent. "Is this your trump card?" Lin Fan smirked disdainfully. "Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall cease to smile." Zhao Tian revealed a sinister grin as he regarded Lin Fan. In the next moment, he directed the long sword towards himself. Lin Fan felt a sweetness at the back of his throat, blood spilling forth from his mouth. "What is happening? I have been activating divine might this entire time. How could I sustain an injury?" "Kid, still laughing?" Zhao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then summoned the light element for healing. The bleeding halted instantly, and the wound began to mend rapidly. Lin Fan stared at the black grinding disc radiating a dark light, his pupils dilating. Just then, Principal Qin spoke in a calm tone from his elevated position. "A ground-level auxiliary spirit artifact. Equivalent exchange." Equivalent exchange, as the name suggests, entails a reciprocal exchange. The injuries and pain suffered by oneself are entirely transferred to the opponent, unaffected by factors such as space or time. It can be deemed a life-risking spirit artifact. Lin Fan, savor the agony. Zhao Tian's expression became frenzied as he glared furiously at Lin Fan. Blood continued to gush from Lin Fan's mouth. "Laugh now. Why the sudden silence? Are you simply not born to smile?" Zhao Tian's lips were smeared with blood, yet he appeared exhilarated. He possessed an S-class light-based ability, and his self-healing prowess far surpassed Lin Fan's spatial abilities. He was confident that he could force Lin Fan into submission, perhaps even compel him to kneel and beg for mercy. Alas, Zhao Tian's calculations were in vain. This tactic would be ineffective against Lin Fan. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly concede, perhaps even grovel and surrender. But Lin Fan possessed the cells of Hashirama, granting him a recovery capacity that far exceeded Zhao Tian's. Chapter 67, Illusions. You think you can be ruthless? I have never been afraid. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, then drew a dagger, his crimson eyes ablaze with madness. I shall see who breaks first. Zhao Tian also coughed up blood. You are the first to dare injure yourself while I invoke equivalent exchange. However, you dared to publicly strike my sister's backside, thus tarnishing the Zhao family's honor. As her elder brother, I shall not allow my sister to be humiliated. Moreover, my Zhao family is not one you may provoke. So prepare to pay with your life. With that, Zhao Tian thrust the sword into himself again. Both men bled from the corners of their mouths. Death, you shall die first. Lin Fan's gaze was fierce as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Tian. Principal Qin furrowed his brow. This was no mere contest between Lin Fan and Zhao Tian. It had escalated to a life-and-death struggle. If this continued, someone was bound to perish. This contest could not proceed any further. Zhao Tian, as the eldest son of the Zhao family, represented a key provider of cultivation resources for the Imperial Capital University. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was an SSS class prodigy. He could not stand idly by while either Lin Fan or Zhao Tian faced death in this arena. Principal Qin acted swiftly, and the barrier around the arena shattered in an instant. The two self-harming participants were bound by an invisible force, rendered immobile. The match isn't over yet. Why did you intervene? Principal Qin, Zhao Tian, drenched in blood, glared at him. Zhao Tian, enough of this. No. This matter is not finished. The Zhao family cannot be dishonored. Lin Fan must pay the price. Zhao Tian's bloodshot eyes fixated on Principal Qin. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Zhao Tian. This Zhao Tian was seeking death, and he would accompany him to the bitter end. The Hashirama cells were no mere decoration. That is enough. Principal Qin bellowed, and in an instant, Zhao Tian was teleported off the arena. The next moment, he collapsed on the playground, unconscious. The school physician rushed to provide treatment and subsequently placed him on a stretcher. Lin Fan was also transported to the playground by Silvery Light. The school physician promptly approached Lin Fan to administer care. Lin Fan's injuries were shocking, and his clothes were drenched in blood. After a minute of treatment, the bleeding from Lin Fan's wounds ceased. You are gravely injured. You cannot participate in the next round. The physician cautioned before departing. This level of injury is hardly a concern. Lin Fan glanced at his wounds, unperturbed. Were it not for the fear of revealing his Hashirama cells, he could have healed himself from such wounds easily. Do as you wish. I have already given my warning. The physician departed nonchalantly. 3 minutes later, this round concluded. Aside from the fortunate Li Kai, 4 more were eliminated. Out of a total of 110 participants, only Li Kai, Lin Fan, Gu Fei, Zhao Xiaoming, and a strikingly handsome young man remained. Only 5 contestants were left. I shall now announce the final rules. In 20 minutes, a free-for-all will commence. Whoever stands last will be declared the champion of this year's freshman competition. Principal Qin's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Lin Fan, how about we join forces during the free-for-all? Li Kai approached Lin Fan, proposing. Agreed. Lin Fan replied in a hushed tone. Zhao Xiaoming also leaned towards the handsome young man. Whispering a few words, the young man smiled and nodded in response. Meanwhile, Gu Fei stood still, his thoughts a mystery to all. Time passed slowly, and 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. The free-for-all began, as Principal Qin's words echoed. 5 silvery beams of light transported the 5 contestants to a vast arena. Lin Fan, you should step down. Zhao Xiaoming's wings fluttered behind her as she swung her golden longsword toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan parried the golden sword with his magical dagger. Qianrendato. Miss Zhao seems quite flustered. Yet, I must admit, the sensation earlier was rather pleasant. Lin Fan waved his left hand in front of Zhao Xiaoming. Lin Fan, you're courting death. Zhao Xiaoming increased the force behind her strike. Yet Lin Fan easily countered. You don't fancy me, do you? Why exert so much effort? Lin Fan's words provoked Zhao Xiaoming, intensifying her assault. You little brat, once I bring you to your knees, let us see how cocky you remain. Your eagerness is rather amusing. Perhaps we shall have a proper discussion after this match concludes. Lin Fan continued to provoke Zhao Xiaoming. Oh dear, Zhao Xiaoming, now livid, disregarded the toll on her mental energy and launched a full frontal assault. In response, Lin Fan merely activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, deftly evading her strikes. The other 3 contestants in the arena observed the spectacle quietly. Refraining from intervening, Li Kai remained vigilant. eyeing Gu Fei and the handsome young man. He may not be able to outmatch them, but if they were to attack, he would defend. While he couldn't guarantee stopping both, he could at least halt one at that moment. The handsome young man stepped forward, prompting Li Kai to become immediately alert. Don't be tense. I merely grew weary standing and took a few steps, the young man said amicably. Still, Li Kai kept his gaze fixed on him, not letting his guard down. You're far too tense. I harbor no ill intentions. The young man flashed a smile, yet, in the next instant, he suddenly pointed his right hand at Lin Fan. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. This is Beat Li Kai was about to act. But it was already too late. A massive vine structure descended from the heavens, ensnaring Lin Fan, who found his feet tightly bound by the vines. Got you. In the sky, Zhao Xiaoming ceased her assault, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Lin Fan, how are you faring? The young man approached Lin Fan at a leisurely pace, a rather commendable scheme, one that even managed to deceive me. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, calmly observing the approaching man. Brother Yichun, how would you rate my acting skills? Zhao Xiaoming, having fallen to the ground, inched closer to Yichun. Quite impressive indeed, he replied, affectionately patting her head. Lin Fan, you might think I am enraged, but that is merely your perception. With a mouthful of vile words now bound, I shall take it upon myself to educate you properly. Zhao Xiaoming advanced toward Lin Fan, brandishing a long sword. Hee hee hee. Lin Fan suddenly erupted into a bizarre laughter. What is so amusing? Yi Chan inquired. You underestimate the power of spatial abilities, Lin Fan proclaimed. Shenwei. His three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope, and he began to fade from view, although his legs remained ensnared by vines. You startled me. I thought it was an exceptionally potent move, Zhao Xiaoming remarked, patting her ample chest. Just a display of bravado. Yi Chen retorted dismissively. But it is far from over. Lin Fan grinned broadly, raising his demonic blade. Qianren. Aw, Zhao Xiaoming screamed. For as a young lady of the Zhao family, accustomed to a life of luxury in the imperial capital, she had never beheld such a gruesome sight. I am perishing so tragically. Lin Fan floated before Zhao Xiaoming, hands waving as though he were a vengeful specter from the netherworld. Do not come any closer. Zhao Xiaoming retreated step by step, her golden longsword slashing at the ethereal Lin Fan. Yet he moved like a true ghost. No matter how she struck, he bore no wounds. Desperate, Zhao Xiaoming sought Yi Chen's assistance. However, he stood motionless, a statue in the fray. Lin Fan approached Zhao Xiaoming, placing a hand on her shoulder, his eyes bulging as he gazed at her. Oh, what is happening? Why have the three of them ceased fighting? Indeed, why are Li Kai and Gu Fei also refraining from engaging? This situation is truly peculiar. She has moved. Goddess Zhao has made a move. The crowd turned their attention to the arena. Zhao Xiaoming, eyes filled with dread, stumbled back and fell to the ground. She pointed at Lin Fan, trembling as she spoke. You are no human. You are a demon from hell. A demon. If that is your belief, so be it. Yet, such matters are inconsequential now. Lin Fan stood before Zhao Xiaoming, patting her shoulder. Indeed, everything that transpired moments ago was merely an illusion. Truly magnificent. Such a sophisticated illusion, even I was deceived. Yi Chen scrutinized Lin Fan, his gaze brimming with aggression. You must be the SS-grade genius from the Imperial Capital University. Correct? Indeed, that would be me. What business do you have? Nothing of significance. Just recently, I brought another self-proclaimed SS-grade prodigy to his knees. I wonder how many moves your SSS-grade genius can withstand against me. You are quite arrogant, young man. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of humility. Yi Chen cracked his knuckles, visibly displeased. As the eldest son of the Yi family, the crown prince of the imperial capital, he could not tolerate Lin Fan's ostentatiousness. Humble? I have always been quite modest. Lin Fan shook his head innocently. Count me in. I have long harbored disdain for him as well. Ji Yufei approached Yi Chen. He had long held a grudge against Lin Fan. As for Zhao Xiaoming, she was momentarily stripped of her will to fight due to Lin Fan's fright and was promptly teleported away. I can hold one of them off. Li Kai stepped forward, declaring, Very well, you restrain Gu Fei, and I shall deal with this Yi Chen. Lin Fan instructed. Agreed. No problem, Li Kai affirmed. Just right, Lin Fan. I need to have a proper discussion with you. Yichun cracked his neck, his eyes ablaze with rage. He shared a close bond with Zhao Xiaoming, even harboring romantic feelings. Thus her public humiliation at Lin Fan's hands was intolerable. He had never even spanked Zhao Xiaoming himself. But now, he could openly obliterate Lin Fan. He aimed to demonstrate that not everyone embodies the archetype of a hot-blooded protagonist. Then come, Lin Fan stepped forward, revealing his Peak 3 Realms aura without disguise. Peak of the 3 Realms? This Lin Fan is actually at the peak of the 3 Realms. I recall that among this year's newcomers, the highest realm was only at the late stages of the 3 Realms. No wonder he is so arrogant. It appears he has the right to be. But you are not the only one at the peak of the 3 Realms. Wei Yichun remarked nonchalantly, stepping forward as well. His own Peak 3 Realms cultivation on full display. Peak of the 3 Realms, young Master Yi is also at the peak of the 3 Realms. This time, Lin Fan is bound to lose. That is uncertain. Both are at the peak of the 3 Realms, and it will depend on their respective strengths, as the crowd discussed. A smirk crept onto Yichun's lips. He had just broken through to the peak of the 3 Realms the previous day and had yet to showcase it publicly. Today would serve as the perfect opportunity, aided by Lin Fan. Truly, the eldest son of the Yi family commands an impressive presence. Young man, knowing my identity yet refusing to concede. Lin Fan could not contain himself, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yichun seethed with anger. In such a solemn setting. Lin Fan dared to chuckle. Apologies. I suddenly recalled something amusing. Lin Fan quickly covered his mouth, fearful of laughing again. Release your grip, do you hear me? Yichun bellowed. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan could not restrain himself and laughed once more. You seek death. Yichun could no longer contain his fury and struck out. Gu Fei followed suit. Li Kai immediately intervened, engaging Gu Fei in battle. Aware of his limitations, Li Kai knew he could never best Yichun, this SSS-grade genius. Flame Fist. Instantly, searing flames coalesced around Yichun's wrist and clenched fist. An SSS-grade fire ability? Lin Fan twisted his neck, making no attempt to defend himself. You are far too arrogant, young man. Do not blame me if you are severely injured. Wei Yichun unleashed a punch. The blazing fire dragon surging towards Lin Fan with intense heat. Lin Fan advanced, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning, his entire form becoming ethereal. The fire dragon surged through Lin Fan, crashing against the barrier, causing it to tremble. Yichun's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Lin Fan could move while ethereal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan delivered a punch toward Yichun. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. Magong. A torrent of leaves materialized before Yichun, absorbing Lin Fan's blow. Wood abilities? I thought Yichun wielded an SSS-grade fire ability. How does he possess wood capabilities as well? And Lin Fan has spatial, strength, and even illusion abilities indeed. While you allow Lin Fan to utilize his advantages, you would not permit young Master Yi to do the same. The arena's Lin Fan and Yichun disregarded the spectators. Their gazes sharp and unwavering as they faced each other. I have underestimated you. I did not expect spatial abilities to be this formidable. Likewise, Lin Fan replied with a smile, regarding Yichun with warmth. Yichun mirrored the smile, looking at Lin Fan at that moment. The two appeared as old friends reuniting after many years. This scene left the onlookers bewildered. Just a minute ago, they were at odds. How had they suddenly both broken into smiles? Surely, young master, you would not develop an infatuation with Lin Fan? Ugh, how disgusting. Young Master Yi belongs to me. He would never take a liking to a homely duckling like you. Lin Fan, I concede that you possess some strength. However, to strike Xiaoming in public is utterly unacceptable. I must impart a profound lesson upon you. Elemental armament. The fire element transformed into a pair of colossal fiery wings. Lifting Yichun into the air, the gold element morphed into sturdy armor, encasing Yichun. The wood element coalesced into gauntlets that adorned Yichun's hands. Goodness, fire, gold, and wood elements. Furthermore, the more astonishing fact is that he can now summon elemental armament. This requires an exceptionally high affinity for elements. Is this the prowess of an SSS-grade genius? The principal Qin observed this scene with fiery intensity in his eyes behind his glasses. 3 Elemental armaments. Even with the support of an SSS-grade elemental deity, it is not easily achieved. Truly, the prodigal son of the Yi family, Lin Fan, kneel before me. Die in the sky. Yichun dove down. his fists poised to strike Lin Fan with tremendous force. Lin Fan opened two gates to block the attack. Yi Chun swung his right hand, sending a jet of water toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped, evading the strike. You are quite adept at dodging. Are you afraid to face me head-on? Yi Chun hovered above, his fiery wings fanning the flames. If you wish for me to confront you directly, then I shall oblige. Lin Fan grinned. Duh. Why? Yi Chun pointed at Lin Fan. What do you mean by you? If you cannot win, then cease your barking. Very well, very well. Why? Yi Chun's veins bulged from his right hand, and a grimace marred his face. Just wait until you are lying on the ground. I wonder if you can still be so sharp-tongued. He pointed with his right hand, and countless thick vines began to entwine and rush towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body twisted and turned as he swiftly evaded the approaching vines. However, these vines moved with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Fan momentarily flustered. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Fan was dodging, Yi Chun concentrated and formed a spherical energy orb in his hand. Surrounding it were the three elements of gold, fire, and wood, coexisting in an incredible balance. The energy emanating from the sphere caused many onlookers to narrow their eyes in shock. Go. The energy orb hurtled towards Lin Fan with great velocity. As Lin Fan continued to dodge the vines, the hairs on his body stood on end. Without hesitation, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly. The orb drew nearer to Lin Fan, ultimately being sent into the Kamui space when it was merely 2 inches from his nose. That was close. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Had that tri-elemental energy orb exploded before him, he would surely have faced severe injury, if not death. Yi Chun's ability to fuse these 3 elements in such a short span of time required a high affinity for all 3 elements. Truly, Yi Chun is worthy of being called an SSS-level genius. His strength is formidable. Yi Chun in the sky was taken aback. He had previously battled space manipulators, but even they could not so effortlessly transport his tri-elemental orb. The energy transmitted by space manipulators has its limitations. They cannot disregard energy intensity. The tri-elemental orb he conjured would require considerable effort even from an SSS-level space manipulator. I underestimated you. The fact that you could teleport away my attack indicates your true ability is likely SSS-level space manipulation. It is hardly surprising that Yi Chun thought this way. Only an SSS-level ability could possess such power. Some records indicate that SSS-level abilities not only have immense strength but also possess other capabilities. Given that Yi Chun himself is also an SSS-level ability user, his conviction only deepened. In response to Yi Chun's deductions, Lin Fan neither confirmed nor denied them. He simply gazed at Yi Chun and said coolly, "Are you done? Once you are, you can leave." "All right, fine." The expression on Yi Chun's face twisted with rage as he dispelled the wooden elemental armor from his hands. He unleashed a jet of water from his right hand and a fiery punch from his left. As the attacks came, Lin Fan continuously evaded. Golden binding, numerous metallic objects flew in from all directions, attempting to ensnare Lin Fan. Lin Fan activated his intangibility once more, causing the metallic chains to fall harmlessly to the ground. Seizing this brief moment, Yi Chun summoned his mental energy to manipulate the surrounding elements. The rich presence of gold, fire, and wood elements manifested simultaneously. With a wave of his hand, the 3 elements fused instantaneously into an energy orb. "Water, come!" Yi Chun shouted furiously, incorporating the water element into the energy sphere. Lin Fan, on the ground, had evaded all attacks but chose not to retaliate. Instead, he watched Yi Chun in the sky with keen interest. He wanted to see just what kind of formidable attack Yi Chun could unleash. Seeing that Lin Fan did not hinder him, Yi Chun grew exhilarated. "Lin Fan, you are courting death. Do not blame me." "Earth, come." The surrounding earth element joined the 4-element energy orb. 5 elements. This is impossible. Even an SSS-level ability shouldn't be capable of such a monstrous feat. My heavens! The crowd murmured before falling silent, all holding their breath as they focused on Yi Chun on the stage. Yi Chun concentrated fully on merging the 5 elements. The gold, wood, water, and fire elements had successfully fused, leaving only the earth element outside the energy sphere. Veins throbbed on Yi Chun's hands as he gritted his teeth. Struggling to complete the fusion of the 5 elements, he had attempted to merge 5 elements before and had only succeeded twice, lacking complete confidence. For Xiaoming, I must succeed this time. With this conviction, Yi Chun invested greater mental energy. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. The earth element continued to merge into the four-element energy sphere. Almost there, it is about to succeed. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. However, at that moment, the energy sphere began to tremble violently. This is bad. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Principal Qin on the high platform prepared to intervene. If the fusion of the five elements were to fail, the ensuing elemental storm could very well render Yi Chen near death. No, I cannot fail. Yi Chen concentrated intensely and, in the very moment the energy sphere threatened to explode, he managed to control the elements. He did not allow himself to rejoice, but immediately proceeded with the fusion. Finally, the earth element successfully merged into the energy sphere. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements achieved a delicate balance at this moment. It worked. The fusion of the five elements was truly successful. Yi Chen is indeed the top student of our new cohort. He accomplished something so difficult. Lin Fan is certain to lose, regardless of what tricks he may have left. Listening to the crowd's praise, Yi Chen smiled smugly. All the effort had not been in vain. He would finally reduce Lin Fan to dust. Xiaoming, rest assured. I will avenge the grievance this Lin Fan has caused you. With this thought, Yi Chen looked down at Lin Fan as though observing an ant. Lin Fan, now kneel and apologize to Xiaoming. Slap yourself a few times. I may choose not to unleash this attack. Haha. It seems this energy orb has given you immense confidence. However, I specialize in extinguishing arrogance. Lin Fan twisted his neck, disdainfully gazing at Yi Chen in the sky. Arrogant. Yi Chen bellowed, hurling the energy orb, now composed of five elements, towards Lin Fan. At that moment, the five elements within the sphere lost their balance, and the intense energy began to overflow. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the barrier to show signs of rupture. Chapter 70. Shocking the crowd. This is BDS. He battled Gu Fei. Li Kai sensed the intense energy fluctuations and jumped down from the stage without hesitation. Gu Fei, recognizing the danger, followed suit, realizing that such an attack would undoubtedly affect him. Almost simultaneously with Li Kai's leap, Gu Fei also jumped off the platform. Not bad, the power is slightly stronger than that of the Sword Immortal. However, it is still insufficient. Faced with the energy orb composed of five elements, Lin Fan did not evade. Instead, he took a step forward. Lin Fan insane. He is not defending himself and is advancing instead. It's as if he is seeking his own demise. It seems his mind has lost its grip on reality. The energy sphere composed of five elements quickly approached Lin Fan. The five explosive energies erupted all at once. Now that Yi Chen could no longer maintain balance, boom, the barrier of the stage cracked like spider webs, and a blinding white light obscured the spectator's vision. In the next moment, the barrier shattered completely. A towering blue figure loomed, eclipsing the sky. Oh my! Someone could not contain their exclamation. What is this? Am I seeing things? Others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Standing on the stage was a colossal blue figure. Towering 50 meters tall, with Lin Fan enveloped within it, his red eyes coldly surveying the crowd. The blue giant's armor bore some damage, but it did nothing to diminish its imposing presence. Rather, it delivered an even greater visual shock to the onlookers. This is the law manifestation. It's impossible. You cannot possibly have summoned a law manifestation. Yi Chen, with his fire wings now vanished, stood on the ground, trembling as he pointed at Susanoo. His eyes filled with incredulity. There is nothing impossible. The next moment, Susanoo's massive fist descended upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen attempted to resist, but having just executed the fusion of five elements, his mental energy was severely depleted. Lin Fan. Show mercy. Principal Qin intervened, an invisible force halting Susanoo's fist. All right, declare me the victor, and I will show mercy. Very well. I hereby declare Lin Fan the champion of this year's freshman competition. Principal Qin announced without hesitation. Lin Fan also dispelled Susanoo, gently descending to the ground. Impossible. How could you have summoned a law manifestation? Yi Chen still could not believe it. After all, only those at the seventh realm can manifest a law. Even a genius like him, rated SSS, could only achieve such a feat upon reaching the sixth realm. What I summoned is not a law manifestation. Lin Fan's words rekindled Yi Chen's confidence. However, in a sense, it could be considered as such. Moreover, you are considerably stronger than that previous SSS-level genius I encountered who wielded a sword. Lin Fan patted Yi Chen on the shoulder as he walked off the stage. Gu Fei regarded Lin Fan with a complex expression, unsure of what to say. He felt that his actions from that day were perhaps a bit excessive. Meanwhile, Li Kai approached Lin Fan, smiling as he said, "Congratulations. Same to you, same to you." Lin Fan returned the sentiment. Li Kai ultimately ranked 4th, a position that would earn him significant rewards. The freshman competition has concluded. You will soon see the rankings. Now, first place Lin Fan. Please come up to receive your prize. Principal Qin's voice echoed through the loudspeaker to the crowd. No one voiced any objections, nor did they dare to. Even though Lin Fan suffered a defeat, he was not keen on facing the blue giant that loomed 50 meters tall. He ascended the stage and received a yellow fruit and a card with 2,000 points from Principal Qin. Work hard. The future of Long Kingdom relies on you, Principal Qin encouraged, patting him on the shoulder as he prepared to leave the stage. Understood, Principal. I will diligently cultivate for the sake of Long Kingdom. Lin Fan replied casually before stepping down. Next came the most exhilarating segment, the selection of mentors. Those with higher rankings need not worry. Teachers would choose them, and if multiple instructors selected a student, the student could choose their mentor. However, for those with lower rankings, luck would play a crucial role. As the words fell, 6 mentors descended gracefully. 6 practitioners of the 7th realm. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Indeed, the Imperial Capital University was one of the 4 prestigious academies of Long Kingdom. With such profound heritage, the 6 mentors, 5 men and 1 woman, appeared youthful, none seemingly over the age of 40. They landed steadily on the playground, surveying the crowd. This year's promising talents are truly numerous, remarked the sole female mentor. Indeed, in previous years, there wasn't even a single SSS-ranked student. Yet this year we have 2. A middle-aged man in a suit adjusted his glasses. We'll discuss this later. Let us begin selecting disciples. A middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, with his hair tied up, interrupted. Very well. Now, those willing to become our disciples, please stand before your chosen mentor. As for the top 2 ranked, you need not stand for now. Once the others have made their selections, you may choose directly from us, and we cannot refuse, announced the man in the suit. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of surprise but voiced no objections. They had all witnessed the battle between Lin Fan and Yi Chen. Whether it was Yi Chen's fusion of 5 elements or Lin Fan's blue giant resembling a law avatar, neither was within their capabilities to defeat. It was unanimously believed that the combat prowess of these 2 was at least that of a practitioner of the 5th realm, with Lin Fan potentially even higher. 5 minutes later, the crowd stood orderly before the 6 mentors. The man in the suit scanned the 20 individuals before him, then waved his hand, causing 6 beams of light to descend. The 6 illuminated individuals were filled with excitement, signifying their selection. The other 6 mentors followed suit, and beams of light continued to fall. Among the 100 new students, aside from Lin Fan and Yi Chen, 39 were chosen. Each mentor had a limit on the number of disciples they could select, capped at 7. Thus, out of 100, only 42 could have mentors. Having a mentor would provide guidance and favorable exchanges for cultivation resources. How have you 2 decided? The man in the suit approached Lin Fan and Yi Chen first. I haven't made up my mind yet, Yi Chen responded coolly. Neither have I, Lin Fan echoed. That's fine. After you listen to me, you'll be able to respond. The suited man smoothed his cuff and regarded the 2. Both of you are extraordinary prodigies, so I'll be straightforward. If you choose me as your mentor, I can provide you with cultivation resources up to the mid-5th realm, along with 2 pieces of Earth-grade spiritual treasures. Upon finishing, the man in the suit looked at them with immense confidence. His offer was indeed generous. Not to mention the resources for mid-5th realm cultivation, the 2 Earth-grade spiritual treasures held significant value, each worth 300 million when converted to currency. However, one could not simply quantify it thus, for Earth-grade spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to procure on the market, only available at the auctions held by the headquarters of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Truth be told, this was somewhat of a gamble for him, as Lin Fan and Yi Chen, being such talents, could potentially become practitioners of the 8th realm if they survived. Boldly, they might even ascend to divinity. Thus, the rewards for Jiang He would far exceed mere reputation. He would gain the gratitude of top-tier powerhouses, a sentiment that could not be purchased with anything. Jiang He, your ambitions seem rather lofty, remarked the only female mentor among the SIX. Do think you wish to take on both SSS-ranked prodigies as your disciples? Lu Ruyan, Lin Fan and Yi Chun remained silent, while Jiang He retorted, "What business is it of yours? Do not be angry, brother Jiang He." Lu Ruyan strolled calmly before him, placing a hand on his shoulder and gazing into his eyes. At that moment, her pupils transformed into a mesmerizing pink, radiating allure. Jiang He momentarily lost his composure, staring blankly, even drooling slightly, however. He quickly regained his wits, wiping his mouth and exclaiming in anger, "Lu Ruyan, how dare you employ charm techniques on me?" With a melodic laugh. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth. Hee, "I've told you many times, this is not charm magic, it's simply charm." Piffed. Jiang He spat disdainfully, embarrassed by his earlier lapse. Ignoring him, Lu Ruyan approached Lin Fan. "Unlike Jiang He, I am not greedy. Choose me as your mentor. Sister can provide you with resources up to the mid-5th realm and introduce you to many beautiful girls. I had quite a few female students last year. From mature beauties to youthful lolas, and even those with delicate dispositions. If none of these types suit your fancy, I also have knowledgeable older sisters. The chances of success are quite high." Many males around them gulped upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words. Goodness, to vie for a student, even using the allure of beauty. Yet, their predominant thought was a yearning for Lin Fan's place, willing to endure such tribulations themselves. Lu Ruyan paid no heed to the crowd, patiently awaiting Lin Fan's response, confident in her proposal. No man could resist the allure of desire, and certainly, a talented youth like Lin Fan must have fantasized about having a wise older sister as his cherished companion. Regrettably for Lu Ruyan, her calculations were destined to fail, for Lin Fan's heart held but one person, Luo Qiao. No matter how stunning other women might be, they could not penetrate his heart, which was solely reserved for Luo Qiao. Ultimately, Lin Fan merely smiled, offering no reply. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be so impervious to her charms. The allure of beauty was considered the most potent weapon. "I can also provide you with resources up to the mid-5th realm." A muscular, imposing man approached Lin Fan. "Chu Kuang, do you wish to meddle as well?" Jiang He glared angrily at Chu Kuang. Before arriving, he had arranged matters with these individuals, who had agreed not to compete with him for Lin Fan and Yi Chun. Yet here were Lu Ruyan and Chu Kuang openly vying for them. However, since it was merely a verbal agreement and not a binding contract, and considering that SSS-ranked prodigies were not exclusive to Jiang He's family, Chu Kuang disdainfully glanced at him before turning back to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, in addition to resources up to the mid-5th realm, I can offer you my unreserved guidance. Moreover, your friendly Kai has already become my disciple. It is quite normal for friends to accompany each other." Chu Kuang played the friendship card, believing that someone like Lin Fan would value camaraderie. Li Kai was indeed impressive, ranking 4th with peak 2nd realm cultivation. Furthermore, as a strength-type practitioner himself, he had taken Li Kai as his disciple, believing it to be a twofold advantage. Listening to this, Lin Fan still offered no reply. He was deep in thought about whom to choose as his mentor. At that moment, Yi Chun spoke up. "There's no need. I do not require a mentor." Everyone turned to look at Yi Chun. In all the years at the Imperial Capital University, there had never been a case of a student opting to forego the opportunity of mentorship. Seeing everyone gaze at him, Yi Chun smiled without elaborating. Earth-grade spiritual treasures were of immense value to others, but to him, they were trivial. The Yi family was the foremost family in the Imperial capital. Without question, Earth-grade spiritual treasures were not just abundant in their treasury. They were virtually in surplus. As for resources for mid-5th realm cultivation, that was even less significant. He only needed to ask, and his father Yi Fan would promptly provide them. However, he was not one of those second-generation elites living off their family's prestige. He was the Qilin of the Yi family, determined to obtain cultivation resources through his own efforts. Only what he achieved with his hands held true meaning. Jiang He's expression darkened at Yi Chun's outright refusal, which he had not anticipated. Yet, he dared not provoke Yi Chun. The Yi family was not only the first among the families of the imperial capital, but also ranked first among all families in the entire Long Kingdom. Even if he disrespected Yi Chun, experts from the Yi family would swiftly teach him a lesson. This is a prodigy of SSS ranked. If I cannot secure Yi Chun, I must at least capture Lin Fan. Resolving himself, Jiang He clenched his teeth and declared, "Lin Fan, should you choose me as your mentor, I will provide you with resources for mid-5th realm cultivation and 2 Earth-grade spiritual artifacts." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The value of these items has soared to an astounding 800 million. They are utterly eager to become Lin Fan and immediately acquiesce. For the majority present, such wealth is something they could never hope to amass in a lifetime. However, even with Jiang He offering such a generous reward, Lin Fan remains steadfast in his refusal. While the worth of these items is indeed considerable, he understands that alongside his regular cultivation, he must also focus on strengthening his physique. Mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia necessitates exceptional physical prowess. As for the cultivation resources Jiang He mentioned, Lin Fan believes he can acquire them through his own future efforts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan steadies himself. Jiang He, Chu Kuang, and Lu Ruyin hold their breath, intently awaiting Lin Fan's decision. I choose Chu Kuang as my mentor. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Chu Kuang is elated beyond measure. After Jiang He had presented his conditions once more, he was on the verge of giving up. 800 million is an amount even a 7th level ability user cannot readily produce. After all, the resources required to transcend the heavenly tribulation are astronomical. 3 years ago, he had expended half his life savings to overcome his own tribulation. It took him 2 years to recuperate. Even if he were to liquidate all his assets now, he could not muster enough for 2 Earth-grade spiritual treasures. Ha ha ha! Chu Kuang bursts into laughter, approaching Lin Fan and patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, you will not regret selecting me as your mentor. Meanwhile, Jiang He's gaze darkens with a hint of coldness. How dare Lin Fan refuse to choose him as a mentor? If he cannot deal with Yi Chun, can he not handle this newcomer with no background? Even if Lin Fan can unleash techniques akin to what of it? Jiang He is a formidable force in the mid-7th realm, a mentor at the Imperial Capital University. In his view, Lin Fan's does not even come close to a fraction of his own power. Lin Fan, just you wait. Dare to reject me as a mentor, and I will ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Jiang He vows silently. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Lu Ruyin steps forward and bows slightly. Thank you, Chu Kuang replies, still brimming with excitement. Brother Chu, I have something to discuss with Lin Fan. Lu Ruyin interjects. No problem. Chu Kuang readily agrees. Lu Ruyin leans closer to Lin Fan, her lips barely parting as she whispers. Lin Fan, would you be interested in coming to my room tonight? I have matters to discuss with you. As she speaks, an enchanting fragrance wafts from Lu Ruyin, enveloping her in an aura of allure. Lin Fan's eyes turn a mesmerizing pink, leaving him momentarily dazed. Lin Fan, reject Chu Kuang and accept me as your mentor. All right. Lu Ruyin's voice is exceptionally gentle, her gaze almost ethereal. Lin Fan, do not be deceived. Chu Kuang exclaims loudly. Lin Fan snaps back to reality, his eyes returning to their original black. He shakes his head, cold sweat forming on his brow. How had he fallen for that? Chu Kuang, why are you interrupting me? Lu Ruyin fumed. Had Chu Kuang remained silent, Lin Fan would have undoubtedly acquiesced. I interrupted because if I didn't act, you would have snatched away my disciple right before my eyes, Chu Kuang retorts. Equally furious, if Lin Fan were to be taken from him so brazenly, it would be a blow to his reputation. Yet, he must admit that Lu Ruyin's abilities are formidable. This level 8-tailed fox. This ability not only boasts exceptional combat prowess but also possesses a powerful allure. Given Lu Ruyin's early 7th level realm, it is entirely reasonable that Lin Fan, at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, could not withstand her charm. Furthermore, should her ability advance another level, she would attain the legendary SSS level 9-tailed celestial fox, a divine beast in the myths of Longhua. The last known user of a divine beast ability was able to contend against 9th level divine beings even at the late stages of the 8th realm. All right, Brother Chu, I simply could not resist upon encountering such talent, Lu Ruyin reassures with a soothing tone. Humph! Chu Kuang snorts, though he refrains from pursuing the matter further. He pats Lin Fan on the shoulder and declares, Lin Fan, be exceedingly cautious when dealing with Lu Ruyin in the future. Do not let this enchantress beguile you. Remember, women only serve to slow our striking speed. Lin Fan, let me impart one more piece of wisdom. Lu Ruyin interjects. Embracing a soft beauty quickens your strikes by a third. With that, she casts a flirtatious glance at Lin Fan. You. Chu Kuang points an accusatory finger at Lu Ruyin. Ignoring him, she gestures for her newly acquired disciple to follow her. Among the departing students is one who draws attention, Gu Fei. He stands out as the only male in the group. Lu Ruyin typically only accepts female disciples. So her acceptance of a male disciple, especially one who placed 3rd in the newcomer tournament, is noteworthy. Yu Fei pays no mind to the astonished expressions surrounding him. He pauses, casting a complex glance at Lin Fan, as if wishing to say something, but ultimately remains silent. Gu Fei, let us go, Lu Ru Yin prompts. Understood, Gu Fei replies, turning away and departing swiftly. Once Lu Ru Yin has left, the other 5 mentors also take their leave with their respective disciples. The newcomer tournament concludes. Chu Kuang offers a few parting words before allowing everyone to disperse. However, he keeps Lin Fan and Li Kai behind. Among all of you, I have the utmost faith in the two of you, he states, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Li Kai, as a power-type ability user, you must be aware of the current plight of your kind, correct? Indeed, power-type ability users are in a precarious position. As no peak-level power user has ever emerged, Li Kai nods in affirmation. Precisely. Many dabble in power, yet few can endure the path. The time, energy, and results simply do not align. It is also exceedingly challenging to invent new techniques. Chu Kuang inhales deeply, his gaze growing somber. The fact that you can create both casual and focused strikes is no small feat yet. There remains room for improvement. Li Kai clenches his fists tightly. I knew you would be dissatisfied. Chu Kuang chuckles, then abruptly propels himself from the ground, an immense materializing behind him, towering at 18 meters. A majestic elephant, radiates a soft golden hue. I do not hesitate to reveal that I am one of the very few power-type ability users to have transcended to the 7th realm. Chu Kuang boasts with pride. Moreover, my ability began as merely B grade. Through relentless effort, I have elevated it to a dash grade. Li Kai's eyes sparkle with admiration as he gazes at Chu Kuang, while Lin Fan stands off to the side, regarding Chu Kuang with a calm demeanor. The power-type ability users in this world seem to suffer from some form of systemic limitation, their potential seemingly stifled. From what he understands, the strongest power-type ability user perished amidst a tempest of purple-gold lightning when attempting to break through to the 8th realm. Many have sought to investigate this anomaly, yet curiously, no clues have ever surfaced. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Lin Fan, I believe you too have dabbled in power, have you not? Chu Kuang inquires. Indeed, Lin Fan replies. Your ability is remarkable, one of the strongest I have encountered. I have reviewed your records. You possess a C-grade ocular technique. No, it must now be classified as SSS grade. Chu Kuang chuckles, continuing, I cannot instruct you on the intricacies of ocular techniques, as I am a power-type ability user and cannot dispense misguided advice. None of the 7th level ability users I know possess ocular techniques either. Thus, I can only teach you physical combat. However, I am confident in my ability to do so. Lin Fan listens intently and nods in agreement. This aligns perfectly with his need for exceptional physical conditioning to master the 8 gates of Dunjia for the development of his Mangeki Sharingan. He is unperturbed. He can exchange his points for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Currently, he possesses 99,000 points, just shy of the 100,000 marked. A single defeat of a 3rd-level ability user will suffice to reach his goal. Very well, as long as you persevere, I am certain you will succeed. However, prepare yourselves mentally, for my training regimen demands immense willpower. Chu Kuang reveals with a mischievous grin. Lin Fan and Li Kai shiver at the thought, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. The next day, Lin Fan and Li Kai arrive early at the training facility. Chu Kuang glances at his watch, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, you have arrived quite early. Let us commence. With a snap of his fingers, an intangible force envelopes them. Lin Fan and Li Kai feel as if their abilities have been momentarily nullified, as though they never existed. What is happening? Lin Fan furrows his brow. He cannot sense his Mangeki Sharingan but is aware of the presence of Hashirama's cells. Observing their astonished expressions, Chu Kuang offers a nonchalant smile and explains, do not be alarmed. This is a device developed in Longwa designed to temporarily suppress ability users' powers. As long as one's realm is below the late 4th level, even SSS grade abilities can be briefly subdued. Now, let us begin our first lesson. Under 40 times gravity, run 5 laps around this facility. Begin. With Chu Kuang's words, the force of 40 times gravity descends upon them instantaneously. Lin Fan feels as though his feet are weighed down by lead. In such a state, let alone running, even walking feels incredibly arduous. Beside him, Li Kai fared slightly better, managing to run a few steps, but that was the extent of his capabilities. Alas, Chu Kuang sighed deeply. You are the worst cohort I have ever trained. Lin Fan shot an indignant glance at Chu Kuang. Under 40 times the normal gravity, simply being able to move is commendable, Kid, don't be defiant. I have persevered through this too, Chu Kuang declared loudly. Then why not demonstrate it for us? Oh, and no supernatural abilities allowed. Lin Fan looked towards Chu Kuang. Very well, I shall show you a sample. A flash of golden light enveloped Chu Kuang as he voluntarily sealed his abilities. He pushed off the ground and took off running swiftly. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Chu Kuang seemed as if he were on level ground. Unaffected by the 40-fold gravitational pressure, he quickly completed 5 laps. Coming to a halt, he appeared completely unperturbed, not a bead of sweat on him. Lin Fan and Li Kai were astounded. Was this truly without the effects of 40 times gravity? Chu Kuang's ease was astonishing. 40 times gravity is indeed a challenge for you. I will reduce it to 30 times. Chu Kuang waved his hand, and Lin Fan and Li Kai felt a significant reduction in the pressure upon them. All right, stop staring at me. Get to work, Chu Kuang commanded. Lin Fan and Li Kai exchanged glances, both displaying wry smiles. 30 minutes later, the two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, their bodies drenched in sweat. Chu Kuang surveyed the two sprawled on the ground with satisfaction. Both of them are prodigies. My best students struggled to complete even 5 laps under 30 times the gravitational pressure at the start. Rest for 15 minutes, and I will teach you something else. After saying this, Chu Kuang briefly disabled the 30-fold gravity and supernatural ability suppression. Lin Fan and Li Kai's stamina quickly recovered. After 15 minutes, they stood up. Chu Kuang once again imposed the suppression on their abilities. Next, I will teach you combat techniques. You may strike first, and I will block if you can force me back even a step. You will pass this segment, Chu Kuang stated. Teacher, that sounds rather simple, Li Kai replied confidently. He had been grappling since childhood and was quite assured of his physical prowess. All right, let us see what you've got. Chu Kuang placed his hands behind his back. Just be careful, teacher. Li Kai launched himself, throwing a punch at Chu Kuang with great speed. Chu Kuang remained still, yet Li Kai's punch missed entirely. What just happened? Li Kai was bewildered. He clearly observed that Chu Kuang did not move. The punch was decent, but the speed was lacking. Chu Kuang extended his right hand and effortlessly sent Li Kai flying with a punch. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. However, speed alone is insufficient. Strength must also be present. Thus, you must keep practicing. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, observing this scene, felt a spark of inspiration. Although it seemed Chu Kuang had not moved, he had in fact acted long before. This was a manifestation of speed pushed to its limits. Sometimes, what one sees is not the truth. Kid, it's your turn now. Chu Kuang turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Lin Fan accelerated, his right hand transforming into a palm strike aimed at Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang extended his right hand and effortlessly blocked the strike. With a gentle push, Lin Fan stumbled back like a kite with its string cut. Losing his balance and falling to the ground, do you know where your shortcomings lie? Chu Kuang inquired, looking at Lin Fan and Li Kai. No, both replied as they rose. You are too transparent in your actions. No feints, just straightforward attacks. A true master, besides possessing physical prowess, must also employ strategy. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Use your mind to contemplate, to strategize in battle. Chu Kuang pointed to his head with his right hand. In my view, intellect is paramount. Everything else can be honed through practice. Now I will teach you how to engage in combat with your intellect. For instance, when you throw a kick, it can serve as a feint, allowing you to suddenly retract your leg and strike with your right fist. The day's lessons concluded. Lin Fan and Li Kai felt as though they had shed a layer of skin. Indeed, Chu Kuang's training was not something everyone could withstand. However, he provided them with a medicinal solution. By adding it to their bathwater that evening, they could alleviate their physical fatigue. Where are you headed? Lin Fan casually inquired. Li Kai stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked, perplexed. Lin Fan, may I stay in your dormitory for one night? Just one night? Li Kai held up a finger. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan sensed something amiss. I had a bit of a disagreement with my roommate, Li Kai murmured. I understand. I have my own conflicts with my roommate as well, Lin Fan said, patting Li Kai on the shoulder. Can I stay in your dormitory for a night? Li Kai asked with a hint of concern. Of course, that's not a problem at all. However, we need to buy some supplies first. We haven't had dinner yet. The two quickly grabbed a bite to eat before returning to Lin Fan's dormitory. Wow, this place is huge, Li Kai exclaimed. gazing at the two-story room in awe. This is a house lent to me by the principal. I only spent 3 minutes in my previous dormitory. I'll tidy up upstairs. You can sleep on the bed up there tonight. Lin Fan picked up some tools and headed upstairs to begin organizing. Li Kai followed suit, assisting Lin Fan with the task. They completed the cleaning swiftly. Chapter 74. Enhancement of physical skills. That evening, they poured the medicinal solution into the bathtub. The moment the solution met the water, it dissolved, transforming the hot water into a vibrant green. Lin Fan was the first to step into the tub. Instantly, he felt his pores open, warmth enveloping him, and a profound ache coursing through his muscles. How does it feel? Li Kai asked. Wonderful, quite comfortable, Lin Fan replied. Forcing a smile, Li Kai, without suspicion, removed his clothes and entered the tub as well. In the next moment, he felt an intense heat radiating from his body, his face turning as red as the sun. Yet, he suppressed any sounds of discomfort. How is it going? Lin Fan, already accustomed to the sensation, inquired. Good. It feels really good, Li Kai responded, his face flushed. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan could no longer contain his laughter. Lin Fan, you rascal, Li Kai exclaimed, struggling to maintain his composure. Brothers share a bond, and you toy with me. All right, just a little jest. Lin Fan reclined in the tub, closing his eyes. The day's training had been exhausting. Despite the aid of the medicinal solution, the mental fatigue was not something that could be instantly restored. In just 3 short minutes, Lin Fan fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke early. He stretched lazily and opened his eyes, only to find himself still in the bathtub. Li Kai was also asleep beside him in the tub. After waking Li Kai, they quickly tidied up. Remarkably, the fatigue had significantly diminished, and they both felt rejuvenated. They made their way to the training room, where Chu Kuang awaited them. Upon seeing their arrival, he smiled and inquired. How are you? The medicinal solution I provided worked wonders, didn't it? Lin Fan and Li Kai simultaneously rolled their eyes. Chu Kuang had not mentioned that the solution would induce such intense discomfort. Pain is a natural part of the process. Without it, how could there be any results? Chu Kuang disregarded their eye rolls. Today we will train for only half a day. The remaining time will be for your cultivation. Mental fortitude must not lag behind. Now, under 30 times gravitational pressure, run 6 laps around the field. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Kuang imposed the gravitational and ability suppression. Lin Fan and Li Kai began their laps. This time, however, they found it somewhat easier than the previous day. Observing Lin Fan and Li Kai as they ran, Chu Kuang wore a delighted expression. Their potential is remarkable, particularly in the realm of physical skills. While others require extensive training to see progress, these two made strides akin to a week's worth of advancement. After just 1 day, it seems I must adjust my plans. 27 minutes later, they concluded their running. Unlike their previous disheveled state, they simply sat on the ground, panting. Rise, don't just sit there, Chu Kuang exclaimed as he pulled them up. After a brief rest, he continued, I will teach you a technique that you can incorporate into your attacks. Watch closely. Chu Kuang took a deep breath, stepping back with his right foot while simultaneously delivering a punch. The air erupted with sound as a shockwave formed. This is the half-step burst punch from Xingyi Quan. Lin Fan recognized it immediately. Indeed, Chu Kuang resumed his stance, looking at Lin Fan. Given that you recognize Xingyi Quan, you should be familiar with the 3 major internal martial arts. Yes, the 3 internal martial arts are Baguazhang, Tai Chi, and Xingyi Quan. Correct. Over the next month, in addition to regular training, I will teach you these 3 internal martial arts. For now, practice the half-step burst punch, and I will assess your form. The two practiced the technique, and after a few pointers from Chu Kuang, they felt greatly enlightened. Lin Fan mused that in the world he came from prior to this, Chu Kuang would surely be considered a martial arts master. The half-day training session concluded swiftly, and Lin Fan and Li Kai returned to their room to take a bath before commencing their cultivation. They each retrieved the spirit stones that Chu Kuang had provided and began meditating. The cultivation of mental fortitude is a lengthy endeavor, requiring the accumulation of time. Lin Fan and Li Kai engaged in rigorous physical training in the morning and focused on mental fortitude in the afternoon. Experiencing the bittersweet nature of their arduous journey, as time passed, half a month slipped by. Under a gravity pressure of 45 times, they completed 20 push-ups effortlessly within 2 minutes, with little strain. Good, Chu Kuang applauded. His gaze filled with appreciation for Lin Fan and Li Kai. Among this year's new recruits, these two possessed the highest aptitude for physical training. The remaining 5 either complained bitterly or slacked off, showing little regard for the cultivation of strength. They believed that a higher realm equated to greater power, thus diverting their efforts solely towards mental training. Chu Kuang chose not to voice his thoughts on this. Everyone's path was unique, and he would not impose his will upon them. He resolved to devote his full efforts to nurturing Lin Fan and Li Kai, one an SSS-grade prodigy and the other endowed with innate A-grade body enhancement abilities. Their futures shimmered with promise. Have we succeeded? Success is still a distant goal, Chu Kuang declared, waving his hand as the gravity intensified to 60 times. Instantly, Lin Fan and Li Kai felt a heavy weight pulling them down, nearly causing them to stumble. You have merely made some progress. True success remains far from your grasp. 45 times gravity is merely the beginning. It is only when you can withstand 100 times gravity that you may be deemed barely acceptable in my eyes. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. However, since you have expressed such confidence, allow me to demonstrate my limits, Chu Kuang said, lifting the suppression on Lin Fan and Li Kai's abilities while voluntarily sealing his own. An overwhelming pressure of 390 times gravity descended upon them. Lin Fan and Li Kai felt their hearts slow, and without their powers, they might have been crushed on the spot. With a powerful push, Chu Kuang dashed around the training room. After completing a lap, he halted and lifted the 390 times gravity. Lin Fan and Li Kai gasped for air. Having narrowly escaped death under such immense pressure, I almost forgot. You are not capable of withstanding this level of gravitational force. After 3 minutes of heavy breathing, Lin Fan and Li Kai finally regained their composure. Teacher, are you even human? Li Kai stared at Chu Kuang as if he were a monster. Of course I am human, Chu Kuang replied, shaking off the beads of perspiration. Thus, today's training is suspended. However, you must diligently cultivate your mental prowess and must not slack off. I see you both teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. It should happen within the next few days. At that time, I will personally guide you. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and Li Kai returned to their quarters. After a light meal, they commenced their training. Lin Fan felt his mental energy surging, nearing the threshold of the 4th realm. The accumulation over the past half-month had stabilized his mental force, preventing it from feeling so hollow. After circulating his mental energy once, he concluded his training. Chapter 75. Breakthrough. Next, he intended to test the extent of his physical enhancement. Stepping onto the balcony, Lin Fan took a deep breath. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate, rest gate, open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Third gate, life gate, open. After opening 3 gates consecutively, Lin Fan's heart raced. He closed his eyes and silently recited, 8 gates of Duanjia. 4th gate, injury gate, open. In the next moment, he felt his speed and attack power triple, yet a sharp pain coursed through his body. Only upon reaching the 4th gate, the injury gate, did he truly enter the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, such a feat required formidable physical conditioning. After enduring a month of grueling training, he could barely unlock the 4th gate. Had it been his previous physical state, he would have been unable to achieve this. Closing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lin Fan seated himself and closed his eyes to rest. His mental power had reached a bottleneck, awaiting a breakthrough to the 4th realm. The following day, Lin Fan and Li Kai arrived at the training room, where Chu Kuang handed them 2 diagrams. Lin Fan held the diagram for breaking through to the 4th realm, while Li Kai possessed the one for the 3rd realm. Remember these and prepare for your breakthroughs. I've stocked up on food, so you won't go hungry. Chu Kuang retrieved a multitude of provisions from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. If there is nothing else, begin your breakthroughs. Understood. Lin Fan and Li Kai sat down, closed their eyes, and began to circulate their mental energy according to the diagrams. Thanks to their ample accumulation and the elevation of their abilities, Lin Fan found this barrier-breaking process significantly less strenuous than before. Within 2 days, the barriers between the 3rd and 4th realms were shattered. Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling his mental energy quadruple. With the 3rd stage Susanoo, he could maintain it for 10 minutes. Your breakthrough speed is truly remarkable, Chu Kuang remarked, but it is quite understandable given your SSS grade abilities. Your mental recovery rate is exceptionally rapid. Chu Kuang recalled his own breakthrough to the 4th realm, which had taken him 6 arduous days, nearly culminating in failure. A stroke of luck indeed. Lin Fan inclined his head respectfully. This is no mere stroke of luck. Chu Kuang patted Lin Fan on the shoulder before turning his attention to Li Kai, who would likely require an additional 2 days to break through to the third realm. As Chu Kuang had predicted, it indeed took Li Kai another 2 days. On the afternoon of the second day, Li Kai opened his eyes, having successfully advanced to the third realm. Eat something first, Chu Kuang said, offering Li Kai some food. Li Kai accepted it eagerly, devouring it hungrily, having fasted for the past 2 days in pursuit of his breakthrough. The first phase of training is complete. The second phase will commence tomorrow. We will not train today. Consider this a break. Chu Kuang pushed open the door and stepped outside. After Li Kai finished his meal, he and Lin Fan returned to their dormitory together. As they crossed the training ground, a mocking voice called out, "Oh, isn't that Li Kai? Why haven't you returned to your dormitory these past 2 weeks?" Lin Fan turned to see the speaker, a young man with a necklace and dyed yellow hair. Lin Fan felt a sense of familiarity with him, as if he had encountered someone resembling him before. Li Kai, upon spotting the man, displayed visible annoyance and hurried Lin Fan away. The yellow-haired youth, seeing them attempt to leave, quickened his pace to block their path. "Li Kai, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you responding?" Li Kai turned around, unwilling to engage with the yellow-haired boy. However, the latter persisted, raising his voice. "Li Kai, not returning to your dorm is considered skipping. Ignoring me, a senior, is disrespectful. As the vice president of the student council, I have the authority to deduct your credits." This, the yellow-haired boy paused for effect, rubbing his hands together. "But if you give me something and return tonight, I'll be magnanimous and let it slide." Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, Li Kai, I can now understand why you refused to share a room with this guy. He is truly a piece of work." "Indeed," Li Kai nodded in agreement. "What are you laughing at?" The yellow-haired boy's anger flared at their reactions. "Apologies, I suddenly recalled something amusing that I simply couldn't contain," Lin Fan responded, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. "What is your name?" The yellow-haired boy demanded, pointing at Lin Fan. "My name is Lin Fan." "What of it?" "All right, Lin Fan. I command you to take me to your dormitory. I need to inspect your room's cleanliness," the yellow-haired boy declared arrogantly. Lin Fan regarded him with a look of incredulity, thinking, "Is this guy out of his mind? Besides, my current residence is even a dormitory. Where on earth would I take him to inspect?" Seeing the two delay their response, the yellow-haired boy's temper escalated. He bellowed, "I told you to take me to your dormitory. Did you not hear me?" Lin Fan shook his head, not wishing to engage with this yellow-haired fool. And he and Li Kai turned to leave. "Stop right there." The yellow-haired boy lunged toward Li Kai. Li Kai stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The yellow-haired boy, caught off guard, was sent flying. "Curse you!" The yellow-haired boy scrambled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Li Kai. "How dare you launch a sneak attack on the vice president? I will deduct your credits. I will make sure you do not graduate. Hans Liqiang, I really don't want to waste my breath on you." Li Kai sighed in resignation. This Hans Liqiang had bullied him repeatedly since they enrolled. Leveraging his seniority and superior abilities, Li Kai had attempted to resist, but his own lower cultivation level rendered him unable to defeat this mid-level fourth realm ability user. He had decided to bide his time, believing that a gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Moreover, he needed not wait a decade. Within 6 months, he felt confident he could bring Hans Liqiang down. "Fine, Li Kai and Lin Fan. I will remember you both. Just wait," Hans Liqiang warned, pointing at them. He longed to retaliate but realized that, as the vice president of the student council, engaging in a fight with 2 freshmen would severely tarnish his image. Instead, he resolved to visit the student council and impose heavy penalties on the two. What a filthy dormitory. What transpires within the campus is the act of smoking and the indiscretions of romantic entanglements. Whatever it may be, let it all be accounted for, and deduct a few points accordingly. The method of deduction is entirely at one's discretion, such as the sensation of wielding power. Han Liqiang inhaled deeply. Chapter 76. Violent Assault. No need to wait any longer. Let us resolve this matter forthwith. Upon hearing the voice, Han Liqiang turned around only to witness a fist hurtling toward him with great speed. This time, Han Liqiang reacted swiftly, retreating 2 steps to evade Lin Fan's punch. "How bold! You dare to strike!" Han Liqiang clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Lin Fan. At this moment, he cast aside any notions of maintaining face. He resolved to take action, imparting a profound lesson to these two naive freshmen, so they might comprehend what it means to respect their seniors and adhere to the rules. Icebind. With his right hand pointed at Lin Fan and Li Kai, 5 chains of ice coiled toward them. Having undergone specialized training, both Lin Fan and Li Kai had significantly enhanced their reaction times. Lin Fan, in fact, was able to evade the ice chains without even activating his Sharingan. After dodging the chains, Lin Fan and Li Kai charged toward Han Liqiang. Han Liqiang conjured blades of ice in his right hand, slashing toward Lin Fan and Li Kai. The two moved with agility, successfully evading the icy onslaught. Is that all you can do? Merely dodge? Han Liqiang seethed with anger. Lin Fan and Li Kai darted about like nimble rabbits, making it impossible for him to land a hit. The ability to evade attacks is a skill in itself. If one is inept, one should not criticize others, Lin Fan taunted. Very well, soon, you shall find no reason to smile. Han Liqiang's expression darkened. Merely 2 freshmen? Yet they dared to challenge the authority of the vice president of the student council repeatedly. If he did not exact a severe punishment upon Lin Fan and Li Kai today, he might as well relinquish his position as vice president. Frosty Miles, Han Liqiang shouted, causing the temperature within a 1-kilometer radius to plummet by 18 degrees. Dozens of ice chains slithered toward Lin Fan and Li Kai like venomous serpents. Faced with such an overwhelming number of chains, Lin Fan dared not be reckless and activated his Manjiki Sharingan. He continuously shifted his body to evade the encroaching chains. However, their sheer volume made it impossible for him to evade them all. When avoidance proved futile, Lin Fan resorted to phasing through them. Ultimately, he evaded all chains and reached Han Liqiang's front. Thanks to Lin Fan's lead, Li Kai faced less pressure and also successfully dodged the chains. Arriving before Han Liqiang, infuriating, Han Liqiang glared at Lin Fan and Li Kai, seething with rage. The two seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade his attacks. Once he could attribute it to luck, but after 2 failed attempts, it could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Could it be that they practiced some form of dark arts? This thought suddenly surged in Han Liqiang's mind. And once it took root, he could not shake it off. Yes, that must be the explanation for how these 2 freshmen managed to evade his strikes consecutively. I shall report this immediately. This is a significant achievement. Han Liqiang was filled with exhilaration. The Dragon Kingdom maintains a zero-tolerance policy toward the practice of dark arts. Those who dare to engage in such practices, once discovered, are imprisoned without hesitation, and substantial rewards are granted to informants. Han Liqiang resolved to make his way to the principal's office. However, Lin Fan and Li Kai would not grant him that opportunity and swiftly approached, toppling Han Liqiang to the ground. Strike, without hesitation. Lin Fan and Li Kai unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Han Liqiang. Desist? I am the vice president of the student council. Han Liqiang bellowed. It is precisely you, the vice president, whom we are targeting, Lin Fan declared, raising his fist for another blow. Utilizing a feather as a sword, I detest the likes of you most of all. Li Kai joined in, prioritizing the satisfaction of delivering a sound thrashing before anything else. Initially, Han Liqiang managed to utter a few retorts. Lin Fan, Li Kai, you shall pay for this. Smack. Lin Fan, Li Kai, I curse you. Smack, smack. The punches of Lin Fan and Li Kai descended upon Han Liqiang like a relentless downpour. He dared not utter another word. He now awaited the end of the beating, eager to report Lin Fan and Li Kai for practicing dark arts to Principal Qin. Enduring a beating in exchange for abundant cultivation resources and the imprisonment of Lin Fan and Li Kai in the dungeons was a worthy trade. A man of great stature can endure a beating. What of it? With this thought, Han Liqiang ceased to feel discomfort. After a full 5 minutes, Lin Fan and Li Kai finally ceased their assault. Han Liqiang lay on the ground, resembling a battered mess. Lin Fan and Li Kai delivered one last kick before turning to depart. You will pay for this. Han Liqiang glared at the departing figures of Lin Fan and Li Kai. His eyes filled with malice. Ignoring his swollen face, he hastened to Principal Qin's office. Come in. Upon hearing Principal Qin's voice, Han Liqiang pushed open the door and immediately burst into tears. Principal, you must seek justice for me. What happened? What transpired? Upon noticing the swelling on Han Liqiang's face, Principal Qin inquired with concern. Principal, I visited the dormitory of this year's freshmen for an inspection and encountered my roommate, Li Kai. He has not returned to the dormitory for several days. So I wished to check on him. However, he ignored me. Moreover, I found the dormitory in a state of disarray. When I kindly reminded them to tidy up, they told me to get lost and even attacked me. I attempted to subdue the two of them, but it seemed they practiced dark arts, as my attacks had no effect on them. In the end, I was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. As Han Liqiang recounted his tale, tears streamed down his face, and he appeared utterly aggrieved. One must admit, Han Liqiang possessed a remarkable talent for distorting the truth. Had it been anyone else, they might have believed him. Unfortunately for him, he was facing the principal of the Imperial Capital University. Principal Qin had not attained his position through idleness. Han Liqiang, do not be hasty. Allow me to ask you, who resides in the same room as Li Kai? Principal Qin inquired kindly. Who resides with Li Kai? Han Liqiang scratched his head, feigning contemplation. Lin Fan? Yes, that's right. His name is Lin Fan, he replied. Upon hearing Lin Fan's name, Principal Qin's gaze slightly shifted as he regarded Han Liqiang. Principal, that Lin Fan is particularly arrogant. He claimed to have never feared anyone. He even said that, should you come, he would not regard you with any respect. Han Liqiang, oblivious to the change in Principal Qin's expression, continued to slander Lin Fan. Have you finished? Principal Qin asked in a calm tone. Yes. Han Liqiang was thoroughly confused. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Wasn't the principal meant to be enraged and apprehend Lin Fan and Li Kai? Why was it developing this way? Observing the expression on Han Liqiang's face, Principal Qin revealed a genial smile. Han Liqiang, if you wish to use others as pawns, it is not advisable to do so in this manner. Upon hearing this, Han Liqiang instantly realized his scheme had been uncovered, and a chill ran down his spine. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and feigned ignorance. Principal, what do you mean? Using others as pawns? I do not comprehend. Chapter 77. Punishment. Han Liqiang, cease your pretense. Do you truly believe that I, the principal of Imperial Capital University, am unaware of anything? Principal Qin's voice grew progressively colder, his gaze piercing into Han Liqiang. Han Liqiang could no longer maintain his composure. Slamming his palm on the table, he shouted furiously, Qin Xiongwei, I have shown you respect by addressing you as principal. Without that respect, what do you amount to? Can you not simply turn a blind eye? What do you think you are? Ha! Principal Qin's eyes glinted with a frigid light beneath his glasses. It seems I have not taken action for too long. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry believes I am an easy target. What do you intend to do? Han Liqiang felt a sense of foreboding as Principal Qin approached him. What do you think? Han Liqiang clenched his fists, exuding an overwhelming aura. Feeling the pressure from Principal Qin's presence, Han Liqiang staggered back several steps, his hand trembling as he pointed shakily at the principal. I warn you, do not lay a hand on me. I am the fourth young master of the Han family. Fourth young master of the Han family? You overestimate yourself. You are merely the son of Han Pejun and a concubine. Furthermore, even your father, Han Pejun, would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. In an instant, Principal Qin appeared before Han Liqiang and seized him by the neck. If I were to kill you, what do you think your father, Han Pejun, would do? Principal Qin's words pierced Han Liqiang's heart like a cold dagger. No, Principal, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. Han Liqiang trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He understood that Qin Xiongwei would not hesitate to take his life. Although he held the title of fourth young master, his actual standing within the Han family was only slightly above that of a maid. Ever since his awakening, his second brother, Han Feng, could bully him at will, and he could not retaliate, even having to present his face for further humiliation. Should Principal Qin decide to take his life, Han Pejun would likely remain silent, merely proclaiming to the outside world that Han Liqiang, the fourth young master of the Han family, had succumbed to a sudden illness and passed away. Spare you? You deceived me and challenged my authority. It would be no injustice to kill you. Principal Qin tightened his grip, causing Han Liqiang to struggle for breath. Just as Han Liqiang believed he was destined to meet his demise today, Principal Qin's grip on him loosened, allowing him to descend to the ground. Han Liqiang gasped for air, struggling to regain his composure as half a minute passed. His gaze fell upon Principal Qin, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Do not wield my trivial matters as if they were commands. Do you understand? I understand. I shall never dare again. Han Liqiang fervently nodded in agreement. Good. You may leave now. Principal Qin waved his hand and resumed his seat. Han Liqiang turned to exit, but as he stepped towards the door, he hesitated, retracting his foot. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Principal Qin, I do not comprehend." Han Lijun looked at Principal Qin expectantly. "What do you not understand? Why is Lin Fan capable of—" "I know what you wish to ask. Since you have inquired, allow me to elucidate." Principal Qin regarded Han Lijun with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Lin Fan is an SSS-level prodigy, the foremost contender in this year's freshman competition. As for Li Kai, he possesses an A-level ability, specializing in physical enhancement. To suggest that they practice dark arts is nothing short of an international jest. What? An SSS-level ability? Upon hearing these words, Han Lijun clasped his head in disbelief. He had not followed the freshman competition and was unaware of the clash between Lin Fan and Yi Chun. Had you not asked, I would have merely given you a reprimand. However, your inquiry reveals your ignorance. Moreover, your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Being in the mid-stage of the fourth realm is insufficient to serve as the deputy head of the student council. Thus, I have decided to relieve you of your position. This pronouncement struck Han Lijun like a bolt from the blue. The deputy head of the student council wielded considerable influence. He had leveraged this title to amass a substantial amount of resources, which had enabled him to reach the mid-stage of the fourth realm. Now, without this title, he would not only lose access to these resources but also risk retaliation from those he had wronged during his previous exploits. Many had been offended during his pursuit of personal gain, and without the protection of his title, they would surely seek him out for a heart-to-heart. "Principal, please don't," Han Lijun implored, dropping to his knees in desperation. "Sigh." Principal Qin sighed, gazing down at the kneeling Han Lijun, rendered speechless. "This Han Lijun truly leaves me at a loss for words." Han Pujuan was quite a figure. It seems Han Lijun has inherited none of his father's intellect. "Stand up. No, Principal. Unless you rescind your decision, I shall remain here." Han Lijun stubbornly clung to Principal Qin's trousers. Anger began to simmer within Principal Qin as he contemplated kicking Han Lijun away, yet the latter's grip remained steadfast. "If you continue to cling to my trousers, I shall expel you," Principal Qin declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Han Lijun dared not approach any further. If he were expelled, he would be reduced to a status even lower than that of a servant within the Han family. "Your issues are your own. Do not harbor fantasies of others rescuing you. Blame yourself for not being an SSS-level ability user. I have said all I intend to." With a wave of his hand, Han Lijun was propelled away by an unseen force, and the office door closed behind him. He attempted to re-enter, but the door would not budge. Bowing his head at the threshold for an extended period, he ultimately had no choice but to depart as he trudged across the playground. His legs moved with great difficulty, a chill enveloping him. He had initially believed that by portraying himself as a victim and filing a complaint, the principal would penalize Lin Fan and Li Kai. Yet, not only had the principal refused to take action against them, but he had also stripped Han Lijun of his position. For Han Lijun, the role of deputy head was far more than a mere title. It was the only avenue through which he could experience the taste of power, allowing him to vent his frustrations over the indignities suffered at the hands of Han Feng. Now that this position was lost, he felt even more acutely the futility of the beating he had endured from Lin Fan and Li Kai. Han Lijun clutched his head, sinking to the ground and crying out in anguish. Chapter 78. Han Pujuan Deputy Head Han, what troubles you? A passing male student noticed Han Lijun crouched on the ground and stopped to express concern. "Scram, just get out." The moment Han Lijun heard the title deputy head, he felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning and bellowed at the concerned student. The student, startled by Han Lijun's outburst, turned and fled. Moments later, he was far away. Han Lijun, watching the retreating figure, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He suddenly entertained the notion of chasing down the student and administering a beating. But the student had already distanced himself, and Han Lijun knew he could not catch up. Reluctantly, he abandoned the thought and made his way back to his dormitory. Once back in his room, Han Lijun resolved to take a shower to calm himself. Upon entering the bathroom and shedding his clothes, he suddenly felt a constriction in his breathing. Something is amiss. What is happening? Han Lijun emerged, unclothed. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and within mere seconds, he felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. He collapsed to the floor, frothing at the mouth. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to crawl toward the doorway. His right hand strained against the floor, veins bulging as he pushed himself forward. However, after moving only 5 meters, his breath began to falter. The necklace he wore dissolved, a thick black mist seeping into Han Lijiang's body. Han Feng died in his final moments. Han Lijiang finally comprehended who sought his death. The necklace, a gift from Han Feng, had been his undoing. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to leave behind evidence. Han Feng, I shall not rest even in death. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to utter those words. In the next instant, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes closed, and life departed from him entirely. Half a day later, a male student attempted to contact Han Lijiang. After several unanswered calls, he eventually arrived at Han Lijiang's dormitory, only to discover his lifeless body. The news spread, creating quite a stir, for no student had ever perished at the Imperial Capital University in all these years. Upon learning of the incident, Principal Qin immediately moved to contain the information. Within the opulent Han family mansion, Han Lijiang's corpse lay in a coffin. Why, poor son? A beautiful woman clad in white mourning attire wept beside the casket. Second mother, please accept my condolences. A dashing young man in mourning attire comforted her. After a moment of sobbing, the woman wiped her tears and turned to Han Feng. Xiao Feng, why do you think Han Lijiang suddenly died? Second mother, how could I possibly know? Han Feng replied, his expression perplexed. The woman scrutinized Han Feng's eyes, searching for any hint of deception, but his expression remained inscrutable, revealing no cracks. It is entirely normal for the second brother to be unaware that a man, bearing a striking resemblance to Han Feng and clad in mourning attire, approached, though he coughed heavily, his complexion pale, elder brother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Han Feng quickly stepped forward to assist him. I am fine. Second brother. Cough, cough. Han Biao began to cough violently. Elder brother, you cannot claim to be fine. Han Feng patted Han Biao's back, expressing concern. It is merely an old ailment. A few coughs and I shall be well. As he spoke, Han Biao coughed again. Elder brother, if it becomes unbearable, I shall take you to see the finest doctor. I refuse to believe there is no cure. Second brother, do not concern yourself with me. Go tend to second mother first. All right. Han Feng supported Han Biao as they approached the grieving woman. Second mother, please accept my condolences, they both said in unison. The moment the woman heard this, tears streamed down her face once more. Han Feng regarded the sobbing woman with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, though it was well concealed, unnoticed by those present. What is happening? A stern voice inquired as a handsome man with a resolute expression and flecks of gray hair entered. Father, head of the family. The three turned to face the man. What is the matter? What has occurred? Han Pijuan scrutinized the trio. Father, the fourth brother has died. Han Feng was the first to speak. Xiao Feng, such jokes are in poor taste. Han Pijuan frowned at Han Feng. Father, second brother is not jesting. Han Biao interjected. Master, you must capture the murderer and avenge Chang'er. The woman approached Han Pijuan, pleading earnestly. Han Pijuan inhaled deeply. Rest assured, no member of the Han family shall die in vain. I will ensure the culprit is brought to justice for Chang'er. Thank you, master. The woman expressed her gratitude. Now, let me see Chang'er's body. The woman stepped aside, and Han Pijuan approached the coffin. Inside, Han Lijiang's face had been made presentable through makeup, appearing as though he were merely sleeping. Han Pijuan extended his hand, gently caressing Han Lijiang's face. Observing this, Han Feng felt an unsettling tightness in his chest. However, Han Pijuan displayed no semblance of emotion. He retracted his hand and addressed the others, saying, I shall bestow a grand funeral upon Chang'er. With that, he turned and departed. Han Feng exhaled in relief, thankful to have escaped detection. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Come find me shortly. Han Feng's body trembled slightly upon hearing the voice. Second brother, what is the matter? Han Biao inquired, noticing Han Feng's unease. It's nothing. Han Feng replied. 30 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at Han Pijuan's chamber. Father, I have come. Take a seat. Han Pijuan gestured towards a chair. Han Feng's heart raced intensely, yet he suppressed his unease and sat down. You've done quite well, my boy. Han Pijuan took a sip from his teacup. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's hand quivered slightly, but he soon regained his composure and looked at his father. Father, what do you mean? What have I done well? TSK. Han Pijuan set down his teacup and fixed Han Feng with a piercing gaze. Han Feng, you needn't feign innocence. I have long seen through your little tricks. Father, what tricks? What are you talking about? Han Feng gazed at Han Pejun, bewildered. Today, he intended to deny everything as long as he did not admit to anything. His father would have no recourse. Bravo! Our Han family has produced a remarkable talent. Han Pejun applauded, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Han Feng. Not confessing is of no consequence. When the time comes, I shall declare that it was you, Han Feng, who killed Han Chongli. Father, you cannot do this. Han Feng sprang to his feet, anger radiating from his eyes as he confronted Han Pejun. I did not conspire against our fourth brother. On what grounds do you claim it was I? I say it was you, therefore it was you. Han Pejun replied coldly, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 79. Great Weeping Father, if you truly announce that, I shall take my own life before you today. Han Feng brandished a dagger, pressing it against his throat. Go ahead, take your own life. To Han Feng's astonishment, Han Pejun said indifferently. Very well. Han Feng hesitated momentarily, but with a steely resolve, he poised the dagger to pierce his neck. Enough! Han Pejun waved his right hand, causing the dagger that was about to plunge into Han Feng's throat to clatter to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Han Feng's forehead. He had genuinely been on the brink of self-harm. I must say, among my sons, you resemble me the most. Not only are you ruthless towards your enemies, but you are even more so towards yourself. Han Pejun regarded Han Feng with admiration. This left Han Feng utterly perplexed. No, this is not how it should be. Observing the astonishment on Han Feng's face, Han Pejun chuckled. You are indeed surprised? Aren't you? That is precisely how it should be. Han Pejun approached Han Feng, patting him on the shoulder with a calm tone. From the moment I laid eyes on Han Chongli's corpse, I knew it was you. Nevertheless, it matters not. He was but a waste, dead or alive. It changes nothing. Han Feng was at a loss for words, only managing a stiff nod. Han Pejun glanced out the window. Where Han Chongli's coffin was displayed, he shook his head disdainfully, remarking, a waste, dead and gone. There is nothing to lament. He then picked up a family photograph, focusing on Han Biao. Your elder brother, Han Biao, has been frail since childhood and possesses a certain indecisiveness. He is utterly unfit to be the head of the Han family. Your third brother, Han Guang, vanished after heading to Yong'an City. We have received no news of him, and his body is yet to be found. He likely fell victim to an attack by the White Lotus sect. Han Pejun inhaled deeply and continued, Your mother passed away early and I, burdened with myriad responsibilities, failed to provide you with much affection. This is my shortcoming as a father. I am aware that Huang Haoyu, that wretched woman, bullied you and your brothers during your childhood. Han Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Han Pejun was privy to everything. However, now that you have come of age, what is rightfully yours shall always be yours, as compensation. I shall not hold you accountable for Han Lichang's death, as for your second mother, Huang Haoyu. Once you ascend to the position of family head, you may deal with her as you see fit. Perform well, future head of the Han family. Having said this, Han Pejun pushed open the door and exited. Han Feng stood frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, he finally came to his senses. Ha, 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 ha. The joy within him could no longer be contained as he burst into laughter. He had initially feared he would face confinement, yet ultimately, nothing had transpired. Han Lichang, your death was indeed worthwhile. Rest assured, I shall burn ample paper money for you. A day later, Han Pejun publicly declared that Han Lichang had succumbed to a sudden illness. 3 days later, at Han Lichang's funeral, Huang Haoyu was consumed by grief, weeping inconsolably. Han Feng, as the second brother, joined in without hesitation. Clad in mourning attire for an entire day, he fainted from crying 3 times, only to awaken and continue weeping. Lamenting, my dear brother, your death is such a tragedy. I will ensure your funeral is arranged properly. From then on, my second mother shall be my kin. I will take good care of her, Han Feng proclaimed, wiping away tears as he shouted in excitement. Eventually, Han Biao had to coax and pull him away. However, this was of little consequence to Lin Fan and Li Kai, who merely experienced a momentary shock upon hearing the news of Han Lichang's demise before resuming their grueling training. 50-fold gravity, running 5 laps around the training room, followed by 30 push-ups. The familiar voice of Chu Kuang reached Lin Fan and Li Kai's ears. The two began to run around the area, while not particularly easy. It was not overly difficult either. These two lads are truly commendable, Chu Kuang observed with admiration. Lin Fan and Li Kai progressed daily, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. He did not worry that they would surpass him. The notion of teaching disciples and starving the master was of no concern to him. The stronger Lin Fan and Li Kai became, the happier he felt. 30 minutes later, the pair completed their 5 laps and 30 push-ups. Good, now both of you come at me together, using only your fists and feet to spar. Teacher, are you sure? Li Kai looked at Chu Kuang. Sometimes I wonder where your confidence stems from. Chu Kuang shook his head, eyeing Li Kai. This disciple had many fine qualities, but recently, he had developed a penchant for witty banter. However, no one is perfect. Perfection is an impossibility. Lin Fan, let us team up. Today we must bring down old Deng. Li Kai whispered to Lin Fan. Despite his keen hearing, Chu Kuang still caught wind of Li Kai's words, his lips twitching slightly. What a rascal undermining his teacher. I must be sure to teach Li Kai a lesson later. I am ready to fight, Li Kai declared loudly. All right, let us go. Chu Kuang cracked his knuckles, signaling for them to begin. Li Kai and Lin Fan charged towards Chu Kuang simultaneously. Chu Kuang remained still, calmly observing the two. As Li Kai reached him, he unleashed a crashing punch. Chu Kuang, quicker to react, executed a bagua palm to deflect the punch, then transformed his palm into a fist, stepping forward. Bang! Li Kai was sent flying. At that moment, Lin Fan also attacked Chu Kuang. It seemed Chu Kuang had anticipated Lin Fan's movement. With a sidestep, he evaded Lin Fan's punch and swiftly sent him crashing to the ground as well. This one do. More practice is needed. Chu Kuang stroked his chin, surveying the two prostrate on the ground. If you're capable, then don't move, Li Kai shouted in frustration. I in battle. No one will care about such niceties. Chu Kuang approached Li Kai, wearing a mischievous grin. Today, I shall impart a lesson. What lesson? Li Kai asked curiously. The lesson is this. Before striking others, one must first learn to be struck. With that, Chu Kuang's fists rained down upon Li Kai like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again, Li Kai pleaded. No, I feel you still haven't grasped this lesson. Teaching others the lesson is my greatest joy. Today, I must ensure you learn it. Chu Kuang chuckled, preparing to continue imparting wisdom to Li Kai. Teacher, please stop. He has already learned the lesson, Lin Fan interjected. What a good brother, Li Kai exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Very well, I will trust your word. Chu Kuang handed Li Kai a vial of medicine. This is for treating your injuries. Apply it to your wounds when you return. Chapter 80. Birthday. Your current proficiency in Xingyi Quan has reached the introductory stage. Yet you are still far from executing it with fluidity. Once you have mastered it, I will teach you Taijiquan and Baguazhang. Only when you have integrated the 3 major internal martial arts will you be deemed ready to graduate. He patted Li Kai on the shoulder and continued, Li Kai, I believe that the 3 major internal martial arts will inspire you to create new techniques. Your new technique is bound to be stronger than the previous 2. However, it requires considerable time. Thus, during this period, focus on mastering the 3 major internal martial arts. Today, I shall guide you once more on Xingyi Quan. I am utterly exhausted. Li Kai lay on the bed, feeling as though his entire body was falling apart. Get up, I need to apply medicine to you. Lin Fan opened the cap of the medicine bottle. Wait for me a moment. Li Kai removed the upper half of his clothing, revealing his robust and powerful muscles. Wow, quite impressive. Of course, have you forgotten who I am? Li Kai displayed a confident smile. Ah, what are you doing? Li Kai exclaimed. Applying the medicine, Lin Fan began to apply the medicine to Li Kai's injured area. That hurts, be gentler. Li Kai's body trembled slightly. All right, I will be more gentle. Lin Fan reduced the pressure in his hands and eventually finished applying the medicine. He placed the bottle on the table and caught sight of Li Kai's identification card. 2 pieces of information caught his attention. Date of birth, August 3, 2087. Address, XXX Road, XXX, Emperor City. August 3 RD. Isn't tomorrow August 3 RD? Lin Fan glanced at the time. Li Kai. Are you from Emperor City? Lin Fan inquired. Yes, why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I just realized that despite being in Emperor City for so long, I haven't explored much. I was hoping to find a local to show me around. Upon hearing this, Li Kai suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? It's nothing. Emperor City does have quite a few famous attractions, such as the Great Wall, and in the evening, Lin Fan found a quiet spot and called Chu Kuang. Teacher, I would like to request leave with Li Kai tomorrow. Leave? Why do you need to take leave? Chu Kuang asked. Tomorrow is Li Kai's birthday, and I want to celebrate it for him. All right, I approve. Just let me know before you eat the cake. I want to join you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan exited the school gate. He went to a shopping mall, purchased some painting supplies, and pre-ordered a cake. Upon returning to the room, he found Li Kai fast asleep, having kicked the blanket off the bed. Lin Fan sighed and picked up the blanket, covering Li Kai with it. The next day, Lin Fan and Li Kai woke up early as usual. Lin Fan, it's time to head to the training room. No need. Today we are going out to explore. But if we don't go, won't Lao Deng beat us? Li Kai said, shrinking his neck and worried. Don't worry, I will take the responsibility. Lin Fan patted his chest like an older brother. All right, then thank you, Brother Fan. Li Kai was quite excited. Having been at Emperor University for so long, he was eager to explore. Let's go. The two left the school and headed to the Great Wall. Their physical fitness was decent, yet it still took them an hour to reach the highest point of the Great Wall. Standing at the peak, they gazed at the scenery below, filled with myriad emotions. How does it feel? It's wonderful. Lin Fan spread his arms, breathing in the fresh air. What about you? Lin Fan asked Li Kai. It's great. Li Kai closed his eyes, stretching out his arms like Lin Fan. Bystanders looked at the two with bemusement. 3 minutes later, they began their descent. 18 noon. The two arrived at an upscale restaurant. Li Kai glanced at the prices on the menu and attempted to pull Lin Fan away. It's too expensive. A meal here will conservatively cost at least 100,000. I'll pay. Lin Fan took out his card, encouraging Li Kai to order freely. Thank you, Brother Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, dissatisfied with the title. Thank you, Righteous Father. Li Kai quickly corrected himself. Hey, Lin Fan chuckled. Sometimes, the bonds between boys are simply that uncomplicated. A single title of Righteous Father surpasses all else. Facing a lavish spread of dishes, Li Kai devoured his food voraciously. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Lin Fan sipped his soup, observing Li Kai. It's oh delicious. Truly exquisite. Li Kai stuffed his mouth with meat, tears streaming from his eyes. Why are you crying? Don't cry. A man should never shed tears, even when wounded. Lin Fan handed Li Kai a tissue. I'm sorry. I'm just overwhelmed. Li Kai wiped away his tears. Eat. After finishing, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. All right, Li Kai nodded. Let's order another portion of this, and that, and this as well. We'll come back for them tonight. Li Kai pointed to several dishes. Very well. The restaurant owner replied respectfully. In truth, he did not need to attend to them personally, but Lin Fan's generous tip was more than sufficient. 150,000. This exceeded the restaurant's profit for an entire day. Let us go. Lin Fan and Li Kai exited the restaurant, heading towards the famous landmarks of Emperor City. They planned to make the most of their free time by visiting several attractions. At 6 in the evening, Lin Fan and Li Kai returned to the upscale restaurant. The dishes were ready and even packed. I need to make a quick trip home, Li Kai said. All right. Lin Fan had no objections. The cake he ordered came with delivery service. The two took the subway to the outskirts of the city. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at a row of houses at the edge of town. Li Kai approached one of the houses and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice came from inside. Mom, it's me, Li Kai. Upon hearing his name, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. Little Kai, shouldn't you be at Emperor University at this hour? Mom, I missed you a bit, so I came to visit. Who is this? The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Fan. My friend. Li Kai replied. Hello, Auntie. Lin Fan smiled. Hello. The middle-aged woman returned the smile, though her gaze fell upon the takeout in Li Kai's hands. Mom, these are the dishes we ordered, Li Kai explained. You even brought takeout back. Perfect timing. I have to cook tonight. The middle-aged woman took the containers from their hands and invited them inside. Before entering, Lin Fan pulled out his phone and sent 2 messages, one to Chu Kuang and another to the store. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll get started on dinner. The middle-aged woman headed to the kitchen. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. The 50-square-meter house was not particularly large, yet the decor exuded warmth. What do you think? Li Kai asked as he sat down. Not bad, quite nice. Lin Fan replied as he took a seat. Chapter 81. The gift. Since I became aware, I have only seen my mother and never my father. Many at school insult me as a wild child and band together to bully me. Upon learning of this, my mother stormed into the school to confront the teachers. Unfortunately, it was futile. My mother, lacking power and influence, found the teachers unwilling even to feign concern. Li Kai recounted this. He stood up and retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator. He opened them and handed one to Lin Fan. Li Kai took a swig and continued, "Yet despite this, my mother still educated those who bullied me. The result was that my mother was cornered." Li Kai set down the beer, his voice growing somber. "That day, my mother was bruised but still smiled at me, saying, 'Little Kai, I cannot give you much, but I will never stand by and let you be bullied.' Whatever delicious food there was, she shared with me." Saying she had eaten enough in the past, Li Kai revealed a bittersweet smile, continuing, "But I knew she had never eaten. Dinner is ready. We can talk later." The middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen with bowls of rice. Li Kai immediately took the bowls and placed them on the dining table. Just then, the doorbell rang. The middle-aged woman moved to open the door, but Lin Fan stopped her. "Li Kai, you go answer the door." "Okay." Although Li Kai was puzzled, he complied. He gently opened the door. The next moment, a voice filled the air. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Chu Kuang entered, holding a cake and singing the birthday song. "Thank you." Teacher Li Kai stood in silence for a moment before bowing to Chu Kuang. "If you want to thank someone, thank Lin Fan. He called me last night to inform me of your birthday. Otherwise, do you think I would come looking for you today because you skipped training?" Chu Kuang said, rolling his eyes. Hearing this, Li Kai turned to Lin Fan, who smiled back at him. A warmth spread through Li Kai's heart. "Hurry and let your teacher in." Li Kai quickly stepped aside to allow Chu Kuang to enter. Chu Kuang placed the cake on the table and found a chair to sit down. "By the way, little Kai, I also prepared a cake." The middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen with another cake. Li Kai was at a loss for words. "It's fine." Lin Fan smiled and picked up the cake. "Li Kai?" "Lin Fan, what's wrong?" Li Kai turned to look at Lin Fan. With a resounding slap, the cake was smashed onto Li Kai's face by Lin Fan. Beside him, Chu Kuang was not idle either, promptly pressing the fallen cake further into Li Kai's visage. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Fan and Chu Kuang erupted into laughter, reveling in the sight of Li Kai's face smeared with cake. Men remain youthful at heart. And the same holds true for Chu Kuang and Lin Fan. A middle-aged woman handed Li Kai a clean cloth. Li Kai accepted it, wiping away the remnants of cake from his face. Unperturbed, "All right, it's time for your birthday gift." Lin Fan produced his painting tools along with a beautifully wrapped gift box. Chu Kuang also retrieved a gift box, presenting it to Li Kai. "Thank you," Li Kai expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. I am your master. Such courtesies should be reserved among good friends," Chu Kuang and Lin Fan said. Patting Li Kai on the shoulder, Li Kai felt a surge of warmth. "Xiao Kai, your mother has a gift for you too." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before retrieving a modest box. However, this box appeared quite ordinary, lacking any special attributes. "Thank you, Mom." Li Kai accepted the box, eager to open it. "Wait until you are alone to open it," Chu Kuang interjected. "Understood." Li Kai placed the 3 boxes into his spatial ring. "Now, gather together. I shall paint your portrait." Lin Fan prepared the necessary materials and settled onto a small stool. "You possess such talent?" Chu Kuang inquired, astonished. "Master, you underestimate me. Have you heard of the galloping horses painting?" "Indeed. That was my work." "What? You painted it?" Chu Kuang slapped the table in disbelief. The galloping horses painting attracted considerable attention a few years back, and even an outsider like me could appreciate its quality. "You're quite the talent." Chu Kuang clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder. Naturally, Lin Fan replied with confidence. "Let us begin." The 3 stood together as Lin Fan commenced painting on the blank canvas. After 20 minutes, Lin Fan halted, presenting the artwork to Li Kai. Li Kai took it, examining it closely. "What do you think?" "Quite impressive. Remarkably so." Li Kai gave a thumbs up. The painting captured Li Kai, Chu Kuang, and the middle-aged woman with remarkable likeness. "Come, let us frame it." Lin Fan retrieved a frame and mounted the painting. Li Kai accepted it, carefully placing it into his spatial ring. "Xiao Kai, prepare to make a wish." The middle-aged woman inserted candles into the cake and ignited them with a lighter. Li Kai joined his hands in prayer, bowing his head and closing his eyes, silently wishing for his mother's well-being, the successful cultivation of his brothers and master, and smooth sailing in all endeavors. Upon finishing his silent prayer, Li Kai opened his eyes and blew out the flickering candles. "What did you wish for?" Chu Kuang asked curiously. "Master, speaking a wish aloud renders it ineffective." "Right, I forgot." Chu Kuang scratched his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Allow me to serve the cake. Li Kai picked up a knife and sliced the cake for the three of them. They each took a bite, savoring the sweetness. The dishes were quickly devoured, and the group sat on their stools, contentedly belching. The middle-aged woman rose to start clearing the tableware. Lin Fan noticed the calluses on her hands. Mom, allow me. Li Kai quickly stood and took the dishes from the middle-aged woman. Xiao Kai, today is your birthday. The birthday person shouldn't clean up. Mom, I am the birthday person, but I am also your son. What kind of son lets his mother clean? The middle-aged woman insisted. But Li Kai remained resolute. I'll take care of it. Lin Fan stood up to assist with the dishes. Count me in. Chu Kuang also rose to help. The middle-aged woman, anxious to contribute, was halted by Li Kai. Mom, we will handle it. You should rest for a while. No, it isn't right for guests to clean up. She had just managed to break free from Li Kai when Lin Fan and Chu Kuang had already tidied the table. Sigh. The middle-aged woman sighed deeply. Mom, there's one more thing I wish to discuss. Li Kai produced a bank card and handed it to the middle-aged woman. Mom, this card contains 10 million. I would like to purchase a house for you in the heart of the capital. That way, you can reside there, and I can visit you more often. The middle-aged woman accepted the bank card and promptly placed it back into Li Kai's pocket. Chapter 82. Provocation. Mom, it's all right? I don't need it. This place is just fine. Mom, enough of that. You need funds for your cultivation, and I am comfortable here. After saying this, the middle-aged woman walked into the kitchen to begin cleaning. Li Kai stood in place, unsure of what to say or do. Lin Fan and Chu Kuang were equally uncertain about how to navigate the situation. They could only pat Li Kai on the shoulder before departing. After a moment, Li Kai joined the middle-aged woman in the kitchen to help clean up. Mom, why? Li Kai persisted in his questioning. Xiao Kai, there aren't that many reasons. In time, you will understand. The middle-aged woman tucked her hair back and continued her work. Li Kai gazed at her face with deep concern. His mother appeared significantly aged from the burden of caring for him. Despite being in her 40s, she had a considerable amount of gray hair. In that moment, he genuinely contemplated knocking her out and taking her directly to the capital. Yet, he refrained from acting on this impulse. If he did so, his mother's stubborn nature would likely lead her to return here upon waking. He could not bear the thought of her enduring such hardship again. Mom, the middle-aged woman turned, revealing a smile. Love you, Mom. That night, Li Kai retrieved the 3 boxes. He first opened the one from Chu Kuang, discovering a manual for the 8 Extremes Fist and a blue fruit. Both items were highly beneficial for him. The blue fruit would allow him to directly break through a minor realm, and the 8 Extremes Fist would elevate his martial skills further. Thank you, Master, Li Kai expressed with heartfelt gratitude. He then opened the box from his mother, which contained a watch. While not particularly expensive, it was exquisitely crafted. Li Kai delicately touched it before fastening it onto his right wrist. Finally, he opened the last box, the birthday gift from Lin Fan. Inside was a book titled 8 Gates of Duanjia. 8 Gates of Dungeon. Li Kai extracted the book, and upon glancing at its contents, he became instantly engrossed. Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Death Gate, Scene Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate, Li Kai softly recited. If he were to execute a serious punch while in the state of 8 Gates of Duanjia, how immense would its power be? Li Kai dared not contemplate further. No, this gift from Lin Fan is too precious. I cannot accept it. He resolved to return the book to Lin Fan the next day. The following morning, Li Kai rose early to prepare breakfast for his mother before heading to the Imperial Capital University. As long as no extraordinary circumstances arose, training must not cease. Upon arriving at the training room, Lin Fan and Chu Kuang were already engaged in sparring. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows with vigor. Good lad. You're progressing quite rapidly, Chu Kuang praised as he blocked one of Lin Fan's punches. Not at all. It's all due to my master's excellent teaching, Lin Fan humbly replied. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang chuckled. In truth, he hadn't exerted his full strength, using only 30% of his power. Lin Fan, I'm coming. Li Kai dashed over to Lin Fan's side. Let us exchange a few moves. Chu Kuang beckoned with a finger. All right. Li Kai did not hesitate, launching a kick towards Chu Kuang. Just as his foot was about to connect, Li Kai suddenly pulled back and threw a right punch at Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang extended his right fist to meet Li Kai's. Li Kai staggered backwards several steps, while Chu Kuang remained rooted to the spot, unyielding. Young man, you still have much to practice. Chu Kuang shook his head. Again, Li Kai, unwilling to back down, charged at Chu Kuang once more. You are too headstrong on the training field, Lin Fan supported Li Kai. This isn't headstrong. This is perseverance. Li Kai walked unsteadily, having received a thorough lesson from Chu Kuang. Forget it, do as you wish. Lin Fan sighed in exasperation. You two, stand still. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Lin Fan and Li Kai turned to see 4 men approaching. The 4 were disciples of Jiang He. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired. I noticed you just stepped out. Did Chu Kuang gift you something nice? One of the men stepped forward, clad in a trench coat with earrings, exuding arrogance. What our master gives us is none of your concern. Li Kai retorted, glaring at them. Oh, Li Kai, you worthless freshman. It was Lin Fan who assisted you during the tournament. Without Lin Fan, how could you have achieved 4th place? Exactly, the other 3 chimed in. Veins pulsated in Li Kai's hands. Since arriving at the Imperial Capital University, he had been repeatedly provoked, with others assuming his admission was merely due to luck. He had previously ignored such taunts. Yet today, being openly mocked was intolerable. It seems I must take action and teach these individuals a lesson. Lin Fan sensed Li Kai's tightening grip and understood his intentions. Go ahead. Gently patting Li Kai's shoulder, he released his hold. Li Kai, what good is the strength you've trained for so long? My dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. Indeed, those endowed with the power of the elemental system are the easiest to defeat. We have all advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd realm, and vanquishing a weakling like you is a mere trifling matter. The 4 individuals pointed and jeered at Li Kai, completely dismissing him. They refrained from speaking this way about Lin Fan, for they had witnessed Lin Fan unleash his Susanoo during the freshman competition. Will you confront me one by one, or shall you come at me together? Li Kai cracked his neck, gazing at the 4. Oh, how the weak feign bravado. You need not all engage. I can handle him alone. The boy adorned with ear studs stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Li Kai. An inexperienced fool. At best a novice in the 3rd realm. What can he possibly do against me? A mid-stage practitioner? Very well. I permit you to strike first. Li Kai beckoned with a finger. Fool, do not be so arrogant. The young man bellowed, summoning a long sword forged from light elements in his right hand. Slash! The light sword hurtled swiftly towards Li Kai. He deftly sidestepped the attack and, taking a half-step forward, unleashed a collapsing punch. Bang! The young man was sent flying, tumbling several times. Li Kai, you dare to launch a sneak attack? The young man regained his footing, furious as he pointed an accusing finger at Li Kai. Sneak attack? If you cannot hold your own, do not speak of ambushes. Li Kai approached the young man. A splendid opportunity. Lightfall. Seizing the moment of close proximity, the young man unleashed Lightfall. Struck at such a short distance, Li Kai would surely suffer at least minor injuries. Yet, as if he had anticipated this, Li Kai swiftly retreated the instant the young man released Lightfall. The attack caused him no harm. Infuriating. If you possess the ability, do not evade. Very well. I shall not retreat. Li Kai stood firm, channeling his mental energy to gather in his right hand. A casual punch. This is bad. Light shield. The young man sensed the imminent danger and immediately conjured a light shield. A violent wave of energy collided with the shield, causing it to sustain numerous small fractures. On the verge of shattering entirely, the young man quickly concentrated his mental energy, and the light shield barely withstood the impact of the casual punch, though it had become exceedingly fragile. Chapter 83. Protecting the Young. You! The young man began to speak, but Li Kai dashed in front of him. Half-step collapsing punch. Li Kai infused his mental energy into his hand. The light shield shattered instantaneously, and Li Kai's fist connected with the young man's face. Bang! This time, the young man was propelled far away, his body enveloped in dust, a wound opening on his hand with blood seeping forth. Boss! The other 3, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist their fallen companion. I am furious. How dare you sneak attack? Everyone, take him down and rub this weakling into the ground. The young man shouted in rage. Upon hearing his furious command, the 3 charged at Li Kai. Lin Fan, observing their approach, was about to intervene. No need. Li Kai waved his hand. He regarded the charging trio, having decided to employ that particular technique. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate. Rest gate, open. Li Kai instantly felt his speed and strength surge dramatically. A peculiar thought emerged in his mind. These 8 gates of Duanjia seemed tailor-made for him. Light sword, flame fist, wind blade. The 3 assailants launched their attacks simultaneously towards Li Kai. With the speed granted by opening 2 gates, Li Kai effortlessly evaded their strikes. He then pushed off with his right foot, channeling 70% of his mental energy into his fist. Serious punch. This is bad. The 3 sensed the impending threat and attempted to employ defensive measures, but it was too late. The shockwave unleashed by the serious punch sent them flying far away, damaging a significant portion of the playground in the process. The trio lay on the ground, spitting blood, struggling to rise. Yet, just as they managed to stand halfway, their eyes closed and they collapsed again. How is this possible? A weakling like you cannot achieve this, the young man with ear studs pointed at Li Kai. His body trembling slightly, the sight before him was too shocking. 3 mid-stage practitioners of the 3rd realm had been so effortlessly defeated by Li Kai, a mere novice. Nothing is impossible. Li Kai approached the young man and knocked him down with a punch. I do not know from whence you derive the audacity to label me a weakling, but I advise you to keep your mouth clean henceforth. Otherwise, every time we meet, I shall strike you. Do you understand? Li Kai's gaze bore into the young man like that of a ravenous wolf. The young man nodded fervently, repeatedly muttering, I understand, I understand. I shall not do so again. Li Kai shot the young man a glare before making his way to Lin Fan's side. Just as he was about to strike a pose to show off, his legs buckled. Lin Fan swiftly caught the nearly collapsing Li Kai. So, how do I look? Li Kai inquired, dashing, quite dashing to be by the way. I must return that book on the 8 gates of Duanjia to you. It is far too precious. Just as Li Kai was about to retrieve the book, Lin Fan stopped him. No need. You have already used it. Besides, I believe you are more suited to it than I. Very well. With the conversation reaching this point, Li Kai felt it inappropriate to refuse. Who dares to bully my disciple? A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated across the playground. Jiang He descended from the sky. Approaching the unconscious trio, he administered a pill to each. Upon seeing Jiang He arrive, the young man adorned with ear studs sprang to his feet. Sprinting to Jiang He's side, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, Teacher Jiang, Lin Fan and Li Kai have assaulted us. Moreover, he even claimed that your teaching quality is merely mediocre. What? Jiang He glared at Lin Fan and Li Kai, his expression darkening. The one thing he could not tolerate was anyone questioning his teaching abilities. Furthermore, Lin Fan's previous decision to not select him only added fuel to the fire. Old grievances combined with new animosities made it the perfect opportunity for him to confront Lin Fan today. Lin Fan, daring to lead others to bully my disciple, I see you are in need of a lesson. Jiang He's eyes locked onto Lin Fan, an invisible pressure emanating towards him. Lin Fan stood resolute, supporting Li Kai while resisting Jiang He's imposing aura. Jiang He was quite astonished. No junior had ever managed to withstand his pressure before. Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang He, beads of sweat trickling down his face. In truth, he was merely managing to hold on. After all, Jiang He was a practitioner of the 7th realm. And not everyone could withstand such pressure. Should Jiang He choose to strike, Lin Fan resolved to activate his Susanoo and summon Chu Kuang. With such a commotion occurring, Chu Kuang would undoubtedly be aware. Kid, I must admit, your talent is exceptional. However, you dare to harm my disciple, and that is unforgivable. Jiang He raised his right hand, preparing to attack Lin Fan. Simultaneously, Lin Fan readied himself to activate his Manjiki Sharingan and unleash Susanoo. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed. Jiang He, how dare you lay a hand on a junior? Chu Kuang descended from the heavens, glaring at Jiang He. Chu Kuang, if you cannot properly educate your own disciples, then I shall take it upon myself to do so. Jiang He cast a contemptuous glance at Chu Kuang. He, a mid-stage practitioner of the 7th realm, could easily defeat Chu Kuang, a novice in the same realm. My dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. Educate him? You are not even worthy. Worthiness shall be determined through strength. A pair of enormous wings of light unfurled behind Jiang He, lifting him skyward. Observe closely. This is a battle between 7th realm powerhouses. Chu Kuang issued a brief reminder before ascending into the sky. Jiang He, I truly do not comprehend where you derive your confidence. Jiang He concentrated energy into a light sword in his hand. You shall soon find out. Very well, I hope your strength matches your arrogance. Jiang He raised the light sword, slashing towards Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang lifted his right hand to cover the long sword, applying force until the blade shattered. What? Jiang He's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would be so formidable as to crush the sword with his bare hands. You dare to be distracted while battling me? The golden radiance enveloping Chu Kuang intensified. And with a single punch, he sent Jiang He hurtling away. Jiang He steadied himself, his eyes fixed on Chu Kuang, realizing he had underestimated him. This Chu Kuang is no weakling. Light fall, Jiang He pointed his right hand, and light elements rained down, striking towards Chu Kuang. The golden radiance surrounding Chu Kuang shone even more brilliantly, astonishingly allowing him to withstand the attack. Chu Kuang, moving with remarkable speed, charged toward Jiang He. This is bad. Jiang He sensed the impending danger. Chu Kuang's right fist was already descending upon him. Dharma form. Jiang He summoned his mental energy, and in the next moment, a colossal figure, entirely golden and towering 19 meters high, materialized before the eyes of the onlookers, enveloping Jiang He within. Chu Kuang's right fist struck the giant, causing it to stagger back a single step. Chu Kuang, kneel before me, Jiang He commanded the giant, which swung a fist towards Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang interlocked his hands, bracing against the forceful blow, but beads of sweat appeared on his face. Chapter 84. Pacification. Chu Kuang, is this the extent of your power? Jiang He taunted from within the Dharma form. Do not underestimate others. Jiang He took a step back, his garments exploding apart to reveal his robust physique. Dharma form. In the next moment, a faint golden giant, 18 meters tall, emerged. He appeared as though he were cast from gold, his entire form adorned with intricate patterns. Jiang He, prepare yourself. The swung a mighty fist toward Jiang He. Jiang He, too, commanded his giant, and the two colossi clashed in a tremendous blow. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated through the air, causing the onlookers to cover their ears. Is this the battle of a seventh realm powerhouse? Truly terrifying. Those outside the playground were deeply shaken by this spectacle. Encounters involving seventh realm warriors were rare, and most had never witnessed one before. Enough is enough, a stern voice resonated. Principal Qin materialized on the playground. Principal, Jiang He and Chu Kuang ceased their combat upon seeing him. Both of you are esteemed instructors at our Imperial Capital University, seventh realm powerhouses. Engaging in a brawl before so many students is rather excessive. Stand down. The two exchanged a glance. Despite the lingering fury in their eyes, they reluctantly retracted their manifestations. Now, enlighten me on the cause of this altercation. Principal Qin adjusted his beard thoughtfully. Principal, that scoundrel Lin Fan, alongside Li Kai, has been bullying my disciple. You must punish him severely. Jiang He pointed accusingly at Lin Fan, his tone fierce. Jiang He, one must present evidence when making accusations. Do not slander without proof. Chu Kuang interjected, clenching his right fist tightly. Chu Kuang, it seems you have yet to be subdued by my might. Care for another round? Let us see if you can handle it. I'm not afraid of you. Enough. Do I not exist? Principal Qin's voice thundered. Jiang He and Chu Kuang obediently fell silent. What transpired here? Principal Qin's gaze shifted to Lin Fan. These individuals instigated trouble, claiming Li Kai is worthless and ganging up on him. Li Kai defeated all four of them. That's the crux of the matter. Lin Fan stated plainly. Principal Qin raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Li Kai. These four banded together? In this cohort of new students, only a few possessed the ability to overcome them. Though Li Kai ranked fourth in the freshman competition, I suspect luck played a part. Lin Fan surrendered in his bout against Li Kai. Had he not, Li Kai would not have reached the finals. Yet, it is evident that Li Kai has made considerable progress during this time. I trust Lin Fan's honesty, for such an SS-grade prodigy would disdain to lie about trifles. Principal, Lin Fan speaks falsehoods, shouted a man adorned with ear studs as we passed by. We intended to have a proper conversation with Li Kai, yet Lin Fan, without a word, led Li Kai to assault us. Principal, you must advocate for us. Are you certain your words are truthful? Principal Qin asked with a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze piercing the man. Under Qin's scrutiny, the man felt uneasy but nodded, resolutely replying, Principal, I speak naught but the truth. At this moment, he knew he must stand firm. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. After all, when the three others regained their composure, they would not speak the truth, and there were no surveillance cameras in the playground during their altercation. If he clung to his story, he would escape unscathed. Very well, Principal Chin remarked enigmatically. He then extended his right hand, pointing toward the playground. Reflect, in the next instant, a 3-meter diameter light screen materialized before the crowd, displaying the scene of the four pointing at Li Kai, their voices echoing. This, the man with ear studs was drenched in sweat, taken aback by Principal Chin's abilities. Principal Chin lowered his hand. The light screen vanished now. Do you wish to explain yourself further? He inquired, directing his attention toward the man. Principal, Principal, it was all his wild imaginings. I am unaware of the specifics of what transpired, he lies. And his character is gravely flawed. Henceforth, he is no longer my disciple, Jiang He swiftly declared, severing ties with the man adorned with ear studs. The man was rendered speechless, unable to fathom Jiang He's abrupt decision to disavow him. Without that affiliation, acquiring training resources would demand a significant expenditure of points, severely hindering his cultivation progress and risking being surpassed by others. Teacher, you cannot do this, he pleaded, rushing to Jiang He's side. I am not your teacher. Cease your nonsense. Jiang He turned away, disregarding the man. Teacher Jiang, while you too have been deceived, it is a fact that you have exploited your position of power over the weak. I shall not make it difficult for you. Grant each of Lin Fan and Li Kai 2,000 points, Principal Chin instructed Jiang He. Very well, I have no objections, Jiang He replied through gritted teeth. For 1,000 points were not an insurmountable sum for him. He retrieved 2 cards from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Fan and Li Kai. Enough, those who came to spectate may disperse. Principal Chin announced, his voice resonating with authority. As the crowd recognized that the spectacle had concluded, they began to depart. Once Jiang He and the others had left, Principal Chin approached Lin Fan and spoke quietly. Lin Fan, strive diligently. I have high hopes for you. Understood, Principal, Lin Fan responded. Principal Chin gave Lin Fan a reassuring pat on the shoulder before taking his leave. You two lads certainly know how to stir up trouble. Chu Kuang remarked, glancing at them. We don't intend to, but some people just keep presenting their faces for us to strike, Li Kai replied, exasperated. Indeed, there's little we can do about that. I have but one piece of advice. Do not initiate conflict, yet do not shy away from it either. With those parting words, Chu Kuang departed as well, leaving Lin Fan to assist Li Kai back to their room. Li Kai collapsed onto the bed. Exhausted. The recent battle, though seemingly effortless, had been far from easy. He had activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, nearly depleting all his mental energy. If any one of the 3 adversaries had evaded the full force of his punch, they could have easily overpowered him, especially since he had faced a rigorous lesson from Chu Kuang during their previous clash. Lin Fan tidied up briefly before lying down and succumbing to sleep. The following day, the two arrived at the training room as usual. Today's training agenda is minimal. After we finish, I will take you both to a special place, Chu Kuang remarked casually. Bang bang bang, the sounds of combat echoed incessantly. Teacher, be gentler. Teacher, I understand this move now. Teacher, I've got it. Chapter 85. The ranking list. Ouch, that hurts. Li Kai winced in the training room. Your body's recovery ability is impressive. The injuries from yesterday have healed already. Keep at it, and I believe there will come a day when you can triumph over any foe, Chu Kuang encouraged, handing Li Kai a vial of medicine. All right, Li Kai accepted the vial. Come, today I will show you the exchange center at Imperial Capital University. With a grand gesture, Chu Kuang led Lin Fan and Li Kai toward the exchange center. Wow, this place is enormous. The exchange center was brimming with a sense of advanced technology, adorned with numerous large screens overhead and holographic displays at the counters. This is the exchange center of Imperial Capital University. Take a good look around. If you wish to exchange for anything, just let me know. I can arrange an 85% discount for you, Chu Kuang announced before heading to the service desk. Lin Fan and Li Kai turned their attention to the electronic screen. Blue fruit, required points, 2,000, remaining quantity, 10. Yellow fruit, required points, 5,000, remaining quantity, 7. Red fruit, required points, 9,500, remaining quantity, 2. Golden fruit, required points, NA, remaining quantity, 1. Upon seeing the point requirements for the various fruits, Li Kai clicked his tongue. With only 3,000 points in hand, he could not afford even a single yellow fruit. Lin Fan scanned the screen and continued browsing. He was currently at the early stage of the 4th realm, and it would take considerable time to reach the 5th realm. Moreover, with only 7,500 points. Even with the discount, he could not afford the red fruit. He then glanced at the Demon Beast Inner Cores. 3rd Realm Wind Wolf Inner Core. Required points, 1,500. Remaining quantity, 11. 4th Realm Wooden Man Inner Core. Required points, 3,750. Remaining quantity, 7. 5th Realm Extreme Electric Demon Wolf Inner Core. Required points, 9,000. Remaining quantity, 2. 6th Realm Wind Wolf King Inner Core. Required points, NA. Remaining quantity, 1. Among these inner cores, only the 4th Realm Wooden Man Inner Core held some value for him, though its usefulness was limited. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes fell upon something that piqued his interest greatly. Beginner Body Refinement Liquid. Required points, 1,700. Remaining quantity, 10. Intermediate Body Refinement Liquid. Required points, 4,300. Remaining quantity, 3. Advanced Body Refinement Liquid. Required points, 9,800. Remaining quantity, 1. These are excellent items, Li Kai exclaimed. The Body Refinement Liquid will undoubtedly enhance our training. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, echoing Li Kai's enthusiasm. He had heard of body refinement liquids before. Their effects were remarkable, yet they were virtually impossible to procure on the market. To begin with, let us exchange 2 bottles of primary body enhancement liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan made this decision. If you have your eye on something, hand over the points card, and I shall facilitate the exchange for you. Chu Kuang approached, holding a bottle of water. We wish to exchange for body enhancement liquid. The water that had just been sipped was immediately spewed out. What is the matter? Is there an issue with our desire to exchange for body enhancement liquid? Li Kai was unable to comprehend Chu Kuang's actions. No issue at all, Chu Kuang replied, suppressing his laughter with great effort. Very well, let us exchange for 3 bottles of primary body enhancement liquid. Lin Fan handed the card to Chu Kuang. All right, however, I must give you this first. Chu Kuang retrieved a red fruit and a map from his spatial ring. What is this? I had promised to provide you with cultivation resources suitable for the mid-stage of the 5th realm. This map illustrates the mental energy operation diagram necessary for breaking through to the 5th realm. As fortune would have it, I happened to be at the exchange center today, so I directly redeemed it for you. Lin Fan accepted it, carefully placing it into his spatial ring. Done. I shall go and exchange for the primary body enhancement liquid now. Chu Kuang proceeded to the exchange counter. After confirming that Lin Fan and Li Kai were not watching him, he took out 3 bottles of primary body enhancement liquid, deliberately waiting for a moment. Chu Kuang then approached the 2. Here are the primary body enhancement liquids you requested. Do take care of them. Lin Fan and Li Kai, without suspicion, accepted the liquids and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a colossal screen caught their attention. This screen was exceptionally large, occupying 1/7 of the exchange center's space. The Earth Rankings. Lin Fan read the 2 characters on the screen aloud. The Imperial Capital University features both Earth and Sky rankings. Each ranking comprises 30 slots. Anyone who ascends the rankings can receive at least 1,000 points each month. Chu Kuang explained from the side. Earth Rank 30, Zheng Qi, mid-stage of the 4th realm. Li Kai's pupils contracted. With the strength of the mid-stage 4th realm, one could easily become the lord of a small city. Yet, to be ranked last on the Earth rankings at the Imperial Capital University is rather ordinary. For many years, the 30 spots on the Earth rankings have been occupied by individuals of this realm, save for a few prodigies that appeared in certain years. At this point, Chu Kuang glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, scratching his nose, continued to observe the Earth rankings. Earth Rank 20, Han Feng, Peak of the 4th Realm. Earth Rank 15, Hai Jiawen, Peak of the 4th Realm. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Earth Rank 4, Yi Lang, Early Stage of the 5th Realm. From the 10th position onward, all are 5th Realm practitioners. Their ISNTA single 4th Realm practitioner among them. The strength of the Imperial Capital University is commendable. If I were to challenge them, I should have no trouble ranking beyond the 10th position. Why is the name of the first place hidden? Li Kai inquired, pointing at the large screen. The name of the first on both the Earth and Sky rankings must remain concealed. Only the top 3 individuals on the list are privy to it. Chu Kuang elucidated. By the way, just how strong is the first place on the Earth rankings? Li Kai asked curiously. Chu Kuang raised a finger, indicating one. What does that mean? He can defeat you with a single move, leaving you unable to rise from bed. What? So strong? Li Kai exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Naturally, the first on the Earth rankings has maintained his position for 2 consecutive years. The second, third, and fourth places have seen considerable fluctuations over the past 2 years, but the first has remained unchanged. Old Deng, do you know who the first on the Earth rankings is? Upon hearing the name Old Deng, veins bulged on Chu Kuang's forehead. He then slapped Li Kai on the head. How dare you speak to your master like that? Old Deng, Old Deng. Li Kai's lips curled into a smirk as he repeated the name. How infuriating. How did I end up with such a wayward disciple? Chu Kuang was so enraged that he was about to give Li Kai a proper lesson. Li Kai made a silly face. Wayward disciple, just wait until I teach you properly. Chu Kuang, in a fit of rage, swung at Li Kai. Like an eel, Li Kai dodged the blow and swiftly fled. Chu Kuang chased after him, exiting the exchange center. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave the exchange center. However, at that moment, a fierce argument drew his attention. Points card, you dare to steal my points card? Kid, don't spout nonsense. You bought it yourself, I didn't force you. A burly man held the points card, looking down at Lin Yao with disdain. Chapter 86, Old Deng. This blue fruit of yours is a defective product. Its efficacy reduced to a mere third. Lin Yao pointed at the burly man, his voice growing more intense. The surrounding crowd turned to look at the burly man upon hearing the commotion. The burly man, noticing the attention he garnered, showed no sign of anxiety. He placed the points card into his spatial ring, proclaiming loudly, "Transactions should be mutually agreeable. Besides, on what grounds do you think 900 points can be exchanged for a blue fruit?" As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately understood what had transpired moments before, casting sympathetic glances at Lin Yao. This burly man, named Shang Yunhai, frequently sold poorly effective fruits at the exchange center. Many newcomers have fallen victim to his schemes, yet there is little they can do about it. Although Shang Yunhai does not appear on the Earth rankings, he is indeed a solid mid-stage 4th realm practitioner. New students simply lack the strength to defeat him. Additionally, the newcomers who have been duped prefer to keep silent to avoid embarrassment. Moreover, the state encourages competition, as long as it does not become excessive. I don't care. You've misrepresented your goods, and you owe me points. Lin Yao's face turned crimson with rage. I've told you many times. Transactions should be mutually agreeable. If you continue to make a fuss, don't blame me for resorting to violence. Shang Yunhai cracked his neck, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Yao. Lin Yao was intimidated by Shang Yunhai's menacing gaze and took a step back. However, recalling his 900 points and the fact that he was a mid-stage 3rd realm S-class ability user, he felt less fearful. If it comes to blows, so be it. Today, I will reclaim my 900 points. Oh, we have a tough one this time. However, I like it. Shang Yunhai grinned at Lin Yao. Let us take it outside and fighting in the exchange center. The 2 men exited the center, and the onlookers followed suit. Lin Fan also made his way to the training ground. The ground had been repaired, with the original pits filled in. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you strike first. Shang Yunhai beckoned to Lin Yao, who stood opposite him. Very well, you said it first. When I knock you to the ground, don't claim that I struck first. Lin Yao, hands in pockets, exuded confidence. Ha ha ha. Shang Yunhai covered his face with his right hand, nearly laughing to the point of tears. The onlookers stifled their laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Yao felt insulted. Kid, I really don't know where you get your confidence. Didn't your mother teach you that sometimes it's best not to be overly confident? Shang Yunhai lowered his right hand, gazing at Lin Yao. You really talk too much. Lightfall, wind shift. A gust of wind appeared beneath Shang Yunhai's feet, propelling him out of the attack range of Lightfall. A pair of wings of light emerged from Lin Yao's back, and with a flap, he soared into the sky. Who can't fly? A pair of wind wings sprouted from Shang Yunhai's back, lifting him into the air as well. Wind blades, arise. Countless wind blades surged toward Lin Yao. Light shield. A protective barrier of light enveloped Lin Yao. The wind blades struck the shield, shattering it into fragments. Little brother, this one do. Shang Yunhai thumbed downwards. Don't underestimate others. Light slash, Lin Yao shouted in anger, unleashing a 4-meter blade of light energy from his right hand. Wind chaos. A violent gust of wind diverted the 4-meter light blade. Darn it, Lin Yao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his right hand. Kid, with such strength, you should kneel and bow your head, and I will pretend nothing happened. Shang Yunhai's words provoked Lin Yao's nerves. My brother must be watching. I absolutely cannot lose. I cannot allow them to laugh at me. This opponent is formidable. I can only win by using that move. Lin Yao took a deep breath, golden light erupting from his eyes. In the next moment, a sun appeared behind him. Compared to the last time, this sun appeared more solid, as if it were the real sun, radiating intense heat that even the spectators could feel. A phenomenon. This kid possesses an S-class ability. Shang Yunhai cast a surprised glance at Lin Yao, but he quickly composed himself. Oh, what if it's an S-class ability? I am a mid-stage 4th realm practitioner. This Lin Yao is merely a mid-stage 3rd realm practitioner. There is a full realm of difference between you. No matter how talented you are, you will still lie down for me. With this thought, Shang Yunhai summoned most of his mental energy, condensing it into his strongest strike. Go! Lin Yao bellowed, and the sun behind him launched an attack towards Shang Yunhai. Wind magnetic burst. A fierce wind element coalesced into a wind dragon, crashing toward the sun with Shang Yunhai's roar. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent energy fluctuations erupted. The resplendent brilliance faded, and the crowd beheld Lin Yao sprawled on the ground, while Shang Yunhai stood above him, albeit with a tattered corner of his garment and a smattering of dust upon his visage. Kid, I must concede that your prowess is passable, he remarked. Yet, that is merely adequate. Depart now. I shall not trouble you. Lin Yao, still on the ground, pushed himself up, a glimmer of unwillingness igniting in his eyes. His 900 points had vanished in an instant, and though he yearned to retaliate, the wounds on his body served as a stark reminder that he was indeed no match for Shang Yunhai. Ultimately, Lin Yao could only leave with a heavy heart. I recognize that individual. His name is Lin Yao, and I witnessed his performance during the freshman competition. He was bested by Zhao Tian, and subsequently by Lin Fan, the very Lin Fan who triumphed in the freshman competition. Indeed, he is the Lin Fan who wielded the Azure Manifestation and defeated Yi Chun. Do you suppose Lin Fan could vanquish Shang Yunhai? Isn't that a redundant question? Of course, he could. It seems Lin Yao is the younger sibling, while Lin Fan is the elder brother. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Lin Yao's heart like daggers, inflicting pain so acute that he nearly collapsed. Clutching his chest, he trudged onward. After a considerable time, he returned to his dormitory, lowering his hand from his chest and taking a deep breath. No, I am an S-rank genius. One day, I shall surpass my brother. A temporary setback means little. It is the one who laughs last who emerges victorious. Yes, my talent is exceptional, Lin Yao reassured himself, lying on his bed and closing his eyes, surrendering to sleep. The onlookers at the playground found no further spectacle to behold. They gradually dispersed. Lin Fan, too, sought out Li Kai and Chu Kuang. Wretched disciple, where do you think you are running? Chu Kuang pursued Li Kai. You can't catch me, old ding, Li Kai taunted, sprinting ahead. If I don't take this seriously, do you truly think I'm weak? Chu Kuang, with a sudden burst of speed, surged ahead of Li Kai, lifting him off the ground. Dare you still call me old ding? I dare not. I was wrong. Teacher, Li Kai quickly capitulated, without a hint of hesitation. Do not ask. Just know it comes from the heart. It appears you have yet to recognize your errors. Today, I shall help you understand your mistakes. Behold my great memory restoration technique. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher, please stop. I was wrong, Li Kai pleaded. Yet I still believe you have not grasped your faults. Why great memory restoration technique is remarkably effective. A single application can thoroughly cure your affliction. Better to endure brief pain than prolonged suffering, so bear with it. Teacher, please cease. Lin Fan's voice resonated. To Li Kai, this voice was akin to a divine melody. Good brother, thank you, he exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Chu Kuang halted his actions. Li Kai, since Lin Fan has interceded for you, I shall grant you this one reprieve. Should you ever again refer to me as old dang, I shall subject you to a full day's worth of my great memory restoration technique. Teacher, I promise I shall never do so again, Li Kai vowed. Return and train diligently. Do not bring shame upon me. Progressing at the initial stage of the 3rd realm is rather slow. Look at Lin Fan. He has already reached the initial stage of the 4th realm. Chu Kuang glanced at Lin Fan. Teacher, Lin Fan is no ordinary individual. How audacious, to speak back, be wary. or I shall impose additional training upon you tomorrow. Li Kai, hearing this, instinctively recoiled, no longer daring to utter a word, for he had been thoroughly schooled by Chu Kuang in recent days. I am leaving. See you tomorrow. With a wave, Chu Kuang departed. Ouch! Li Kai yelped in pain. Refrain from your insolence in the future, Lin Fan advised, supporting Li Kai as they returned to their quarters. The following day, Li Kai and Lin Fan arrived at the training room. After a brief period of practice, Li Kai's phone rang. Chu Kuang cast a disapproving glance at him. He had previously emphasized the need for phones to be on silent. Yet Li Kai had erred. He contemplated smashing Li Kai's phone but was reminded by reason that such an act would be unwise. Answer it. Chu Kuang clenched his fists, ultimately gritting his teeth and speaking. Thank you, teacher. This time, Li Kai refrained from calling him Old Ding. Instead, he promptly picked up the phone, glancing at the number before answering. Mom, what is it? All right, I will return immediately. Teacher, I must go home for a moment. What has happened? My mother is gravely ill. I must return at once. Li Kai hurriedly exited the training room. Flustered, I will accompany you. Lin Fan hastened to follow. 5 minutes earlier, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Li Kai's mother, a middle-aged woman, sat in a reclining chair. Sunlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating her somewhat haggard features. She lifted a teacup from the table, taking a small sip to savor the flavor. The fragrance of the tea brought her immense pleasure. She set the cup down and reclined once more. This was her most leisurely moment of the day. I wonder how little Kai is faring. The middle-aged woman murmured softly, Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a loud knock echoed at the door. Who is it? She inquired, rising from the recliner with a low voice. It's the water meter inspector, came a magnetic male voice. One moment, I'll be right there. The middle-aged woman, without suspicion, opened the door. She screamed as a sharp dagger was pressed against her throat. Behave, and you may yet live, a man clad in black spoke in a hushed tone. The middle-aged woman struggled violently, attempting to break free from the assailant's grasp. The man swiftly delivered a slap, sending her reeling. Obediently retrieve your phone and call your son, Li Kai. Inform him that you are seriously ill, and he must return immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me if your legs end up broken. You are dreaming, the middle-aged woman shouted defiantly. Alas, the man sighed, snatching the phone from her hands. In the next moment, he mimicked her tone. Kai, Mom is feeling quite unwell. You should hurry back. The black-clad man hung up the phone, casting a mocking glance at the middle-aged woman. She looked at him in sheer terror. What are you staring at? Were it not for your ability to lure Li Kai, you would have already met your demise. The man scoffed disdainfully at her. You think you can use me to threaten little Kai? Dream on! The middle-aged woman's face hardened with resolve as she lunged at the dagger. Humph! The man snorted coldly, delivering a slap that sent the middle-aged woman flying. He then thrust the dagger toward her leg. Ah! She cried out in agony. You, a second realm ability user, wish to seek death. How commendable, however. Before me, that is insufficient. Subsequently, the man bound the middle-aged woman with rope. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? She bellowed. Liu Xiao, I shall reveal that to you when you are on the brink of death, the man whispered into her ear. Upon hearing her name, the middle-aged woman trembled slightly. 35 minutes later, Li Kai and Lin Fan rushed back with utmost urgency. From a distance, Li Kai noticed the door ajar and felt an ominous foreboding. He quickened his pace and arrived at the entrance. A man grinned upon seeing Li Kai's arrival. The main character has arrived. Who are you, and why have you taken my mother? Li Kai glared furiously at the man, who had bound the middle-aged woman. Child, flee. Do not concern yourself with me, she cried out desperately. Silence. The man slapped her across the face. Stop! Li Kai instinctively lunged forward. Tio him. His mother was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. Wait. Lin Fan firmly restrained Li Kai. If you rush in now, it will be tantamount to delivering yourself to death. You cannot save your mother. Lin Fan shouted at Li Kai. He calmed down, but his gaze remained fixed on the man. The assailant glanced at Lin Fan, astonished by his composure. He had not anticipated Lin Fan to be so collected. Yet, no matter how composed, it mattered little. The man's lips curled into a smirk. He held absolute confidence in his strength. Regardless of how powerful this boy was, he could not thwart him. What do you intend to do? Li Kai, regaining his composure, questioned the man. What am I to do? Naturally, it is to complete my mission. The man licked the blood from the dagger with his tongue, his eyes gleaming with inexplicable excitement. Mission, assassin, Lin Fan deduced instantly. And what is your mission? Li Kai, suppressing his fury, inquired. The mission? The mission is your mother. The man repositioned the dagger against the middle-aged woman's throat, his gaze fixed on Li Kai. What must I do to secure my mother's safety? This man had the audacity to abduct his mother. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. It was currently quite challenging for him to charge in and rescue her. Simple money. How much? 200 million. Li Kai's expression changed dramatically. He had never encountered such a sum in all his years. Lin Fan also shook his head helplessly. He too did not possess 200 million in cash at present. Without money, then so be it. The man moved the dagger closer to the middle-aged woman, the sharp blade poised to end her life with a mere prick. Stop, Li Kai shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh. Are you angry? The man revealed a mocking smile in light of the deep bond between mother and son. I shall offer you, pitiful creature, a chance. Trade your life for your mother's. Reasonable, isn't it? Fine, I agree, Li Kai blurted out without hesitation. Though he yearned to tear the man apart, Lin Fan refrained from intervening. He intended to act the moment Li Kai approached, seizing the opportunity to unleash his power and eliminate the man. The man leaned heavily against the middle-aged woman, even cautious enough to rest his head against her back. Lin Fan found himself at a loss. Take a few steps forward, when I say stop. You halt, the man said, eyeing Li Kai warily. Taking a deep breath, Li Kai nodded and advanced. When he was but 3 steps away from the man, the latter shouted, Stop, freeze. Li Kai halted, his expression icy as he glared at the man. The man smiled, extending his left hand. Lin Fan's eyes glowed crimson, ready to act. Li Kai too, prepared to strike in that critical moment. The man executed an unexpected move, raising his right hand with the dagger and plunging it into the middle-aged woman's chest. In the next instant, blood flowed forth, and she collapsed. No. Li Kai, poised to strike, let out a despairing scream at the sight of her fall. The man disregarded him, his right hand imbued with dark energy transforming into a shadow blade. Lunging swiftly toward Li Kai's heart. Should this strike connect, not even a celestial being could save Li Kai. Divine might? Lin Fan's left eye, a kaleidoscope Sharingan, spun rapidly. Just as the man's right hand was a mere inch from Li Kai's heart, it was suddenly twisted, blood sprayed forth, and the man's veins bulged. Yet, without hesitation, his left hand morphed into a shadow blade, continuing its lethal trajectory towards Li Kai. Die, he snarled, his visage twisted with malice, intent on ending Li Kai's life. Lin Fan, ready to unleash his power once more, hesitated as he sensed Li Kai's aura surging. Li Kai had worked diligently to refine his abilities, mere steps away from the mid-stage of the third realm. Yet, in an instant he broke through, with no sign of stopping. From the mid-stage to the late stage of the third realm, in the span of a second, Li Kai ascended. He lifted his head, eyes bloodshot. His fierce gaze seemingly capable of devouring everything in existence. He caught the sharp shadow blade with his bare hand. How is this possible? The man's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He was a late-stage practitioner of the fifth realm. Yet this boy, barely past adolescence, managed to intercept his fatal strike. You shall not be forgiven. Li Kai's right hand was cut open by the shadow blade, exposing pale bone, yet he appeared unfazed, crushing the sharp blade in his grip with sheer force. This is impossible. The man's jaw nearly dropped. It defied all logic. You will pay with your life. Li Kai's neck bulged with veins, his skin turning crimson. His right fist transformed into a vivid red. Memories of his training in the 3 great internal martial arts and cherished moments with his mother flooded his mind. In the next moment, a technique crystallized within him, and he instinctively unleashed it. Familial fist. The man felt the hairs on his body stand on end, sensing the imminent threat. If he could not evade this strike, his demise was assured. This boy has undoubtedly awakened his abilities a second time. But so what? I am a late-stage practitioner of the fifth realm, Shadow Shield. All defense. A massive black shadow shield manifested before the man. Yet, even this formidable barrier appeared feeble against Li Kai's wrathful punch. Boom! The black shield shattered instantly under the force of his red fist, sending the man crashing to the ground. A grotesque wound appearing on his chest, bones caving in, blood pouring forth. Such an injury would have felled anyone else. Yet the man still rose, spitting blood. He retrieved a red pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Kid, inflicting such damage upon me is something to be proud of. However, this is where it ends. In the next moment, the man turned crimson, his previously caved-in chest miraculously restored, and his severed right hand reformed. His power surged, breaking through to the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only escalates. The sharp shadow blades clung to his hands, his entire being encased in black armor. Lin Fan, attending to the middle-aged woman, felt the shift in the man's aura and his pupils constricted. At the pinnacle of the fifth realm, even he would have to unleash his full strength to contend. Though not worry about me. Focus entirely on saving my mother's life, Li Kai implored, his eyes ablaze with determination. Understood. Lin Fan channeled more green energy into the middle-aged woman, desperately stabilizing her life force. Kid, don't blame me. Blame that wretched woman for giving birth to you. The armored man sneered cruelly. You should not speak ill of my mother. Li Kai replied, his voice low and menacing. I merely state the truth. Your mother is merely enough. Li Kai's fist struck towards the man. The man raised his shadow blade to block the blow. Your mother is nothing more than a homewrecker. To put it plainly, 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. Li Kai's speed and strength surged dramatically as he struck at the man. The man easily parried with his shadow blade. Continuing his taunts, if you don't want to hear about your mother's past, I shall insist on speaking it. Your mother has been 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate, rest gate, open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Third gate, life gate, open. Li Kai opened 2 more gates, his entire being glowing crimson, enveloped in a faint green light. His fists fell upon the man like a relentless downpour. The man could not afford to be distracted. He had to focus entirely on defending against Li Kai's onslaught. Could this boy be utilizing some sort of dark sorcery? The man pondered, astonished by Li Kai's vibrant display of red and green energy. The strength he gained from the blood-boosting pill paled in comparison. The man contemplated. Li Kai's fist collided with him, sending him flying into a chair, cracks appearing in his armor under the impact. Damn it! Shadow slash. The man slashed at Li Kai with his shadow blades. Instead of evading, Li Kai charged forward. Kid, you're courting death. The man's excitement peaked. He had anticipated Li Kai would dodge or at least defend himself. Instead, Li Kai charged headlong into danger. The shadow blade struck Li Kai, blood splattering. Boy, seeking death is indeed the correct choice. The man's right hand pressed down, the shadow blade embedding itself into Li Kai's bone. You have no idea, Li Kai retorted, pulling out the blade, blood spraying forth. Unfazed, the red markings on his body spread to his upper torso, his aura escalating. His once black pupils tinged with a faint red hue. Die? Li Kai's fist struck the man, sending him crashing to the ground, armor shattered. Rising once more, the man glared at Li Kai with fury. Kid, even with blood boosting, it won't save you. Today, you will learn that the gap in power cannot be bridged by mere desperation. Shadow blade, 1,000 slashes. The shadow blades on the man's hands multiplied into thousands, all aimed at Li Kai. 8 gates of Duanjia. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Li Kai's speed and strength surged again, moving like a specter. Evading the onslaught of 1,000 shadow blades, he then surged toward the man. Shadow burst. The man swung his right hand. A deafening explosion erupted, collapsing half the room. Lin Fan sheltered the middle-aged woman outside. Avoiding the blast's devastation, Kid, you 1T escaped death. The man grinned, but Li Kai disappointed him. As the dust settled, Li Kai emerged, merely dusted and scathed. How is this possible? The man's jaw nearly dropped. Familial fist. Li Kai's fist smashed into the man's recently healed chest, caving it in and shattering bones. Not allowing the man a moment's respite, Li Kai surged forward, raining punches upon the man's vulnerable points. I will make you pay for the kidnapping and for using a dagger against my mother. In that moment, the fury within him erupted forth. Initially, the man was able to resist, but within a mere minute, he closed his eyes. Li Kai, undeterred, continued his assault. his fists relentlessly striking the man, blood splattering onto his hands. Having never taken a life before, he felt no fear in that moment. Li Kai. Enough! Lin Fan's cold reprimand jolted the enraged Li Kai back to reality. Momt. Li Kai rushed to Lin Fan's side, gazing at the middle-aged woman. Her lips had turned blue, vitality ebbing away. Mom, what has happened to you? The dagger is laced with a potent poison. All I can do is prolong Auntie's life for now. Lin Fan explained, urging vines to entwine around the woman. We need to leave. Immediately, I will ask the teacher to find the best doctor. Li Kai was about to pull Lin Fan away. I cannot sustain Auntie's life for much longer. Lin Fan whispered. Even if they ventured into the divine space, it would take 9 minutes to reach the heart of the capital. Li Kai stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. After an agonizing 10 seconds, he managed a grim smile and quietly asked, Fango, you must be joking, right? Lin Fan lowered his gaze, unable to meet Li Kai's pleading eyes. Understanding that Lin Fan was not jesting, Li Kai's laughter erupted, but it quickly turned to tears. Xiao Kai, do not blame Lin Fan, the middle-aged woman rasped. Mom! Li Kai rushed forward, grasping her hand. Child, listen to me. She coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of dark blood. Mom, we must go. I'll take you to the hospital. Seeing her in such a state shattered Li Kai's heart. Silly child, every life must come to an end. Another violent fit of coughing ensued. Mom. Tears streamed down Li Kai's face. Xiao Kai, listen to me. Haven't you always asked me who your father is? Now I will tell you. Your father is the current head of the Yi family, Yi Fan. What? The revelation left Li Kai feeling unwell. He had always believed his father to be an irresponsible scoundrel who abandoned him and his mother. Never could he have imagined that his biological father was the head of the foremost family in the capital. A formidable figure whose strength ranked among the best in the world. My encounter with your father was purely coincidental, but I do not regret bringing you into this world, the middle-aged woman said. Her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Li Kai. Mom! Li Kai tightened his grip on her hand. Child, I hope you do not resent your father. He too is a victim of circumstance. Her lips had turned purple. Lin Fan's brow glistened with sweat as he poured every ounce of his strength into preserving the woman's life. The poison on the dagger was exceedingly potent, and his Hashirama cells had limited efficacy on others, unlike their effects on himself. Child, there is no need to struggle. The middle-aged woman gently moved the vines away from her. She looked at Li Kai, whose face was awash with tears, and tenderly wiped them away with her calloused hand. Xiao Kai, perhaps death is my destiny. I can no longer accompany you. You must live well, Mom. No, don't leave me. Li Kai sensed the impending loss, gripping her hand tightly in a desperate attempt to hold on to her. Xiao Kai, your mother, will always love you. With those final words, her hand fell limp, her eyes closed tightly. Breathing no more to no? Li Kai let out a desperate howl as tears streamed down his face. Lin Fan wished to comfort him but remained rooted in place, silently observing, akin to witnessing the loss of his own beloved Luo Qiao. Li Kai wiped his tears away in the next moment. A golden light emanated from his bloodshot eyes, and the crimson patterns on his body began to shift. Amidst the blood-red hue, a faint gold appeared, and a terrifying totem emerged upon his skin. His abilities surged from A-level physical enhancement to SS level, the blood azura. The wounds inflicted by the shadow blade healed rapidly, returning to their original state in an instant. A towering blood-golden apparition appeared behind him, exuding an aura of dominance. Li Kai's realm ascended once more, breaking through from the late stage of the third realm to its pinnacle. He slowly approached the middle-aged woman,